Chapter 1. The Sword of Damocles. On a sunny afternoon, the summer sun blazed like a colossal fireball, seemingly intent on incinerating everything in its path. Under such sweltering conditions, the spirits of the people languished, lacking any motivation. Yet, amidst this torpid atmosphere, on a small island in the vast ocean, a group of individuals lay sprawled on the ground, their faces flushed and clearly inebriated, having indulged in copious amounts of liquor. Scattered around them were the skeletal remains of wild beasts, suggesting that a grand banquet had recently taken place. At that moment, a young boy with a bright red nose groggily opened his eyes. What is that? He noticed something peculiar in the sky, and just as he suspected he was hallucinating from overindulgence, the object became increasingly distinct. He rubbed his eyes, and indeed it remained there. Captain, look up at the sky." This revelation jolted his mind awake, prompting him to shout out. With his call, the others began to stir as well. "Hey, Buggy, why are you shouting like that?" Indeed, the boy who had just yelled was Buggy, the intern of the Roger Pirates, and those who had just concluded their revelry on the island were members of the same crew. "No, Captain, look up." Upon hearing Buggy's frantic voice again, Roger squinted up at the sky. "What is that, a sword?" Roger mused, observing the object suspended in the air, while the others began to murmur among themselves the item was undeniably conspicuous. "Is it Shiki?" Roger whispered, for in his memory, only the powers of the Golden Lion could achieve such a feat. "Yes, it must be him. I cannot fathom who else might possess such ability. But where did he procure such a massive sword?" The speaker was a bespectacled man with yellow hair. Silver's Rayleigh, the Dark King. At this moment, both men's expressions grew serious, for the Golden Lion was no ordinary adversary, and even they had to approach the situation with gravity. Suddenly, a burst of white light erupted from the enormous sword, and an object detached from it, plummeting toward the earth. Seeing this, Rayleigh gripped the hilt of his sword, ready to unleash a strike at the slightest hint of danger. "Do not act rashly, Rayleigh. That does not appear to be the Golden Lion." At Roger's words, Rayleigh slightly relaxed his grip, though his posture still indicated he was poised for action. "That seems to be a person." As the white light descended closer to the ground, the inhabitants of the island gradually discerned the figure within. Indeed, there is someone inside. This assertion came from Roger's lips. Upon hearing this, the others on the island eased their tension. After all, how formidable could a single individual be? They felt completely unperturbed by the prospect. Even if the Whitebeard pirates were to appear before them at that moment, they would remain unfazed. The earlier anxiety was merely a response to an unfamiliar occurrence, and now that it was clear a person was involved, the fear dissipated entirely. "He won't fall and die, will he?" Buggy, the boy with the red nose, piped up again. Though naturally timid, he felt emboldened within the Roger Pirates. "Who knows? But even if he does, it's no concern of ours," replied a red-haired youth beside Buggy, who was none other than Shanks, another intern of the Roger Pirates. At this point, his visage bore no scars, nor did he exude the same commanding presence he would later possess. As the white light touched down, it did so without the anticipated thunderous impact. Instead, it landed gracefully on the ground. Once the light dissipated, a youth appearing to be around 17 or 18 emerged before them, and the immense sword vanished as if it had never existed. Now, the boy lying on the ground became the center of attention. It seems that sword must have been conjured by this little brat. "Hey, Buggy, see if you can wake him up and inquire about this whole situation." "Yes, Captain." Tasked by the captain, Buggy casually grabbed a nearby bucket of unfinished liquor and doused the white-haired youth's head. However, the boy remained utterly unresponsive, as if in a deep slumber. "Report, Captain. He appears to be dead. Get lost." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh scolded Buggy. His keen observation revealed that the white-haired boy's heartbeat was steady. He should merely be unconscious. "Buggy, Shanks, you two are assigned to keep watch over him. Notify me when he regains consciousness." "Yes, Captain." With that, the Roger Pirates resumed their activities. Some continued lounging in repose, while others resumed drinking after sobering up. After all, they had once again escaped the clutches of the legendary hero, Garp, and it was time to celebrate and rest. "Hey, Buggy, you stay here and watch over him. I'm going for another drink." "Shanks, no way. If anyone is to drink, it should be me, Buggy the Great. You should be the one to keep watch." "Fine, you go ahead. I'll keep an eye on things here, and once you're done drinking, I'll join you." Shanks' unexpected compliance momentarily stunned Buggy. When had Shanks become so agreeable? "All right, Shanks, Buggy the Great will now go indulge in some drink." As Buggy turned to leave, Shanks punched himself in the face. "Report to the first mate. Buggy has abandoned his post, and he even punched me." Just as Buggy was about to merrily go off to drink, He heard this and turned around to see a red mark on Shank's face. Seeing Shank's appearance, Buggy realized he had been played. "First mate, let me explain. I didn't do it. Shanks did this to himself," Buggy exclaimed in a panic. "So you're suggesting he punched himself?" Rayleigh queried, bemusement evident in his tone. "Exactly. Do you really think Shanks is foolish enough to harm himself?" At Rayleigh's words, Shank's smile faltered. Was it not indeed foolish to hit oneself? Yet, for the sake of drink, it seemed somewhat justifiable. But it truly was Shanks who did it. "Enough, Buggy. You can handle the task of watching him. As for you, Shanks, go do whatever you wish." "Yes, first mate." Upon hearing this, Shanks cheerfully dashed off to drink. "Shanks, you scoundrel. You rogue. You shameless fiend." Watching Shank's joyful retreat, Buggy shouted in frustration. He then turned his gaze back to the white-haired youth. "It's all your fault that I can't drink right now." With that, he gave the boy a gentle kick. Chapter 2. Is this just a child's play? Where am I? In the midst of darkness, the boy's consciousness stirred. "Who turned off the lights? I can't see a thing. Hey, don't joke with me. Is anyone there?" Yet, no matter how loudly the boy called, no answer came. Gradually, he lost track of time, calming himself amidst the vast, endless blackness that made him feel exceedingly insignificant. He realized he was suspended in a void, though there was nothing beneath his feet. He stood firmly. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted not far from him. That is the sword of Damocles of the Silver King. As the light gradually faded, he discerned what the radiant object was. As an ordinary youth from Earth, he had indeed seen some anime from Japan, and coincidentally, Kay was among them. Moreover, the Silver King's ability was precisely what he admired and desired most: the power of stasis, a gift of immortality, coupled with the ability to fly. He longed to approach the sword of Damocles, and, guided by his will, his body began to float toward it. As his hand brushed against the sword, it emitted a dazzling white light once more, and then he lost consciousness again. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as he became acutely aware of the cacophony surrounding him. As someone who cherished tranquility, such an environment was intolerable. "Hey, could you possibly keep it down? You're driving me insane, and how am I supposed to sleep?" The moment he uttered these words, his eyes fluttered open. "Hey, Captain, the kid's awake." Just as he regained his senses, a sharp voice pierced through the din, one that felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard it before. Suddenly, he bolted upright, realizing that he was not in his home. What on earth happened? He cradled his head with one hand, trying to piece together the events that had just transpired. "Hey kid, who are you?" At that moment, Roger approached him, inquiring directly. However, he did not respond, appearing lost in thought. But upon witnessing his captain being disregarded, Buggy could not contain his frustration. He stepped forward and delivered a swift kick to the white-haired youth. "Hey, our captain is asking you a question." "What?" The kick jolted him back to reality, but he couldn't fathom how the red-nosed figure possessed such strength. "Our captain is asking you who you are." "Who am I? I should be asking you who you are and why you've tied me up here. You think we tied you up?" "Kid, you fell from the sky into our midst. We certainly didn't lay a hand on you." "Are you joking? How could I possibly have fallen from the sky? I wish it were a jest, but you did indeed fall from the sky." "Oh, and there was a massive silver sword, but it vanished when you landed." "A massive sword? That can't have been anything but a dream." He suddenly recalled the sword of Damocles from his dream. "So where's this place?" "This is an uninhabited island." "An uninhabited island? As in the uninhabited islands?" "Of course, the New World." "The New World, the New World? The New World? Pirate King?" Upon connecting the dots, he lifted his gaze to the red-nosed figure, who indeed bore a striking resemblance to his recollections. "What Pirate King? But I'll give you credit. Kid, our captain will undoubtedly become the Pirate King." "Ah, no, wait. We were the ones asking questions. Why are you asking me?" "Quickly, tell me who you are." Buggy's frustration boiled over as he realized he had been outmaneuvered. "My name is Adolph K. Baichuan." "Oh, and what do you do? A pirate? A marine? Or perhaps a civilian?" "I don't know. Aside from my name, I've forgotten everything else." Baichuan was now certain that he had traversed into the world of One Piece. "Oh, I see." This remark came from Roger, who had been listening intently to the exchange between Baichuan and Buggy. He could also discern that Baichuan was not being truthful, though he could not pinpoint which part was a lie. "So, what do you plan to do from here?" "I'm not sure, but can I stick with you guys?" This was a golden opportunity. He thought it wise to latch onto it while he could. "Want to tag along with us?" "Kid, we're pirates, and death is always a possibility. Moreover, we don't accept dead weight." He scrutinized Baichuan, who seemed somewhat weaker than the average robust man. "I'm not afraid of death, and am certainly no deadweight. I believe I'm stronger than that red-nosed brat." While Baichuan was indeed fearful of death, he couldn't voice that concern. "Red-nosed? Me? Kid, stand up, I'll show you the might of Buggy the Clown." Buggy was incensed by Baichuan's words. He could not tolerate the insult regarding his nose. "Fine. If you could defeat Buggy, it'll allow you to join my crew. What do you say? Thank you, Captain. Wait, don't get ahead of yourself. You haven't defeated Buggy yet, so you aren't my crew just yet. Rest assured, Captain, it's only a matter of time. Upon hearing this, Buggy's anger flared. Even more, was he not being taken seriously? As for Baichuan's choice to ally with Buggy, it stemmed from his belief that Buggy was remarkably weak, merely fortunate. Upon hearing that Buggy would duel the one who fell from the sky, the other members of the Roger Pirates grew ecstatic, instinctively forming a circle to watch the spectacle unfold. You're Buggy, right? You go first. I'm worried that if I strike first, you won't get a chance. You little brat. You dare underestimate me? Baichuan was 20 years old. While Buggy was merely a 12-year-old child, he had no doubt he would not lose to Buggy. Buggy charged at Baichuan, fists raised. Watch me take you down in a single blow. Buggy punch. When he was merely a short distance away, Buggy leaped into the air, swinging his fist down toward Baichuan's head. Baichuan raised his arms to shield himself, absorbing the blow. That hurt. In that instant, he felt as if his arm had been struck by a hammer. Yet, the pain dissipated almost instantaneously. Although Baichuan was uncertain about the cause, he recognized that the battle at hand was of utmost importance. You hit me once, now it's my turn. Baichuan swung a punch at Buggy, but it was easily evaded. What followed was akin to a childish scuffle, with the two trading blows and kicks. How tedious. Some spectators had even begun to yawn. After roughly 10 minutes of grappling, both had sustained little damage but were panting heavily. Kid, you forced my hand. At that moment, Buggy produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere and brandished it. In an instant, he lunged at Baichuan, his speed greatly exceeding that of before. Chapter 3. Successfully aboard. Caught off guard by Buggy's sudden acceleration, Baichuan was unprepared, as his impression of Buggy had been limited to their earlier skirmish. Seeing the dagger hurtling toward him, Baichuan knew evasion was futile. He would have to endure the blow. Meanwhile, the onlookers showed no intention of intervening. As they are pirates, injuries are a commonplace occurrence in the world of piracy. Some even wore smiles, eager to witness Baichuan's embarrassment. Roger shook his head slightly, his disappointment palpable. He had anticipated a delightful surprise. Come on, Buggy, take that brat down. Look at him, all pristine and delicate, a true pretty boy. Some rallied in support of Buggy. However, Baichuan had no time to ponder the thoughts of others, as he instinctively blocked out the surrounding chatter. Suddenly, a flash of light seemed to illuminate his mind, and his panicked expression vanished, replaced by a hint of a smile. He straightened his bent posture and extended a hand. What was he doing? Had he lost his senses? Did he intend to catch the dagger with his bare hands, as if he were Kaido? Just as someone voiced this thought, a layer of white light enveloped Baichuan's body. Oh, is he finally getting serious? Roger mused, intrigued to witness Baichuan's abilities. They had already regarded Baichuan as a user of a devil fruit. After all, how else could an ordinary person emerge unscathed from a gargantuan sword and fall from the sky without a scratch? As Buggy's dagger was about to pierce Baichuan's palm, a translucent, slightly opaque shield materialized before him, deflecting the attack. What? Buggy exclaimed in astonishment, having overlooked Baichuan's transformation. He had not expected him to be a devil fruit user after all. Hey, look up at the sky. That massive sword has reappeared. A bystander shouted, prompting everyone, including Baichuan, to gaze upwards. Indeed, was it the sword of Damocles belonging to the Silver King? At this moment, Baichuan could validate his earlier suspicions. He must have inherited the Silver King's powers, or perhaps he was the Silver King himself. The sword of Damocles stood out starkly against the night sky, visible to all. All right, let's call it a day. You have proven your strength. I shall permit you to join our ship as an intern, if that is acceptable, Roger suddenly declared. No problem, Baichuan replied, and as he spoke, the radiance surrounding him dissipated, and the sword of Damocles vanished from above his head. The ordinary crew members of Roger's pirate ship exhaled in relief. After all, it was unsettling to have a sword hovering overhead. But Captain, I haven't lost yet, Buggy protested, believing that agreeing to let Baichuan aboard would signify his defeat. I know, but if this continues, you will inevitably lose, Roger explained. Why? Buggy inquired, perplexed. Because your strength cannot surpass his abilities. If you persist, you will soon exhaust your stamina, leading to your inevitable defeat. Nonetheless, Buggy, you performed admirably. You truly are my crew member. Upon hearing the captain's praise, Buggy's displeasure evaporated instantly, though he still harbored resentment toward Baichuan. One day, I shall reclaim my honor, he vowed silently. However, young man, since you are now part of my crew, it is evident that your current strength is lacking. Rayleigh, would you take him under your wing? After addressing Baichuan, Roger turned to a yellow-haired man behind him, who clutched a bottle of liquor. Of course, teaching 1 or 2 is the same. Don't worry, Captain. I will ensure he learns well, Rayleigh assured. Baichuan's voice brimmed with excitement and eagerness. The opportunity to learn from Rayleigh was invaluable, and if he failed to grow stronger, he might as well find a way to end it all. Yet, he wondered if the abilities of the Silver King would remain stagnant and prevent his growth. Rayleigh was currently instructing Shanks, and adding Baichuan to the mix posed little issue. Although Baichuan was older and might learn at a slower pace, Rayleigh was unconcerned. He would teach, and their progress was their own responsibility. The reason he did not teach Buggy was due to Buggy's unsuitable temperament for learning. He would tire quickly during training and ultimately give up. Regardless, as long as he remained aboard the ship, Roger assured that Buggy would face no life-threatening danger. All right then, I shall leave him in your capable hands. Once arrangements were finalized, the crew dispersed to resume their activities, save for Buggy, who remained disgruntled. Shanks, take the newcomer and introduce him to the veterans. We wouldn't want him to be unaware of the crew's members, Roger instructed. Yes, first mate, Shanks replied, moving to Baichuan's side and giving him a pat. Come on, let me show you around. We will be shipmates from now on. Sure. Allow me to introduce myself first. I am Shanks. I am Baichuan. I know. Shanks then led Baichuan on a tour, introducing him to the core members of Roger's pirate crew, while he himself had not fully acquainted with some of the lesser members. Everyone greeted Baichuan warmly, with one exception, Douglas Bullet. According to Shanks, he was a veritable monster. With strength rivaling that of the first mate and the powers of a devil fruit user, known to outsiders as the Demon Heir, Baichuan had some recollection of Bullet, a combined fruit user who had effortlessly defeated the supernovas in the opening of a certain movie, rendering even Luffy's fourth gear ineffective. Baichuan greeted him, but Bullet didn't even glance his way. Perhaps Baichuan's strength did not warrant his attention. Despite his lackluster demeanor, Bullet was exceptionally diligent, training relentlessly every day with the goal of surpassing the captain. Shanks continued his introduction. Is that so? Quite impressive. After the introductions, Baichuan and Shanks sat together, and Shanks handed Baichuan a cup of wine. By the way, you exude an air reminiscent of nobility, yet here you are, a pirate. Really? I possess noble qualities? Baichuan felt a swell of pride. It seemed the discerning eye of the public was indeed sharp. By the way, do you truly not remember what you did before? It's all a blur, Baichuan thought to himself, knowing he could not reveal that he had grown up watching One Piece. I see, but your hair is rather unique. Being silver white. Silver white hair? Me? Baichuan exclaimed in surprise. Yes, indeed. If my hair has changed, has my face altered as well? If so, have I become the visage of Adolf Weissman or that of the youthful Izanagi? Do you have a mirror? I wish to see what I look like now. Mirror. How could I possibly carry such an item? I shall examine it again upon our return to the ship tomorrow. After all, a moment's delay is inconsequential. Let us defer this to tomorrow. In the absence of a mirror, no matter how curious Shirakawa may be, he must suppress his intrigue, especially since it is currently nighttime and the wine offers no reflection. Speaking of which, there are quite a few individuals with silver hair, much like your crimson locks and Buggy's azure mane. Why, then, are you astonished by my hair? It is because you are the first person I have encountered whose hair possesses such luster, even in the absence of sunlight at night. Oh, I see. Shirakawa let out a hearty laugh. Chapter 4. The ORL Jacksonum? Why does it suddenly feel so heavy? In a state of slumber. Shirakawa sensed an overwhelming weight pressing down on him, and as he hazily opened his eyes, he discovered that Shanks and Buggy were sprawled atop him, soundly asleep. These two rascals have taken me for a pillow, Shirakawa thought, somewhat exasperated, as he unceremoniously placed both of their heads on the ground. However, this action elicited no sign of awakening from either of them. Are they swine? Shirakawa inwardly cursed at the two. Initially, it had only been him and Shanks sharing drinks. But at some point, Buggy had also joined them, and the three of them, in a drunken stupor, had become quite the merry trio, even managing to release the tension that had existed between Shirakawa and Buggy during their playful antics the previous night. However, when he recalls the scene from last night, Baichuan finds it somewhat hard to bear. Was it truly him who indulged in such excessive drinking? It could be said that the quantity he consumed last night nearly rivaled the total he had ever drunk in his previous life. Has he become more tolerant of alcohol? No, it was simply that he could not resist the fervent enthusiasm of Shanks. Each time he wished to abstain from drinking, Shanks would promptly present a full cup to his lips or forcefully pour it down his throat. He never anticipated that individuals as young as 12 or 13 in this world could possess such remarkable drinking prowess. However, this also made Shirakawa realize that his abilities were not immutable. For instance, last night he had indeed overindulged in drink, to the point of losing his senses. It seems I still have a long way to go in mastering this unchanging ability. After finding a secluded spot to relieve himself, Shirakawa discovered that the majority of the Roger pirates were still fast asleep. If another pirate crew were to attack, he would seriously doubt whether they could survive unscathed. Hey, newcomer, up quite early, yeah? How was last night? Did you have fun? A pirate he did not recognize greeted him upon his return. Very enjoyable, Shirakawa replied politely, though he had no prior acquaintance with the man. That's good, after all, days like this are plentiful ahead, the pirate chuckled. Oh, by the way, would you like to join us for breakfast? If you're waiting for the others, it may be noon before they wake. That sounds good. Without a moment's hesitation, Shirakawa agreed. Although he was not hungry, sharing a meal presented an opportunity to foster camaraderie and facilitate his integration into the crew. By noon, the members of the Roger pirates began to awaken one by one. Roger stood atop a large rock. Our journey is about to resume. Are you all prepared? Ready. The crew cheered in unison. Though they enjoyed these festive days, they were pirates at heart, longing for adventure upon the seas. And it was not as if they could not celebrate aboard the ship. Then let us prepare to set sail. The group made their way to the shore in a grand procession. Is this the Oro Jackson? Truly, a vessel worthy of the Pirate King. Splendid indeed. Shirakawa thought to himself. What do you think? Our ship is quite impressive, isn't it? Shanks clapped Shirakawa on the back, his tone brimming with pride, as if the ship belonged to him. Yes, this is my first time seeing such an extraordinary ship. Of course, while it may not be as large as Whitebeard's Moby Dick, in terms of construction, it rivals any pirate cruise vessel. Soon, everyone boarded the ship. Shirakawa was overwhelmed with excitement, for it was his first experience aboard a ship. He had never sailed in his previous life. After familiarizing himself with the vessel, he gravitated towards Shanks, as he seemed to be the most approachable among the crew. Perhaps the others looked down upon his abilities and were reluctant to engage with him. Hey, Shanks, can you find me a mirror? I want to see what I look like. Oh dear, I almost forgot. I wondered why you were always trailing behind me. Upon hearing this, Shirakawa felt a pang of embarrassment. Was his request really so trivial? Come with me, we'll search the storeroom. On board, with only men present. No one had the habit of checking their reflections, so any useless items were typically stored away. They reached a door marked with the word storage. Upon opening it, they were greeted by a sight of gold, silver, and dozens of swords. You keep all the valuables here, and it's not even locked? Aren't you worried about thieves? Steal? Why would we need to steal? We simply take what we want, came the nonchalant reply. True enough, you are pirates. If you desire something, you take it by force. Shirakawa recalled how Buggy seemed fond of such trinkets, often sneaking into the storeroom to stash away treasures, only to return to his original size afterward. Does anyone else know about this, aside from you? Shirakawa inquired cautiously. Of course, it seems everyone aboard is aware, except for Buggy himself. At this revelation, Shirakawa paused. Realizing why Buggy would later be dubbed the Clown Buggy, not only did he resemble a clown, but his behavior mirrored that of one as well. We even told Buggy he could take whatever he liked. For some reason, he relishes the thrill of secrecy. Perhaps he has become addicted to it. Shanks shrugged, feigning innocence. After a lengthy search, they finally found the mirror Shirakawa sought. The disarray of the storeroom made locating any specific item a challenge. Is this really me? Upon gazing into the mirror, Shirakawa was momentarily stunned. He could still discern certain features from his previous life in this face, as if it were an evolution of his former visage, albeit with subtle changes. He had become more handsome, and his face exuded a kind disposition. Were he to claim he was a pirate now, no one would believe it. Have you had enough? Let us step outside, Shanks urged. Oh right. Shirakawa was still somewhat dazed, unable to believe that the handsome figure in the mirror was indeed himself. Yet, since this transformation had occurred, there was no way to revert it. Indeed, had I not had acne in my previous life, I would have been quite a handsome individual. With newfound confidence, Shirakawa smiled, having come to terms with his appearance. Before departing, he also retrieved a katana from the storeroom for self-defense. Oh, by the way, when shall we seek out the first mate for training? If you wish to practice, you may do so at any time. Is that so? Splendid. Let us train right away. Very well. After resting for 2 to 3 days, my body is in need of exercise. Chapter 5. The farewell. Just as Shanks and Shirakawa were about to ascend the stairs to the deck, a resounding boom echoed across the waters surrounding the ship. The thunderous noise and the violent rocking of the vessel startled Shirakawa. What is happening? Gripping the railing to steady himself, he turned to Shanks with concern. It seems someone is here to bid us farewell. Shanks, accustomed to such occurrences, displayed no fear and even wore a slight smile. Upon reaching the deck, Shirakawa overheard a report being delivered to Roger. Captain, those 3 pirate ships appear to be some audacious newcomers this year. Is that so? Newcomers daring to challenge me? Their courage is commendable. It was unclear whether Roger's words were meant as praise or condemnation. Was he genuinely admiring their bravery or mocking their naivety? However, Shirakawa felt that there should be a derogatory connotation. After all, a domineering figure like Roger would undoubtedly possess a sense of pride. He might think that there was no need to seek out the likes of Gold Roger or Whitebeard, perhaps believing his own strength to be the weakest. Hastily, Shirakawa rushed to the edge of the ship, only to behold 3 pirate vessels approaching them with relentless speed, exuding an air of menace. At that moment, he noticed a jet-black cannonball swiftly enlarging in his line of sight, hurtling toward him with increasing velocity. Instinctively, he raised his hands defensively, completely forgetting the notion of escape. His mind a blank slate. At that juncture, he had yet to harness the powers of the Silver King, and uncertainty loomed over whether a protective shield would manifest in time. Just as he braced for what he believed to be his imminent demise, a figure abruptly materialized before him. With a swift flick of the blade, the cannonball was cleaved in 2, falling harmlessly to either side. Kid, you ought to retreat into the ship. Your presence here is quite a hindrance. Upon hearing the voice, Shirakawa opened his eyes to find the illustrious Rayleigh, the Dark King, standing before him. Just then, Shanks hurried over and pulled him away. Shirakawa, you currently lack the strength. It's best if you refrain from wandering about aimlessly. It's far too perilous. I understand, but I simply cannot resist the urge to witness it. After all, it's my first encounter with a battle among pirates, and I wish to experience it firsthand. Battle? Do not jest, Shirakawa. What's wrong? Am I mistaken? Shirakawa inquired, perplexed by Shanks's somewhat mocking tone. Indeed, you are mistaken. Being with them hardly qualifies as a battle. Only when the Roger pirates confront formidable crews like Whitebeard or Gold Roger do they merit the term battle. As for this situation, simply observe, and you shall soon comprehend the essence of my words. Shanks escorted Shirakawa to a safe location before venturing back out. However, it was here that Baichuan unexpectedly encountered Buggy. Oh, Buggy, what a coincidence. You are here as well, Baichuan greeted him. What a surprise. This is the first time I have seen anyone else in this place. Baichuan could not comprehend why Shanks had brought him to such a location, as he perceived it to be anything but safe. Not only could one clearly observe the surrounding circumstances, but it was also likely the primary concentration area for cannon fire. However, it was perhaps not entirely safe due to the presence of Buggy. After all, a place associated with Buggy cannot be deemed absolutely secure. Yet it can certainly be described as devoid of immediate danger. It's understandable, considering you are the weakest individual aboard the ship at this moment. Upon hearing this, a tick appeared on Shirakawa's forehead. Buggy, have you forgotten that I was the victor of our last duel? Huh, that was before I unleashed my full potential. Otherwise, you would have been dispatched with a single blow. Very well, I shall look forward to the day when I witness who truly gets dispatched. Shirakawa replied with a tone that betrayed his displeasure. After all, Buggy's contributions in the narrative were limited to having an extensive network and a streak of good fortune. The only notable offensive capability he possessed was the Buggy ball he developed later. Subsequently, Shirakawa refrained from further conversation with Buggy and shifted his attention to the unfolding battle. What is there to behold? Are you not concerned that the captain and the others might lose? Though Shirakawa was aware that Roger would not be defeated, he still posed the question. How could that be possible? Aside from that mad dog Garp, no one would allow the captain to retreat without a fight. Is Garp truly that formidable? Indeed, although the world proclaims Whitebeard to be the strongest man, Garp, with his bare hands, is not far behind. Yet even so, the captain would not flee without engaging in combat, would he? Humph. While the captain is not significantly weaker than Garp, you have yet to witness Garp in a frenzy. Once you do, you will understand why the captain chooses to flee. Garp's relentless pursuit is a headache for everyone. Thus, the captain would rather face both the Flying Lion and Whitebeard than confront that scoundrel Garp. Those who have never encountered Garp cannot fathom the true extent of his power. At this moment, a shiver ran through Buggy, indicating the profound impression Garp had left on him. Just as Shirakawa turned his gaze again, he discovered that the 3 pirate ships had been cleaved in 2 and sunk beneath the waves. What is happening? Shirakawa exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, your ignorance is evident. On our ship, We boast at least 3 renowned swordsmen. Typically, pirates of lesser caliber are not even qualified to engage us in skirmishes. Buggy rose, sneering, and then stepped out from the shadows to celebrate this hard-earned victory. Is this truly the Roger Pirates? At least 3 great swordsmen? Shirakawa found himself once more engulfed in shock. Indeed, one could never grasp the talents hidden within the Roger Pirates without joining them. When thinking of great swordsmen, the first name that sprang to Shirakawa's mind was Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, known for effortlessly shattering meteors. So, Shirakawa, have you now witnessed the strength of our crew? Shanks approached, patting him on the shoulder. Well, one can only say that the Roger Pirates are indeed one of the 3 great powers of the New World. Haha. This time the captain did not even need to intervene. When you finally see the captain in action, you will gain an even clearer understanding of our crew's might. Come, let us go and hold a banquet. A banquet? What sort of banquet? Of course, it is to celebrate our triumph over the other pirate crews. Is there really a need for celebration? Absolutely. Regardless of how insignificant a pirate crew may be, they deserve a tribute after their defeat at our hands. Shirakawa's lips twitched slightly. This was indeed a peculiar sense of humor. With such frequent celebrations, do we have enough wine and provisions? Just as Shirakawa pondered this thought, a small sea king was hoisted onto the ship by a crew member. Shirakawa's lips twitched once more. Very well, I shall pretend I thought nothing of it. Chapter 6. Ascending. When Shirakawa awoke again, it was already afternoon, and there was not a single island in sight. The ship had traversed who knows where. Aside from the navigator and a few on duty, almost no one was standing. The captain of such a pirate crew could indeed aspire to become the pirate king. It was truly a testament to absolute strength. Shirakawa chuckled ruefully and shook his head. You, my friend, may not have much strength, but your capacity for drink is impressive. At that moment, a navigator spotted him waking and jokingly scolded him with a smile. I am uncertain. Perhaps it is due to my abilities that I can swiftly restore my condition to normal. By the way, we still do not know what your devil fruit power is. Every time you use it, a gigantic sword appears in the sky. It's quite impressive. The speaker's voice carried a hint of envy, likely thinking, if only I had such a striking ability, I wouldn't still be single. I am not sure. I have even forgotten when I consumed the devil fruit. That makes sense, as you have lost your previous memories. Subsequently, the navigator departed to continue monitoring the weather, as this was the New World, where one could afford no carelessness. Bored and with Mr. Rayleigh still unconscious, Shirakawa decided to familiarize himself with his abilities. He drew a dagger, intending to test whether his injury would heal if he cut himself. However, after contemplating for a long while, he ultimately lacked the courage to make the cut. Forget it. I shall wait until I am truly injured to find out. He sheathed the dagger, resolutely refusing to admit his fear. By the way, I believe the King of Silver also possesses the ability to fly. Shirakawa recalled the King of Silver's powers in his mind. How frustrating. Inheriting abilities without the accompanying memories has left me to figure it out for myself. Shirakawa grumbled. Yet, he remained steadfastly contemplating how to take flight. He attempted a vigorous leap, but aside from achieving a notable height, he lingered in the air for perhaps a mere second. After repeated attempts, he failed to attain the desired effect, or rather, to ascend at all. Hey, Shirakawa, what are you doing? You are making quite the racket. I still need to sleep. Came a voice. I apologize, Shanks. I shall relocate, Shirakawa replied, realizing that he had disturbed Shanks. He offered an awkward smile before moving to a more secluded spot. I am determined to soar today, he declared, his resolve unwavering. As time progressed, Shirakawa found himself gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, his legs nearly devoid of sensation. How could this be? Have I not inherited the ability to fly? He lamented inwardly. At that moment, a voice pierced through his thoughts. This approach is futile. He turned to see a figure clad in sunglasses and sporting a ponytail, who had been seated beside him for an unknown duration. Spack Jabba, Shirakawa recognized him, having heard Shanks speak of this individual with notable emphasis. The third in command of the Roger Pirates, renowned alongside the Dark King Rayleigh, and an old acquaintance of Captain Roger. Their camaraderie allegedly dating back to before the formation of the Roger Pirates. Though I am uncertain of your training regimen, such blind efforts will yield no results, Jabba remarked. Then what should I do? Shirakawa inquired, keen to benefit from Jabba's formidable prowess. Who knows? Jabba chuckled heartily before rising and departing, as if his presence was merely for his own amusement. As he observed Jabba's retreating figure, Shirakawa felt an urge to kick him in frustration. Had he possessed the strength to do so? However, in any endeavor, one must consult their heart. Ponder whether the path taken is indeed correct. Consult my heart, you say? With that, Jabba left, leaving Shirakawa to stand silently, lost in profound contemplation. At some unknown moment, Shirakawa suddenly realized all surrounding sounds had gradually faded away, the crashing waves, the cries of seagulls, even the footsteps and conversations of other crew members. Everything had fallen into silence. The only sound he could perceive now was the rhythmic pounding of his own heartbeat, slowly amplifying in his ears. Thump, thump, thump. It seemed chaotic yet carried an inexplicable message. In an instant, a flash of silver light illuminated Shirakawa's mind, connecting all the fragmented pieces into a coherent revelation. So that's how it is. I understand now. Then, Shirakawa entered the state of the Silver King, his body cloaked in a radiant silver glow as the sword of Damocles materialized high in the sky. From a distance, Gabba observed the scene with a faint smile, evidently pleased with Shirakawa's performance. Is that Shirakawa again? The awake members of the Roger Pirates gazed up at the colossal sword. Though they had witnessed it twice before, astonishment still gripped them. As they marveled at the spectacle, a figure suddenly soared overhead. Is that Shirakawa? Someone stammered, nudging their companion. Why, yeah, I think so. While they had encountered flying individuals before, mostly those with avian zone abilities or the Navy's glint fruit, none among their own crew possessed such effortless aerial mobility. Even their captain could only manage prolonged hovering. Nothing as fluid as this. So it's flight. No wonder he was jumping so desperately earlier. But what does jumping have to do with flying? Gabba mused, slightly bewildered. Was someone telling him that jumping would make him fly? It's not like he was practicing moonwalk. Still, this development was favorable. It addressed a well-known weakness of the Roger Pirates, their lack of sustained high-altitude combat capability. I should remind Rayleigh to train him properly, Gabba muttered. Though the gap had been filled, the solution remained fragile, like paper, easily torn. Against Whitebeard's pineapple head or the Navy's lewd monkey face, Shirakawa would be instantly overwhelmed. Woohoo! Shirakawa whooped in exhilaration during his maiden flight. For reasons unknown, he found himself enamored with this sensation, utter freedom, unshackled and weightless, as if his entire being had been liberated. However, Shirakawa's shouts roused everyone else as well. Be quiet, you little brat. Out of nowhere, a wine bottle soared through the air, heading straight for Bai Chuan, who raised his defenses, only for them to shatter instantly. In the astonished gaze of Bai Chuan, the bottle struck him squarely on the forehead. Ack! Bai Chuan let out a wretched cry, plummeting heavily onto the deck, while the ominous sword of Damocles hanging above vanished. Is he dead? Surely not. Go check. Phew, he is not dead, merely unconscious. Chapter 7. The King's qualities. As Bai Chuan lay on the deck, his head still spinning, he wondered what on earth had just happened. The speed of the attack had been so swift that he couldn't even discern what had been hurled at him before he was struck down. Haha, Bai Chuan. That LL teach you to flaunt yourself while disturbing others' slumber. A crew member jeered at him. Yet, despite the mocking tone, there was an unmistakable hint of envy in his voice. After all, that was flight, something that some may never experience in their entire lives. Humph, Bai Chuan huffed disdainfully, unwilling to engage with him. However, this incident allowed Shirakawa to gain a profound understanding of reality. Possessing a modicum of strength does not warrant arrogance, for there are countless individuals capable of putting him in his place. By the way, who was it that hurled me just now? It must have been the first mate, as he is the only one who carries a bottle of liquor with him. Is that so? I'll remember this grudge. One day, I shall exact my revenge. You? Planning to take revenge on the first mate? You might as well wait for 800 years. To be frank, the members of the Roger Pirates hardly regard Shirakawa with any esteem. Apart from his devil fruit powers, he appears to possess little else of worth. Although they remain unaware of the true nature of Shirakawa's abilities, they surmise it cannot be particularly formidable. Once he had rested, Shirakawa once more reveled in the exhilaration of flight, though this time he was far more discreet, endeavoring to minimize any sound he might produce. TSK. That lad truly is fortunate. I too wish to soar through the skies. Observers noted Shirakawa gliding effortlessly above, their tone a blend of envy and jealousy. Well, you could always procure a Zoan-type devil fruit. With a stroke of luck, perhaps it would be an avian variety, or with even greater fortune, a mythical beast. Huh. I am acutely aware of my own luck. He shot a glance at his companion. As time passed, Shirakawa grew weary of the sensation and gently descended back onto the ship. This experience imparted a vital lesson. In all endeavors, one must act from the heart, regardless of whether it is genuine or feigned. Approximately an hour later, Rayleigh awoke and approached Shirakawa, stating, Come with me. Oh, very well. Shirakawa followed Rayleigh to a relatively spacious area, where an array of equipment littered the ground, presumably their training grounds. Since the captain has entrusted you to me, I must take some action. Fear not, first mate. I can endure any training you devise. Well, your determination is commendable. Let us begin with your devil fruit abilities. All right. From your previous confrontation with Buggy, it appears your devil fruit powers enable you to recover from bodily injuries, albeit at the cost of stamina. Is that so? I had not realized. Then allow yourself to experience it. Such an impression will be indelibly etched in your mind. With that, Rayleigh withdrew a coin from his pocket, flicked it with his fingers, and sent it hurtling towards Shirakawa's cheek. Hiss! Shirakawa inhaled sharply, feeling a sudden coolness on his face, and upon touching it, discovered he was bleeding. However, in less than a second, the blood that flowed out mysteriously returned, and the wound vanished without a trace. How do you feel? I don't feel anything, first mate. Did you perhaps misobserve? Impossible. Could it be that the wound was too small? Stay still. I shall try again. With that, Rayleigh drew the knife from his waist and approached Shirakawa. First mate, what are you doing? Calm down. You must remain composed and avoid any foolish actions. As Rayleigh advanced step by step, Shirakawa felt as though a demon was slowly closing in on him. No, don't come any closer, Shirakawa shouted. Anyone would feel fear when someone approached with a knife, especially against an opponent they could not defeat, and Shirakawa was no exception. His understanding of Rayleigh was limited to what he had seen in the animations. If Rayleigh truly intended to attack him, escape would be futile. As Shirakawa uttered his last word, an overwhelming and domineering aura erupted from him, centered around his being. Accompanying this surge, over 90% of the crew collapsed. Who unleashed the Conqueror's Haki? This was the thought racing through the minds of the crew as they fainted. On this ship, there were certainly several individuals possessing Conqueror's Haki, at least 5, by their reckoning. Key figures like Roger, Barrett, and Jabba quickly regained consciousness, their drunken stupor dispelled. As possessors of Conqueror's Haki themselves, they recognized that this powerful aura did not belong to anyone on their ship. What an unexpected discovery, Roger and Rayleigh remarked in unison. Despite being in different locations, each of them possessed observation Haki, allowing them to sense the situation, while they were perplexed by Rayleigh's intentions with the knife. The emergence of Conqueror's Haki indicated the impression Rayleigh had made on Shirakawa. This Conqueror's Haki is indeed formidable. It has awakened and is already nearly on par with Rayleigh and Barrett. With further training, he may become unrivaled in this regard aboard the ship, second only to Roger. Jabba gestured towards Roger. And with Shanks added to the mix, we now have 2 potential wielders of Conqueror's Haki among our trainees. Once they mature, what could possibly impede our progress? Roger glanced at the peacefully slumbering Shanks, shaking his head. Shanks is not yet ready, though we sense royal potential in him. Until he fully awakens, we cannot be certain. Moreover, without the 2 of them, we can still venture anywhere. True, haha. The group erupted into hearty laughter. For as long as they remained united, the Roger pirates would never taste defeat. While Roger's individual strength may not rival the 3 great powers, their collective strength was undoubtedly supreme. The captains of the Golden Lion and Whitebeard's crews could hardly be compared to the core members of the Roger pirates. I never expected you to possess Conqueror's Haki. Truly, one must not judge by appearances, Rayleigh remarked in astonishment, gazing at the now subdued Shirakawa, who appeared quite frail. Nevertheless, the necessary experiments must proceed, Rayleigh grinned ominously. No, please. Help? Haha, shout all you want. No one will come to your rescue. Even if you scream until your throat is raw. Chapter 8. The Mad Dog approaches. After enduring Rayleigh's harsh experiments, it was ultimately confirmed that his hypothesis was correct. The severity of the injury directly correlated with the stamina consumed during recovery. Minor abrasions resulted in negligible energy expenditure. Lying on the floor, Shirakawa, despite having engaged in no physical labor, merely being struck, was already drenched in sweat, unsure whether it was from exhaustion or fear. However, one could discern from the frequent rise and fall of his chest that he had indeed expended a considerable amount of energy. I have already devised your training regimen, said Rayleigh, taking a sip of his drink while observing the exhausted Baituan lying on the ground. How will we train? Although Baituan was clearly fatigued, the mere mention of Rayleigh's words stirred a sense of excitement within him. This would mark the commencement of his journey toward strength. It is quite simple. Do you see all this equipment scattered about? You can practice whatever you desire. Not only will it enhance your stamina, but it will also bolster your strength and endeavor, yielding dual benefits. And then? After a prolonged pause without further elaboration from Rayleigh, Baichuan inquired with confusion. And then? What do you mean, and then? That is all there is to it. You are being utterly irresponsible. Irresponsible? Fear not. That shall not be the case. I will oversee your training and ensure you do not slack off. If I catch you being lazy, well, you may want to consider what awaits you. A devil. A monster, Baichuan silently cursed. Just then, Rayleigh produced a wooden stick from seemingly nowhere and mercilessly struck Baichuan on the head. What are you doing? That hurts. Although Baichuan possessed the ability to heal, he still felt the sting of pain before recovery. Who told you to curse me in your thoughts? I did not. Still so defiant? Rayleigh swung the stick down once more. Do you think my observation hockey is for naught? While I may not know your exact thoughts, I can certainly discern whether they are positive or negative. Is that true? Baichuan pondered again. Indeed, it is. Upon hearing this, Baichuan's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you know what I was just thinking? Just a guess. Impressive, Baichuan remarked, giving a thumbs up. In his previous life, while watching anime, he had never realized that observation hockey possessed such an ability. Of course, one should not underestimate my prowess. The current Rayleigh retained an air of arrogance, unlike the refined demeanor he would adopt 2 decades hence. Now, begin your training. At this moment, any form of exercise will prove beneficial for you. With that, Rayleigh procured a chair and seated himself before Baichuan, watching intently. And Shanks? Shanks? He is still sleeping, thanks to you. Sleeping? Baichuan chuckled awkwardly. Then you must also teach me how to control Conqueror's Haki. Of course, since you possess such a gift, you might as well utilize it. Moreover, if you inadvertently harm your crew during your next encounter with another pirate crew, the consequences will be dire. Thus, over the ensuing 2 months, not only did Baichuan endure inhumane torment, but even the ordinary crew members of the pirate ship faced numerous episodes of mental strain. To enhance Baichuan's mastery of Conqueror's Haki, Rayleigh's methods of stimulation grew increasingly intense. This led to peculiar glances from the majority of the crew toward Baichuan, as he had become the source of their frequent fainting spells. At long last, perseverance bore fruit. After 2 months of mental pressure, Baichuan finally gained the ability to control Conqueror's Haki with ease, even directing its release as needed. Naturally, during these 2 months, he did not solely focus on Haki. His overall capabilities, strength, speed, and stamina experienced a meteoric rise. While lacking in combat techniques, he possessed an indomitable resilience. If he could confront death fearlessly in battle, then those whose strength was comparable would find themselves no match for him. However, even so, Shirakawa did not inflate with pride, for he faced the formidable Rayleigh every day. Despite his relentless training over the past 2 months, he found himself unable to keep pace. This left him uncertain of his true strength. He only knew that he had progressed from being unable to withstand a single strike from Rayleigh to being capable of enduring 3. If only my stamina remained unchanged. Shirakawa mused contentedly more than once, for while he could not increase it, he at least hoped it would not diminish. Throughout these 2 months, Shirakawa witnessed the ever-changing weather of the New World, where one moment the sky was clear and the next it transformed into a tempest of dark clouds and torrential rain, only to be followed by howling winds and blinding snow. This experience unveiled to him the harshness of nature. Each encounter with severe weather was met with solemnity by the crew, for in the New World, a significant portion of pirate crews met their demise due to natural disasters, with the most feared calamities being tsunamis and waterspouts. During one such disaster, Shirakawa finally witnessed Rayleigh in action, as a violent waterspout threatened to tear their ship apart. In an instant, Rayleigh unleashed a powerful sword aura, cleaving the once mighty waterspout in 2. Although Shirakawa could not ascertain whether Rayleigh had exerted his full strength, the impression it left on him was profound, perhaps due to the novelty of the experience. As Shirakawa lay resting on the ground, the sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the training room caught his attention, and it was evident that it was not the sound of a single individual. Could it be another bout of inclement weather? This was his immediate thought, for such occurrences often heralded bad weather. First mate, what's happening outside? Shirakawa inquired of Rayleigh. That mad dog has returned, Rayleigh replied with a wry smile. Mad dog? What mad dog? Shirakawa was somewhat perplexed, as the events of the past training period had left his mind in a whirl. Come and see for yourself, Rayleigh beckoned, leading Shirakawa out of the training room. Upon stepping outside, they found the crew poised with tension, which inevitably made Shirakawa's demeanor serious as well. What sort of enemy could create such a heavy atmosphere among the pirates? Following Rayleigh to the bow of the ship, Shirakawa beheld a dog-headed warship intercepting them not far away. Hero Carp, he exclaimed in astonishment. If the term Mad Dog did not conjure images of carp, the distinctive ship left no room for doubt. Chapter 9. Engagement. Roger, long time no see. I've been eagerly awaiting this moment. A particularly boisterous voice reached Shirakawa's ears as he laid eyes on the dog-headed warship. The distance between the two ships was at least 300 to 400 meters. Yet Carp's voice managed to drown out the crashing waves against the hull. Carp, I wish to see you as little as possible. Your presence disgusts me. And we only met 2 months ago. Roger's voice boomed back defiantly. Is that so? I must have forgotten, Carp retorted, casually picking his nose and flicking the contents into the sea. Carp, you truly are my nemesis, Roger muttered darkly, unable to comprehend why Carp relentlessly pursued him, even with formidable foes like the Golden Lion and Whitebeard in play. Immediately thereafter, Roger raised his sword high from the bow of the ship and proclaimed, Crewmates, prepare for battle. A chorus of enthusiastic responses erupted from the pirate crew, igniting a fervor in Shirakawa as well. However, just as his fervor ignited, it was extinguished by a single individual, as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, leaving him chilled to the core, yet somehow uplifted. You stay back there. We are not yet at the point where the trainee crew members need to intervene, said Rayleigh, having unexpectedly grasped Shirakawa by the collar from behind. What is wrong with trainee crew members? They too must exert themselves for the pirate crew, Shirakawa retorted. No need for that. Your presence here would only create chaos for us, and we would have to divide our attention to keep you safe. I do not require your protection. That is not up for debate. Rayleigh's stance was resolute. He simply would not allow Shirakawa to enter the fray. Very well, Shirakawa conceded, as if resigned to his fate. Bucky, keep a close watch on Shanks and Shirakawa. If anything goes awry, it will be on you. Rest assured, first mate, I will fulfill my duty, Bucky proclaimed with a puffed chest and raised head. Rayleigh was well aware of Shanks' temperament. He was one who could not remain idle, itched for battle, and craved action. As for Bucky's disposition, all crew members knew that unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he would not step onto the battlefield. Although Rayleigh was uncertain whether Bucky could effectively manage both Shanks and Shirakawa, there was no time to ponder such matters. Carp was already advancing. A barrage of cannonballs rained down upon the Roger pirates, unmistakably not launched from conventional artillery. Carp's strength remained as formidable as ever. The crew members sprang into action, employing knives, firearms, and fists, ensuring not a single cannonball struck the vessel. Enough watching. Let us quickly find a place to hide, Bucky urged the two, eager to vacate this perilous location. Should they find themselves adrift in the vast ocean, the only refuge would be within the ship's confines. Reluctantly, Shirakawa and Shanks were ushered into a small room, from which they could only observe the chaos through a tiny pane of glass. As the distance between the ships diminished, the two sides commenced boarding combat. The first to charge was Carp, met head-on by Roger and Rayleigh, the captain and first mate, uniting their strengths to confront the beast. Barrett, on the other hand, found himself entangled with a female Navy officer, their juxtaposition resembling a scene from Beauty and the Beast, as she barely reached his waist. Yet, her demeanor revealed that she was not to be trifled with. Who was that formidable female Navy officer battling Barrett? Shirakawa inquired of Shanks. Her name is Tsuru. I forget whether she holds the rank of Rear Admiral or Vice Admiral. Is she truly Tsuru? Shirakawa had not recognized her, for Tsuru's current appearance starkly contrasted with the frail, silver-haired figure he had in mind. Do not be deceived by her slight stature. That would be a grave error. Her devil fruit abilities are nothing short of terrifying. Even Barrett dares not let himself be struck. As Shirakawa observed closely, he noticed Barrett employing a cunning trap against Tsuru, deftly evading her assaults. By the way, who is that crew member engaged with the ice-wielding Navy officer? His prowess is remarkable. The ice-wielding Navy officer was none other than the future Admiral Akiji, yet Shirakawa could not recall the name of the crew member wielding the sword. Your memory truly fails you. Did I not introduce him to you? Shanks cast a disparaging glance at Shirakawa. Is that so? I seem to have forgotten, Shirakawa replied sheepishly. His name is Sikarl. Though he appears somewhat portly, his speed is commendable, ranking among the top 5 aboard the ship. Surprising, indeed. Observe a while longer. The one wielding ice is no match for Sikarl. True to Shanks' assertion, mere moments later, Akiji bore several wounds, blood trickling from his lips, indicating internal injury. In stark contrast, Sikarl, though slightly breathless, showed no signs of injury. Nevertheless, the Navy officer showed no inclination to retreat. He grew increasingly emboldened, despite his mounting wounds. That Navy officer is quite impressive. Indeed, the captain has remarked that he embodies the true essence of a Navy officer, barring unforeseen events. He is destined to become an admiral. The captain possesses a remarkable ability to predict who will ascend to such ranks. Such predictions are not mere whims. We have interacted with that Navy officer on several occasions, establishing a mutual understanding. The battle on board had been ongoing for a while. Yet Shirakawa and Shanks could only watch helplessly, a sensation of discomfort washing over them. Shirakawa was particularly eager to validate the extent of his progress over the past 2 months. "Shirakawa," Shanks called softly. "What is it?" Shirakawa turned, puzzled, only to catch Shanks signaling to Bucky, and he quickly grasped Shanks' intent. "Very well." Then, Shanks and Shirakawa faced Bucky, their expressions morphing into sinister smiles. "What are you two plotting?" Bucky sensed their intent and inwardly lamented, yet he maintained a facade of bravado. "I must inform you that the first mate has entrusted both of you to my care. I am in charge here." "Indeed, you may be in charge. But if you cannot speak, then we shall take command." "No, please not that." As he beheld their expressions, Shirakawa was reminded of himself from 2 months prior. It is precisely for this reason that Shirakawa feels compelled to act in such a manner, perhaps to satiate certain dark whims lurking within his heart. Chapter 10. The battle concludes. Rayleigh, go assist the others. I'll take care of Garp, Roger stated after engaging in combat for a while. Understood, Captain. Roger was the type of individual who thrived slowly. Even in the midst of battle, his strength gradually intensified with the passage of time. In stark contrast, Garp was an individual capable of unleashing his full power at any moment. From the outset, he fought with complete fervor, and aside from Whitebeard, few could withstand such ferocity. Once Rayleigh exited the battlefield, he swiftly made his way to the other fronts, for the conflict was raging aboard their ship, and the longer it dragged on, the greater the destruction inflicted upon their vessel. Meanwhile, Shirakawa and Shanks surveyed their handiwork, a satisfied smile gracing their faces. Buggy had lost consciousness, having been knocked out by Shanks and Shirakawa. "Shanks, will this be all right?" The two concealed Buggy in a most secretive location, effectively sealing his mouth with tape. "Of course. It's perfectly fine. I've done this several times before," Shanks replied nonchalantly, a hint of pride in his tone. "Is this truly something to take pride in?" Shirakawa mused inwardly. Indeed, Buggy's plight was rather unfortunate. When it was just Shanks, Buggy was unable to contend with him, and now with Shirakawa's involvement, he stood no chance whatsoever. Furthermore, Shirakawa presented an innocuous facade, yet who could fathom the darkness that mirrored Shanks within him? Although the Roger pirates and Garp's navy had an established camaraderie, when it came time to act, they would not hesitate to strike, showing no mercy. Who would have thought there was a child and a weakling aboard this ship? As the two emerged, a voice rang out. The child was undoubtedly Shanks, while the remaining weakling could only refer to Shirakawa. "Weakling, are you speaking of me?" Shirakawa retorted, irritation creeping into his voice. "If you had said that 2 months ago, I might have accepted it, but now, absolutely not. I may not be at the pinnacle, but I am certainly no longer the bottom. Indeed, I speak of you, with that feeble appearance. I truly wonder how you managed to join the Roger pirates." "How did I join? Let me tell you, I earned my place through sheer strength." With swift determination, Shirakawa advanced towards the naval officer, his speed escalating as he swung his fist in a powerful strike. "Weakling, you truly are weak. Your attack trajectory is painfully obvious." The naval officer chuckled lightly, raising his sword to cleave at Shirakawa's hand. However, the outcome left him astounded. As the blade met Shirakawa's fist, the gruesome scene the Navy officer anticipated did not materialize. Instead, the sword shattered upon impact, half of it flying away. How is this possible? Is it hockey? No, it can't be. Could it be some sort of devil fruit? However, Shirakawa did not afford the naval officer a moment to ponder. Instead, he delivered a powerful blow to his head, distorting his face and sending several teeth flying from his mouth. With a dazed expression, the officer promptly lost consciousness. "Wow, Shirakawa, have you become so formidable that you fear no blade?" Shanks had genuinely felt a twinge of anxiety for Shirakawa moments earlier, but witnessing him shatter the sword was nothing short of astonishing. Could it be that this is a manifestation of my abilities? "Oh, what kind of devil fruit have you consumed to possess such extraordinary power?" I'm not quite sure myself. For those whose strength pales in comparison to Shirakawa, even their physical might is insufficient to breach his defenses, a truth he had recently tested against Buggy over the past month. Presently, even without activating his defensive capabilities, Shirakawa found himself impervious to Buggy's attempts. However, this is only effective against those whose strength is vastly inferior to his own. In the case of opponents of comparable prowess, Baichuan's physical form remains susceptible to easy destruction. As for the naval officer, despite his imposing stature, it was evident that he was lacking in substance. He was likely one of the weaker members of the Navy, otherwise he would not be lurking here in secrecy, avoiding the battlefield. The two resumed their advance towards the fray, only to discover that the conflict had escalated to a fever pitch. The Navy's disadvantage had become glaringly apparent, and if the fighting persisted, their defeat was all but assured, particularly in the absence of Carp. At this moment, Carp had been lured by Roger to a more distant island, ensuring the safety of his pirate crew's departure. Once the Navy, deprived of Carp's presence, retreated, Roger would swiftly devise a means to extricate himself from Carp's entanglement and return. Vice Admiral Crane, we must withdraw, a sword-wielding rear admiral remarked, having retreated to Crane's side to withstand Barrett's strike alongside her. Indeed, Crane replied, her observation hockey no longer sensing Carp's presence, clearly indicating that Roger had drawn him away. Order the sailors to retreat. Yes, Vice Admiral. The rear admiral took a few steps back and commanded the sailors, all personnel, return to the warship. Upon hearing this command, the sailors rallied with renewed vigor and began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Shanks and Baichuan, having dispatched a few naval soldiers, caught wind of the retreat order. Is your combat time with the Navy always this brief? Baichuan inquired of Shanks, witnessing the Navy's withdrawal without intent to pursue. This is only the case against Carp's fleet. Other naval fleets might engage for a longer duration. If it were against someone like Whitebeard, we might be embroiled in battle for days on end. Oh, I see. The current strength of the Roger pirates could easily subdue the Navy lacking Carp, yet they deemed it unnecessary and unwise to do so. Should they leave any of them behind, Carp would undoubtedly unleash his wrath, resulting in an unrelenting pursuit akin to a mad dog. As the Navy departed, an astonishing scene caught Shirakawa's eye. A handful of pirates and naval officers were waving goodbye to each other with a sense of reluctance, exchanging words akin to "until we meet again." This harmonious tableau elicited a twitch at the corner of Shirakawa's mouth as he helplessly remarked, "Haha. You'll get used to it eventually." Meanwhile, Roger and Garp had been engaged in a fierce battle on a desolate island for the better part of the day. Calculating the time, it seemed the Navy had also retreated. With a powerful strike, Roger sent Garp flying, swiftly retreating in the process. "Are you running away, Roger?" Garp bellowed, his eyes wide with disbelief at Roger's retreating figure. "Indeed, Garp, I am running away. I hope you won't pursue me any longer. I truly do not wish to see you again." Garp's voice boomed. "That is not acceptable, Roger. When we meet next time, I will personally escort you to Impel Down." "Haha, if you can manage that, then do give it a try." Since Roger was slightly faster than Garp, this was the reason he had always managed to escape unharmed. A try is a try. After shouting this, Garp sat down, realizing that if Roger was determined to flee, he would indeed be unable to catch up. He merely waited for his subordinates to locate him, for his life card was in Suru's possession. Chapter 11. The Forgotten Buggy. About a quarter of an hour after the Navy's departure, the captain finally returned, utilizing a technique reminiscent of the Navy's moonwalk. "How is it?" Rayleigh inquired, tossing a bottle of liquor at the captain as he landed on the ship. "He seems to have grown stronger." The captain replied after gulping down a hearty swig and wiping the remnants from his lips with his sleeve. "Haha, of course. Garp sails the seas daily in pursuit of you, encountering numerous battles. If he hadn't grown stronger, that would be truly astonishing. And besides, you have also grown considerably stronger, haven't you? Indeed, if I don't put in the effort, I might one day find myself captured by him." To commemorate the captain's successful return, the entire crew held a grand feast. "Shanks, have we forgotten something?" As the merriment continued, Shirakawa felt a nagging sense of forgetfulness and turned to Shanks. "Forgotten? I don't think so," Shanks, slightly inebriated, responded without a second thought. "Well, then, it seems there is nothing." Thus, the unfortunate Buggy was left forgotten in a corner. "Ha ha ha, Buggy, we are truly sorry for forgetting you." Time swiftly passed to midday the next day, where Buggy stood before Shanks and Shirakawa, his face contorted in anger. "Forgotten? You not only knocked me out but also left me behind. Have you no shame?" In response to Buggy's accusations, Shirakawa and Shanks could only offer awkward smiles, for they were indeed in the wrong. The story of how Buggy was discovered began that very morning. Awakening groggily, Buggy attempted to stretch but found himself immobilized, his mouth sealed. Memories of the previous day came rushing back. He crawled across the deck like a caterpillar until someone finally noticed him. Buggy, what are you doing? Are you coming up with a new game? Just as Buggy felt utterly exhausted, a gentle voice, reminiscent of an angel, reached his ears. Please. Untie me, Buggy mumbled, signaling with his eyes toward the ropes binding him. What do you want to say? Do you want everyone to see you? I think not. While your game is quite creative, it does seem rather embarrassing. The pirate shook his head, denying Buggy's request. What are you saying? Enough with the nonsense. Just untie me. All right, since you are sincerely asking, I shall assist you. Buggy nodded vigorously, thinking, finally someone understands me. Wait here. I'll fetch someone for you. Though not many are awake yet, it should be enough for an audience. An audience? Hey, wait, don't leave. As he watched the individual walk away, Buggy's heart sank once more. At that moment, he suddenly heard a commotion of footsteps, reigniting the hope that had just dwindled. Look, there's Buggy. He probably wants to show us how to save himself, the same pirate exclaimed to his bewildered companions. Oh, I see. Buggy, go ahead and perform. Perform? What the heck? Just as he uttered these words, Buggy fainted from sheer frustration. Buggy, what's wrong? Are you all right? Oh no, he has passed out. Thus, Buggy was eventually rescued, marking a dramatic turn of events that morning. The instigator of this drama was still nursing a hangover. After a round of admonishments, Buggy finally calmed down. You two have gone a bit too far this time. We apologize, Captain. We recognize our mistake. The one who had just scolded them was Roger. He allowed his crew to indulge in mischief aboard his ship, but only within limits. If Buggy had been so resilient, he might have been driven to despair. Rest assured, Captain, we shall not repeat this, Shanks and Shirakawa promised in unison. Although the verbal reprimand had concluded, due to the severity of the incident, the two were sentenced to a month of cleaning duties. No objections, Captain, they reported. Very well. Phew, they had narrowly escaped a severe punishment. After Roger's departure, both of them sighed in relief. This is all your fault, Shirakawa. If you hadn't forgotten, we wouldn't have faced such punishment. At that moment, Shanks turned his complaints toward Shirakawa. My fault? Why should I be blamed? If you hadn't come up with that idea, we wouldn't have acted this way. Moreover, you didn't remember either. I refuse to listen. I don't care, it's all your fault. Is this really you, Shanks? Seeing Shanks throwing a tantrum, Shirakawa was momentarily taken aback, squatting down to pinch his cheek. Though Shanks was often childish, his nature was carefree, yet at that moment, he resembled a petulant child. Don't touch me. I'm only 13. If you bully me, I'll tell the captain. Shanks swatted Shirakawa's hand away. 13? You're only 13? Shirakawa exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. Speaking of which, we don't even know how old you are. I'm also 13. By Chuan. With an unflinching demeanor and a hint of embarrassment in his slightly askew gaze, refrained from making direct eye contact with Shanks. It was rather amusing that he could not conjure a more plausible excuse for his deception, towering over Shanks by more than a head. It was implausible that he was merely 13 years old. In truth, Bai Chuan was merely reluctant to disclose his actual age, which far surpassed Shanks's, although his prowess did not significantly eclipse that of the latter. Thus, Shanks and Bai Chuan toiled for an entire month, diligently cleaning the ship, a task that proved more exhausting than Bai Chuan's training sessions. The vessel seemed to have never been cleaned, aside from the areas touched by seawater. Thick layers of dust accumulated almost everywhere except on the sleeping quarters. To add insult to injury, they were subjected to Buggy's incessant ridicule, which only deepened the score Bai Chuan had with him, one he eagerly awaited to settle in due course. By the way, Shanks, who was responsible for cleaning before us? I truly wish to lodge a complaint, he mused. There was anyone before, was there? Just as I thought. Chapter 12, The Study of Swordsmanship Today. The sun shone brightly, the weather was splendid, and all the crew members moved about in an orderly fashion. Among them, Bai Chuan, bare-chested and wielding a blade, diligently practiced his strikes. This endeavor traces back to 2 days prior. First mate, I wish to learn swordsmanship, he declared one evening after dinner, slightly inebriated. As he approached Rayleigh. Oh, what prompts this desire to learn swordsmanship? Rayleigh inquired, slightly taken aback. Over time, he had come to understand that Bai Chuan was easily contented. Although he persevered during training, he would invariably seize any opportunity to rest, unlike Shanks, who was the type to persist relentlessly until utterly exhausted, rarely allowing himself a moment's respite. In the 3 months of training, Bai Chuan had never voiced a request to Rayleigh. Thus the first time he did so piqued Rayleigh's curiosity. Because I aspire to become a great swordsman. In Bai Chuan's memories, The most vivid image of a great swordsman involved cleaving ships, icebergs, and meteors with a single stroke, an image embodied by none other than Dracula Mihawk. Oh? You wish to become the world's greatest swordsman? Not at all. Why not? Nearly every swordsman's ambition is to claim the title. What sets you apart? Well, first mate. Were you aiming to become the world's greatest swordsman when you trained? I was not. My sole aim was to survive, Rayleigh replied, a glimmer of nostalgia reflecting in his glasses. He too was a seeker of freedom. Otherwise, he would not have acquiesced, albeit reluctantly, when Roger brought him aboard. At that time, both he and Roger were not particularly strong, their current prowess honed through countless life-and-death battles. Much of Rayleigh's swordsmanship was self-taught, and he now stood as a testament to the strength he had once scarcely dared to imagine before setting sail. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently become a master swordsman. Yet he found himself disinterested in the title of the world's greatest. His singular ambition now was to elevate Roger to that esteemed throne. After all, why not? It would serve to enhance his own existence. Moreover, what a burden it would be to be the world's best, facing relentless challenges from swordsmen across the globe daily. Wouldn't it be far more pleasant to indulge in some well-deserved rest instead? Ha ha ha, my young friend. This is the first time I feel such a kinship with you. Rayleigh chuckled heartily, patting Bai Chuan on the shoulder and filling his cup to the brim with wine. However, my swordsmanship is lethal. Are you still eager to learn? Is swordsmanship not also meant to save lives? Besides, whether a sword kills or spares is determined not by the weapon itself, but by the wielder. If I wish to kill, it shall kill. If I wish to spare, it shall not. Ha ha, well said. Then from tomorrow, you shall commence your sword training with me. Thank you, Vice Captain. Thus, for the next few days, Bai Chuan tirelessly practiced swordsmanship aboard the ship, monotonous and exhausting, each movement repeated over 1,000 times daily. Shanks. Just look at Bai Chuan. He resembles someone freshly emerged from the sea, all drenched. Bucky remarked to Shanks, observing the spectacle. These two had become the ship's mischief makers, always present where there was commotion. However, it was unfortunate that Shirakawa overheard this conversation quite clearly. Bucky, what did you just say? I said Shirakawa looks like he just came out of the sea. At this moment, Bucky seemed oblivious to who had spoken. Is that so? Then let me give you a taste of that feeling. Suddenly, Bucky felt himself being lifted, and only then did he realize it was Shirakawa who had picked him up. Hey, Shirakawa, what are you doing? Put me down. Observing Bucky's flailing antics, Shirakawa's heart remained unfazed, while Shanks chuckled quietly beside him. Bucky, you claim you can't defeat Shirakawa, yet you still provoke him. A crew member, witnessing Bucky's comical state, laughed at him. Mind your own business. Bucky shouted back. Haha, all right, I won't meddle. Suit yourself. The man waved dismissively, though his sideways glances betrayed his amusement. Shirakawa approached the edge of the ship and extended Bucky over the railing. What are you doing, Shirakawa? Let me go? All right, I'm releasing you now. With that, Shirakawa let go, and with a whoosh, Bucky plunged straight into the sea. Ha ha! Laughter erupted from the ship. In the midst of this tedious voyage, it served as a delightful distraction. Ha ha ha, Bucky, now you truly look like someone just emerging from the sea. You bunch of bastards. Pull me back up. Bucky shouted in exasperation from the water. Still daring to insult us? Well then, you can linger there for a while. Perhaps when we feel like it, we might haul you back up. Although it was uncertain who eventually pulled him out, Bucky indeed emerged, dripping wet. Captain, I see the next island. Really? That's wonderful. The navigator's announcement invigorated everyone on board. For 3 months, they had either been at sea or on deserted islets. And for some, it felt utterly suffocating. Finally, they could see other people. As the crew immersed themselves in thoughts about what to do upon reaching the island, they prepared to disembark. However, they should remember the principles of our ship, right? Of course, Captain. The code of the Roger Pirates is that one must pay for goods. Whatever the activity, no coercion is allowed, and transactions must be consensual. It could be said that the Roger Pirates lacked nothing but money. Are you really a pirate crew? Upon hearing this rule for the first time, Shirakawa looked at Shanks in bewilderment. The Straw Hat crew was already peculiar enough to be called pirates. Yet Roger's crew seemed equally eccentric. Was this the legacy of the Pirate King? Haha, don't mind the details. Everyone on board appeared accustomed to such regulations, though it was uncertain what they would become without Roger's oversight. Chapter 13. The Island of Turmoil. The moment they set foot on the island, Roger, Rayleigh, and others with keen observation skills noticed an immediate change in atmosphere, becoming somewhat grave. Captain, first mate, is there something wrong with this island? One who had noticed their expressions inquired. Not really, just that the atmosphere here feels rather oppressive. In any case, be cautious while you move about. Rest assured, Captain. We will be careful. Leaving behind a few strong members to guard the ship, the rest went ashore to explore freely. Not far from their landing point lay a town. And the group ventured in. Upon first sight of the town, Shirakawa's expression shifted. The place was dilapidated. The homes were rudimentary, barely shielding against the rain. And the people wore tattered clothing, patched in numerous places, their figures gaunt and emaciated. As they entered, some townsfolk appeared timid, while others exhibited a wild glint in their eyes. Captain, it seems a bit ominous to stay here, Bucky cautiously remarked, as these individuals appeared quite intimidating to him. Shirakawa remained vigilant, and just then, a man suddenly brandished a dagger and lunged at him frantically. As the assailant charged, Shirakawa's expression changed slightly. He seized the man's wrist and executed a shoulder throw, rendering him unconscious. Shirakawa, you were too rough, Roger admonished him. I apologize, Captain. I will be more mindful next time. Shirakawa was puzzled. Among so many people, why had that individual singled him out? The earlier attack seemed to act as a signal. As more armed individuals began to converge upon them, most of them fixing their gazes on Shirakawa. Hey, why are you looking at me? I haven't done anything to wrong you. Even someone as composed as Shirakawa felt a twinge of anxiety under their fierce stares. They are not targeting you. It is their hatred for the nobility of this country. Nobility? What does that have to do with me? I'm not one of them. Perhaps it's because your demeanor resembles that of the nobility. Although Shirakawa had integrated well with the Roger pirates, his inherent aura could not be concealed. Is it my fault for having a noble air? Just knock them out. No need to be overly forceful. Understood, Captain. Shirakawa stepped forward, his eyes narrowing slightly as a wave of conqueror's haki emanated from him. In an instant, all those surrounding him fell unconscious. This was a controlled display, otherwise. These individuals could have easily succumbed to the overwhelming force of his haki. Their spirits were fragile, clearly having endured prolonged mental oppression, making them ill-equipped to withstand even a moderate level of haki. Let us move on. We cannot glean any useful information in such a town. Thus, the group continued their journey for nearly 2 days, ultimately arriving at a somewhat more prosperous city. Let's split up and blend in. Try not to attract too much attention. Aye, Captain. Shortly thereafter, Shirakawa, Bucky, and Shanks formed a trio and entered the city. The lively atmosphere of the marketplace dazzled Shirakawa. This was what a city ought to resemble. Though the locals weren't dressed extravagantly, they appeared neat and tidy, and all essential facilities were present. Let's head to a tavern, Shanks suggested, knowing that for a drinker, the tavern was the best place. Sure, Bucky readily agreed. They soon found a tavern on a secluded street, only to unexpectedly encounter a familiar face, First Mate Rayleigh. First Mate, what are you doing here? Aren't you with the captain? Nonsense, of course. We are here to indulge in some drinks. Roger, I have no idea where we should go next. Shanks and Buggy each ordered a mug of beer, while Shirakawa opted for a fruit wine. During their drinking session, they gleaned some information about the island from the owner. The island is vast, yet it is home to 3 nations that are in a constant state of conflict, resulting in rampant suffering and financial ruin for the populace. The civilians bear the brunt of these wars, not only having to pay taxes but often being forcibly conscripted onto the battlefield. This has fostered deep resentment among the common folk towards the nobility, as these conflicts are primarily instigated by the aristocrats, who also send their agents to collect taxes. So, First Mate, were you already aware of the situation on this island? I knew a little upon our arrival. We sensed that a war had erupted in a certain area here, but I didn't have detailed information, which is why I advised you all to be cautious. However, it seems that as long as we avoid the heart of the battlefield, we should be relatively safe. By the way, First Mate, how long are we expected to stay on this island? Who knows? We can depart once the recording pointer indicates the next island's magnetic field is complete. It could take a month or even a year. A year? Is it really that long? Shirakawa asked in astonishment. What did you expect? Of course. If you had a permanent pointer for the next island, you could inform the captain, and if he permits, we could leave at any time. Well then, I suppose that's out of the question. I don't possess such an item. Then we shall have to wait here, casually remarked Rayleigh. After a few rounds of drinks, the group began to feel somewhat inebriated and decided to find an inn to rest. Just as they stepped outside, a figure suddenly collided into Shirakawa's arms, leaving him momentarily dazed, with the person still clinging to him. Miss, we haven't been introduced yet. Your actions seem rather inappropriate, Shirakawa said, looking down to see a woman. Shut up, came a muffled voice from her embrace. Looks like you have quite the luck, Shirakawa. Rayleigh teased with a hint of jealousy, having clearly witnessed how the girl had aimed for him but changed course at the last moment. Indeed. Being handsome seems to have its advantages, Shirakawa replied, attempting to defend himself. Shut up, the voice echoed again. All right, I'll be quiet. After a brief stalemate, a group of soldiers rushed past them, appearing to be searching for someone. Madam, now that those individuals have departed, might you consider releasing me? Shirakawa said stiffly, as he had never experienced such an embrace before. The lady murmured, lifting her head and exhaling deeply. They're finally gone. Thank you, handsome. As she raised her gaze, Shirakawa found himself momentarily entranced. He hadn't truly seen her features before, but now he felt it was quite a fortunate encounter. No need for thanks. By the way, I'm Catherine. What shall I call you, handsome? Adolf K. Shirakawa. You may simply call me Shirakawa. Shirakawa. That name suits you quite well. You may call me Lin as well. By the way, Lin, why were they after you? Judging by their attire, they appeared to be soldiers of this country. Have you committed some sort of offense? Not at all. Rather, it's because I am not a citizen of this nation that they sought to capture me. Oh, I see. From this statement, Shirakawa deduced that Catherine was either lying or concealing significant information, as they too were not from this land yet had not faced any pursuit. Hey, you two lovebirds. Mind your surroundings? We are still here, Rayleigh interjected, his voice tinged with sarcasm. Haha, my apologies for forgetting you, Shirakawa replied sheepishly, though he had not genuinely forgotten them. Merely jesting. Suddenly, a peculiar noise interrupted the gathering, causing all eyes to turn towards Catherine. Hee, it's been a while since I've eaten. I'm a bit hungry, sorry about that. Then let us dine, having only indulged in drink thus far. They all agreed, and made their way to the bustling street, taking care to disguise Catherine's appearance to prevent her from being recognized. This is truly unbecoming, Catherine thought, though she couldn't quite discern how she looked now. She was certain it was far from flattering. Just endure it. It's better than being chased, someone suggested. That's true. During their meal, despite Catherine's hunger, she was still a typical woman and couldn't consume much. She soon felt full, leaving the remaining time to observe the other for devouring their food, plates stacking ever higher. Are you even human? Catherine exclaimed in astonishment. What else with that tone? Is this how you speak to your saviors? Shirakawa replied, his mouth full of food, his words barely intelligible. Although there was a cook aboard their ship, the meals were merely average compared to a professional chef's fare. Before such delectable dishes, not indulging would be a disservice to his palate. I apologize, it's just that I've never seen anyone eat with such zeal, she remarked. Taken aback. It's because we possess great strength. Those with formidable abilities tend to have hearty appetites. Is that so? Indeed. After a satisfying meal, the four of them all burped in unison, Buggy and Shanks wearing expressions of contentment. This establishment is quite splendid. We should make a point to return here in the future, Shanks remarked. Wait, are you not from here? Catherine asked, surprised by Shanks' comment. You're only just realizing this? I thought you were aware already, Shirakawa said, casually picking at his teeth with a toothpick. Well, you didn't mention it. So how was I to know? Catherine exclaimed, her voice rising and startling nearby diners. Oh, my apologies. Please continue your meal, she quickly added, noticing her volume and addressing the surrounding patrons. You must be cautious. You are likely a wanted fugitive in this nation, one of them warned. That's hardly our fault, she retorted. While one may eat indiscriminately, one must choose words wisely. Don't blame us for your lack of wit. I cannot afford to be angry. I must remain composed. Taking several deep breaths, Catherine reassured herself. Since you are not from this country, which nation do you belong to? We belong to no nation. To be precise, we are not from this island. Are you saying you came from outside the island? Catherine exclaimed in astonishment. Is that true? Of course it is. What benefit would we gain from deceiving you? Wow, you're alive. Catherine approached Bai Chuan and poked his face, which felt soft. Well, obviously it's alive. Could it possibly be dead? Bai Chuan retorted, swatting her hand away. And what about that child's nose? You outsiders are truly peculiar, Catherine remarked, pointing at Buggy's red nose. I don't know if it's real. You could ask him yourself, but such individuals are rare to us. By the way, have you really never seen anyone from beyond this island growing up? No living person, but I've encountered many corpses that washed ashore, victims of shipwrecks. So you've never sailed outside? My father said the waters beyond are perilous and the weather is exceedingly harsh, making it unsuitable for navigation. We've sent many to explore the outside world, but none have returned. That's true. Those lacking strength could perish at any moment beneath the waves. So how did you arrive here? Of course, we came by ship. Do you think we swam here? Baichuan looked at her as if she were simple-minded. I know you came by ship, but I meant how did you manage to do so safely? It is because we are strong. No hardship can deter us now. Could you tell me what the outside world is like? Certainly. Baichuan shared his experiences from the past 3 months, with Shanks and Buggy occasionally chiming in. Wow. I wish I could go out too. Don't you have any means of communication with the outside world? None. In areas with severe weather, newsbirds cannot reach. At this, Rayleigh explained to Baichuan, just like this island, the surrounding waters must have treacherous weather. Hearing this, Baichuan recalled their journey, halfway to the island. They encountered a stretch of particularly harsh weather. Even trained newsbirds would struggle in such conditions. How about this? If the opportunity arises, I will take you for a tour outside. Really? Indeed. Chapter 15. 3 years needed? After exiting the restaurant, they noticed a crowd gathered around a bulletin board not far away, most of them whispering to one another as if discussing something, with a few appearing contemplative. Hey, is that person up there you? Upon approaching the bulletin board, they discovered a wanted poster featuring Ketherin, offering a bounty of 10 million berries. It really is you. Your identity is quite extraordinary. Seeing Ketherin silent, Baichuan took it as an affirmation. Princess of the Moor Kingdom, TSK. A bounty this high must mean you belong to a high-ranking enemy faction. Baichuan regarded her with a knowing gaze. Why are you looking at me like that? You don't intend to turn me in for the reward, do you? Ketherin exclaimed, clutching herself tightly with wide eyes. Am I a worm in your belly? How could I know what you were thinking? That is not acceptable. You promised to take me to see the outside world. You can't go back on your word. Did I say that? You did, just a moment ago. Ketherin was genuinely frightened. If her identity were exposed by Baichuan and the others, escaping would be impossible. I truly regret it now. For you, I missed out on 10 million berries. So, does that mean you won't report me? Haha, look how scared you are. I was just joking. You scoundrel, go die? Ketherin angrily struck Baichuan on the back of his head. But when her hand made contact with Baichuan's head, it elicited a yelp. Is your head made of iron? That hurt. I suggest you take a good look around you. Ketherin looked up and realized she had become the center of attention. Just now, your voice attracted everyone's attention. Look at that woman. She seems to be the one on the wanted poster. Oh, you're right. Then what are we waiting for? Capture her. Suddenly, a throng of people rushed towards them with gleaming eyes. Run, Ketherin shouted, immediately grabbing Baichuan and attempting to break through the encirclement. Baichuan seized Shanks, who held onto Buggy, who in turn grasped Rayleigh, making Ketherin the only one truly exerting effort. This drew the attention of even more onlookers as the number of pursuers increased. That must be the first mate and Baichuan, a member of the Roger Pirates, noted, turning to his companion. It's them. But what have they done to warrant being chased by the guards and citizens? Who knows? Should we help? No need. Didn't you see that no one else has acted? Besides, they pose no threat to the first mate. True, let's continue our fun. The two resumed their playful banter about where to go next. These ungrateful fellows, they muttered as they passed by. Buggy complained without hesitation. Shanks, let go of my hand. This has nothing to do with me. Haha, sorry, but I'm being pulled by Baichuan too. Don't you think this is amusing? Shanks laughed. Amusing? What nonsense. It's dangerous. Let go. You lot attract attention while the first mate and I can escape. If that's the case, then I definitely can't let go. Am I right, Baichuan? You're correct, and make sure Buggy holds onto the first mate tightly. As long as he is with us, we're safe. Hearing this, Buggy quickly secured his grip on the first mate. Don't worry, he said, but suddenly noticed one of his hands was empty. Turning around, he found Rayleigh had vanished. Sorry, Shanks, Baichuan. The first mate seems to have gotten lost. What? Baichuan quickly halted, pulling Ketherin back from her flight. That Rayleigh, running off without us. How inconsiderate. Baichuan grumbled. What should we do, Baichuan? Will we get caught? Among this group, Shirakawa possesses the strongest prowess, naturally becoming the cornerstone of their efforts. Haha, you rascals. Continue your antics. I shall not indulge you any longer, for I must seek out the young lady, Rayleigh murmured to himself while observing the four from a higher rooftop, subsequently departing with a lewd grin. Fear not, witness as I swiftly incapacitate them, Shirakawa declared to Buggy, asserting that the Conqueror's haki was precisely meant for such moments. Stepping before the trio, Shirakawa unleashed a torrent of Conqueror's haki without restraint, launching an indiscriminate assault. In an instant, all obstacles before him collapsed, including several members of the Roger Pirates. Is this sensation emanating from Shirakawa? Was the final thought of the unconscious pirates. This fellow is truly not one to be trifled with, Rayleigh mused wryly, doubting that Shirakawa could not escape without employing Haki. What is happening here? Catherine exclaimed, her wide eyes reflecting her astonishment as the lively individuals around them suddenly fell silent, unsure if they were merely unconscious or worse. They have simply fainted. Now, let us make haste. We must flee before reinforcements arrive, she urged. Agreed. The four entered a clothing store, donning new attire and applying peculiar makeup. What should we do now? We shall take it one step at a time, replied Shirakawa. Can you escort me home? Catherine implored the group. Take you home? Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused us? Buggy retorted angrily. I apologize. It is my fault for tiring you. But you are the only ones I can trust now, Catherine lamented, her demeanor appearing somewhat pitiful, though one could not tell if it was feigned. We cannot linger. As soon as the log records the next island's magnetic force, we must depart. That should not pose a problem, as it will take 3 years for you to record the next island's magnetic force. What? 3 years? The trio queried in unison, for 3 years was an interminable duration. Neither Shanks nor Buggy had ever encountered an island requiring such a lengthy record. Indeed, 3 years, this is no secret here. Simply inquire, and you shall learn. Chapter 16. Seek a local guide. What shall we do for 3 years? Are we to wait here for that long? Shirakawa asked Buggy and Shanks, bewildered. Never encountered such a situation before, they admitted. Previously, we only stayed 3 or 4 months on an island. Hold on, Shanks. Do you recall an island earlier that required a year's magnetic record? Yet we departed after merely 2 months, Buggy suddenly recalled. Now that you mention it. I do remember something of the sort, Shanks conceded. How did you leave without completing the magnetic record then? It seems the captain acquired a permanent log pointer for the next island. A permanent log pointer? One that exclusively records the direction of a specific island. Regardless of your location? Shanks clarified, noticing Shirakawa's confusion. Such a thing exists. I wonder if this island possesses a permanent log pointer for the next one. It does. Catherine interjected confidently. How do you know? Because within my kingdom's palace, there exists a pointer that records the next island. Is that truly so? Of course. Would I deceive you? Who knows what ulterior motives you might harbor? You, humph, mistaking my good intentions for malice, Catherine retorted, crossing her arms in a huff. Should we inform the captain of this? Indeed, we must tell him, regardless of whether he is aware. We must also share that we have clues regarding the next island's permanent pointer. Where shall we find the captain? That is a question for you too, as seasoned members. Surely you must know where the captain goes upon landing. The two exchanged awkward smiles. After disembarking, we always acted independently, and we have never accompanied the captain, so we are unaware of his interests. If only the first mate were here, Buggy muttered. The first mate, Rayleigh? He is a man of indulgences, fond of women, drink, and gambling. It is daylight. He should not be engaging in such pursuits, especially after we just finished drinking. He likely went to the casino, Shirakawa analyzed quietly. Indeed. There is a substantial chance the first mate is at the casino, Shanks and Shirakawa remarked in unison, their eyes lighting up. Finding the first mate and relying on his observation Haki should facilitate locating the captain. But what about her? Buggy pointed at the still pouting Catherine. Hearing this, Catherine glanced sideways, curious about Shirakawa's decision regarding her. Let her stay here. Bringing her along would be a burden, and we already know where the permanent pointer is located. Is it proper to treat someone so? Catherine protested. You are an ungrateful, treacherous scoundrel. I was merely jesting. Must you take it so seriously? Shirakawa acknowledged the gravity of his words and sought to lighten the mood. Who can tell if you jest or speak earnestly? I shall hold you to this. Catherine replied defiantly. All right, I concede my error, Shirakawa relented. That is more like it, Catherine acknowledged, patting Shirakawa's back approvingly. In that case, let the four of us proceed together. Casinos are inherently unlawful, and we must exercise caution to avoid detection. It appears we have no other choice. The four wrapped scarves around their faces, obscuring their features. Though somewhat peculiar, it rendered them less recognizable. By the way, do either of you know how to find a casino? After wandering aimlessly for a while, Shirakawa inquired of the two. I do not know. I have no interest in such things. Neither do I. I prefer to keep my money for myself rather than squander it, Buggy remarked. That makes sense. Buggy's nature compels him to hoard wealth, while Shanks is solely interested in drinking and combat. And you? Chuan turned to Catherine and inquired. Do you truly believe that a princess of a nation would frequent a casino? Realizing the futility in asking such a question, he added. I knew it was pointless to consult you. Catherine, upon hearing this, felt a surge of frustration. Why did her words always sound so harsh when directed at her? Such a person would undoubtedly remain single for life. Catherine cursed by Chuan. If only you knew what I was thinking right now, you would abandon me without hesitation. Who would dare to cast such a malevolent curse? Remaining single until the age of 20 had long been by Chuan's sorrow. And what of you? Aren't you equally ignorant? Who says I'm uninformed? You were aware that I had even visited a casino? The three spoke in unison, questioning him. What? Do I not appear to be someone who has been there? Indeed, you do not. They all shook their heads simultaneously. But does not the absence of such experience render one oblivious to the casino's location? What shall we do then? Just follow me. Bai Chuan led them through a narrow and secluded alley, weaving in and out. Is there truly a casino here? Catherine asked. Shut up and follow me, Bai Chuan retorted. Yet, we have traversed this path at least twice. You aren't lost, are you? Just as Catherine finished speaking, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of men. The leader brandishing a dagger. Here they come, Bai Chuan remarked nonchalantly, his previous wanderings in this area proving fortuitous. Shanks, Bucky, I leave them to you. Do not knock them out completely, as I still have questions to pose. Haha, Bai Chuan, your plan is astute, finding a local to guide us. If you wish to avoid a beating, hand over your money swiftly, the leader demanded. You may have our money, but do you have your lives to spend it? A young man retorted defiantly. What did you say? It seems you won't weep until you see the coffin. Brothers, attack. Once we have the money, we shall share it equally. Very well. Bai Chuan, are you certain about these two? They appear quite young. Do not worry, if we cannot handle such scum. We are unworthy of our ship. At last, it was Bai Chuan's turn to deliver such words. Chapter 17. Do you wish for me to desire you? After a flurry of blows, the group of thugs lay subdued before Bai Chuan and his companions. I did not expect these two children to possess such strength. They seem more formidable than our soldiers. Indeed, both have blood on their hands. Murder? Such young children? Catherine exclaimed in disbelief. Upon overhearing the exchange between Catherine and Bai Chuan, the thugs grew increasingly uneasy. Bai Chuan flashed a mysterious smile. Guess. At the sight of that smile, Catherine felt a chill, for she had already deduced the answer. She never imagined that someone like Bai Chuan could also be a killer. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. I have a few questions for you. Should your answer satisfy me, we shall let you go, but should you fail to impress, well, you know the consequences. Fear not. Sir, ask away, and I shall divulge all without reserve, the leader replied, tears streaming down his face, his words laced with determination. Rest assured, it is not a grave matter. Tell me, how many casinos are there in this city? There are 7. Oh, you seem quite knowledgeable. If I may be candid, there is not a place in this city of which I am unaware, and I have visited each casino, becoming well acquainted with them. Very well then. Rise. Thank you, sir. Have your companions disperse, but you shall remain. Upon hearing Bai Chuan's command, the others promptly departed without awaiting further orders. These fellows lack loyalty. I shall deal with them upon my return. The leader felt a stab of bitterness as he watched his companions abandon him. Sir, why can I not leave? He asked cautiously. Did you not claim to be familiar with those casinos? We require a local guide. Alas, how did I get myself into this predicament? He thought. Very well, sir, I shall lead you. Make haste, Bucky urged, giving the man a swift kick. The first casino was situated within a mere 500 meters of their previous location. You do not intend to rob us merely to gamble, do you? Haha. The man chuckled sheepishly, for Bai Chuan had accurately discerned his intentions. Upon entering the casino, Bai Chuan was pleasantly surprised by the lax security. Only 2 guards stood at the entrance, and they did not question Bai Chuan's party, likely recognizing the leader. Is that not Wolf, brother? Have you struck gold again? Here to play a few rounds? One patron jested. Away with you. I am currently attending to business, the leader replied, brushing him off. Ah, quite the reputation you have. Wolf, brother. Haha, sir, there is no such title. It is merely a nickname among those in the trade. You may call me Little Wolf. Little Wolf, yes. That name suits you well. Thank you, sir. Enough flattery, let us proceed. Sir, will you not play a few rounds? Little Wolf inquired, noticing that they intended to leave without gambling. We are not here for amusement. We seek someone. Very well, then let us proceed to the next establishment. Agreed. I must say, the locations of these casinos are indeed quite concealed. If one were to rely solely on their own efforts to locate them, it would likely take an entire day without success. After spending half a day, we managed to find all 7 casinos, yet still no trace of Riley. Are you certain there are 7 casinos here? I am indeed certain, the young wolf replied with unwavering determination, revealing no hint of deception. How curious. Where else could the first mate possibly go if not to the casinos? The three of them fell into deep contemplation. Ah, there is also a large entertainment venue nearby, which offers gambling activities as well. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Bucky playfully tapped the young wolf on the head. Well, because there are certain services available there. What sort of services? Shanks inquired, his expression one of innocent curiosity. Just that, the young wolf glanced at Catherine. What do you mean by that? Shanks still seemed puzzled. All right, Shanks, you need not pry. It's better for you, being underage, not to know such matters, Bai Chuan interjected, noticing Catherine's flushed cheeks. Humph. None of you are serious individuals, not even the child you lead, Catherine muttered. What exactly is it? Shanks continued to press Catherine, his curiosity unrelenting. I don't know. All right, Shanks, you'll understand when you grow up. I'm already grown up, Shanks retorted. No, you're not. Come on, let's South hurry to that place. I'm quite eager to see it. Humph, you lecher. Seeing Bai Chuan wearing a mischievous grin, Catherine whispered a reprimand. Desire is contingent upon the individual. I simply cannot feel it towards you. Bai Chuan retorted mercilessly against the woman who had hurled such harsh words at him. What do you mean by that? The very meaning I imply. Which meaning do you speak of? You ought to know which meaning I am referring to. I do not know. Must you insist on me articulating it? Go ahead. I truly wish to discern what you mean. Very well, I shall elucidate my meaning. Speak, then. What I mean is that you evoke no desires within me. I evoke no desires? Are your eyes deceived? A person as naturally beautiful as I. And you claim to feel no desire? Do you truly wish for me to harbor such desires towards you? Bai Chuan shoved Catherine against the wall, looking down at her imposing. Wow. The three onlookers simultaneously gasped in astonishment. Who knew Bai Chuan possessed such a domineering side? Shanks remarked incredulously. Indeed, Bucky nodded in agreement. Bai Chuan's actions caught Catherine off guard. Her eyes widened, momentarily unsure of how to react. The robust masculinity emanating from Bai Chuan left her somewhat dazed, accompanied by a faint, pleasant aroma, reminiscent of his natural scent. What's the matter? Lost for words. Do you wish for me to feel desire towards you? Bai Chuan pressed on, his tone assertive. I do not wish for that. Keep your distance from me. Catherine forcefully pushed Bai Chuan away and adjusted her scarf, attempting to conceal her face from him. There you have it. Since you do not wish for me to feel desire, I shall reciprocate that sentiment, for reasons unknown. As Shirakawa uttered this sentence, a sense of melancholy washed over him. Could it be that I am indeed the legendary scoundrel? Chapter 18, The Stingy Rooster. But sir, that place does not permit entry to those without wealth. Little Wolf observed the peculiar attire of the three individuals and concluded they did not appear affluent. Rest assured. We possess ample funds, do we not, Buggy? Humph, I am without money. Buggy turned his head, resolutely refusing to spend his own coin. Buggy, this is a significant endeavor. Just consider, if the captain were to learn of this matter, he would surely reward us. Wouldn't you then be able to acquire as much as you desire? Upon hearing this, Buggy's eyes sparkled with the image of berries, but he stipulated, let it be known, I shall only take a portion of the earnings. Anything beyond that is not for me. Fear not, you shall not be shortchanged. Subsequently, the four followed Little Wolf into a bustling street, teeming with people and a myriad of shops. They tightened their scarves against the wind, concealing their true identities. Here we are, sir. This is the place. Little Wolf gestured before a resplendent establishment. Wow, this casino is rather impressive, boldly flaunting its presence. The trio was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of such an edifice. This was a licensed establishment, rumored to be owned by a noble from the royal capital, as Little Wolf explained. A noble? No wonder they are so affluent. Shirakawa's perception of nobles from the world of One Piece was far from favorable, primarily due to the celestial dragons and Sabo's family from the Goa kingdom. Well then, you are no longer needed here. You may take your leave. Now that they had arrived at their destination, Little Wolf's presence was no longer necessary. Really, sir? Do you truly wish for me to depart? If you do not wish for me to leave, then I shall remain. No, I shall leave immediately. With that, Little Wolf scampered away, twisting and turning until he vanished from sight in mere seconds. Am I truly that frightening? Shirakawa inquired of Shanks and Buggy, pondering the necessity for such haste, even losing a shoe in the process. Before their eyes lay a solitary shoe, abandoned, gradually being kicked further away by an unknown passerby. Very well, let us enter. If the first mate is not here, we shall have to devise another plan. As they approached the entrance, two individuals clad in dark attire and sunglasses blocked their path. Please present your assets or identification. The speaker's tone was as devoid of emotion as a machine, lacking any inflection. Buggy, this is your moment. Shirakawa stepped back, relinquishing the opportunity to Buggy. Damn it, it is only at places involving money that I am remembered. He silently cursed, feeling as though every coin spent was akin to a slice taken from his own flesh. After a prolonged hesitation, Buggy finally produced a single berry from his pocket. Upon sighting the coin, Shirakawa and the others covered their foreheads, as if to convey their unfamiliarity with this individual. The two guards exchanged exasperated glances. Was he jesting? Moreover, was this not an affront? Gentlemen, please remain calm. I shall retrieve the funds promptly. Noticing the guard's growing ire, Shirakawa hastily intervened. Then do so quickly. Understood, sir. Shanks, hold Buggy down. Certainly. Shanks swiftly restrained Buggy from behind. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go? Buggy shouted in protest. Rest assured, this will be over swiftly. Shirakawa extended his hands, rummaging through Buggy's pockets, uncovering 2 pouches of coins along with several bills. To the eyes of a thief, Buggy was a veritable golden goose. Shirakawa presented the 2 pouches to the guards. How about this? Is it sufficient? Proceed inside. The guards opened the door, revealing a world starkly different from that outside. What can I assist you with? Upon entering, a hostess approached them with a smile. Despite the quartet's eccentric appearance, to the service staff, they were merely 4 unsuspecting lambs, bound to spend money. Take us to the casino. Of course, please follow me. Upon hearing the mention of the casino, the hostess's demeanor brightened, her service becoming even more amiable. As the casino was undoubtedly the quickest way to part patrons from their coin, the 5 descended a staircase. Although the establishment was legitimate, they had transformed the basement into a casino. Here, Shirakawa beheld a plethora of gambling paraphernalia. Sir, please follow me to exchange for chips. What games do you wish to play? I do not wish to play. Buggy was the first to speak, unwilling to spend his own money. Neither do I, said Catherine, a princess who could easily indulge in any game she desired. I wish to try, Shirakawa declared, recalling Shanks's earlier words, while Buggy's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. You scoundrel! You are spending my money. Very well, let us exchange for 10,000 berries and chips. Shirakawa spoke nonchalantly, as if 10,000 berries were inconsequential. After all, it was not his own coin being spent. Hearing this, the hostess's smile faltered, her expression stiffening. While 10,000 berries may be considerable in impoverished regions within these walls, it barely registered, insufficient even for entry. How on earth did those 2 guards at the entrance manage to keep their positions? The hostess internally lamented. Very well, sir. Please hold on. Though displeased, she maintained her professionalism, ensuring the patrons' requests were met. Otherwise, if they decided to lodge a complaint, the consequences would be dire. Soon, 10 chips were presented, each worth 1,000 berries. Now, you may proceed. Should you require further assistance, feel free to summon me. Thank you. May you enjoy your time. With a forced smile, the hostess recited her scripted lines before departing swiftly. Am I truly that intimidating? Why did she leave so hastily? I wouldn't bite her. Perhaps she finds you too miserly. There is no profit to be gleaned from you. Is that so? It is my first visit, and I am unfamiliar with the customs. That seems unrelated to your inexperience, Catherine retorted bluntly. Your nature is simply that of a miser. Chapter 19. Abundant time. The casino was vast, making it exceedingly difficult to locate someone, especially if that individual wished to evade detection, even with a quartet of companions. As they wandered, Shanks mysteriously vanished, presumably off to engage in some gambling. After a thorough exploration, the group failed to uncover Rayleigh, while Shanks, on the other hand, found his 10 chips transformed into an overwhelming pile, too cumbersome to hold, with several threatening to slip from his grasp at any moment. Shanks, you truly are impressive. Having amassed such a fortune, Chuan remarked, his eyes sparkling with surprise upon realizing Shanks's remarkable prowess in gambling. I'm not quite sure how it happened. I placed a few casual bets, and before I knew it, this is what I ended up with, Shanks replied with a sheepish smile. Shanks, all that money was won with my funds, thus your winnings rightfully belong to me, Buggy interjected, determined not to let Shanks off the hook so easily. No way. I won this money myself, therefore it is rightly mine, Shanks retorted, tossing a 1,000 berry token to Buggy. That money is mine as well, Buggy exclaimed, deftly catching the token. Yet his covetous gaze remained fixed on the ample winnings in Shanks's possession. Enough, you two. Since we have yet to find the vice-captain, we should relocate, Chuan interrupted. keen to dissolve the brewing dispute. As for these tokens, let us convert them to berries and split them 3 ways, shall we? Absolutely not. Bai Chuan's suggestion was swiftly dismissed by both Shanks and Buggy. I labored hard for this. How can you propose such a division? Shanks thought to himself, valuing his earnings despite not being particularly attached to money, and resenting the idea of sharing with someone who had contributed nothing. Buggy, too, felt the sting of loss at the thought of dividing his spoils with an additional party. Ah, what brings you four here? A familiar voice broke through, and Bai Chuan turned to see none other than Rayleigh, the very vice-captain they had been seeking. Could it be that you, Bai Chuan, have taken a liking to this sort of entertainment? Rayleigh leaned in, his tone teasing. What are you implying? We are here to find you, Bai Chuan replied, slightly exasperated. Looking for me. You Haven Tea landed in trouble, have you? Seeking my aid in cleaning up your mess? Rayleigh quipped. What trouble? We are here to discuss serious matters. Bai Chuan insisted. Oh, serious matters? There's no rush. We can discuss that later. First, I need to indulge in a few games, Rayleigh said, striding over to Shanks and claiming all his chips, including the 10 in Buggy's possession. Perfect. That saves me on my bar tab, Rayleigh thought, reveling in his good fortune as he clutched the amassed tokens of both Shanks and Buggy. Well, we've already wasted so much time. I suppose a little longer one tea hurt, Bai Chuan remarked, shaking his head in resignation as he followed Rayleigh, curious to witness the gaming spectacle. It must be said, whether it is due to Rayleigh's lack of gambling skills or his unfortunate luck, Shirakawa has never witnessed him triumph. He has yet to grasp the nuances of the game. While Rayleigh's stack of chips has dwindled to nothing, amounting to at least 1 million berries. Could it be that he is merely a plump target in the world of pirates? Well then, please feel free to speak your mind. With his chips lost, Rayleigh's interest waned as well. First mate, we have just learned that it will take 3 years to fully record the magnetic force leading to the next island. One of the crew informed. Oh, Rayleigh replied, moving to the bar to order a drink, which he savored with gusto. First mate, aren't you anxious? Shirakawa inquired, noticing Rayleigh's calm demeanor as he sipped his drink. What good is anxiety? We must wait, regardless. After all, we set sail for freedom, to go wherever we please, unfettered by a single location, and in the end, there will always be a solution. So you're suggesting we simply wait idly here? That is not my intention. Do as you wish, just don't let us be unable to find you when it's time to depart. But how can we leave without the pointer being fully recorded? Who knows? We'll see what the captain suggests, Rayleigh replied nonchalantly. Shirakawa felt it was better to be straightforward about their intentions. First mate, we know where to find the permanent pointer for the next island. Oh, you actually know? Rayleigh's expression shifted slightly, revealing mild surprise. Yes, it is located in the warehouse of the Kingdom of Moor. Rayleigh turned his gaze towards Catherine, who nodded slightly, affirming Shirakawa's claim. Indeed, it is quite normal for a royal family to possess such an item. However, I presume he has set some conditions for us to acquire it? Rayleigh contemplated for a moment before discerning the essence of the matter. I require your assistance in returning me to my homeland, and in return, I shall provide you with the permanent pointer. That sounds quite agreeable. Catherine exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Rayleigh's lack of refusal. Not quite. Rayleigh shook his head. I will not go. You claim you want to go? But you Haven Tea said they want to accompany you, Catherine pointed out. If they are willing to accept my task, then I have no objections. Splendid. Shirakawa, you will certainly escort me back to my homeland, won't you? Catherine turned to Shirakawa with a pitiful gaze, reminiscent of an abandoned kitten. Upon hearing this, Shirakawa contemplated for a moment. Catherine was not closely related to him, and having saved her twice should suffice as an act of kindness. Yet, he could not simply ignore her plight. He was too soft-hearted. If he were to abandon Catherine here, resulting in her capture, it would haunt him for a lifetime, perhaps even becoming a psychological burden. I think you may consider it, Rayleigh suggested, noticing Shirakawa's hesitation. What do you mean? Shirakawa's interest piqued at Rayleigh's words. If I'm not mistaken, traveling to her country would likely lead us through a battlefield, which would serve as an excellent training ground for you. A battlefield? I'm not going there. Baiji immediately recoiled at the mention of a battlefield. Silence. This is not your place to speak. Catherine quickly urged Baiji to hush, not wanting his words to sway Shirakawa's judgment. Very well, I think it is worth considering, Shirakawa replied. I agree, Shanks chimed in, eager to grow stronger through the experience. How long can you stay on this island? Shirakawa asked Rayleigh. Who knows? This island is quite vast. We should remain for about half a year. Perhaps you will encounter fellow travelers along the way. Why is that? After all, We have some combative souls aboard, and others cannot stay in a single city indefinitely. With so many cities, we must explore a few, lest our time here be in vain. True enough. Whenever we visit larger islands, we tend to linger for extended periods, with nearly everyone exploring a significant portion of the island before we set sail again. Shanks agreed with Rayleigh's observation. Then it seems we need not rush, Shirakawa concluded. Speaking of which, Roger has been at sea for several years, while the Straw Hats have only been at sea for less than a year, having reached the confluence of the Grand Line in the New World at Sabaody Archipelago. This indicates that the speed of Roger's pirate crew was considerably slower than that of other pirate crews. Chapter 20. I want to sleep in a bed given this. Let us hasten our departure, Catherine exclaimed, exhilarated at Shirakawa's willingness to escort her back to her homeland. No need to rush. It is only our first day on the island, and we haven't rested properly yet. After we relax a bit, we will send you back tomorrow. What? Catherine's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing she would have to spend the night in a foreign land. We shall arrange a room for you. Stay there and keep safe. Taking you out would only complicate matters. Very well, Catherine pouted reluctantly, fully aware of her sensitive status. Conveniently, this entertainment establishment offers rooms, although somewhat costly. The amenities are indeed impressive. Stay in the room. We'll be out, Shirakawa said as he escorted Catherine to the entrance. Return quickly, Catherine urged anxiously, feeling a twinge of fear at the thought of being left alone. Understood. With that, Shirakawa closed the door, hearing the sound of the lock click behind him. Where to next? After regrouping with Baiji and Shanks on the first floor, Shirakawa inquired. Not sure. Me neither. Both shook their heads, uncertain of what to do. Perhaps having grown somewhat isolated after spending too long on the ship. Shall we visit the hot springs? This establishment has them, Rayleigh suggested, having appeared from somewhere. Sounds good. Shirakawa's eyes lit up, eager for a chance to unwind. We have no objections, Baiji and Shanks concurred. The hot spring was located on the second floor. While it was referred to as a hot spring, it resembled more of a hot water pool, step pools with increasing temperatures as they ascended. After acclimating to the water temperature, the group boldly ventured to the top tier. Though the heat was intense, it remained within Shirakawa's tolerable limits. Upon their entrance, the other patrons instinctively distanced themselves, either out of fear or due to Rayleigh's intimidating presence. Rayleigh bore numerous scars of varying sizes, some even crisscrossing, indicating multiple strikes to the same area. Even Shanks sported several scars, while Baiji had a couple of his own. Only Shirakawa emerged unscathed. Ah, how splendid. You're so clean, remarked one of the patrons, eyeing Shirakawa. Upon seeing the physique of Shirakawa, Rayleigh expressed his envy, reminiscing about the days before he set sail when he was unburdened and pristine. Time has flown, and many years have passed. Yet, you have transformed from an unknown novice into the illustrious Dark King Rayleigh, with a bounty exceeding 1 billion berries. Haha. With a charming smile, Rayleigh mused that had he not encountered Roger, he might have perished long ago. However, you are alive, despite sustaining such grievous injuries. This attests to your resilience. Even if you were not a pirate, it seems you would not succumb easily. Indeed, if I had not met Roger, I might have established my own dominion by now. As for you, why do you follow the captain? Your strength is formidable, complemented by your conqueror's haki. Who knows? Perhaps it is the charisma that emanates from Roger, a magnetism that compels even kings to bow. I do not feel it myself. Perhaps I am merely being sentimental. Nevertheless, if Roger lacked such allure, how could someone like Barrett ever submit to him? Now, let us discuss you. What accounts for the extraordinary strength of your conqueror's haki? Who can say? Perhaps it is my destiny to be a king, the Silver King. The final 4 words remained unvoiced by Shirakawa. Humph, you certainly boast, claiming to be a king. If you doubt my words, I cannot help you, Shirakawa replied with a resigned gesture. He acknowledged that while it may not have been true in his past life, in this world, his very existence had already proven him to be the Silver King. Do you have any plans? I can discern that you will not remain with us indefinitely. Why? Shirakawa was taken aback. How could he know of his future intentions? I can see your ambition, and it's not just me, Roger is aware too. What are the captain's thoughts? Shirakawa was astonished at how evident his demeanor had been. Or perhaps it was that the captain and first mate had been particularly observant. What thoughts could there be? Let nature take its course. Moreover, it is not just you. We are equally aware of Shanks' intentions. Listening to their conversation, Shanks chuckled awkwardly. When do you plan to depart? Likely when we return to the Grand Line. For with my current strength, traversing from the New World to the Grand Line or the 4 seas is perilous. Oh, Then it won't be long. How so? Shirakawa inquired, puzzled as to whether it meant imminent death or a quick return. Roger is already contemplating a return to the Grand Line. Why? Who knows? Perhaps he has his own plans, maybe to fulfill unfinished business, to leave this world without regrets. Shirakawa grasped the implication of the last statement. Roger had likely realized his terminal condition and sought to return to fulfill certain wishes. After a refreshing bath, Shirakawa felt rejuvenated and engaged in conversation with Rayleigh, learning much about the current situation. The captain was soon to return to the Grand Line, and Shirakawa was preparing to disembark. Initially, he had considered accompanying Roger to Raftel to uncover the treasures left behind. However, after a few days of contemplation, he abandoned that notion, finding the pursuit of treasure more intriguing when undertaken alone. After his bath, with no plans for further activities, Shirakawa returned to his quarters, determined to take an afternoon nap in preparation for the upcoming nocturnal adventures. He knocked on Keslin's door. "Who is it?" He soon heard Keslin's slightly flustered voice. "It's me. Who are you?" At this, Shirakawa felt a vain pulse on his forehead. Could she really not recognize his voice? "Shirakawa." "Oh." Keslin opened the door, brandishing a stick as if ready to strike. "Ah." Upon seeing Shirakawa's appearance, Keslin exclaimed, "Why are you dressed like that? Are you being indecent?" "Indecent?" Shirakawa pushed past the obstructing Keslin, maintaining a calm demeanor as he entered the room. After a bath, what else was there to wear but a bathrobe? While speaking, he made his way towards the bed. "What are you doing?" Keslin stood in his path. "What does it look like?" "I'm going to sleep." With that, Shirakawa sidestepped Keslin and lay down on the bed. "This is my room. There are only 2 rooms. I can't possibly squeeze in with those 2. You can make do on the sofa for the night." "Why don't you sleep on the sofa then?" "I'm a male," Shirakawa replied with utmost seriousness. "Male? What of it?" Keslin was infuriated. With a swift motion, Shirakawa silenced Keslin, knocking her unconscious. At last, it was quiet, allowing him to enjoy a peaceful slumber. The soft, spacious bed was indeed a comfort. A smile grazed Shirakawa's face as he drifted into dreams, oblivious to Keslin crumpled on the floor. Chapter 21. The Art of Seduction? Where am I? Uncertain of how much time had passed, Catherine slowly regained consciousness, the light outside resembling the pure and radiant glow of morning sunshine. "Why does my neck hurt so much?" Rising from the floor, Catherine gingerly touched her neck, which had been assaulted by Chuan, and after a considerable pause, she began to recollect the events of the previous day. How infuriating! That scoundrel actually knocked me out. With a surge of determination, Catherine quickly stood upright, casting a fierce glare at the still slumbering Chuan. How could he sleep so soundly after committing such misdeeds? She contemplated waking him forcefully, but just as she reached out to touch him, a transparent shield materialized around him. "What is this?" Catherine extended her hand, curious to probe the phenomenon. "What do you intend to do?" As Catherine poked at the shield, feeling no particular sensation, a voice suddenly resonated in her ears. I merely wish to investigate how this contraption forms." Catherine felt a pang of embarrassment, akin to being caught in the act of wrongdoing. If you harbored no ill intent, this barrier would not have manifested. Subsequently, Chuan also sat up, causing the shield to vanish instantly. "Do I harbor malice towards you? By the way, why did you leave me on the floor to sleep yesterday?" Upon mentioning malice, Catherine realized she intended to confront Chuan, and wasn't harboring ill will perfectly reasonable? "Yesterday? Has a day already elapsed? I experienced no nightlife whatsoever. What a loss." Chuan lamented, wondering how he could have slept so soundly. Was it due to this confoundedly comfortable bed? "Humph, serves you right for missing out on nightlife, leaving this princess to slumber on the cold floor. Yet you seem to have slept quite comfortably," Chuan remarked, glancing at Catherine's face, which bore evident marks and traces of drool. At this comment, Catherine's face flushed red, and she promptly turned away to tidy her appearance. She had enjoyed a restful night's sleep in days, always on edge. Strangely, despite being knocked out, she felt no panic at the moment of unconsciousness. Chuan cleared the bed, gently pushing Catherine aside as he made his way to the bathroom. Having gone several hours without release, he felt somewhat uncomfortable and decided to take a shower as well. It must be said that the technology in the world of pirates is indeed quite remarkable. Everything that Shirakawa can conceive of, including toilets and showers, is readily available. Upon hearing the sound of running water from the restroom, Catherine's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. Should she take a glance? Perhaps she was taken aback by her own bold thoughts. What was she thinking? She is a lady, and despite the fact that the man possesses a certain charm, she must not allow herself to be tempted by his physique. Caitlin gently patted her face with her hand and shook her head, attempting to dispel those colorful thoughts from her mind. It must be said that a man's bathing routine is rather swift. Perhaps it was due to his soak the previous evening, for he emerged after only a few minutes. I, too, must take a shower. You mustn't peek, Caitlin remarked as they brushed past each other. Do you think I am like you? Bai Chuan retorted, nonchalantly resuming his position on the bed. How does he know what I'm thinking? Though Caitlin's heart raced with trepidation, she maintained an outward calmness, as steady as an old dog, only to revert to her anxious self once she entered the bathroom. Her heart thumped vigorously in her chest. Yet Bai Chuan perceived a hint of her unease. Could it be that I struck a nerve? Did he truly see me bathing? Bai Chuan's expression hardened. If he were to lose his reputation now. No, I must reclaim my dignity. I cannot allow myself to be at a disadvantage. With determination, Bai Chuan approached the door, only to suddenly halt, deflated. No. Though he may lack virtue, I cannot forsake my own integrity. He returned to the bed, donning his own attire once more. However, Shirakawa's recent action indeed startled Kai's-Lin. Although the glass was opaque, shadows could still be discerned. She was on the verge of shouting when she caught sight of Shirakawa's silhouette, but fortunately, he retreated in the nick of time. Humph, coward. For some inexplicable reason, a tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart, gazing at her flawless figure in the mirror. She found herself lost in thought. If only this place were a tad larger, it would be even more perfect. After a considerable time, Kai's-Lin finally emerged. And upon seeing her, Shirakawa was momentarily taken aback. Though her entire body was draped in a towel, her face was exposed. The blush of shyness adorned her cheeks, and her damp hair from the shower added to her allure. Even Shirakawa's usually calm heart began to race uncontrollably. What are you staring at? Kai's-Lin murmured shyly. Oh. My apologies. Shirakawa quickly stepped outside, adding, please get dressed promptly. If all goes well, we shall be on our way shortly. Thank you, came Kai's-Lin's soft reply. Barely audible unless one had keen hearing. Don't mention it, Shirakawa said as he opened the door and slipped out, hastily closing it behind him. Leaning against the door, he took deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart. Goodness, this woman is utterly shameless, attempting to seduce me. Had it not been for my strong resolve, I might have succumbed. Indeed, it seemed no one was devoid of treachery, trying to keep him by her side and prevent him from setting sail. Regardless, Shirakawa refused to attribute this stirring sensation to himself. He was a man of responsibility and could not bear to break any young woman's heart. Being the Silver King meant he had attained immortality. His appearance could remain unchanged for decades or even centuries, but the same could not be said for others. The thought dimmed his gaze. Would he truly spend his life in solitude? No, he resolutely rejected such a notion. In this world, with an abundance of devil fruits, peculiar as they may be, there might exist one that grants eternal life. After a moment's pause, Shirakawa approached the rooms of Shanks and Buggy, intending to rouse the two, for it was unlikely they would awaken on their own. Knock, knock, knock. The rhythmic sound echoed from his hand against the door. Yet after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Must I resort to force? Shirakawa sighed, shaking his head before delivering a swift kick. With a resounding crash, the door flew off its hinges, sailing through the window and landing outside. Such a commotion was bound to awaken even the most oblivious of souls, especially the very subjects of this disturbance, Buggy and Shanks. What is happening? Buggy exclaimed, startled from his slumber, while the usually carefree Shanks snapped to attention, thinking they were under attack. Well, you two seem to be sleeping quite soundly. What did you get up to last night? Shirakawa entered with a smile. Oh, it's you, Shirakawa. You startled me, they replied as they sank back under the covers, ignoring the outside world. Enough. Get up already. The sun is high in the sky. Shirakawa strode to the window and yanked the blankets away. What are you doing? Let us sleep a bit longer, Buggy complained, stretching in a half-awake daze. Yes, we only went to bed in the early hours, Shanks added, still groggy. What were you two doing last night? Shirakawa questioned, unconvinced that mere indoor activities could lead to such tardiness. Of course, we went to the bar, Shanks mumbled, still half asleep. You went to the bar? Why didn't you summon me? Shirakawa feigned anger, regretting his missed opportunity for a lively night. He seized the two and gave them a vigorous shake. Are you awake now? He asked, releasing them, causing both to plop onto the floor. Let us go eat, and then embark on our adventure to experience the battlefield, he declared. All right, they replied, still lacking energy, scratching their heads before rising to dress and follow Shirakawa outside. However, as they approached the door, They were surrounded by a group of individuals, while other guests from nearby rooms opened their doors to witness the commotion. "What are you all doing?" Bai Chuan inquired coldly, sensing the hostility of the newcomers. "Dear guests, we wish to ask you the same. What exactly are you doing? Why did you so carelessly damage our door and shatter the glass?" "Ah, my apologies." Upon hearing their grievances, Bai Chuan realized his initial fault. It was indeed our mistake. "We shall compensate for the damages." The mention of compensation eased the tension, and the stern atmosphere gradually dissipated. "Very well. The total for our door, window, and one damaged wall amounts to 100,000 berry. Kindly produce the funds." The leader of the opposing group extended his hand. "No problem. I will get it for you right away." "Baki, fetch the money." "Why must it be me? You are the one who caused this mess." Baki protested with evident reluctance. "Enough of your complaints. If I had the money, I would not be asking you to retrieve it." "Well, I have no funds either." "Baki, do not be so stingy. When I have money in the future, I will repay you double, triple, quadruple, quintuple." As Baki remained silent, Bai Chuan continued to increase the stakes. "Deal." Finally, when the offer reached 5 times the original amount, Baki acquiesced. "Splendid. Trading 100,000 berry for 500,000. Netting a profit of 400,000 berry. What a bargain." Baki reveled in his inner thoughts. As for whether the money would be repaid later, that was a matter for Bai Chuan. Perhaps he would be generous in a good mood, or perhaps forget entirely, just as the author might. With the money in hand, the group departed in high spirits, grateful they were not the type to default on their debts. Otherwise, a confrontation could have led to medical expenses. What happened? At that moment, Catherine approached, expressing her concern. "Nothing much. Let us go have a meal. Afterward, I will see you home." "All right." During breakfast, nothing particularly interesting occurred, save for a brief encounter with a few members of the Roger Pirates, exchanging simple greetings. Observing their demeanor, it was evident that they had indulged thoroughly the previous night, as if they had been utterly drained. Just yesterday, they appeared full of vitality, yet today they seemed devoid of spirit. Alas, it is true that with age, one often finds themselves lacking in vigor. Witnessing their state, Shirakawa succinctly concluded that one day, you too shall resemble this. Catherine, noticing Shirakawa's somewhat pretentious demeanor, felt a twinge of dismay. "Fear not, for I shall never grow old," Shirakawa replied with a confident smile. His boast was met with skepticism. None took his words seriously, considering the mere jest. Yet, as the years turned into decades, Shirakawa remained unchanged, and only then did Shanks and Buggy realize the truth in his proclamation. He would indeed not age, earning him a place among the world's most enigmatic figures, not for his appearance or name, but for his extraordinary abilities. Still within the confines of the city, Catherine wrapped herself tightly, feeling quite uncomfortable, yet she bore it to avoid revealing her identity. "Hey, why aren't you all covering up? It feels rather unjust for me to be the only one," she remarked, glancing at the three of them. "Feeling somewhat out of place. Who told you to be a wanted criminal?" Shirakawa retorted smugly. They had initially anticipated that their ruckus from the previous night would lead to a bounty on their heads, yet when they checked, not a single image or likeness of them appeared on the wanted list. Consequently, they had shed their uncomfortable disguises without hesitation. "How unfair," Catherine lamented once more. Shirakawa chuckled, revealing a charming row of white teeth at her words. However, this sense of triumph did not last long, as they were soon pursued once again. Indeed, those individuals from yesterday were the same. Although the princess of the Moor Kingdom had disguised herself, the appearances of the others remained unchanged, even their attire. Behind them, a few individuals were watching from a distance, whispering amongst themselves. It turned out to be their clever ruse. If they were seen alongside the princess, they would certainly act in unison, well prepared in their disguises. Yet, if they discovered that there was no bounty on their heads, they would likely lower their guard. As expected, Bai Chuan and his companions fell into their trap. "Bai Chuan, it seems we have attracted unwanted attention," Shanks murmured, cautiously surveying their surroundings. "I see. I did not anticipate their shrewdness. Even the princess managed to disguise herself so effectively, yet they were still able to locate us." "Indeed," Shanks nodded in agreement. "Thus, I shall draw their attention with Kai's Lin. You all take this opportunity to flee the city." "Understood." Shanks was taken aback by Bai Chuan's selflessness. Perhaps they had misjudged him previously. Bai Chuan approached Kai's Lin from behind and effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. "What are you doing?" Kai's Lin exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Do not ask questions. Hold on tightly as I take you on an exhilarating adventure." Despite her confusion, Kaislin complied with his request. Suddenly, a radiant white light enveloped Bai Chuan and Kaislin. What is this? Kaislin cried out, realizing that Bai Chuan had lifted her into the air. Bucky, Shanks, we shall depart first. You two must catch up swiftly. Bai Chuan, you shameless rogue. Shanks and Bai Chuan shouted in unison, cursing him loudly. However, Shirakawa remained indifferent to these words, effortlessly filtering them out. Today is Valentine's Day. I wish everyone a joyful celebration, though this occasion seems to bear no relevance to me. I trust you understand what I mean, right? But I yearn to partake in this festivity. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? Chapter 23, Clarity. Wow, you are quite remarkable, able to soar through the skies. After flying for a while, Catherine transitioned from fear to exhilaration. I possess many more extraordinary abilities, Shirakawa declared with pride. However, Catherine's exclamations were simply too numerous. Perhaps one or two could be tolerated, but after a while, they became rather bothersome. Fortunately, this phase did not last long, as he could already see the outskirts of the city. Upon reaching the outskirts, the two disembarked. Wow, you're so fast, Catherine remarked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Fast is not a word that applies to me, Bai Chuan replied, his expression darkening at her words. Then why not take me back to my country? Catherine said, her eyes wide and sparkling with hopeful anticipation. No. Our primary objective this time is to train on the battlefield and to escort you back to the palace. Just a side task? Am I merely an afterthought? Catherine could hardly believe her ears. Had she misheard? Yet, the resolute look in Bai Chuan's eyes confirmed her understanding. You, standing before a stunning beauty, only care about your own strength. No wonder you remained single all your life, Catherine huffed, stepping forward and leaving him with her back. I am doing this for your own good. Observing Catherine's despondent silhouette, Bai Chuan felt a pang of sympathy and stepped forward to address her. I am not suited for you, or for any woman in this world. Do you understand what I mean? What exactly do you mean? Catherine discerned a note of melancholy and wistfulness in Bai Chuan's tone. Perhaps one day you will understand. Even if I told you now, you would not believe me. Catherine realized that from this moment forth, their relationship could only remain that of close friends of the opposite sex. Any hopes of progressing further were futile. It's all right. Catherine managed to force a smile, though a few tears lingered at the corners of her eyes, rendering her smile increasingly bittersweet. Bai Chuan believed he was acting in Catherine's best interest, severing her unrealistic aspirations as well as his own. Unbeknownst to him, as he uttered those words, Shirakawa felt an unexpected lightness within. After waiting outside the city for some time, he finally spotted the breathless Buggy and Shanks approaching. Upon seeing them, Shirakawa felt a sigh of relief. The awkward atmosphere could finally dissipate. Shirakawa, you scoundrel. The moment they laid eyes on him, the two erupted in fury, grabbing him by the collar and shouting, "Haha, I merely had faith in your abilities, trusting that you would escape from those soldiers," Shirakawa replied, aware that his response was somewhat inadequate, his tone betraying a hint of submission. Don't think that flattery regarding my strength will earn your forgiveness. Rest assured, I have not forgotten this debt, and one day I shall make you pay. Yes, yes. Shirakawa feigned ignorance to Shanks's threat, reasoning that, given Shanks's temperament, he might eventually forget the incident with the passage of time. Hey, next time you fly, could you take me along and leave Shanks behind? Buggy chimed in. Of course. Provided you manage to escape Shanks' clutches, Shirakawa responded. If he were to fly alone, Shanks might grumble, but taking Buggy along was entirely out of the question. This was not merely due to their relationship, but because Shanks desired companionship. Hey, what exactly transpired between you and Catherine? You both seem a bit off. Nothing at all. Perhaps you misinterpreted, Shirakawa retorted. Could it be that in such a short span, you committed some unthinkable act? TSK, scoundrel. What are you talking about? Unthinkable acts and scoundrels? Shirakawa exclaimed in exasperation. Am I wrong? Be quiet, Shanks. Shirakawa hadn't anticipated Shanks' mischievousness. Was this also a lesson from Rayleigh? Indeed, upon returning, he would need to keep his distance from Rayleigh. Otherwise, his pure heart might suffer the same fate as Shanks'. Rayleigh, I shall not take the blame for this. Meanwhile, far away in a gambling den, Rayleigh suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking my name? Surely it cannot be good news. I must tread carefully from now on. Shall we depart? With everyone gathered, they prepared to set forth. Shirakawa approached Catherine and spoke stiffly. All right. Catherine replied curtly, her mood clearly subdued. Her first romantic endeavor had yet to commence, only to be extinguished mercilessly before she could express her feelings. The group adjusted their attire and continued on their journey, abandoning any pretense of disguise as they anticipated not encountering a large contingent of soldiers outside the city. Do you know where your kingdom's capital is? Of course, I do. Our kingdom lies to the northwest of this country. We merely need to head northwest. So, you do not know the exact location of your capital? Of course not. I have never left the capital in my life. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, I wouldn't be here. Well, that's impressive. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? No, I genuinely commend you. Living your entire life in the capital and managing to survive in the outside world for so long is quite remarkable, albeit a bit chaotic. Humph. Even your praise cannot mend the wounds you've inflicted on my spirit. Upon hearing this, Shirakawa felt slightly embarrassed, unsure how to respond. Catherine, too, realized she had spoken out of turn and fell into silence. Buggy, look, these two certainly have something going on, don't they? Shanks whispered to Buggy. But given their proximity, Shirakawa and Catherine overheard. Catherine's cheeks flushed, while Shirakawa plotted how to deal with the insufferable Shanks. Indeed. There has definitely been a change since this morning. Something must have transpired that I am unaware of. Buggy concurred with Shanks. Aha. Silence, you two. Shirakawa playfully thumped each of their heads, resulting in comical bumps appearing instantly. Chapter 24. A heavy stench of blood, General. It's bad. They've escaped. Shortly after Shirakawa and his companions departed the city, within a grand edifice, a soldier knelt humbly before a commanding figure. What did you say? The general's tone was menacing as he crushed a wine glass in his hand, the red liquid spilling onto the floor. Gee, General, they've escaped, the soldier stammered, filled with trepidation. You worthless lot. The general advanced, drawing a large blade from seemingly nowhere, blood splattering across the ground under the soldier's horrified gaze. Spending so much on you lot is akin to keeping a dog. At the sound of the general's voice, another figure pushed through the door. Upon seeing the lifeless soldier, his expression was one of numbness, evidently accustomed to such scenes. Clean this mess up, and bring my horse. I shall deal with these intruders myself. They truly are courting death. Yes, General. Once everything was in order, the general emerged from the shadows, revealing his visage. Standing under 6 feet tall and weighing nearly 200 pounds, he had a rotund figure with gold and silver adornments. Each finger bedecked with rings that were almost entirely concealed by flesh, occasionally glinting with the reflection of sunlight. Despite his corpulence, he moved with surprising agility. Vaulting onto a horse that was no ordinary steed, its scales suggesting a hybrid breed capable of supporting his weight. I shall take my leave. You follow closely behind. Yes, General. The general commanded his soldiers as he mounted the creature. Look, that rascal has set his sights on someone again. Those he targets rarely end up well. Indeed, indeed. The townsfolk observed the general riding atop his phosphorescent horse, their faces painted with concern and sympathy. It appeared that Shirakawa and his companions were destined for trouble. Having just finished gambling, Rayleigh, seated at a roadside stall sipping tea, couldn't help but notice the general approaching him. The air around this man was thick with the stench of blood, a testament to the many lives he had taken. He was undoubtedly a ruthless individual. Such a palpable aura of bloodshed was something Rayleigh had only previously encountered with Barrett, yet this did not imply that the general's prowess could rival Barrett's. Barrett could easily dispatch such a foe in 10 moves or even 3. Nevertheless, the sheer ferocity of this man's bloodlust was undeniable, indicating a significant number of killings. This realization prompted concern for the trio accompanying Shirakawa, yet Rayleigh did not rush to provide assistance, for he believed that this individual posed only a moderate threat to them. As Rayleigh observed the general, a figure approached and sat down before him, pouring a cup of tea and taking a sip. What are you looking at, Rayleigh? Nothing much. I merely sense that the fate of that fellow may not be particularly favorable. Is it because of Shirakawa and his companions? You already know, Captain. Indeed. The man before Rayleigh was none other than Roger. No, just a guess. Given the ruckus they caused yesterday, it would be hard not to notice. By the way, were you involved in it as well? Haha. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh chuckled awkwardly. I was merely dragged into it, and I must admit, I have not felt the thrill of being pursued for a long time. It is somewhat nostalgic. You truly have a penchant for trouble. Furthermore, did we not just escape from Carp's clutches a few days ago? That monster doesn't count. At Roger's words, Rayleigh's expression shifted. Monster? If he is a monster, then are you not one as well? At least not yet. By the way, are you not worried about Shirakawa and the others? Worried? What is there to worry about? Even if they cannot defeat that man, they can still escape. Today, I saw Shirakawa soaring through the skies with a girl in his arms. Who is she? And what is her relationship with Shirakawa? Roger inquired with a curious expression. I do not know, but she is likely the princess of the kingdom of Moor on this island. So they are returning her home. Then? Why? It is said they need to secure a permanent log pose for the next island before honing their skills on the battlefield. Oh, I see. Training is good, but they need not concern themselves with the permanent log pose. Why do you say that? Rayleigh asked. Does he intend to remain on this island for 3 years? Because I already possess one. With that, Roger produced a log pose from his pocket and placed it on the table. How did you come by this? Where did you obtain it? Of course, I purchased it. Such items are not rare on this island. Due to the lack of skilled navigators and poor maritime techniques in this country, there is an abundance of recorded log poses for the next island, readily available in any shop. Oh, I see. So Shirakawa and his companions have been laboring in vain this entire time. Who knows? If they manage to gain something from the battlefield in this country, it would not be in vain. However, this island is indeed chaotic. Is that so? Do you have some thoughts on the matter? Roger had a penchant for meddling. He could not resist involving himself in troublesome situations, striving to rectify what displeased him. The plight of the common folk amidst turmoil was precisely one of those matters that caught Roger's ire. Who knows? We shall take it one step at a time. As he spoke, a smile crept across Roger's face, revealing a row of gleaming teeth. Witnessing this smile, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh, knowing that Roger would undoubtedly intervene. Although he was uncertain of the outcome, achieving peace among 3 nations would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. I do find myself regretting boarding your ship, Rayleigh remarked with resignation. Haha, are you wishing to disembark now? Let me tell you, it's too late for that. Roger laughed heartily, brushing off Rayleigh's earlier words, fully aware of Rayleigh's character. Though he might complain, he would never shy away from action. Let us not waste time on tea, it lacks excitement. Let's go have some drinks. After settling the bill, Roger threw an arm around Rayleigh and headed toward the tavern. Rayleigh's ascension to the position of first mate was not solely due to being the first to board Roger's ship, but also because he was the one who resonated most with Roger's spirit. If only it could remain this way forever, Rayleigh mused. But the thought of Roger's illness swiftly transformed his pleasant mood into one of despondency. Chapter 25. The arrival of the butcher. It must be said that the greenery of this island is truly dismal. Upon leaving the city, one's gaze falls upon a landscape devoid of trees, with the only surviving vegetation being a carpet of wild grass. This unfortunate state is undeniably a consequence of war, as every usable resource has been exhausted. Clearly, Catherine is more aware of the situation than most. How long has the war among your nations persisted? Who knows? By the time I was born, the conflict had already begun. It is said to have lasted for decades, perhaps even since my great-grandfather's time. Initially, it was merely a series of skirmishes, but recently it seems to have escalated into something more serious. How did you end up here? Logically, it would be impossible for you to come here alone. We have traitors in our midst. When Catherine uttered this, her teeth clenched in anger, clearly harboring intense hatred for the traitor. He led me outside the city, but a small squad of soldiers from this kingdom was lying in wait, and predictably, I was captured. When they intended to return me to their palace, I seized the opportunity to escape. You managed to escape? How did you do that? It is quite astonishing that a seemingly frail woman could evade trained soldiers, leaving Baichuan in disbelief. I had some sleeping powder on me, which I secretly added to their food while they were cooking. When they all succumbed to slumber, I made my escape. You were indeed fortunate. Had even a few of them abstained from eating, you might not have gotten away. However, I am somewhat surprised that you carried sleeping powder with you. Hee. It is an essential tool for my pranks, and I never expected to use it in such a situation, Catherine sheepishly admitted, sticking out her tongue. Pranks involving sleeping powder? Your character is truly mischievous, Baichuan thought, struggling to find the right words to describe her. I suspect your father could no longer tolerate your antics and wished to send you to the kingdom of Moor. Impossible. My father is not that kind of person. So stop saying such things. All right, I won't mention it again. Through their conversation, Baichuan began to understand Catherine's reasons for being there and learn more about her kingdom. Unlike Baichuan's own country, which prioritizes military might, the kingdom of Moor focuses primarily on domestic affairs. Although their military strength is somewhat lacking, their internal governance is the best among the 3 nations, fostering a strong sense of belonging among the populace. And what about you? Where do you hail from? Having introduced herself, Catherine wished to gain a clearer understanding of the trio. Bucky and I come from the West Sea, Shanks said, throwing his arm around Bucky's shoulder in a friendly manner. The West Sea? Bucky, you hail from the West Sea? I had thought you were from the East Sea. Baichuan was aware that Shanks was from the West Sea, but he had always assumed Bucky was from the East Sea, as the Straw Hat Pirates had encountered him there. Of course, I am from the West Sea. Only exceptional individuals emerge from the East Sea, and I cannot endure that. What do you mean? Look at our captain and vice captain. Both are from the East Sea. Even the Marine Admiral Garp hails from the East Sea. If I were from there, I might have matched the vice captain in strength. Humph. Upon hearing this, Baichuan scoffed. With your personality, it wouldn't matter where you were born. If you wish to grow stronger, it would be wiser to seek out a potent devil fruit. Impossible. A devil fruit valued at 100 million berries would be wasted if consumed. It is far more prudent to exchange it for berries. Which is the correct use of a devil fruit? Haha, you truly are a miser. Without strength, no amount of money will keep you safe. And you? Where do you come from? While Catherine found herself somewhat bewildered by the exchange between Baichuan and Shanks, she did glean that they were both from a place known as the West Sea. I come from the sky, Baichuan said, pointing upward. The sky? Are you pulling my leg? Catherine replied incredulously. How could a person come from the sky? Don't believe me? Ask them. They can confirm that I descended from the heavens. Indeed, Baichuan truly did descend from the sky, which startled us all at the time. Shanks chimed in. To be honest, Baichuan still does not understand why he ended up with the Roger Pirates. Perhaps it was due to Roger's formidable conqueror's hockey that drew him in with its kingly power. Wow, that is truly impressive, Catherine exclaimed, though her tone conveyed a hint of insincerity. If you choose not to believe me, there is nothing I can do. Baichuan shrugged helplessly. At that moment, he suddenly heard a rapid thudding of hooves approaching swiftly towards them. What's wrong, Baichuan? Noticing his sudden stillness and grave expression, Shanks inquired. He knew that Baichuan would not change his demeanor without cause. Something must have occurred. Someone is approaching us. If I'm not mistaken, it is likely an enemy. As Baichuan spoke, he snapped back to reality and spotted a black-scaled horse galloping toward them. As the steed drew nearer, Catherine recognized the rotund figure upon it, and her expression shifted dramatically. Who is he? Noticing Catherine's change in demeanor, Baichuan questioned. He is the infamous butcher, Acta, both the lord of the city and the general tasked with its defense. Is that so? Then it appears he is targeting us. Acta halted not far from Baichuan and the others, his gaze fixated on Catherine, revealing a lecherous expression. Princess Catherine, how could you leave without informing me? You have truly shown a lack of consideration for my feelings. Upon hearing this, Catherine instinctively cowered behind Baichuan. Oh, are you implying that you were kidnapped by them? Do not worry. I shall personally slay them and escort you back to the city. The very notion of this made Catherine tremble in fear. Hey, you pig-like creature. Your words are rather presumptuous. Bucky, who could not tolerate such a person, retorted. He had survived encounters with formidable figures like Garp and the Golden Lion. So how could he fear a mere general of a small city? A pig? You dare to call me a pig? Upon hearing the word, Acta's expression darkened ominously. Indeed, you are a fat pig, and you audaciously claim you will slay us. If you possess the ability, then do try. It is uncertain who granted Bucky the courage to speak so boldly. Then I shall start with you. Acta charged directly at Bucky from his mount, wielding a large sword poised to sever Bucky's head. Caught off guard by Acta's sudden eruption, Bucky found himself momentarily stunned, unable to believe that this hefty figure could be so agile. However, Shanks reacted swiftly, drawing his sword to shield Bucky from Acta's strike. Shanks is the type who remains stoic in battle, indifferent to life and death, and ready to confront any challenge. In Chapter 26, Shanks clashed directly with Acta, and it must be noted that he suffered slightly due to his youth, demonstrating a marginal disadvantage in strength and being forced back several meters. Bucky, you protect Kathleen. I will handle this with Shanks. Understood. Upon hearing that he would not have to engage personally, Bucky felt an undeniable sense of relief. Perhaps not anticipating the formidable strength of that hefty adversary, he hurried to Kathleen's side, grasping her arm in an attempt to flee. Do not even think about escaping. Acta, witnessing Kathleen's intent to leave, would not permit it. If you wish to pass, you must first contend with me. Baichuan obstructed Acta's path forward. Very well. I shall eliminate you first. As Acta uttered these words, a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him, causing his skin to take on a faint crimson hue. Feeling this overwhelming presence, both Baichuan and Shanks exchanged glances, realizing that for some, the threat of such murderous intent could surpass even the ominous pressure of Conqueror's hockey. Boy, savor the pain that is to come. Acta displayed a bloodthirsty grin, his pupils morphing into a blood-red shade. What must one do to reach such a state? Shanks swallowed hard, speaking with difficulty. Indeed, in the new world, no character is to be underestimated. Baichuan sensed that these changes in Acta were not due to any devil fruit power, but rather a consequence of countless lives taken. Shanks. Yes. The two exchanged a silent agreement and advanced towards Acta, one on the left and the other on the right. Yet, how could such an assault prove effective against a general defending his territory? With a sweeping motion of his large blade, both Baichuan and Shanks were forced into defense and sent flying back. However, they did not succumb to despair, after all. Numerous instances exist where the weak triumph over the strong in battle, and both of them were no pushovers, being elite in their own right. Once more, they launched their attack, this time engaging in a more balanced exchange. Though they had initially found themselves at a disadvantage, as the battle progressed, the tide began to turn. Truly two exceptionally gifted youths. Although Acta appeared somewhat disheveled, his experience as a general allowed him to recognize that the two were actually improving in strength throughout their confrontation. Boys, why not submit to me? I can assure you a lifetime of untold riches and glory. Acta beckoned to them, not out of a newfound appreciation for talent, but because none of his subordinates could compare to their prowess. It must be said that Acta is indeed somewhat fanciful, believing he can recruit two possessors of Conqueror's Haki. Huh. Both Shirakawa and Shanks sneered simultaneously. To think you can make us submit, you are far from worthy. Shirakawa's final statement was articulated with deliberate precision. He was right. The only one capable of commanding my allegiance is the captain, Shanks added. Since you two are so unappreciative, I shall have no choice but to send you both to your demise. Upon uttering these words, Acta suddenly lunged towards Shanks with a speed that surpassed his previous attack by more than double. I'll take you on first, little brat. This is perilous. Shirakawa swiftly reached Shanks's side, but he was too late to retaliate and could only endure the blade's strike. Shirakawa, Kether Lin cried out, attempting to rush forward, but was restrained by Buggy. Do not worry, he will be fine. How could he be fine with such a long wound? Are you even his comrade? It is precisely because we are comrades that I understand him better than you do, Buggy shouted, trying to prevent Kether Lin from further reckless actions. I apologize, but I know his abilities better than you do. You must trust me. Buggy, realizing his earlier tone was rather impulsive, offered an apology to Kether Lin. After being struck, Shirakawa fell due to inertia, while Acta, seeing that he had inadvertently struck the wrong person but nonetheless achieved his goal, took a step back. Well then, kid. You are the last one remaining. What do you have left to confront me with? Acta pondered, knowing that he could only barely hold his ground against two. Yet now, facing just one, he could toy with him at will. Why do you think he is dead? Shanks glanced at the fallen Shirakawa, feeling a twinge of concern. Though he did not show it, as he had unwavering faith in Shirakawa's resilience. One blow, and he could still survive? However, even if he possesses a tenacious spirit, in this state, he holds no combat capability, Acta confidently asserted. However, at the moment he uttered those words, a strange white smoke suddenly emerged from Baichuan's terrifying wound, which began to heal slowly, even his clothing restored to its original state. Then, Baichuan stood up, seemingly unfazed, and touched the area on his back where he had just been struck. It truly had hurt just moments ago. Was he really unscathed? At that moment, Kesselin's eyes widened in disbelief as she spoke. I told you, as Baichuan's companion, I understand him better than you do. He will undoubtedly be fine, Bucky asserted confidently. I knew you would be all right, Shanks added, giving Baichuan a reassuring pat on the shoulder. In stark contrast to the jovial spirits of Shanks and the others, Acta's mood was quite dismal, not merely because Baichuan had risen, but also because the bravado he had just exhibited seemed to have fizzled out. Is it the power of the devil fruit? As a general, he was well versed in such matters and naturally familiar with the concept of devil fruits. Perhaps. Baichuan neither confirmed nor denied it. Shanks, step back a little. I intend to unleash my full strength. Very well, Shanks replied, his face lighting up with excitement. It feels as though I haven't seen your colossal sword in ages. Then let me give you a good view of it today, Baichuan responded with great confidence. As Shanks retreated from the battlefield, Acta addressed Baichuan. Do you wish to face me alone? Do you believe you can defeat me? How can I know without trying? Upon saying this, radiant beams of light emanated from Baichuan's body, enveloping him, while a colossal sword of Damocles appeared in the sky above. This, for some reason, upon witnessing Baichuan in this state, Acta suddenly felt an aura of sacred and inviolable power. What is that? Kesselin exclaimed in astonishment. That is Baichuan's ability. The sword only materializes when he exerts over 80% of his strength, Shanks explained to Kesselin, having stepped away from the fray. So, you mean Bai Chuan didn't even use 80% of his power just now? Indeed. As he uttered these words, Shanks felt a tinge of frustration. Clearly, Bai Chuan had arrived on the ship with far lesser strength, yet it was Shanks who now felt overshadowed. Just moments ago, he had already utilized nearly 90% of his power. It seems the battle has commenced. Since they had not moved far, Rayleigh and Roger, still in the town, naturally witnessed the sword of Damocles as well. However, due to the distance, the sword appeared somewhat diminutive, yet it allowed for an unobstructed view of its entirety. Chapter 27. The Immortal Body? What could that possibly mean? Acta also gazed up at the colossal sword in the sky, his mouth agape in astonishment as he inquired. That is a sword capable of meting out judgment upon you. Bai Chuan refrained from elaborating further, for he, too, was at a loss for words. Subsequently, Bai Chuan launched a swift assault towards Acta, his speed so remarkable that it left behind only an ephemeral trace. How swift! Acta was momentarily taken aback, suddenly feeling a tremendous force emanating from the blade, propelling him several meters backward. Moreover, the intensity of the force appeared to have increased. Acta's expression grew grave, the murderous intent surrounding him intensifying with each passing moment. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, increasingly fascinating. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Acta erupted into a frenzied laughter, reveling in the thrill of the moment. Ever since I descended from the front lines, I have not experienced such exhilarating combat. Come now, defeat me, Acta declared, his eyes ablaze with fervor. It's over. This fellow has lost his mind, Bucky exclaimed in alarm, cradling his head in his hands. Fear not, trust in Bai Chuan. Among all present, he is unrivaled. In contrast to Bucky, Shanks remained remarkably composed. As he witnessed the escalating intensity of the clash between Bai Chuan and Acta, a sense of unease stirred within him, and he silently vowed to devote himself to rigorous training in the future. His fists clenched tightly, exerting increasing pressure. Shanks. At that moment, Bucky suddenly called out to him. Bucky's voice disrupted Shanks's concentration. You, too, will undoubtedly grow stronger. Upon hearing these words, Shanks paused briefly before a confident smile graced his face. Indeed, I shall become stronger, just like the captain. Though Bucky often appeared carefree and timid, his insight was remarkably astute, especially given the length of time he had spent with Shanks, allowing him to discern his thoughts with clarity. It could be said that Bucky and Shanks understood each other better than anyone else. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Bai Chuan and Acta raged on, yet it was evident that Bai Chuan held the upper hand. At this juncture, he bore no wounds upon his body, or rather, any injuries sustained had already healed, while Acta bore a massive gash across his chest and back. Damn it! After a frenzy of bloodshed, Acta gradually regained his composure, although his eyes remained bloodshot. He no longer appeared as menacing as before. Are you truly immortal? Acta gritted his teeth, incredulity lacing his voice. Oh, I did not expect you to be so astute. You've deduced this truth. Indeed, I am the immortal body. Bai Chuan had long awaited the opportunity to proclaim this revelation openly. Damn it. Although he had received the answer he sought, Acta felt as though Bai Chuan was deceiving him, for the casual tone in which he spoke rendered his claim difficult to believe. However, Shirakawa felt deeply wronged. Upon uttering these words, a sense of relief washed over him. You are deceiving me, Acta coldly declared, intent on exposing Shirakawa's falsehood. Why are you acting this way? Shirakawa exclaimed in disbelief, questioning the validity of Acta's assertions. If you do not believe me, then why even inquire? There exists no being of immortality. Surely, there are limits to all things, and once those limits are transcended, death is inevitable. Suddenly, Acta seemed to ponder something and loudly declared to himself, is that so? I, too, wish to ascertain where my limits lie. To be honest, after exerting his full strength, he felt utterly unconcerned about the pressure Acta could impose upon him. The two clashed once more. The sound of their blades scraping against each other was piercing, accentuated by Acta's occasional frenzied shouts. What is wrong with this guy? Even in such a state, he refuses to accept his fate and continues to scream, Buggy remarked, perplexed. Who knows? Perhaps, as you suggested, there is indeed something amiss in his head. Shanks concurred with Buggy's observation. In Shanks' experience, only two types of individuals would exhibit such fervor while gravely injured. The first being those filled with youthful zeal who believe they cannot be defeated, and the second, fools. In their collective perception, Acta undoubtedly belonged to the latter category. After sustaining several more wounds, Acta retreated a few steps, seeking to establish a safer distance from Shirakawa. Why aren't you attacking? Come on, I am not finished yet. Shirakawa taunted Acta provocatively. However, Acta remained silent, watching Baichuan with great vigilance. Since you won't come over, I shall approach you instead. Wait. Just as Baichuan was about to take action, Acta suddenly spoke. What is it? Baichuan halted, eager to discern what trick Acta had up his sleeve. How about you let me go, as if we had never met? Acta earnestly proposed. Hee hee ha ha. Upon hearing Acta's rather cowardly words, Baichuan burst into joyous laughter. As Baichuan laughed heartily, Acta joined in, though his laughter appeared rather grotesque. If we were the ones begging for mercy, would you spare us? Baichuan refrained from answering, instead posing a counter-question. This, Acta hesitated, and Baichuan already knew what his choice would be. Surely not, thus I shall not either. As he spoke, Baichuan's tone suddenly grew heavier. The stench of blood on you is so strong. Killing you would be a service to humanity. Since you insist on this path, I shall drag you down to hell with me. Acta suddenly erupted, seemingly exerting all his strength, and the attack he launched appeared aimed at cleaving Baichuan's head. Hee hee. Such a straightforward technique. Have you lost your wits upon realizing there is no hope? Baichuan shook his head slightly, appearing somewhat disappointed. Baichuan soared into the air, addressing Acta. Have you ever witnessed a sword technique descending from the heavens? You haven't, have you? Then allow me to show you today. Without needing Acta to respond, Baichuan knew he had never seen it. With his left hand outstretched towards Acta, in an instant, Acta felt an immense weight on his body, rendering him immobile. Due to the ease of evading this technique, I had no choice but to resort to this method. Damn, I didn't expect you could manipulate gravity. Acta's words became laborious. There are many things you never anticipated. Baichuan swiftly descended with his sword, cleaving down upon Acta's head. Casting a glance at Acta, now bisected, Baichuan flicked the blood from his sword, speaking in a rather arrogant tone. Truly, you are not much of a challenge. With that, the sword above his head dissipated into white light. The battle was over. In the city, Rayleigh and Roger witnessed the vanishing sword of Damocles. Indeed, though did you notice a crack appearing on that sword? Is that so? I truly did not pay attention. It seems I was mistaken, Roger remarked, though inwardly he felt otherwise. Is something amiss? A twinge of concern surfaced in Roger's heart. Chapter 28. Manipulating Gravity. Wow, you are incredible. Upon witnessing Baichuan defeat Acta, Caitlin excitedly rushed forth, playfully delivering a light punch to Baichuan's chest, which was hardly painful. Of course, you should consider who it is. Baichuan tossed his hair back, striking a pose he deemed remarkably dashing. However, this scene is rather gruesome, isn't it? Observing the horrific state of Acta's corpse, Caitlin's stomach churned violently, unable to settle for a long while. Indeed, Acta had been cleaved in two, a sight most bloody, obscured by a thick layer of pixelation. Yet, it is curious. Your attire remains unblemished by even a drop of blood. What material is your outfit made of? Do enlighten me another day. Hee hee, that's a talent you cannot purchase. Baichuan, your technique was so impressive. What is its name? Shanks approached, his mind lingering on Baichuan's descending strike. How about calling it the Divine Blade of the Tathagata? That name is rather bold. Upon hearing Baichuan's suggestion, Shanks found it utterly absurd, the impression of that strike crumbling in his mind. Aha, a jest? I shall name it Falling Wild Goose. What do you think of that name? Seeing Shank's constipated expression, Baichuan found it amusing. Perhaps he had some peculiar preferences. Falling Wild Goose is somewhat acceptable, but your descent speed was rather slow. Why could Acta not evade it? Moreover, he appeared as if crushed by a heavy object. Would you like to give it a try? Baichuan raised an eyebrow at Shanks, adopting an eager demeanor. Certainly, I am keen to witness the intricacies of your swordsmanship. Shanks partially unsheathed his sword, his eyes filled with combat fervor. Observing Shanks' enthusiasm, Baichuan smiled mysteriously. Suddenly, Shanks felt an extraordinary heaviness in his body. What is happening? Bewildered, Shanks struggled against the weight, nearly collapsing, yet managed to hold himself upright, albeit with a contorted expression. Hey Shanks, what's wrong? Noticing Shanks' fearsome expression, Buggy grew concerned. It's nothing. Can't you see he's enjoying it? Baichuan indicated to Buggy not to worry. Despite Shanks' fearsome appearance, Baichuan sensed an undercurrent of excitement within him. Baichuan, what is happening to Shanks? Nothing much, Buggy. Why don't you give it a try too? I refuse. Upon hearing this, Buggy immediately shook his head, distancing himself from Baichuan. Fear not, it won't cost you a thing. Baichuan flashed a mischievous smile, and upon seeing it, Buggy felt a sense of dread. Before he could utter a refusal, the gravity descended upon him. Suddenly feeling the weight, Buggy collapsed to the ground, unable to lift his head. Witnessing Buggy's plight, Baichuan quickly retracted the gravity, shaking his head. It seemed Buggy and Shanks were indeed worlds apart. Hey, what was that just now? Recovering, Buggy immediately questioned Baichuan. A secret. Baichuan provided no further explanation. At this moment, Shanks was also struggling to maintain composure, drenched in sweat. Observing this, Baichuan withdrew the gravity affecting Shanks. Once the weight lifted, Shanks found his breath much easier, kneeling on the ground, his expression a mix of exhaustion and enjoyment. Shanks turned over, sitting down, resting for a while before speaking. You were manipulating gravity just now, weren't you? As expected of Shanks, you are quite perceptive, unlike Buggy, who appears utterly bewildered. Hearing Baichuan's compliment, Buggy's face flushed crimson, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet Baichuan spoke the truth, leaving him with no counter-arguments. Buggy experienced it too. How long could he endure? Noticing the inquisitive gleam in Shanks' eyes, Baichuan refrained from dampening Buggy's confidence. He lasted just a tad shorter than you. Shirakawa absent-mindedly scratched his face, casting his gaze elsewhere. Upon hearing those words, Buggy, who had braced himself for Shanks' ridicule, suddenly felt as though he had discovered a savior. Looking at Shirakawa with eyes full of gratitude. Shirakawa, you are truly my good brother. I shall never forget your immense kindness throughout my life. Sensing Buggy's gaze, a shiver ran down Shirakawa's spine, making him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Is that so, Buggy? You really are impressive, Shanks praised, having initially thought that Buggy would not last long. Yet he was astounded that Shirakawa had deceived him. Hee. Ketherin, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, stifled a laugh, having witnessed the entire scene unfold. Oh dear. I almost forgot about this little girl. Realizing the sound of laughter, Buggy became aware of an additional witness. He turned his gaze toward Ketherin, who mischievously blinked and flashed an okay hand gesture. Seeing this sign, Buggy felt reassured. What were you laughing at just now? Shanks, perplexed, inquired of Ketherin. I have a feeling that my mother will give birth to a little brother today, which makes me exceedingly happy. With that, she erupted into laughter. Oh well, congratulations are in order. Remarkably, Shanks believed her. Upon hearing this fabrication, Shirakawa could not help but chuckle. The creativity of such a lie was indeed remarkable. At her age, around 17 or 18, her mother must be in her 40s, which reminded Shirakawa of a particular scene from a film in his past life. However, Baichuan ultimately managed to restrain himself. Well, after a brief respite, let us continue our journey. The road ahead remains long. It was his first time traversing such an extensive distance, and Baichuan felt a sense of anticipation within, eager to discover what peculiar events and extraordinary experiences awaited him along the way. Then let us proceed. Shanks, aware that the others were awaiting his lead, hastily gathered his composure and regained some strength before addressing them. Let us set forth. After several days of travel, Baichuan began to feel rather exasperated, as Shanks insisted on having him apply gravitational force upon himself. Now I understand why your abilities have developed so rapidly. It appears you possess quite the advantageous ability. After a few days of experimentation, Shanks realized he had experienced a slight enhancement in his own strength and, in a moment of revelation, spoke to Baichuan. Is it only now that you comprehend this? I assumed you would have realized it when I first imposed gravity upon you. Baichuan felt increasingly irked, wishing to avoid excessive dialogue with Shanks. He couldn't help but regret impulsively bringing Shanks along. Meanwhile, Buggy remained rather subdued during the journey, perhaps wishing to avoid drawing too much attention, not wanting to relive certain experiences. Chapter 29, The Arrival. Now, Baichuan, Shanks, and Buggy found themselves wanted by this nation, having slain a military leader, thus becoming enemies of the state. Baichuan never anticipated that his first bounty would not be issued by the Navy, but rather by a small island nation. As a traveler from another world, he felt somewhat embarrassed by this turn of events. However, the bounty was quite substantial, amounting to a staggering 50 million berries. It appears that this nation possesses a considerable wealth. 10 days have elapsed since the demise of Acta, and it will take at least another fortnight to traverse the borders of this land. Due to their notoriety, they dared not traverse between cities for fear of causing an uproar, opting instead for a longer and perilous route. Indeed, taking the long way not only consumed time, but also posed significant dangers. While passing through a forest, the quartet encountered a towering black bear, standing at an imposing 5 meters, a creature that could easily be deemed a monster. Aside from Buggy and Catherine, who were somewhat flustered, both Baichuan and Shanks remained unfazed. allowing Shanks to take the lead. After a brief skirmish, the outcome was favorable, with no injuries sustained. Consequently, their dinner that evening consisted of black bear meat, albeit rather unpalatable. To be honest, Baichuan often found Buggy's character perplexing. Despite having sailed with Roger for such an extensive period and faced numerous challenges, Buggy still tended to overreact in the face of minor troubles. Having encountered Sea Kings on several occasions, he nevertheless felt a sense of dread upon each new encounter. Buggy, what is it with you? As fellow apprentice crew members, why is there such a disparity between you and Shanks? After their meal of black bear, evening had descended, and the four decided to rest around the campfire, lying on the ground. Baichuan felt compelled to have a heart-to-heart with Buggy, to encourage him. Perhaps I am simply not destined to grow stronger, Buggy murmured, turning away at Baichuan's words. Soon, a muffled sound emanated from him. Why must you touch upon my vulnerabilities? Buggy felt a tinge of discontent within. After all, he had been nearly equal to Shanks when Baichuan first joined the ship. Yet, in just a few months, a considerable gap had formed between them. Why did Baichuan have to broach the subject of strength? Buggy, you cannot continue down this path. What will you do when you disembark? Without strength, you cannot ensure your own protection, Baichuan earnestly advised. As a member of the Roger Pirates, Baichuan felt it was his duty to consider the future of his crewmates. Buggy, in particular, seemed the most ineffectual among the combatants of the crew, limited to scavenging for treasure in the East Blue. Had he not encountered Luffy, it was likely that Buggy would never have set foot in the Grand Line again. Although he later attained the title of warlord due to sheer luck, that was merely a superficial remedy, should the warlords be abolished. Buggy would find himself in a precarious position. Rest assured, I will not abandon the captain, Buggy declared. Hearing this, Baichuan sighed. For the decision to stay or leave was not solely Buggy's to make. Baichuan intended to say more, but was suddenly interrupted by Buggy's snoring. He felt that Buggy was doing this deliberately. How could someone fall asleep so quickly? He was no Garp, Luffy, or Ace. Indeed, you are like mud that cannot be sculpted, Baichuan muttered, giving Buggy a firm kick. What a waste of my sentiments. Never mind, I shall sleep. Baichuan turned away, preparing for slumber. Unbeknownst to him, as he uttered the word sleep, Buggy suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a momentary glimmer of determination, which vanished just as swiftly. Indeed, it appeared that he was as unyielding as ever. However, Shirakawa's words had already sown a seed in Buggy's heart, which might germinate at the opportune moment, lest it wither away forever. While Shirakawa and Buggy conversed, Shanks, lying nearby, remained awake, attentively absorbing every word exchanged. His gaze deepened, lost in contemplation, perhaps pondering how to train Buggy in the future. Meanwhile, Catherine, not part of their crew, slept soundly, blissfully unaware of the dangers of the wilderness. Her face adorned with a smile, suggesting she was enjoying her slumber. At dawn, Shirakawa awoke early, the other three still peacefully asleep. Fortunately, the area was devoid of passers-by. Otherwise, their vulnerability would have been easily exploited. Hey, wake up. Time to hit the road, Shirakawa called out. Strangely, uttering those words always gave him the sensation akin to sending a convict to the gallows, though he seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Waking them had become routine, and he felt as if he had assumed the role of their caretaker, not only rousing them but also preparing their meals. Luckily, Shirakawa was a good-natured traveler. Had it been someone else, the outcome could have been quite dire. What's the time now? Sure enough, Catherine was the first to awaken, her initial words mirroring those she had spoken the previous morning. It was indeed early. The term early referred to morning, but Shirakawa couldn't ascertain the precise hour, as he was unable to gauge time by the sun's position. Soon after, Buggy and Shanks stirred awake as well. Why does it always feel like I've barely closed my eyes? Buggy grumbled, rubbing his eyes. If you were dead, you'd have more time to sleep. Want to try? Shirakawa retorted. No. Buggy quickly shook his head, instantly alert. He was puzzled by the sudden tension in the air. He hadn't provoked anyone recently. Though Buggy was unaware of any wrongdoing, he resolved to tread carefully for his own safety. What are we having for breakfast? He inquired. Nothing but leftover meat from yesterday, Shirakawa replied. Recently, he had noticed a decline in his appetite, perhaps due to the lack of combat in recent days, which had kept his energy levels high. Ugh, we're eating that again? It's so unappetizing. Well, you can endure it, Shirakawa shot back at Shanks. Upon hearing this, Shanks fell silent, accepting that as long as food was available, he would partake, regardless of taste. Hey, what do you think is up with Shirakawa? Is he on edge today? Picking fights with everyone? Shanks pulled Buggy aside and whispered. I don't know. Maybe it's that guy, Buggy speculated. Which guy? Shanks asked, bewildered. The one. Buggy gestured vaguely. Which one is that? That one. Oh, will that man be coming too? Shanks suddenly seemed enlightened. He probably will, otherwise. Why would Shirakawa be acting this way? Ah, I see now. Chapter 30. Mountain Bandits. Although the breakfast lacked flavor, they had to grit their teeth and consume it to maintain their strength for the journey ahead. Just as they finished and prepared to depart, a loud bang echoed, and Shirakawa's shield materialized instinctively, a bullet colliding with it, sparks flying as it veered off course. What is going on? Buggy exclaimed, startled as he shielded his head. The group turned toward the bullet's origin, and Shirakawa's expression darkened considerably. Luckily, the bullet had been aimed at him. Had it struck Catherine or Buggy, it could have been fatal. Who goes there? Shirakawa demanded loudly. TSK, I remember my marksmanship being quite good. How did I miss? A figure emerged, followed by a dozen more. Their attire betrayed their malicious intent. Some bore fresh scars, while others showed signs of long-healed wounds. Who are you? Shirakawa inquired again, as Buggy and Shanks prepared to attack. Despite Buggy's current lack of strength, he was still a pirate and could hold his own against such foes. We are the mountain bandits of this area. If you know what's good for you, hand over your valuables and leave that woman behind for us to enjoy, the leader declared, prompting laughter from his cohorts. Their disdainful gazes fixed on Shirakawa and lewdly on Catherine. You lot, keep staring, and I'll have your eyes, Shirakawa warned, sensing Catherine's discomfort under their lecherous scrutiny. Oh, you're quite feisty, aren't you? I like a woman with spirit. It makes the conquest all the more thrilling. The leader leered, licking his lips in a grotesque manner. Brothers, attack. But remember, don't harm the woman. Don't worry, boss. We're all waiting for our turn after you're done, his men replied, their laughter echoing. Observing their casual conversation, Shirakawa's expression turned grim. They clearly regarded him as insignificant, like ants to be crushed at will. You should consider yourselves fortunate, he said slowly, causing the temperature around them to drop perceptibly. What do you mean? You should be grateful to die at my hands. Ha ha ha, you little brat. Even at death's door, you're still putting on airs. I'll save you for last to witness my methods, the leader scoffed, having shivered but now convinced of his superiority over the young boy. Buggy, Shanks, this time. Show no mercy, eliminate them. I think that's a splendid idea, Shanks agreed. Their tone suggested they had killed many before, and such heinous individuals would receive no quarter from him. As for Buggy, he could tolerate being looked down upon by those stronger than him, but he would not stand idly by while weaker foes dared to belittle him. As the bandits surged forward, Catherine drew 2 daggers from her waist. What? Do you wish to join the fray? Shirakawa asked, perplexed. Of course, those who insult me seldom escape alive, Catherine replied with unwavering resolve. I thought those daggers were mere decorations. I didn't realize you possessed such prowess. Upon their first encounter, Baichuan noticed that she carried 2 daggers with her, though he had yet to see her wield them. However, as a princess well-trained in self-defense, she had not been afforded the chance to demonstrate her prowess. Indeed, with them around, Catherine had no opportunity to engage. Merely standing behind them ensured her safety. Do be cautious. Should you sustain any injuries, I shall not intervene, she warned. Rest assured, these ruffians pose no threat to me, he replied confidently. Surprising to see such confidence, she remarked. Indeed, Catherine replied with a self-assured smile, accepting Baichuan's compliment without hesitation. As the 2 factions clashed, Baichuan refrained from engaging directly, instead fixating on the small leader wielding a firearm. For Buggy and Shanks, evading bullets was beyond their current capabilities. Should an ambush occur, their safety would be at risk. Baichuan observed the leader's expression darken, realizing that his subordinates were woefully inept. Akin to mere vegetables. None could withstand 3 exchanges with Buggy and Shanks, while Catherine had already dispatched 2 of the marauders encircling her. Having previously dealt such blows to others, he now found himself on the receiving end, a flicker of fear surfacing within him. Monsters, you are all monsters. I shall destroy you, he muttered, raising his gun to aim at Buggy, intent on a lethal shot. However, Baichuan was not about to grant him such an opportunity. As the leader lifted his weapon, Baichuan swiftly closed the distance, executing 2 fluid motions to unsheath and retract his blade. The leader merely perceived a flash of light before his gun shattered in 2, leaving a smooth wound in its wake. Impossible, my gun, he exclaimed. Realizing that firearms were a rare commodity in this realm, the source of his earlier bravado. With its destruction, Baichuan sensed the leader's confidence plummet to an all-time low, even below that of his own subordinates. You monsters, not even human. The leader stammered, collapsing in terror, his fear evident as he sat on the ground. A clear sign of his distress. Truly pitiful, Baichuan remarked, shaking his head, devoid of any sympathy for such a wretch. No, you cannot kill me, he pleaded as Baichuan raised his blade. Oh, and why is that? If you slay me, our boss will not let you go unpunished. Unpunished? I have no intention of sparing him, Baichuan retorted, silencing the leader's protests with a decisive stroke. Meanwhile, Shanks and his companions had concluded their skirmish, leaving no surviving brigands among the dozen they faced. I heard him call us monsters, Shanks commented as he approached Baichuan, gazing down at the fallen marauder. Indeed, to think we are regarded as monsters. Their ignorance is astounding, Baichuan mused. This must stem from their insular environment, forever oblivious to the vastness of the outside world. Being situated in the latter half of the New World, few venture here, resulting in such ignorance. The people of this island are truly to be pitied, Shanks lamented. For someone who yearned for freedom, being confined to an island for a lifetime would be unbearable. Chapter 31. The village of the deceased. It appears these individuals are merely a small faction of the local brigands, Baichuan analyzed, addressing the other three. Indeed, this small group reveals the extent of their malevolence. I wonder if we can entirely eradicate them, Shanks added. What? Are you contemplating taking action against these brigands? Baichuan inquired. If we can defeat them, I believe I will step in, Shanks responded. Haha, you truly are Shanks. Baichuan chuckled, patting Shanks on the shoulder. Their thoughts aligned, and Baichuan found himself disinclined to overlook such matters, especially now that Shanks possessed the strength to confront them. It is not that Shirakawa harbors a deep-seated hatred for evil, but rather he is driven by a pure desire for justice. Hey, are you two really considering an attack? We still have no idea how many of them there are, or how armed they might be, Bucky said, his voice tinged with anxiety as he observed the resolute expressions on their faces. If it were just a handful of adversaries, he would not be frightened. However, the unknown strength of the enemy loomed ominously. Rest assured, you need only remain in the rear. The front lines will be expertly managed by Shanks and myself, Shirakawa replied. Glancing down at the broken firearms scattered on the ground, Shirakawa felt a pang of regret. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had relinquished a weapon that could have been advantageous for Bucky, potentially allowing for a surprise attack. Moreover, are you not aware of my capabilities? Even if I cannot prevail, escaping poses no challenge. Very well, Bucky conceded, knowing that resistance was futile against the two determined individuals. As the four traversed the terrain, unaware of the mountain bandits' lair, they pressed forward, hopeful that they might encounter another group. Gradually, their surroundings expanded, revealing a narrow path leading away from the forest, yet devoid of crops or inhabitants. What a peculiar place. Where is everyone? Bucky murmured, surveying the desolation. Who knows? Perhaps the residents have relocated, Shirakawa hypothesized, observing that the land flanking the path had once been cultivated but now lay fallow. Let us proceed. There appears to be a village ahead. We should inquire about the circumstances here. As they advanced, a foul odor wafted through the air. What is that smell? Caitlin exclaimed, pinching her nose in disgust. Shirakawa, alerted by her reaction, discerned the scent as well. It is the stench of blood, he affirmed, and Shanks, too, acknowledged the acrid aroma. Indeed, it is unmistakably the scent of blood, far more genuine than the remnants of Acta's essence. This foulness likely emanates from corpses. Upon Shirakawa's assessment, their gazes turned somber, fixating on the village that lay ahead, from whence the noxious odor emanated. Be cautious, stay behind me, he instructed. Understood. The gravity of the situation demanded their utmost vigilance. Particularly Bucky, who instinctively shielded himself behind Shirakawa, ensuring not a hint of exposure. As they neared the village, Shirakawa activated a protective shield, ready to safeguard them at a moment's notice. The dilapidated state of the village soon came into view, revealing charred remnants, suggestive of a recent conflagration. With each step deeper into the settlement, the expressions of the quartet grew increasingly grave. Caitlin retched, while Shirakawa struggled to suppress his own urge to vomit. What transpired here? Caitlin gasped, her voice strained as she beheld the devastation. A massacre has undoubtedly occurred, Shirakawa articulated, his tone heavy with sorrow. The sight of lifeless bodies strewn about, their forms contorted in anguish, conveyed the despair they had faced in their final moments. This was Shirakawa's first encounter with such a horrific scene. Having lived in a time of peace devoid of war or slaughter, he was unprepared for the brutality laid before him. Though he had battled pirates at sea, he had never witnessed such carnage. Even Bucky could not bear to look upon the aftermath of the villagers' slaughter, his heart filled with righteous indignation towards the perpetrators. Surely, this atrocity was committed by that band of mountain thieves, Shanks surmised. Indeed, I believe so. Then they must not be allowed to escape, Shanks declared, his expression darkening, exuding an aura of lethal intent that startled Bucky and left Shirakawa momentarily taken aback. Truly, Shanks embodied the essence of a future emperor of the sea, possessing an innate charisma even in his youth. Among the future emperors, he was likely the youngest, yet one could not underestimate his prowess. Shanks, Shirakawa said, placing a firm hand on his shoulder to temper his fervor. Though Shanks had yet to fully awaken his conqueror's haki, it was evident that the time was nearing. Following this gesture, Shanks' intensity waned, though his countenance remained grim. What was that about? You nearly frightened me to death, Bucky exclaimed, patting his chest in relief, as he, being Shanks' closest companion, was the first to voice concern. I'm fine, Shanks replied, still shaken. That was quite alarming, Caitlin whispered to Shirakawa, her voice tinged with apprehension. It is to be expected. He is destined to become a titan of the new world, Shirakawa mused, embracing the role of a seer in that moment. If you manage to survive another decade or so, I have no doubt you will hear his name echo across the seas. A confident smile graced Shirakawa's lips, for he firmly believed in the fulfillment of his prophecy. Are you cursing me to die young? Caitlin retorted, playfully slapping him in annoyance. Not at all. I merely speak the truth. If you truly endure for another decade, he will undoubtedly attain renown. Mark my words, his name is Shanks. And you will have the privilege of boasting that you traveled alongside him. Is that so? Caitlin inquired, her interest piqued. Shanks, overhearing the exchange, nodded in agreement. Certainly. Both the captain and I see immense potential in you. And what of me, Shirakawa? Will I too achieve greatness? Absolutely. After all, you did capture attention during the Marineford War and held the title of warlord for a time, which is no small feat. Let us continue onward. Since they have committed such heinous acts against the villagers, their stronghold cannot be far. Although they were no paragons of virtue, they could not bear to leave the villagers' bodies to decay in the wilderness. They dug a large pit and buried the villagers, offering a semblance of closure for their own consciences. This country is truly chaotic. Such a thing would never happen in my homeland. Caitlin remarked after their somber task was completed. Despite belonging to different nations, she felt a profound sympathy for the fallen villagers. Would never happen? Or perhaps it has. And you simply remain unaware, Shirakawa countered, skeptical of the notion that any nation was entirely free of criminal elements. Such occurrences are impossible. Once you visit my country, you will see the stark contrast between our lands. Then let us await that revelation, Caitlin replied. Having witnessed a tragic conclusion, the spirits of the few individuals were far from jovial, and as they traversed the path, not a soul uttered a word. Look, there is a narrow trail beside us. Do you suppose it leads to the abode of the bandits? At that moment, Catherine noticed an alternative path emerging where they were supposed to tread. It is likely. Baichuan retrieved a map for a fleeting glance, a map that he and his companions had casually purchased prior to their departure from the city, intended to assist in navigating should they lose their way. Upon examining the map, Baichuan discovered that this particular route was not documented, suggesting it was a private path of the bandits. After speaking, he folded the map and addressed the group. Are you all prepared? If you prefer, you may wait here for me. We have long been ready. Shanks and Buggy appeared eager, especially Shanks, who seemed unable to contain his excitement. I certainly wish to join. Remaining here feels far more perilous. Catherine expressed as well. Very well, let us ascend the mountain. Uncertain of the reason, as Shirakawa uttered those words, his right eyelid twitched violently, as if foreboding some misfortune. Perhaps I am merely overthinking. What troubles you? Catherine inquired, observing Shirakawa's hand pressing against his right eye. Is something amiss? It's nothing. Let us continue on our way. Shirakawa managed a strained smile. Upon hearing his words, Catherine refrained from pressing further. As they traversed this path leading into the depths of the mountains, they encountered not a single creature, not even a carcass. With each step forward, Shirakawa's sense of foreboding intensified. Constraining his unease, he came to a halt. Why have you stopped? Questioned Shanks, who had been following closely behind. I sense that our destination may be rather perilous. What, are you afraid? Bucky scoffed. What danger could possibly threaten mere mortals? I am not afraid for myself. Rather, I fear for your safety. Worry not. With me, Bucky the Great, there shall be no peril, he declared, flexing his muscles as he spoke. However, he did not clearly hear what Shirakawa had said, Shirakawa was referring to their group, while Buggy mistakenly believed it concerned her alone. Just as Shirakawa was about to elaborate, a sudden voice interrupted their conversation. "Hey, who are you?" Upon turning around, Shirakawa discovered a group of individuals blocking their path. Shanks and Buggy immediately drew their weapons, poised for battle. "Did you kill those villagers down the mountain?" Realizing they had encountered others, Shirakawa decided against further idle chatter. Moreover, the attire of the opposing individuals indicated they were not of good character. "Oh, you mean those lowly peasants?" "Indeed, it was us." The tone of the adversary was tinged with arrogance. "Why?" Shirakawa gritted her teeth in response. She could not fathom how they could commit such heinous acts, sparing neither women nor infants. They were no different from beasts. "Why? Do we need a reason to kill? If we wish to slay, we shall do so." "Ha ha ha. So who are you? Do you seek vengeance for them? We are the ones who will kill you." Having discerned the true culprits, there was no need for further discourse. Conversing with these brutes was merely a waste of time. "Buggy, Shanks, let us go." "All right, I've been itching for a fight." In an instant, Shanks charged forward, dispatching one of the mountain bandits. "You dare slay our men? Attack. Tear them to shreds." Though the opposing force was greater in number, their quality was lacking. Before long, only their leader remained. Shirakawa approached him step by step. "Do not come closer. Do not come closer." The adversary waved his hands in panic, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Have you ever considered the feelings of the villagers, defenseless in their final moments?" Shirakawa squatted before him, enunciating each word to convey the despair those villagers felt as they faced death. "Please, spare me. It wasn't me, it wasn't me." He knelt before Shirakawa, bowing his head repeatedly, even to the point of injury. Yet, Shirakawa felt no sympathy. "If it wasn't you, then who was it?" "The ghosts. It was the general who commanded us. We had no intention of killing them." "The general? So he is the mastermind behind this." "Indeed, it is he." "And who is this general?" "I do not know. He arrived at our camp just a few days ago, and our leader instructed us to address him as general." "Get up, lead us to him. I wish to see this general for myself." All right. As long as you do not kill me, I will do whatever you ask." "Enough with the chatter, move quickly." Yes. He nodded eagerly. He led the way, with Shirakawa and the others following behind. After approximately half an hour of walking, they finally arrived at the bandits' hideout. It must be said that this village bears a striking resemblance to the one Baichuan had previously seen on television. The general should be within the village now. As these words left his lips, a knife suddenly pressed against his throat, swiftly cutting across. He widened his eyes, perhaps never to comprehend the reason for his demise. "I never claimed I would spare you. Guiding us here was entirely your own choice." Upon reaching their destination, he had lost all value, and Baichuan would certainly not allow such a person to continue living. Chapter 33. The Bandit Leader. "Who are you? How did you come to this place?" As Baichuan and his companions appeared at the entrance of the mountain stronghold, the guard on duty immediately noticed them and inquired, "Those who will end your lives." Now that they had arrived, Baichuan had no intention of engaging in further conversation. He sought a swift resolution. "Kill us? Ha ha. Surely you are not awake yet. You come here spouting madness. Since I am in such a pleasant mood, I suggest you leave before you find yourselves unable to descend the mountain." At that moment, no one took Baichuan's words seriously. "I believe I am awake, but you will never awaken again." As Baichuan uttered these words, he appeared directly before the man, swiftly severing his throat. By the time his companions reacted, it was far too late. Baichuan had offered them no opportunity to speak, eliminating them instantaneously. "Wow, he just charged right in. How domineering." Gazed at Baichuan's retreating figure, Kai's Lin exclaimed with excitement. "Who are you, and how did you enter?" As Baichuan strode into the stronghold, another individual posed the same question. Yet Baichuan was beyond replying. He drew his blade in response. "Intruder. Enemy. A particularly astute bandit." Observing Baichuan with his bloodied knife, quickly shouted in alarm. "Smart, but knowing our identity won't spare you from the fate awaiting you." Baichuan's voice resonated ominously in his ear. "And no, please don't kill me," the man stammered, refusing to turn back. Yet this was destined to be his final utterance in this lifetime. "How audacious to threaten us. It seems you are tired of living. Brothers, attack, subdue them." Seeing the corpses of their fallen comrades and the four standing defiantly, the remaining bandits roared in fury. "Go on, but remember to protect yourselves." "Understood." Shanks revealed a bloodthirsty grin and charged forward. "Bucky, you guard Kai's Lin from the rear. No need to rush to the front." Of course, Bucky accepted this task with delight, Avoiding direct confrontation was his preferred course of action. Suddenly, dozens of bandits emerged, and Bucky felt a twinge of fear. Bai Chuan and Shanks entered the fray like wolves among sheep, no one able to withstand more than 3 of their strikes. Bucky, seizing the chaos, snatched a gun and provided support from the back. "You are utterly useless," Kai's Lin chided Bucky, giving his head a light smack. "How can you compare to that boy Shanks? Look at him. He can at least share the burden of the fight. That's called strategy. You wouldn't understand. When they falter, I will still have the strength to lead our escape." Bucky rationalized his cowardice with a seemingly valid excuse. "Once, Shanks and I dared to confront Whitebeard, declaring we would claim his head. Do you know who Whitebeard is? He is hailed as the strongest man in the world." Bucky began to boast of his past experiences to Kai's Lin. Now recalling that moment, he felt a shiver of fear. His bravado had likely been spurred by Shanks. Now, facing Whitebeard, Bucky's legs trembled. Ever since that encounter, he had kept his distance from any conflict involving Whitebeard's crew. "Really? I didn't expect you to have some sense," Kai's Lin responded, unsure if she believed Bucky's tall tales or was merely flattering him. Indeed, Bucky felt a sense of pride swelling within him. Their attention returned to Bai Chuan and Shanks, who were growing bolder in their battle, unstoppable by anyone. "Enough of you two." A furious voice suddenly echoed in the ears of all present, as a massive figure, towering around 2 meters, emerged before them. "Boss, you finally arrived." The remaining bandits felt a wave of relief. They had been thoroughly trounced, fearing the next strike would land upon their own necks. "Oh, so you are their leader? You certainly appear formidable. What brings you here to cause trouble?" The bandit leader spoke with a scowl. "Nothing much, merely found you displeasing." "Displeasing? Huh. That's a reason I use against others. I never expected someone would one day use it against me. Very well, I shall return the sentiment." With that, the bandit leader lifted a spiked club, nearly half his height, and swung it toward Bai Chuan. "Goodness!" Bai Chuan raised his blade in defense, but the immense force of the club sent him flying. "Bai Chuan!" Shanks shouted. Bai Chuan steadied himself in midair, landing gracefully on the ground. "I didn't anticipate your strength. For a moment, I almost found myself airborne." He waved his arm, his expression unfazed by the previous blow. "Oh, impressive. You managed to block one strike." The bandit leader grinned, seemingly intrigued by Bai Chuan. "Let us see if you can withstand a second." Realizing he could not match strength with this opponent, Bai Chuan wisely chose to evade. As the club descended toward him, he leaped backward, narrowly escaping the blow as it grazed his nose. "Shanks, focus on dispatching those smaller foes. I can handle this," Bai Chuan instructed, wishing to eliminate the distractions around him. "Are you certain, Bai Chuan?" "Fear not. He cannot harm me," Bai Chuan replied confidently with a smile. "You seem quite self-assured," the bandit leader remarked, slamming his club into the ground, creating a large crater. "But true confidence and blind arrogance are 2 different things. You will find out if my confidence is genuine." "Interesting," he sneered, having lived long. He had yet to encounter someone as audacious as Bai Chuan. "Now you have." With that, Bai Chuan charged at his opponent, his blade aimed at the man's head. However, this strike was effortlessly blocked by the opponent. Yet, Shirakawa did not succumb to despair, for the battle had only just commenced, and he was merely entering his optimal state. "Has there been a slight change, little one?" Shirakawa's increasingly astute gaze sharpened. "Since the adversary was you, it was evident that one could not continue as before." "Very well." In unison, both individuals moved, their blades and mace clashing together, sparking a flurry of brilliant embers. A torrent of fervor surged through Shirakawa's entire being, causing an involuntary smile of enjoyment to grace his lips. Chapter 34. The general appears Shirakawa's seemingly frail physique stood in stark contrast to his opponent's robust form. However, their confrontation appeared evenly matched, a dynamic exchange of offense and defense. "If you continue to dally with me, your subordinates will soon meet their demise." Shirakawa found himself unable to discern any weaknesses in his opponent, forcing him to employ tactics to divert their attention. However, as Bai Chuan aptly noted, although Shanks found himself somewhat challenged by the opposing group, sustaining several minor wounds that posed no significant threat, the adversaries grew increasingly hesitant, their attacks losing their former ferocity. Had their leader not been present, they would likely have fled long ago. Frustrated by the sight of his subordinates collapsing one after another, the bandit chief's eyes turned crimson with rage, recklessly charging at Shanks. This reckless act, however, provided Bai Chuan with an opportune moment. He had already expended considerable energy and recognized it was time for a swift conclusion. With the chief's back turned to him, Baichuan perceived numerous openings. A single strike could rend flesh and cause grievous harm. At that moment, Shanks sensed an impending danger and caught sight of the charging bandit leader, his body instinctively tensing. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, the sound of a gun fired from Buggy's hands. Seizing the moment, Buggy's bullet struck the chief's right arm with precision. Enraged, the chief fixed a fierce glare on Buggy, who, frightened, stumbled backward to the ground. "Hurry up," Buggy shouted to Baichuan and Shanks, realizing his blunder and desperate to salvage his dignity. Understood. In an instant, Shanks dispatched the bandits surrounding him and charged towards the chief, with Baichuan following closely behind. In normal circumstances, such direct assaults would have been effortlessly thwarted, but the chief's current state rendered him vulnerable. Consumed by madness and nursing his injuries, it seemed his days of plundering had dulled his resolve. Seizing this rare opportunity, Baichuan reached the chief's rear and swiftly slashed a blade from his left shoulder to his hip. A spray of blood erupted as Baichuan's blade struck true, retreating quickly. He recognized that such an injury would be grievous to anyone. "Ah!" The chief cried out in pain, momentarily forgetting the poised Shanks in front of him. Taking advantage of the distraction, Shanks delivered a swift cut to the chief's abdomen, causing him to double over in agony, clutching his stomach and kneeling. Buggy seized the chance to fire another shot, this time hitting the chief's thigh. In that fleeting moment, the chief had sustained 3 distinct injuries, with the wound on his back proving most severe, blood gushing forth and quickly staining the ground beneath him. "You are finished," Baichuan declared, pointing his knife at the fallen chief. While it could be argued that the trio had combined forces to subdue him, the absence of the proverbial sword of Damocles hanging over Baichuan's head indicated he had not yet expended his full strength. Soon, the chief knelt in silence, his voice lost. "Is he really dead?" Buggy approached cautiously, perplexed that someone with such injuries could succumb so swiftly. In this world, ordinary lives were remarkably resilient, especially that of a robust man in his prime. To prevent any trickery, Baichuan stepped forward and turned the chief over with his knife, only to discover the man's eyes had rolled back. It appeared he had fainted from the pain. "Fainted from pain? This is a first for me," Buggy exclaimed. "Perhaps it is best to let him bleed out slowly here. It serves as a fitting punishment." "Quite splendid indeed." Just as the group settled to catch their breath, a voice resonated in their ears, accompanied by slow, deliberate applause, as if in celebration of their efforts. Upon hearing this voice, Baichuan's body tensed once more, the unsettling premonition he had felt earlier returning with greater intensity. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, where a figure emerged. The atmosphere so hushed that even the sound of footsteps could be discerned. "What troubles you?" Kaislin inquired of Baichuan, Shanks, and Buggy, having noticed their sudden stillness as the figure appeared. "Run." After a prolonged silence, Baichuan finally managed to utter those words. Immediately, the sword of Damocles above his head manifested, enveloping Shanks, Buggy, and Kaislin in a blinding light, lifting them skyward, while Baichuan resolved to remain and confront the threat. "Run, Baichuan." Shanks, now regaining his senses, shouted urgently, "You cannot match him." "Oh, you intend to buy time for your comrades to escape. Such noble intentions, yet I cannot allow you to succeed." With those words, the figure vanished from Baichuan's sight, leaving him bewildered. Not good. Realizing the imminent danger, Baichuan shifted his gaze upward, where the figure reappeared beside Shanks and the others, delivering a powerful punch that sent them plummeting to the ground like meteorites. "Oh, did I miss?" Although Shanks and the others fell, it was not the figure that had struck them down. Rather, Baichuan had manipulated their weight to force them downwards. Though they sustained injuries, it was considerably less severe than if they had been struck directly. "Who are you?" Baichuan asked, his tone heavy with apprehension as he beheld the man who had descended from the sky. "You may call me the General. My name is Rog." "The General? You are the one who ordered the slaughter of the village below." "Rog, the one referred to as the Tiger of the Kingdom?" The questions came from both Baichuan and Kaislin simultaneously. "Indeed, that is I." His response served to answer both inquiries. "Kaislin, who is he?" Baichuan asked, noting Kaislin's familiarity with the man. "The strongest individual in the kingdom of Golan, without exception, a man known to all on the island as the Tiger. Yet, I am left wondering why such a man would appear here. Is that so? It seems we are indeed in grave peril." With Kaislin's words, Baichuan finally comprehended the source of his earlier apprehensions. "Quite astute of you, princess. Your knowledge is impressive. However, I have come here specifically to await your arrival. Await me? Why? Because we cannot afford to let such a valuable hostage slip away. And why did you order the massacre of those villagers? Baichuan pressed. To draw you in. Of course. Draw us in. Indeed. Since you are willing to escort Kai's Lin back to her homeland, it signifies your penchant for meddling and your sense of justice. Thus, I anticipated you would not turn a blind eye to such a situation. Chapter 35, Utterly Defeated. So those villagers perished because of us. Shirakawa gritted his teeth and asked. Indeed, it is because of you that you should accompany them. But they are all your subjects. Humph, a bunch of lowly commoners. Is it not their duty to sacrifice for the nation? As he spoke, Rog's expression bore no trace of compassion, his demeanor entirely one of entitlement. Shanks, Buggy, seize the opportunity to swiftly take Kai's Lin away. I will do my utmost to hold him back. Want to leave? It is already too late. In an instant, Rog transformed into a fleeting shadow, while Shirakawa positioned his blades defensively across his chest. With a resounding crash, the blades shattered, as Rog's fist surged past the defense and struck Shirakawa directly. Armament Haki. Upon witnessing Rog's arm darken, Shirakawa realized he could not defend against the blow. Evasion was futile, and he could only brace himself to absorb the impact. It hurts. As the strike landed, Shirakawa's vision darkened, and he rolled several times on the ground before coming to a halt. Shirakawa, Shanks, and the others cried out in deep concern, while tears welled in Kai's Lin's eyes. Damn you, you scoundrel! I will fight you to the end. In that moment, Shanks completely disregarded whether he could defeat Rog, consumed by the desire to battle. Yet such impulsive behavior was destined to be futile. Shanks could not withstand a single blow, collapsing unconscious to the ground. Shanks, Buggy, too, cast aside his fears, rushing forward without a second thought. Stop it, Buggy. Do not act recklessly. At this moment, Shirakawa had regained his composure and spoke to Buggy, his voice soft yet remarkably resolute. Oh, you're still alive? Rog expressed surprise upon seeing Shirakawa rise. Die? That will never be my fate. Shirakawa took a deep breath, steadying his breathing. Is that so? With that, Rog lunged at Shirakawa once more, his speed so rapid that Shirakawa barely had time to react, feeling as though he were merely a target. Damn it! Shirakawa roared, unleashing an overwhelming surge of Conqueror's Haki. This was the first time he had fully released this power since mastering it. The shockwave of his Haki caused the surrounding trees to splinter, and both Buggy and Kai's Lin, engulfed in the Haki's aura, trembled. Shirakawa had intentionally avoided striking them directly, lest they faint or, worse, suffer fatal consequences. Conqueror's Haki. How intriguing. A smile of interest crept onto Rog's lips, though the intensity was rather intimidating, evoking a sense of oppression. Soon after, Rog too manifested his Conqueror's Haki. The clash of the two formidable auras caused even Shirakawa's deliberately protected companions to succumb to unconsciousness. As expected, you possess Conqueror's Haki as well. Shirakawa's expression grew increasingly grave. Oh, you are aware? It is not surprising for the strongest individual of a nation to wield such power, especially in the New World. Rog chuckled proudly upon hearing Shirakawa's words. However, I do not wish to prolong this battle unnecessarily. In terms of Haki, I find myself at a disadvantage. Perhaps for the sake of pride, Rog stated. Subsequently, both warriors simultaneously retracted their Haki, and the surrounding atmosphere instantly returned to tranquility. In truth, I believe it is unnecessary for us to fight to the death. All I desire is to take Kai's Lin with me. What say you? For reasons unknown. Rog suddenly proposed to Baichuan. Impossible, Baichuan responded without hesitation. In that case, I shall prepare for a swift resolution. Rog's tone suddenly turned chillingly cold, and Baichuan could distinctly sense the murderous intent emanating from him. Seizing the initiative, with his knife shattered, Baichuan had no choice but to resort to using his fists for attack. To Baichuan's surprise, he managed to strike Rog's face directly. However, no harm was inflicted upon him, as Rog had already employed his armament Haki for defense. Before Baichuan could react, Rog, with his armament Haki-enhanced hand, delivered a blow to Baichuan's abdomen, propelling him skyward as if executing a dragon-rising fist. Yet Rog did not relent. He leapt into the air, and as Baichuan reached the apex of his ascent, Rog clasped his hands together and delivered a powerful downward strike. With a resounding crash, Baichuan was slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. Undying? How could anyone be immortal? Just as Rog prepared to depart with Kesselin, he suddenly froze, sensing that the life force of the white-haired youth was gradually restoring. What is happening? How can you still be alive? Rog turned abruptly, incredulously inquiring. I told you, I am immortal, Baichuan replied, wiping away the non-existent blood at the corner of his mouth, speaking in fragmented phrases. I see now. It must be a certain kind of recovery devil fruit ability. Fascinating. A cruel smile crept across Rog's lips as he regarded Baichuan like a specimen for experimentation, exuding danger. Let me see just how much your fruit can endure. With that, he drove a knee into Baichuan's chin, sending several of his teeth flying. Yet, he did not cease there. He seized Baichuan's head, forcibly prying open his mouth to observe as his teeth slowly mended. Interesting, truly interesting, he remarked before striking Baichuan's remaining teeth once more. Damn it, Baichuan clenched his fists, filled with resentment, yet he could not resist. He could already foresee the excruciating torment awaiting him. Let me go? With each recovery, Baichuan expended a great deal of stamina, and the speed of his recovery diminished. Oh, I might let you go if you beg me, just like those wretched commoners do, pleading for mercy, Rog taunted. Bah! Upon hearing this, Baichuan spat in his face. Infuriated by the filthy gesture, Rog became enraged, violently slamming Baichuan's head down. If you wish to die so badly, I shall grant your desire, Rog declared furiously. Aren't you supposed to be immortal? Let us see if I can crush your head and still have you remain unharmed. With that, he picked up a machete from the ground, presumably belonging to a fallen bandit, and stepped onto Baichuan's body, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. Just then, a figure appeared beside him in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that sent Rog flying. Baichuan lifted his head to see this figure, a relieved smile breaking across his face before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 36. Barrett versus Rog. Having endured a heavy blow to the face, Rog was evidently shaken, and as he rose from the ground, a distinct imprint of a fist was visible on his face, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, from his demeanor, it was evident that Roger had not sustained any grave injuries. Who are you? Roger demanded, his tone sharp and commanding, his expression marked by an inexplicable gravity, as he sensed a palpable threat emanating from the newcomer. However, this individual did not respond to Roger's words. Instead, he bent down and lifted Baichuan as one would a mouse, then proceeded to do the same with Buggy and Shanks, bringing them to his side. One must admit, his hands are indeed quite large, effortlessly grasping the collars of two individuals at once. He cast a glance at Kaislin, who lay beside Buggy, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion, yet he did not dwell on it much longer before hoisting her up. He approached a rather sturdy tree and unceremoniously tossed her to the ground, indifferent to whether they could feel any pain. After attending to these trivial matters, he returned to Rog, his voice devoid of emotion as he spoke. Barrett, that is my name. Are you with them? In a sense, at least for now. We are on the same side. Indeed, the newcomer was Barrett. It was upon seeing Barrett's arrival that Shirakawa fainted without a second thought, fully trusting in Barrett's strength to protect them. Do you have any final words? Barrett's cold, succinct voice echoed in Rog's ears. What do you mean? Having injured my comrade, you have forfeited your right to live. If Roger discovers you are still breathing, he will undoubtedly bombard you with his incessant chatter. Although Barrett regarded Roger as a rival, he had gradually assimilated into the family of the Roger pirates over time. Are you so certain you can keep me here? Certainly. While you possess some degree of strength, you are still a considerable distance from matching me. Surely, you can feel that. Damn it, I will show you my prowess. Rog shouted as he charged at Barrett with near instantaneous speed. However, Barrett remained unmoved, instead delivering a powerful punch straight ahead. Instantly, their fist, enveloped in haki, collided, unleashing the Conqueror's haki within both of them. You have it too, Rog exclaimed in astonishment during their clash. Having lived most of his life, he had encountered individuals possessing Conqueror's haki only a handful of times, yet today he faced two simultaneously. This revelation plunged him into deep self-doubt. His master had once told him that Conqueror's haki appeared in 1 out of 1,000,000, but was that truly the case? Losing focus in battle is never wise. Observing Rog's moment of confusion, Barrett kindly cautioned him, forcefully deflecting Rog's punch and following up with a left hook that struck Barrett's abdomen. Rog, unprepared and unable to use haki for defense, felt the full force of Barrett's punch, causing his eyes to bulge and saliva to spray as his body curled up like a shrimp. Coughing, Rog expelled a few mouthfuls of blood. You will pay for this. At that moment, Rog's eyes were bloodshot, long fangs protruded from his mouth, and he dropped to all fours, exhibiting an animalistic transformation. Oh, a Zoan-type user? Barrett was somewhat surprised by Rog's devil fruit powers, yet it ignited a fire within him. An ancient species, perhaps a saber-toothed tiger? At that moment, Barrett perceived Rog as a saber-toothed tiger, his form enlarged. With a furious roar, Rog's gaze burned with rage, fixated on Barrett. "Now, this is interesting," Barrett remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "I will tear you apart." As he declared this, the saber-toothed tiger Rog suddenly stood and vanished from Barrett's sight. The surge in speed astonished Barrett, who swiftly turned to throw a punch, only to find himself at a disadvantage in terms of power. Haha. Truly befitting of an ancient species, this is becoming increasingly intriguing. Barrett laughed maniacally, his punches growing faster and more powerful, exuding an air of madness. Yet, even in this frenzied state, Barrett's mind remained sharp, constantly wary of Rog's fangs. A single bite would not be a trivial affair. The battle escalated from fists to feet, their combat intensifying as they moved beyond the confines of the small mountain bandit encampment, carving a path through the dense forest. "Are you even human?" Rog marveled after some time, recognizing that despite harnessing his devil fruit abilities, he had yet to gain the upper hand. The man before him seemed like a demon. As Rog's strength and speed increased, so too did Barrett's, seemingly drawing from an inexhaustible well of power. Each time Rog believed Barrett had reached his zenith, he was met with yet another surprise. "You may call me a monster," Barrett replied, grinning widely. Monster? This term had always been used to describe Rog. Yet here he was, applying it to another for the first time. Well then, this battle can come to an end. As Barrett uttered these words, his body transformed into a blue hue, his eyes turning crimson, and his hair taking on a white sheen. What is this? In this state, Rog felt an overwhelming sense of threat. This was Barrett's devil form, a manifestation of his ghostly aura. Merging the powers of Haki and Conqueror's Haki into its most potent state, the primary reason he was known as the Devil's Descendant. "Behold as I deliver a single punch that will end you." "Oh no, this is it," was the last thought that crossed Rog's mind. The mightiest punch. Faced with this absolute strike that surpassed his own speed, Rog found no avenue for escape. He could only muster a meager defense, a futile effort. As his arms broke under the force of Barrett's punch, which pierced through as if breaking a membrane, landing heavily on Rog's head, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 37. Barrett's objective, Where am I? Shirakawa murmured as he groggily opened his eyes, discovering it was now dark, accompanied by the crackling sound of a fire nearby. Turning his head towards the noise, he realized it was Barrett, which brought him a sense of relief. "Awake, are you, little brat?" Shirakawa felt uncomfortable being addressed in such a manner. "Little brat? Aren't you roughly my age, if not younger?" Over 2 decades later, during the fervent action, Barrett was just over 40, while Shirakawa was around 20. "Yet I am far stronger than you. Indeed, there is no one of your age with such power." At this moment, Baichuan also sat up, expressing deep emotion as he spoke to Barrett, his tone tinged with a hint of envy. Barrett was an exceptionally gifted individual, who had diligently trained with Roger as his goal in mind. It could be said that within the current Roger pirates, aside from Captain Roger himself, no one dared to claim they could outmatch Barrett. "By the way, how did you get here? It seems you were destined to survive. I happened to be nearby during your battle, and your sword was simply too conspicuous." Indeed, recalling his own Damocles' sword, Baichuan nodded in agreement. "How could you think we would be unable to defeat you?" "Because I sensed the clash of Conqueror's Haki." At this remark, a smirk appeared at the corner of Barrett's mouth, giving off a mocking air. "Currently, you stand no chance against anyone who wields Conqueror's Haki." "Oh, your words are truly merciless," Baichuan chuckled helplessly, yet the truth in Barrett's statement remained undeniable. Even those with royal potential, apart from the occasional eruption of Conqueror's Haki, must first master both armament and observation Haki. Individuals like Baichuan, who grasp Conqueror's Haki first, are exceedingly rare. "Thank you for saving my life." Baichuan settled down beside the fire, seeking warmth. "No need for thanks. As long as I remain in the Roger Pirates, I shall never turn a blind eye to your peril. So, do you intend to leave the crew now?" From Barrett's words, Baichuan discerned a deeper meaning. Barrett remained silent. Yet his taciturn demeanor confirmed Baichuan's suspicion. "I heard about your boarding the ship as a challenger, always seeking to confront Roger, aspiring to become the strongest in the world." Barrett remained silent, listening intently as Baichuan continued. "However, learning of Roger's terminal illness must have been a significant blow to you." Upon hearing this, Barrett clenched his fists. "It also made you realize that Roger is not invincible, am I correct?" "Indeed, you speak the truth." After a moment of heavy silence, Barrett gradually relaxed. I began my military career at a young age, becoming a national hero by 14, and I had never faced defeat until I turned 15. Thus, I believed myself invincible until I encountered Roger. He shattered your undefeated myth. Indeed, that battle with Roger marked my first defeat. Since then, I have challenged him numerous times, each ending in failure. Although I have always aimed for Roger, he has remained invincible in my heart until he fell ill. So, the image of Roger as invincible has been shattered in your mind? From the moment he became ill, he ceased to be invincible. The invincible do not fall ill. As Barrett uttered this final sentence, his tone became unexpectedly fervent, startling Baichuan. Barrett, your perspective is exceedingly radical and fundamentally flawed. No one is immune to illness. Of course. Except for me, Baichuan refrained from voicing this thought. But he is Roger. Even if he is Roger, he is still human, subject to the cycles of life and death. As Baichuan spoke, he began to sense a dissonance in his words, as if he implied Roger was no longer human. Can you guarantee that you will never fall ill or die? I shall never die. Upon hearing Barrett's extreme proclamation, Baichuan was at a loss for words. Did he truly believe he was invulnerable? There exists a fruit said to grant the power of immortality. Once I acquire that fruit, I shall remain eternal. What fruit? The Paramecia surgery fruit. But have you not already consumed a devil fruit? Yet, I can locate it, have someone else consume it, and then perform an immortality procedure on myself. However, you should be grateful that I have consumed a devil fruit. Why? Baichuan inquired, puzzled. Because I am exceedingly interested in your abilities. Barrett's smile suddenly turned cruel, causing Baichuan to shudder involuntarily. This implied that if he had not consumed a devil fruit, he might have extinguished Baichuan, waiting for his fruit to reincarnate somewhere and subsequently claim him. Then I truly must thank you for your mercy. By the way, what brings you here? Baichuan was convinced that Barrett did not arrive without reason. I heard that there is a battlefield on this island, so I wanted to take a look. However, the strongest individuals on this island are of that ilk, and I have since lost interest in the battlefield. What about that general? Is he dead? Of course. I leave no survivors in my wake. Huh, you are indeed ruthless. Ruthless? No, this is merely the standard pirate way. To show mercy to one's enemies is to be cruel to oneself. You must be aware of Admiral Zifa, right? His fate, I need not elaborate. Due to his mercy, he faced the most brutal retribution. Well, I shan't linger. I must take my leave. Where to? I am uncertain. Perhaps I shall challenge the various strong individuals on this island. Very well, I wish you good fortune. Baichuan made no effort to detain Barrett, for he understood that with Barrett's nature, he could not be held back unless Baichuan's strength surpassed his own. After a while, Baichuan's stomach grumbled. It seemed he had exhausted too much energy today, yet leaving those few behind posed a danger. He glanced at the three still fast asleep. Barrett truly should have left me some food. Baichuan approached Buggy and Shanks, delivering a slap to each. This action jolted the already well-rested duo awake. What happened? Who hit me? Buggy shouted upon waking. Baichuan, why did you hit me? Shanks, still groggy, seemed to have forgotten the events preceding his unconsciousness. Yet, within mere moments, both Buggy and Shanks recalled something. What about that, General? Baichuan, how did you fare? Fear not, we were rescued. Rescued? By whom? By Barrett. Barrett? It is no surprise he could defeat that Roger. But where is he? Shanks scanned the surroundings, finding no trace of Barrett. He has already departed. Is that so? I wish to greet him properly. Now that the danger has passed and darkness has descended, why did you summon us? For what purpose? Naturally, to procure food for me. Go see what provisions this shabby place offers. Do you think I delayed for my own comfort? Very well then. Coincidentally, both of them were feeling somewhat hungry. Chapter 38. This is not taking advantage. Ah, what a delightful slumber. As dawn broke, Catherine luxuriantly stretched, facing the rising sun, her expression imbued with an enchanting allure. What are you all staring at me for? After expressing her feelings, Catherine noticed that Baichuan and his companions were regarding her with peculiar expressions, as if she were some anomaly. Are you all right? Baichuan approached her, placing his hand on her forehead to check for fever. What are you doing? The charming scent emanating from Baichuan, coupled with the warmth of his forehead against hers, made Catherine's cheeks visibly flush, the cause uncertain, whether it was shyness or irritation. You're not feverish, so how could you sleep for such a long time? Has your body mutated? Baichuan remarked to himself, his hands wandering over Catherine's form. Were it not for the seriousness etched on Baichuan's face, one might easily mistake him for a lecherous pervert. Enough. What on earth are you doing? What has happened? Catherine felt an urge to moan in frustration, interrupting Baichuan's actions with indignation. Do you know how long you've been asleep? Baichuan leaned closer, his face almost touching hers. How long? Catherine instinctively recoiled. You've been asleep for 15 or 16 hours. You truly are a champion of sleep. I'm inclined to bestow upon you the title of sleep god. 15 or 16 hours. How could I possibly sleep that long? Am I a pig? But the truth remains, you might just be an old sow. Baichuan chuckled, his laughter infectious, causing even Buggy and Shanks to join in. So, what exactly transpired? Why did I sleep so soundly? Catherine pondered deeply, suddenly remembering something. She raised her head sharply, her expression shifting to one of sheer terror as she exclaimed, What about Roger? He has killed us, has he? This isn't hell, is it? A barrage of questions spilled from her lips, leaving no room for Baichuan to respond. Rest assured, Roger is dead. We were saved by others, Baichuan reassured her, firmly gripping her shoulders and giving them a gentle shake to alleviate her anxiety. What did you just say? Catherine seemed to struggle to comprehend Baichuan's words. Or perhaps she simply could not accept their truth. I said, Roger has been slain. We are safe now. Impossible. How could Roger be dead? He's the strongest of them all. The strongest? Spare me the jest. He was merely the strongest on this island. Beyond its shores, there are countless who surpass him. This sentiment, expressed by Buggy, reflected his disdain for Catherine's assertion that Roger was the strongest. He acknowledged Roger's strength, but emphasized that he was just Roger, not Gold. Roger, the latter's status as the world's strongest was beyond dispute. Is that truly so? Catherine still seemed incredulous, her gaze fixed upon Baichuan, her tone a mixture of inquiry and a silent plea for affirmation. Indeed, it is true. Our comrades rescued us. Roger is truly dead. Upon hearing this, Catherine suddenly buried her face in her hands, weeping bitterly. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Isn't Roger's death a good thing? Baichuan and the other two, inexperienced in the ways of comfort, found themselves at a loss, especially Shanks and Buggy, who instinctively took a step back to give Baichuan some space. Baichuan enveloped her in a gentle embrace, softly patting her back in a gesture of solace. Feeling his warmth, Catherine reciprocated, burying her head deeper into his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. All right, what exactly happened? Please don't cry, Baichuan urged, but his words seemed to have no effect, only intensifying Catherine's tears. In this situation, Baichuan could only use his clothing to dab her tears and snot. After a considerable time, Catherine's sobs gradually subsided. Now, can you tell me why you were crying? Roger is our greatest enemy. My beloved brother was slain by his hand. But we avenged you. You should be happy. I know. I weep from joy mixed with sorrow. Just the thought of my brother's death at Roger's hands overwhelms me. As she spoke, Catherine's eyes glistened anew with tears. All right, let us not dwell on that. Think of something joyful. Soon you will be home. Baichuan embraced Catherine once more, offering comfort. She murmured softly against him. Strange. But why do I feel so uncomfortable witnessing this scene? How about you, Shanks? Watching the two embrace, Shanks felt a shiver run down his spine. I feel it too. This sight feels rather inappropriate. Since they had not moved far away, their words clearly reached Catherine's ears, prompting her to push Baichuan away abruptly, turning her back to him. Her demeanor shy and bashful. Those two really know how to ruin a moment. While Baichuan had no intention of deepening his relationship with Catherine, he still appreciated the closeness. Just then, Catherine's stomach growled, deepening her blush. You must be hungry. After sleeping for 15 or 16 hours and crying so much, it's time to eat. Catherine's voice was nearly a whisper, akin to that of a mosquito, and without Baichuan's keen hearing, he might not have caught a response. After a bustling time in the kitchen of the hideout, everyone was well fed, with Catherine consuming more than thrice her usual portion. Is this really the Catherine we know? Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances, their thoughts aligned. All right, let us prepare to leave. We'll be crossing the borders of this nation in a few days. Before departing, Baichuan and the others set the hideout ablaze, incinerating everything within, including the corpses, thus erasing the hideout that had terrorized the region for decades. Chapter 39. Will we starve? Goodness. The environment is growing increasingly harsh. As they advanced, the verdant trees dwindled in number, leaving behind desolate lands, with a clear trend towards desertification. We should be nearing the battlefield soon. Catherine had never been to this place, which rendered her tone somewhat uncertain. The battlefield encompassing our three nations does not belong to any single country, resulting in the surrounding lands being neglected and untended. What is the purpose of waging war? Is it merely to proclaim one's superiority in the public sphere without the intention of conquering foreign territories? In previous years, we were engaged in mutual occupations, however. It appears that my father has reached some form of agreement with the other two nations, as large-scale warfare has not occurred for quite some time. If I am not mistaken, this agreement was established shortly after your brother was slain by Rock. Indeed, Catherine's voice grew somewhat somber. Well, that is all in the past. And I should not bring it up. It is all right. Rog is dead, and I believe my father would find solace in that. It has been 4 or 5 days since we departed from the hideout, and the provisions they carried have long been consumed. They had not anticipated that they would encounter not even a single rabbit along the way. Bayakawa fared slightly better. Even if he abstained from food, he would not perish. Baki and Shanks were holding up as well, but Catherine was on the verge of fainting from hunger. Just hold on a little longer. We will soon find food. He reassured her. Catherine had transitioned from walking to resting on Bayakawa's back, her condition visibly deteriorating. This was my oversight. I did not expect to find no food around the battlefield. It seems the soldiers of this nation rely on supplies transported from the cities. Bayakawa, look. There are people ahead, Shanks suddenly remarked to him. At that moment, the pair of individuals across the way also spotted them, judging by their attire. They appeared to be soldiers from the battlefield, a stroke of fortune, indeed, as they must carry rations. Who are you? The group of soldiers approached, their tone grave as they addressed Bayakawa. We are mere travelers. A band of mountain bandits has robbed us of our goods and provisions. Might you spare us some food? You see, she is on the verge of collapsing from hunger. Catherine cooperatively closed her eyes. Moreover, we have 2 small children with us. Captain. That individual seems to be a princess of the Moor Kingdom, and the others appear to match the descriptions on the wanted posters, one soldier whispered to his superior. Upon hearing this, the captain scrutinized them with renewed seriousness and, in an irate tone, declared, Well, I nearly fell for your ruse. Seize them and bring them back to the capital. Faced with the aggressive soldiers, Shanks and Baki unsheathed their weapons, though it was evident they were not in optimal condition. We had no intention of using violence, but you have approached us first. Bayakawa did not allow Shanks and Baki to engage. Instead, he unleashed his conqueror's haki upon them. Immediately, they stripped the soldiers of all their rations, with Catherine disregarding any notions of propriety as she reached for the provisions from the fallen soldiers. Watching Catherine devour the food ravenously, Bayakawa finally exhaled in relief. If she were to perish from hunger or fall ill, his mission would be in jeopardy. Slow down. No one is competing with you, he remarked with amusement, observing her stuffing her mouth. Catherine nodded, yet her hands and mouth showed no signs of slowing. Oh dear, look at how starved the child has become. Shanks and Baki were also eating with little decorum, while they could endure hunger. Who would choose to starve when food was available? Bayakawa offered Catherine a sip of water, taking a small amount for himself as well. Ah, I feel revived at last. After gulping down some water, Catherine let out a contented sigh. But is it safe for us to eat here? What if they wake up soon? She glanced anxiously at the soldiers sprawled around her. Rest assured, they will not awaken any time soon, he assured her. Oh, that is a relief. Catherine exhaled, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. At that moment, Shanks and Baki were also satiated, their bellies round and content, unwilling to move. You too, is this really necessary? Bayakawa chuckled, bemused. You cannot fathom the feeling of hunger, Shanks replied languidly, shaking his head as though Bayakawa had missed something significant. I may not understand, but I certainly do not wish to. All right, we ought to discuss serious matters now. Go on, Catherine urged, while Shanks and Baki turned their gazes toward Bayakawa. Since a group of soldiers has appeared, it indicates that we are not far from the borders of this nation, which will undoubtedly be heavily guarded. We must strategize our approach. Let us disguise ourselves, just as we did before, Catherine suggested. That is utterly impractical as a princess. You cannot be unaware of the stringent border defenses. Then we should simply fight our way through, Shanks interjected. That is not a viable option either. Their forces will be numerous. Even if we are elite, we would be overwhelmed. None of these options work. What do you propose? I am considering flying out. Fly out? Indeed, with your capabilities, it would be effortless to carry us away. Since you have made up your mind, why bother asking our opinions? Nothing much. I just wanted to hear your thoughts, though I am not inclined to accept them. A futile endeavor. Haha. Upon hearing Baki's final remark, Catherine burst into laughter. You truly have a way with words. I learned from Bayakawa. I did not expect you to be such a frivolous person. If a serious person were here, who would be accompanying you now? That would be inviting trouble, wouldn't it? Are you not the one seeking trouble? Hey, young lady, we are kindly escorting you. And rather than gratitude, you accuse me of seeking trouble? If that is your stance, then you may return on your own. I am sorry. I was wrong. Catherine quickly backtracked. Returning alone would be tantamount to a death sentence. Chapter 40. A narrow escape after a brief respite. They resumed their journey and finally beheld the city at the edge of this nation, Ironwall. Why is this city named Ironwall? It is not because its walls are made of iron, but because it has never been breached since its inception. The aura of the city truly felt distinct. Shanks stood outside the city walls and remarked that their presence would surely be detected upon entering. It was a certainty. This city had endured countless wars. Its walls soaked in the blood of innumerable citizens. Standing at the base of these formidable walls, anyone would feel a profound sense of insignificance. The group found a relatively concealed spot outside the walls and waited until dusk, having resolved to traverse the city under the cover of night to avoid drawing attention. But Chuan was not keen on becoming a target in broad daylight. Night swiftly enveloped the surroundings, bringing a refreshing chill, with a gentle breeze caressing the air. The delicate moon cast its silvery glow upon the inky sky. The night was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the occasional calls of small creatures attempting to capture their attention. Within the ironclad city, there was none of the lively bustle typical of other towns at twilight. Instead, vigilant soldiers maintained an unwavering focus, determined not to overlook any hint of intrusion. Although the nation's politics left much to be desired, the soldiers' discipline was commendable. Observing the meticulous soldiers atop the walls, Bai Chuan felt a twinge of admiration. It appeared that the nation imposed stringent regulations upon its soldiers, leaving them no room for complacency, lest they face severe repercussions for any lapse in vigilance. So, that is how it is. Bai Chuan nodded in agreement, recognizing that external motivation could elicit optimal performance. However, should that motivation vanish, their diligence might wane, rendering them inferior even to soldiers from other nations. Let us prepare for action. Agreed. The three nodded in unison. Bai Chuan lifted Kesselin, not out of self-interest, but to provide her with a sense of security while airborne, preventing any startled cries. Shanks and Buggy grasped their garments, confident that their temperaments would not betray fear. Yet, Bai Chuan had perhaps overestimated Buggy. The lengthy leap over the city necessitated soaring at a significant altitude to avoid detection. Initially, Buggy felt at ease, having flown with Bai Chuan many times before, but as they ascended higher, his heart raced, especially in the darkness where he could not discern their altitude. He clung tightly to Bai Chuan's leg. Noticing Buggy's state, Bai Chuan could not resist teasing him, descending swiftly as if losing his ability to fly, which startled Buggy into a piercing scream that echoed for miles. Fortunately, Shanks was quick-witted, swiftly covering Buggy's mouth, prompting Bai Chuan to abandon his jest and resume normal flight, having been startled himself. Hey, did you hear a scream just now? It sounded quite distressing. A soldier atop the wall inquired of his companion. No, perhaps you misheard. It must have been my imagination, since his companion had not heard it. He concluded that he must have experienced auditory hallucinations. You've been exhausted lately. You should rest when off duty instead of wasting energy chasing after women. Indeed. I suppose I do need a day of rest. He looked up and caught sight of a shooting star, shimmering as it passed overhead before vanishing. Could it truly be that I have exhausted my vitality? He pondered, sinking into self-doubt. As time passed, and with Bai Chuan refraining from further mischief, Buggy's anxiety began to subside. Buggy, look at how timid you were just now. Truly pathetic. Shanks began to taunt. Humph, do not cast stones. Weren't you also quite frightened? We both know each other well. Well, I didn't scream. That's because I screamed first and drew your attention, otherwise it would have been you. Buggy was convinced that Shanks would have indeed screamed, though it would have been from excitement rather than fear. Bai Chuan listened with a smile, finding amusement in the banter between the two, as their lively dialogue added interest to the otherwise mundane aerial journey. Why don't you just take me back to my kingdom's capital? Kesselin suggested, seemingly enchanted by the sensation of flight or perhaps by Bai Chuan's embrace. Absolutely not. Bai Chuan rejected her proposal without a moment's hesitation. Why not? Kesselin pouted, perplexed and indignant. For no reason other than I do not wish to fly back. Humph, you are truly willful. Kesselin turned her head aside, intending to sulk. But her little tantrum would only affect her. Hey, why aren't we descending? We should have long since crossed the borders of the Gorin kingdom, Kesselin remarked, sensing they had been flying for quite a while. I intend to fly directly to your country. Huh? What do you mean? Did you not say we would not fly directly to our capital? Indeed, but I never said I wouldn't fly to your country. I merely feel a bit bored and wish to expedite this nonsensical mission. What do you mean? Are you implying that being with me is too dull? Very well. Then put me down, and I shall return on my own. Are you being unreasonable? Bai Chuan's tone turned suddenly cold. Unreasonable? How am I being unreasonable? It was you who said you were bored, yet I am the one labeled as unreasonable. Are you attempting to take advantage of me? I am undertaking this mission for a reward. If I put you down now, to whom shall I seek my compensation? Upon hearing Bai Chuan's words, Kesselin fell silent. Just then, a series of explosive sounds erupted beneath them, gunfire, cannon blasts, and shouts of distress. What is happening? What is going on? Buggy sprang back to life. His energy ignited once more. Chapter 41. A helping hand. A battle was unfolding below, seemingly unrelated to their presence. Bai Chuan adjusted their altitude, allowing them to clearly observe the chaos on the battlefield. It appeared that the conflict was instigated by two opposing forces. One side comprised soldiers from the Goron kingdom, while the other was less familiar to Bai Chuan. Those are soldiers from my country, Kesselin suddenly declared from his arms. Is that so? Your nation's military seems rather lacking, although the numbers were relatively even. The combat prowess of the Goron soldiers appeared superior to that of the soldiers from the Moor kingdom. As Kesselin witnessed her countrymen falling in increasing numbers, she buried her face in Bai Chuan's embrace, unable to bear the sight, or perhaps unwilling to witness such a grim reality. At that moment, Bai Chuan descended, placing Kesselin gently on the ground. What's wrong? Feeling the ground beneath her feet, Kesselin displayed a look of confusion. Our primary purpose in offering assistance is to gain experience on the battlefield, thus we cannot afford to miss this opportunity for combat. Thank you, Kesselin said, tears welling in her eyes, deeply moved. Indeed, Shirakawa was not a cold-hearted individual. Do not misunderstand. We are not obligated to aid the soldiers of your nation. Whom we choose to assist is entirely at our discretion, and those present here could just as easily become our adversaries. Upon hearing this, Kesselin's expression darkened considerably. All her previous emotions of gratitude were revealed to be insincere, for he remained as merciless as ever. I curse you to remain single for a lifetime, Kesselin whispered. Though Shirakawa caught her words. For some reason, he possessed a heightened sensitivity to slander directed at him. Fear not, your curse shall not come to fruition. A lifetime of solitude is inconceivable. Perhaps one day, when he tires of life, he may even choose to end it. Who are you? At that moment, the soldiers on both sides noticed the descending figures of Shirakawa and his companions, for his attire was unmistakably conspicuous, a flowing white coat that stood out wherever he went. We are merely passers-by. Pay us no mind. Continue with your affairs. Shirakawa gestured nonchalantly. Isn't that Princess Kesselin? Suddenly, soldiers from the Mole Kingdom began to murmur amongst themselves. You are the ones who abducted the princess. Seize them. Are you certain you wish to apprehend me under these circumstances? Shirakawa replied with a smile. Surely you remember the perilous situation in which you find yourselves? Damn it! The leading general of the Kalin Kingdom glared at the soldiers from the Kalin Kingdom, his face etched with reluctance. Isn't that Princess Kesselin? Was she not taken by our forces? How did she come to be here? Have you lost your wits? Has the news not already circulated that Princess Kesselin was abducted by a band of thieves? It is likely that those thieves are indeed these individuals. Is that so? I had forgotten, but if we manage to reclaim Princess Kesselin, it would be a monumental achievement. It must be done. At that moment, the soldiers of the Kalin Kingdom regarded Kesselin with predatory gazes. A succulent prize lay before them. How could they not be tempted? However, the soldiers of Bai Chuan and the Kingdom of Moor were still locked in a stalemate. Fortunately, Princess Kesselin stepped forward to break the deadlock. General Lushan, you have misunderstood. These individuals rescued me from the Kingdom of Golan and have come specifically to aid us in defeating them. Hey, don't assume things. When did I ever say I would help you? Bai Chuan cast a disdainful glance at Kesselin, as if to say she overestimated her importance. Princess Kesselin, I can hardly believe you remember me. Lushan exclaimed, his excitement palpable, as if he had achieved a great victory. Of course, my father often speaks of you. What does he say? Lushan inquired eagerly. Due to his duties at the border, the king rarely returned to the capital, and he was particularly interested in the opinions regarding his past endeavors. My father said that General Lushan is a national hero. Thanks to him, our country enjoys tranquility and peace. Did the king truly say that? Lushan questioned, somewhat incredulous, for such praise felt overwhelmingly high. Indeed. Would I deceive you? Your subordinate dares not. I apologize, Lushan quickly replied. But is it true that they saved the princess? Lushan expressed his skepticism regarding Bai Chuan and his companion's abilities. Observing their slender limbs and seemingly frail appearances, how could they possibly possess the strength to rescue anyone, especially with two minors among them, one of whom looks as if he stepped out of a circus? It is true. Do not be deceived by their appearance. Their strength is truly formidable, Kesselin asserted, gesturing with her hands. Hey, do you even know how to speak? If you can't, Then don't say anything. Just because we appear small does not mean we lack strength. Hey, how dare you speak to our princess that way? Apologize immediately. Lushan pushed Baichuan slightly, but his wrist was swiftly seized by Baichuan. It would be wise not to provoke us. Remember, we are here to assist you. With that, Baichuan released Lushan and shoved him aside. Familiarity could allow for playful banter, but any stranger who dared to lay hands on him would be deemed an adversary. Hey, do you lot dismiss us so easily, daring to reminisce in our presence? Do you look down upon us? At that moment, the soldiers of the kingdom of Golan, who had been ignored, could no longer contain their frustration. Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten about you. How infuriating. Brothers, charge. Capture Kaislin alive. Eliminate everyone else. Yes. Hey. Baichuan swiftly pushed Kaislin towards Lushan. Ensure the safety of your princess. Shanks, Baki, let us go. Finally, we can engage in battle. Shanks had been itching for a fight for far too long. Ever since he had been bested by Roger, he had been eager to unleash his pin-up rage. And these soldiers were the perfect targets. Baichuan's thoughts mirrored Shanks's. The last encounter with Roger had been a harrowing experience that still haunted him. However, now that Rog has perished, he has no avenue for vengeance and can only unleash his wrath upon the soldiers of the same nation. Do not inquire why I direct my ire towards you, for your general has offended me. This statement from Baichuan left the soldiers of the kingdom of Golan utterly perplexed. Chapter 42. How did you arrive here? Indeed, while Baichuan, Shanks, and Buggy possess strength far superior to that of ordinary soldiers, their trio alone cannot possibly contend with the hundreds of soldiers arrayed against them. Ultimately, it would require the intervention of soldiers from the kingdom of Moer to resolve the conflict. However, Baichuan and his companions did not seek to annihilate the enemy completely, as their foes had already been defeated, rendering their presence there inconsequential. This battle also transformed General Lushan's perception of Baichuan, as he witnessed Baichuan's remarkable ability to face numerous adversaries single-handedly, a feat even he could not accomplish. My earlier conduct was inappropriate. Your strength commands our respect. General Lushan sincerely apologized to Baichuan, his tone and demeanor imbued with earnestness. Well, since you have offered such a heartfelt apology, I shall grant you my forgiveness. Princess, I shall hasten to arrange for your swift return to the royal capital. During your absence, the king has become frantic and is preparing to declare war on the kingdom of Golan. That cannot be allowed. I must return to the palace at once. Kesseling did not wish to become the catalyst for a war between two nations, for she could not bear the thought of betraying her own people, nor those soldiers who might sacrifice their lives for her. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall prepare a carriage for you and dispatch a small contingent of soldiers to escort you back to the royal capital. Prepare the carriage, and that will suffice. There is no need for soldiers. Having you by my side is enough. That is unacceptable. The princess must be personally escorted by our men. Upon hearing Baichuan's words, General Lushan immediately retorted. Tell him not to allow anyone else to accompany you, Baichuan instructed Kesseling, knowing full well that he could not convince the obstinate general. Understood. Kesseling pulled General Lushan aside, and though their conversation was inaudible, it was evident from the fluctuating expressions on Lushan's face that he was undergoing a tumultuous emotional experience. In the end, he acquiesced to Baichuan's suggestion. Yet his gaze towards Baichuan remained peculiar. Hey, what did you say to him? A secret, Kesseling replied with a playful smile, since Kesseling was not inclined to divulge. Baichuan chose not to pursue the matter further, assuming it was likely of little consequence to him. Ultimately, General Lushan attempted to persuade Kesseling to remain for the night, but she declined, eager to reunite with her father now that she had returned to her homeland. As Kesseling had refused, General Lushan could not insist any longer. He arranged for an exceptionally large and lavish carriage, allowing them to depart. General, what did Princess Kesseling say to you that led you to permit a group of strangers to escort her back to the royal capital? As they watched the carriage recede into the distance, Lushan's deputy inquired. Upon hearing this question, Lushan's expression shifted, and he replied, A secret, do not ask me again. The journey back to the royal capital was undoubtedly more relaxed than their departure from the kingdom of Golan, as they were no longer required to travel on foot and could seamlessly traverse each city. Furthermore, every city lord presented them with exquisite gifts and delectable feasts. Your country is indeed different from the kingdom of Golan, Baichuan remarked from within the carriage, observing the scenery and the people along the way. How so? The tranquility and harmony of your nation are genuine, not merely a fade. The kingdom of Golan, in contrast, may appear similar at first glance, but that is merely a disguise for its darker undercurrents. Indeed, this kingdom of Moer is truly remarkable. At this juncture, Buggy chimed in. adorned with an array of gemstones, gifts from the citizens of Moer to the princess, which she had bestowed upon Buggy as she had no need for such trinkets. Buggy, having received such benefits, naturally felt inclined to advocate for her. If possible, I would love to remain in this country indefinitely. Buggy fell into a deep reverie, envisioning himself draped in gold and silver, surrounded by treasures from around the world. Then why not stay? No one would obstruct you. I am sure the captain would acquiesce. Bai Chuan responded. Upon hearing this, Buggy quickly came to his senses, repudiating his earlier musings. How could I be content with such trifles? My dream is to follow the captain and conquer the Grand Line. Haha, Buggy, do you truly believe what you just said? Why would I not? Let me tell you. Bai Chuan, you may insult my character, but you shall never belittle my dreams. All right, I believe you. Observing Buggy's fervor, Bai Chuan hurriedly played along. Surprised that Buggy's aspirations were indeed so lofty, as he held little interest in conquering the Grand Line himself. After half a month, the group finally arrived at the royal capital, having encountered several ambushes along the way, all of which were deftly handled by Bai Chuan and his companions. It was evident that there were those who wished for their journey back to the royal capital to be anything but smooth. Kesseling had previously mentioned that there were traitors within her kingdom, and the current situation only served to corroborate her claims. Now, Kesseling's return to the palace was no longer a secret. It had already spread widely, allowing those with ill intent to pinpoint their location with alarming accuracy. Upon entering the royal capital, a military escort immediately cleared their path, guiding them directly to the palace. Your royal capital is truly bustling. Bai Chuan exclaimed for the first time, as the sights that greeted his eyes were remarkably unique. 3-story buildings were ubiquitous, and he even spotted a fountain that spouted water to great heights. I do not seek to boast, but our royal capital is undoubtedly the most prosperous among the 3 kingdoms. As they halted before the palace, the carriage came to a stop. For no carriages were allowed to traverse the palace grounds, and even the king himself emerged to welcome them. Father. Upon seeing her father, Kesseling rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks, overwhelmed with emotion. Ah, my little princess, you have endured much. The king's eyes too glistened with moisture at the sight of Kesseling. By the way, father, these are the brave souls who escorted me home. Kesseling did not forget to introduce Bai Chuan and his companions to her father. Thank you. Thank you. The king expressed his gratitude, wanting to bow in acknowledgement, but Bai Chuan gently declined, feeling unworthy of receiving such a gesture from a king. Someone once told me the princess would return safely, but I found it hard to believe until now. Who was it that told you? It was I. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the shadows, one of whom was the man leading the way. Captain? First mate? Upon witnessing the 2 individuals, Bai Chuan and his companions were utterly astonished, for they could scarcely believe these 2 could be present in this location. Indeed, the arrivals were none other than Roger and Rayleigh. How could you be here? Bai Chuan inquired in disbelief. This defies all logic. Why shouldn't we be here? Roger retorted. No, I meant how did you arrive here before us? Because we are not wanted. Roger explained with a smile. Thus, we did not take the long way around. Captain, I missed you dearly. As Bai Chuan finished speaking, Buggy leapt onto Roger, exclaiming, Captain, you cannot imagine the fear I endured on the journey. We almost didn't see you again. Oh, what happened? Did you nearly perish? Indeed. We encountered the strongest man on this island, a fellow named Rog, who managed to knock Bai Chuan down with just a few moves. Had it not been for Barrett, you might have truly never seen us again. And what has become of this Rog? Roger's demeanor shifted, his voice darkening. Each crew member was akin to family to him, and he would not tolerate any harm befalling them. He was killed by Barrett. What? King Kether, who stood nearby, gasped in astonishment. Is it true that Rog is dead? Indeed. If you do not believe me, ask Ketherlin. Is this true, Lin? King Kether turned to his daughter, eager for her confirmation. Yes, father, Rog is indeed dead. Excellent. Excellent. My son can finally rest. King Kether sighed deeply, suppressing his tears. By the way, what brings you 2 here? Is there a purpose? I intend for this island to be unified under a single nation. What? The calmness of the speaker contrasted starkly with the explosive reactions of the listeners. Captain, are you truly prepared for such madness? Of course, I have made my decision to aid the Moor Kingdom in ruling the entire island. Really, father? Hearing Roger's words, Ketherlin looked at her father with excitement. Indeed, King Kether nodded with a smile. Though his ambitions were modest, achieving unification would fulfill the wishes of his ancestors. As I suspected, Captain, you are not one to remain idle. What is your plan? Will you use force to compel their submission? Force? Such behavior is for brutes. We must appeal to reason, persuading them through logic and emotion. Haha. Baichuan found Roger's words hard to believe. It was only after a show of strength that reason could be imparted. Otherwise, who would listen? When do you plan to take action? We have already acted. When? About 10 days ago. Barrett went to the capital of the Goron Kingdom, while Jabba and Cycle went to the Bia Kingdom. Isn't that precisely a show of force? I believe it will not be long before this country achieves unification. Perhaps in the other two kingdoms, there are cunning strategists, yet in the face of absolute power, all schemes are rendered ineffective. Especially with Barrett, Baichuan could not help but mourn for the Goron royal family. If negotiations failed, the entire royal line might vanish. Very well. Let us proceed to the palace. I have arranged a meal for you. Yes. Baichuan was eager to experience the legendary delights of the royal palace, wondering if they were truly as exquisite as rumored, akin to a grand banquet. Upon entering the dining hall, Buggy and Shank's eyes widened in astonishment at the lavish spread before them, not due to unfamiliarity with the food, but rather from the stark contrast to the meager fare they had endured for over a month with Baichuan. Without needing an invitation, they instinctively dug in. The utensils before them serving merely as decor, hardly utilized. Slow down, no one is competing with you, Shanks remarked, observing Buggy's stuffed cheeks. Don't point fingers at me, Shanks. You look just as gluttonous. Indeed, at that moment, both Shanks and Buggy's mouths were equally bulging. Fortunately, a semblance of decorum remained with Baichuan, who, while appearing to savor his meal slowly, was, in fact, consuming his food with greater speed than Shanks and Buggy. Captain Roger, what is happening with these three? King Kether inquired, at a loss for words. My apologies for the spectacle. While Roger is known to eat heartily, he has maintained a refined image within the palace, though he frequently slips. No matter, I will have the kitchen prepare more. Soon, night had fallen, and King Kether had prepared a room for each of them to rest. However, Baichuan found himself wide awake. What is it? Drinking alone? Rayleigh, from an adjacent room, stepped onto the balcony, raising a drink in Baichuan's direction. Nothing much. Just feeling rather inadequate. Is this about the man named Rob? Yes, before him, I felt utterly powerless. Witnessing Shanks fall before me filled me with profound helplessness. Thankfully, we encountered Barrett. Had they suffered harm, I would carry that guilt forever. That is sufficient. Rayleigh did not offer consolation. Instead, he reprimanded. Your heart has shifted since you first boarded the ship. Do you recall what you desired upon joining? To become stronger. Precisely. And now what do you wish for? To grow even stronger. You are deceiving yourself. With some strength gained, you have settled into complacency. When did this change occur? Perhaps it began when you could withstand my 5 moves. That was when your heart began to alter. Come with me. Rayleigh leaped from the railing, and although Baichuan was unsure of his intent, he followed nonetheless. In an open area, they halted. Baichuan was about to inquire about Rayleigh's purpose when he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. It was not hockey, yet it bore an unmistakable sense of power. Do you believe you could withstand even 5 moves now? As Rayleigh uttered this, the pressure dissipated. So you have not been using your full strength all along. Baichuan chuckled ruefully. Rayleigh was correct. Ever since he had managed to endure 5 of Rayleigh's strikes, he had grown somewhat arrogant. After all, few could claim to withstand 5 moves from the legendary Rayleigh at his peak. Yet he had never anticipated that Rayleigh had been merely toying with him during their sparring sessions. Thus, you still have a long journey ahead. After speaking, Rayleigh departed, leaving Baichuan alone, lost in contemplation about the truths of life. Unbeknownst to Baichuan, this scene was entirely observed by Roger, who might have been aware or oblivious to it. Indeed, Rayleigh's method of instruction was quite exemplary. Chapter 44. The frigid cold. The following morning, Baichuan knocked on Rayleigh's door. What is it? It's early. Can a man not get any sleep? A groggy, slightly irate voice emanated from Rayleigh's room. The door swung open with considerable force, and upon seeing Baichuan standing at the threshold, Rayleigh's demeanor remained unyielding. What do you want? I hope you can guide me in my training once more, Baichuan replied, bending slightly in a show of utmost respect. He had set his sights on achieving royal-level prowess. Though this ambition seemed lofty, Baichuan was determined not to relent until he reached it. He planned to bide his time until his strength was sufficient to re-emerge and revel in the world once more. I have no time. Rayleigh disregarded Baichuan's earnest request, slamming the door shut. What a nuisance, he muttered to himself as he returned to bed, his morning irritability quite pronounced. What is going on? Baichuan stood bewildered outside the door, taken aback by the rejection of his sincere plea. You don't necessarily have to seek Rayleigh, a voice chimed in, capturing Baichuan's attention. He turned to find Captain Roger leaning against the wall, amusement dancing in his eyes. There are other skilled individuals aboard our ship. Then, Captain, would you be willing to teach me? Bite One inquired eagerly. At this, Roger's expression froze, and he walked away without a backward glance, echoing Rayleigh's earlier dismissal. No time. Then it seems I must seek others, Bite One sighed, shaking his head in resignation. His next target was Spark Jabba, with whom he shared a good rapport. He was confident that Jabba would be willing to guide him, for Jabba's strength was on par with Rayleigh's. However, Jabba is not here at the moment, so he must wait a while longer to be trained. With no alternatives, he can only retreat to his room to sleep. Having been unable to find rest the previous night, his mind a tumultuous whirl of chaotic thoughts. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, a sudden knock resounded at his door. Who could it be, so early in the morning, disrupting his peace? He had evidently forgotten that he had similarly disturbed Rayleigh not long ago. What do you want? He grumbled as he opened the door to find Catherine standing there. I have come to bring you a gift, she declared, a hint of pride in her voice. What kind of gift? Although he had already noticed the object concealed behind her back, shrouded in a white cloth, he feigned ignorance. Tata, it's a sword. I remembered your last one was damaged, so I thought to present you with a new one. She handed him the sword with both hands. He accepted it with one hand and removed the cloth, revealing a beautifully ornate weapon before him. This couldn't possibly be a mere decoration, could it? White River mused, examining the sword, which appeared more suited for display than for battle. Of course not. The warehouse manager informed me that this is a fine quick blade. A quick blade? His eyes widened in surprise as he unsheathed it to scrutinize further. Indeed, it was a remarkable sword, far superior to his previous one, which had been a crude imitation, hardly deserving the title of a quick blade. What is its name? I believe it is called Ice Cold. Ice Cold indeed suits it well. He sensed a faint chill emanating from the blade, a subtle indication that it might enhance his strikes, likely crafted from some unique material. Thank you. I truly appreciate this gift. No need for thanks. It is merely my responsibility, as your previous sword met its end because of me. Catherine smiled sweetly, warmth blossoming within her heart at his gratitude, the first he had ever expressed to her. All right, you may leave now. I need to rest. What? Catherine was taken aback, believing she had misheard. After presenting him with such a splendid gift, was he not to invite her in for a moment? I said you can go. I wish to continue my sleep. With that, White River closed the door, not allowing her a chance to protest further. Once alone, he found that sleep eluded him no longer. He drew the sword once more, admiring it as one would a breathtaking beauty. Yet, he understood that this weapon was merely a temporary companion, for he aspired to one day wield a blade of unsurpassed quality, befitting his identity as the King of Silver. Ice Cold, you shall fight alongside me. The sword remained still, lacking any sign of sentience. His fleeting interest waned as he laid it aside and returned to his bed for a restful slumber, undisturbed by any interruptions. When he awoke again, the afternoon sun had already risen. Although he did not feel hungry, a hollow sensation lingered in his stomach, an uncomfortable feeling. Awake at last? White River stepped into the palace courtyard, encountering Captain Roger savoring a cup of tea, an incongruous match for his rugged demeanor. A bit of rest is well deserved, especially after over a month of toil. Both Buggy and Shanks are still asleep. Is that so? Yes, let those two youngsters enjoy their slumber. They have endured much alongside you. It is still a matter of my insufficient strength. That sword of yours looks quite impressive, Roger noted, having spotted the new blade at White River's side. Indeed, it is a quick blade, though it pales in comparison to yours, Captain. I have long admired your sword. Although White River had no knowledge of the specifics of Roger's weapon, he could tell it was exceptional. You can only gaze upon it, lad. Touching it is out of the question. How stingy. Despite not being a master swordsman, Roger's sword was as much a part of him as his own hand, having accompanied him for many years, perhaps even forming a bond. Captain, when do we plan to depart? What, are you restless? Indeed. I yearn for more battles upon the sea. Soon, I reckon. Once Jabba and Barrett return, we shall set sail. Remember, we aim to return to the Grand Line. I am aware, the first mate informed me. Is that so? Rayleigh certainly has a way with words. Are you truly not considering continuing your journey with me? After a moment of silence, Roger addressed White River. Yes, I intend to embark on my own tale. Chapter 45. The banquet. Approximately 10 days later, Barrett and Jabba returned, one after the other. Barrett arrived first, his methods rather straightforward. He had directly abducted the king of the Goran kingdom. In contrast, Jabba and Sakarl's approach was more diplomatic, having invited the king of the Bia kingdom to return with them. The three kings engaged in conversation throughout the night, the specifics of their discussions unknown. However, Upon the return of the two kings to their realms, they announced their submission to the Moor kingdom. Although stubborn factions within the two kingdoms resisted, they were swiftly dealt with by Roger's pirate crew, ensuring their complete eradication to prevent any future disturbances. King Catherine, upon learning of the traitor hidden within their kingdom, was astonished to discover it was one of their highest-ranking ministers. Fortunately, Roger's crew had intervened in time. Otherwise, the king might have been gradually undermined. Nearing the brink of ruin, the day following this revelation, King Catherine ordered the execution of the traitor's entire lineage, disregarding any pleas for mercy or claims of past contributions to the kingdom. The gravity of his betrayal in endangering the princess overshadowed any accolades he may have received. On the day of national unification, a grand banquet was held upon the island, with all residents participating in the celebration of their newfound peace. Liberated from the throes of war. "Thank you all," King Catherine expressed deeply, bowing to Roger, who did not refuse the gesture. Understanding the weight of the gratitude he could not reject, "I hope you treat the residents of your island with kindness. Should I return and find them suffering? You can imagine the consequences. Rest assured, I will regard the islanders as my own children." As he spoke, beads of sweat trickled down King Catherine's face. For he had felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from Roger, shattering the amiable image he had held of him. "That is good to hear." Roger gently patted him on the shoulder as a gesture of encouragement, hoping that he would one day become a great king. After a 2-month hiatus, the Roger pirates had once again gathered, and even within the solemn palace, the lively atmosphere of the crew could not be quelled. "Thank you," Princess Catherine Lin said as she approached Shirakawa, raising her goblet in his direction. Today, Catherine Lin donned an exquisitely ornate gown, drawing the eyes of all wherever she went. "No need for thanks," Shirakawa replied, having heard her express this sentiment countless times before. This instance was no different. "You must admit, Shirakawa is quite the charmer." A pirate complained to his companion, perhaps feeling a twinge of jealousy at the sight of Catherine Lin's closeness to Shirakawa. If only you had Shirakawa's looks, no. Even just half of his handsomeness, your own luck with the ladies would surely flourish," came the laughter that followed. Upon hearing this, the surrounding pirates erupted into hearty chuckles. "As if you aren't envious yourself," retorted the pirate who had been mocked. The laughter abruptly ceased, revealing the truth of their envy. While pirates may not require striking appearances, who would refuse the benefits that come with them? After all, most pirates pursue two things: wealth and women. With a handsome visage, attracting beautiful companions would be effortless, much like Shirakawa's current situation. Yet, contrary to the assumptions of others, Shirakawa did not feel the joy they imagined. Catherine Lin's words pressed upon him relentlessly. "Are you truly not planning to stay?" This was perhaps the umpteenth time she had posed this question. "I have already stated my intentions. My aspirations lie elsewhere. You must abandon this hope. Can't you think of me for once?" Catherine Lin had sought to suppress her feelings for Shirakawa in recent days. But upon learning of his imminent departure, her emotions surged uncontrollably. "I'm sorry, perhaps our fates are simply not intertwined." Even though Shirakawa felt pain to witness Catherine Lin's tears, he resolutely refused to foster any illusions. Although he did not articulate his rejection explicitly, Catherine Lin understood his sentiments, which amounted to a denial. With tears streaming down her face, she turned to leave, and Shirakawa felt an urge to call after her and offer comfort. But he ultimately restrained himself. "Bah, what a scoundrel!" A few pirates who had been watching Shirakawa exclaimed disdainfully as they witnessed Catherine Lin's departure. They had concocted a tragic love story in their minds. Shirakawa toyed with the princess's affections, took advantage of her kindness, and abandoned her for his dreams. Forsaking wife and child. If Shirakawa were privy to their fanciful tale, he would undoubtedly take great offense. How absurd was that story? Besides, where would he have found a daughter? King Catherine, ever concerned for his daughter, sighed in resignation. He had wished for her happiness, yet now it seemed unattainable. Moreover, he held a high regard for Shirakawa. "Can you genuinely bear to reject her?" At that moment, Rayleigh approached Shirakawa, perhaps intending to offer some psychological guidance. "Even if I feel remorse, what does it matter? We are ultimately incompatible, and besides, I do not harbor feelings for her. It has always been one-sided." "Then why remain here in anguish? Are you merely feigning sympathy?" "It just feels unsettling," Shirakawa replied. Rayleigh smirked. "In truth, you still harbor feelings for that young lady. Let me advise you. If you have feelings, you must quell them. Do not allow them to take root and flourish. Do not forsake an entire forest for a single tree. It appears you are the true scoundrel here. What would your wife think if she heard your words?" "What wife?" Shirakawa retorted. "Am I mistaken? I recall a certain woman from Sabaody Archipelago who has been quite fixated on you. Or perhaps it is you who cannot forget her." "How do you know that?" Shirakawa exclaimed, startled and glancing around to ensure no one was eavesdropping. "Hey, that is a secret. I shall not divulge it," he said before making his exit. "I warn you, you little rascal, do not let this information slip," Shirakawa shouted in exasperation behind Rayleigh. "Rest assured, I have not yet exhausted my days." Shirakawa understood that should he allow this information to spread, he would be subject to Rayleigh's relentless teasing. In Chapter 46, Barrett vs. Roger, to commemorate the immense contributions of the Roger pirates to the island, the residents organized an event to erect a statue in honor of Roger. Situated within the capital of the Moor Kingdom, Roger's standing among the islanders now surpassed even that of King Catherine. After lingering for over 10 days, once the residents had stabilized, the Roger pirates requested permission to depart. "Are you truly leaving now?" King Catherine found himself in a quandary regarding his attitude toward Roger. On one hand, he wished for Roger to remain and assist in stabilizing the kingdom, yet on the other, he feared the threat Roger posed to his own position. "Indeed. We have spent more than 2 months here. It is time for us to take our leave. Then I wish you a safe journey. The Moor Kingdom will always welcome your return." "Thank you." Catherine Lin did not appear at the farewell, perhaps wishing to avoid the pain of parting from Shirakawa. "Roger, let us settle this once and for all," Barrett suddenly declared as Roger prepared to board the ship, plunging the scene into silence. King Catherine stood frozen, as if he had just received some astonishing news. After a brief pause, Roger slowly replied, "Very well. Your Majesty, I kindly ask for your assistance." "Are there any uninhabited islands nearby?" "Indeed, there are, but the distance is not negligible. Would you like me to send someone to guide you?" "No need. Simply point me in the right direction." "Ah, very well. The uninhabited island lies to the south, devoid of any inhabitants." "Understood. Follow me, Barrett." With that, Roger employed a technique akin to moonwalk, soaring southward. Although he was unaware of the island's precise location, his observation haki guided him. Barrett followed closely, and from a distance, Shirakawa sensed a fervent energy radiating from Barrett. "A spectacle is about to unfold. We should follow," he suggested. With the captain absent, First Mate Rayleigh took the lead. They boarded their ship, resolved to set sail, having already prepared themselves for a permanent departure. "Rayleigh, do you not require our company on your journey?" King Catherine inquired once more, observing Rayleigh's preparations. "It is unnecessary. Your presence here suffices. The impending battle will be far too perilous for you." No sooner had he spoken than several perceptive individuals sensed an overwhelming aura emerging from the south. "Oh, has it begun?" "Barrett is quite eager," Rayleigh commented. "What a chilling sensation. The kingdom of Kether, having long occupied a position of power, possesses an innate aura of leadership. Yet, at this moment, it finds itself trembling under the overwhelming presence of Roger and Barrett, akin to an earthworm encountering a dragon. "All right, you should leave quickly. This place is no longer suitable for you," spoke Rayleigh, his words laced with a hint of conqueror's haki, rousing King Kether from his stupor. "Thank you, Mr. Rayleigh." King Kether expressed his gratitude, his eyes betraying a profound sense of awe, realizing the terrifying prowess of the two individuals he had interacted with for so long. He cast a wary glance towards the island in the south. "Let us hurry, First Mate. If we delay, the battle may conclude," Bai Chuan said, his eagerness palpable. Thrilled by the rarity of such a confrontation. "Do not worry. Those two will not finish so quickly." The ship sailed leisurely towards the direction of Roger and Barrett. Bai Chuan's excitement mirrored that of Shanks, who was equally impatient to witness the spectacle of the duel, adjusting his straw hat with an uncontainable smile. "You two?" Rayleigh remarked with a touch of resignation, sensing the anticipation brewing within them. It was evident that these two would not be content to remain passive in the future. If they possessed sufficient strength, they would undoubtedly leave their mark upon the seas, crafting legends of their own. After sailing for over an hour, they finally glimpsed the island where Roger and Barrett clashed. The sounds of explosions and impacts resonated in their ears. Bai Chuan was ready to leap into action, only to be restrained by Rayleigh. "What are you doing, Rayleigh?" Bai Chuan protested, curiosity brimming within him, feeling his anticipation thwarted. "You cannot observe the battle up close. It is still too early for you," Rayleigh explained, shaking his head. "How frustrating." Bai Chuan lamented, striking the ship's deck in discontent, feeling unworthy of even witnessing the clash. He was not intimidated by the conqueror's haki, a sentiment Rayleigh understood. His words carried a deeper meaning. A careless misstep in the fight could spell instant doom for him. Rayleigh patted his shoulder reassuringly. "I believe you will grow stronger soon." "Of course," Bai Chuan replied confidently, possessing an inexhaustible recovery ability. As long as he had enough food and stamina, he could persist without sleep indefinitely. He resolved to strive relentlessly. Though the details of the battle remained obscured, His gaze remained fixed on the island, a sentiment shared by many aboard. Those skilled in observation hockey closed their eyes to feel the clash unfold. As night fell, the battle showed no signs of abating. "Mr. Rayleigh, how's the battle progressing?" Shanks inquired anxiously. His disappointment mirrored by Chuan and others who yearned to witness the spectacle firsthand. "Patience, there are no indications of an impending conclusion," Rayleigh replied. A night passed, and the cacophony of battle gradually subsided. "Mr. Rayleigh, has the battle concluded? Who emerged victorious?" Chuan inquired eagerly. "It has ended. Roger is the victor. Though Barrett is formidable, he remains at a certain distance from Roger's caliber." As Roger emerged, the grueling battle that spanned a day and a night drew to a close. "Set sail," Roger commanded upon boarding. "Captain, but Barrett has yet to come aboard." One crew member cautiously raised the concern, noting Roger's disheveled state post-battle. "He has severed ties with the Roger pirates." "What?" A chorus of disbelief erupted from the crew. "Curse it," Barrett lay in the center of the island, exhausted and filled with regret, tears streaming from his eyes. "Roger, one day, I shall surpass you. Do not die too soon," he mused inwardly. The island bore deep craters and sword marks, some emanating fierce sword energy, rendering it perilous for ordinary individuals who dared approach. Chapter 47, Buggy. Who has eaten the devil fruit? Though Barrett's relationship with the crew was tenuous, his presence would be missed after 2 or 3 years aboard. The atmosphere grew heavy, particularly for Shanks and Buggy, both of whom owed their lives to Barrett. "Captain, is it all right to leave Barrett on that island?" Shanks asked, concern etched on his face, fearing that such a powerful figure could perish at sea. "Rest assured, you know Barrett's strength. Besides, he can always procure a ship from the Kingdom of Moor. And I trust that King Kether will extend his assistance given our ties," Roger reassured. "Surely you all understand our current voyage." "Indeed. We are returning to the Grand Line to fulfill the unaccomplished regrets of our journey, such as the fabled island, Sky Island." Roger pointed skyward, his appearance disheveled yet his spirit unyielding. "Captain, does Sky Island truly exist?" A crew member questioned skeptically. "I cannot say for certain, but I believe no legend arises without basis. Whether it exists or not, we shall discover the truth," Roger proclaimed passionately, igniting enthusiasm among the crew. "Is it true that the people of Sky Island have wings?" Murmurs spread among the crew as they recounted various tales about the legendary island. Otherwise, reaching the New World's heart so swiftly would be rather anticlimactic, they agreed, fully aware of their proximity to Raftel, the New World's focal point. "Then let us set forth once more," Roger bellowed, met with fervent agreement from the crew. Chuan observed, leaning against the railing. Who knew the captain had such a knack for rallying the crew? "Indeed, but he speaks truth. To leave unfinished business at sea would be a genuine regret," Rayleigh replied. "The final voyage?" Chuan murmured, aware that the number of crew members privy to Roger's illness was steadily increasing. It would not be long before everyone knew. "Is there truly no remedy for the captain's ailment?" Rayleigh's somber tone lingered in the air. "Alas," Shirakawa sighed, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Over the course of the next month, the Roger pirates faced several battles, each proving to be quite formidable. Although Roger was hailed as one of the overlords of the New World, those who reached this realm were far from weak. Few could arrive here by mere luck. Occasionally, they encountered unique devil fruit abilities, which posed a genuine threat even to Roger himself. After enduring a grueling skirmish, the crew of the Roger pirates was now reveling at a banquet, liberating their pent-up emotions and grief, for in battle, there are seldom victors without sacrifice. "Hey, what's the matter with you two? Why are you drenched? Did you fall into the sea?" Shirakawa turned to see Shanks and Buggy, both dripping with water. "I don't know how it happened, but I went in to rescue Buggy, and now I look like this," Shanks explained. "It's all your fault, Shanks," Buggy exclaimed, grasping Shanks by the collar, his voice laced with indignation. "You scared me from behind, and now I've lost 100 million berries and become a complete landlubber." "Buggy, you didn't eat a devil fruit, did you?" Shirakawa asked, astonished, as he had not noticed Buggy consuming any devil fruit. He initially thought his arrival had caused some butterfly effect, but it was merely that the time had not yet come. "Indeed, I did. And what does your devil fruit have to do with me?" Shanks replied innocently. "If you hadn't startled me, I wouldn't have eaten it," Buggy retorted. "I merely asked you to watch the banquet. How was I to know you were up to something sneaky?" Their quarrel drew the attention of the other crew members. For within the Roger pirates, those who had consumed a devil fruit were exceedingly rare. "Buggy, what power does your fruit possess?" someone inquired. "Who knows?" Buggy snapped, still irate and unwilling to engage in conversation. "Fortunately, we have a devil fruit encyclopedia on board. You could check it out," another crew member suggested. At that, Buggy calmed down, realizing that if he could enhance his abilities, this might not be a loss after all. He quickly retrieved the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia and began to compare it with his memory of the fruit he had eaten. What the hell? It's the split fruit? Buggy exclaimed. Disbelief evident in his voice, the fruit seemed to disappoint him. Oh? The split fruit is quite a formidable one, Rayleigh remarked, adjusting his glasses with a serious tone. Really? Buggy's eyes sparkled with the glimmer of hope, eagerly seeking affirmation from Rayleigh. Certainly. The split fruit is the bane of swordsmen, no matter how much they slash. They cannot kill you. Is that true? Why not try and see for yourself? Shirakawa stood, drawing his sword, and approached Buggy deliberately. What are you doing, Shirakawa? Don't come any closer. I'm warning you. Buggy blustered, though fear gnawed at his insides. Relax, I'm merely going to test your fruit S abilities. Shirakawa replied with a self-satisfied smile, which appeared devilish in Buggy's eyes. No. Please, no. I'm going to die. Buggy cried out in despair, shutting his eyes tightly, bracing himself for the impending strike. Is it true? Did nothing happen? At that moment, Shanks's astonished exclamation and the gasps of the other crew members broke the tension. Buggy felt no pain and slowly opened his eyes, only to find a hand lying on the ground. Whose hand is that? Is that not mine? Buggy exclaimed, recognizing it at once, and fainted in sheer terror. Hey, Buggy, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Shanks shook Buggy vigorously, tears welling in his eyes, revealing the deep bond between them. Step aside, let me take a look. Colokas approached Shanks, commanding his attention. Oh, Shanks complied, stepping aside. Colokas crouched before Buggy, inspecting him closely. There's nothing wrong. He merely fainted from fright. Is that so? Shanks sighed in relief. What about this hand? He pointed at the disembodied hand on the floor. Who knows? Perhaps we'll have to wait for him to wake up to reattach it, Colokas mused, picking up the hand for closer examination, intrigued by the potential for research it presented to a doctor. However, when he placed the hand next to Buggy, it astonishingly reattached itself. How remarkable! Colokas' eyes gleamed with excitement as he observed Buggy's body, eager to explore further. In the following period, Buggy diligently practiced mastering his newfound devil fruit abilities, for it had now become an integral part of him, a means of survival. Meanwhile, Shirakawa was not idle. He trained relentlessly, leaving little room for rest. The crew rarely witnessed him sleeping, as his focus was solely on his craft. You must be cautious. If you continue training like this, your body will inevitably break down, and your goals will remain unfulfilled, a crew member cautioned Shirakawa. Rest assured, I am well aware of my own limits, Shirakawa replied confidently. The concerned crew member could only shake his head. Having resigned himself to the belief that Shirakawa was obstinately reckless, he anticipated that Shirakawa would soon regret his choices. To everyone's astonishment, Shirakawa continued his rigorous training, showing no signs of fatigue or impending collapse. What kind of devil fruit has he consumed to be so formidable? The crew members wondered, envious of his relentless drive and abilities. What's gotten into this kid? Has he lost his mind? Roger mused as he enjoyed the sea breeze and sipped his beer while observing Shirakawa train. Perhaps recent battles have spurred him on. He has had the chance to confront the other pirate crew leaders and has only dealt with minor foes, so he seeks a breakthrough. Indeed. I hear he has been studying observation hockey with Jabba. I wonder how that is progressing? Why not find out? Roger chuckled, tossing an empty bottle towards Shirakawa, who deftly dodged it. Well done. It seems your observation hockey is not in vain, Roger commended, pleased by Shirakawa's reflexes. Hey, Captain, that throw is too obvious. Even if I couldn't use observation hockey, I could still dodge it. Shirakawa retorted, momentarily distracted from his training. Is that so? Roger laughed heartily, having simply tossed the bottle without any added force. By the way, Rayleigh, I wish to learn armament hockey. During a brief respite, Shirakawa cast a glance at Rayleigh, who appeared indifferent. Why not learn from Jabba? He also wields armament hockey, Shirakawa suggested. Yet, I sense your mastery of armament hockey surpasses his, does it not? Is that so? If you believe that, I find myself at a loss, Rayleigh chuckled, acknowledging that even among the Roger pirates, there existed a sense of rivalry. Though he held the position of the second-in-command, Jabba's status was hardly inferior. Why seek out Jabba to learn observation hockey? Do you think my skills in that area are lacking compared to his? Shirakawa retorted, raising his hands in feigned innocence. You cheeky rascal, Rayleigh laughed, playfully scolding him. Just then, a crew member rushed over, panic evident on his face, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Captain, it's bad news. What is the matter? Roger's expression shifted to one of seriousness, as such distress from his crew was rare. Captain, ahead. "We've spotted the Whitebeard pirates," the crew member exclaimed. "Whitebeard, you say?" Roger's face broke into a long-awaited smile as he strode toward the ship's bow. Sure enough, there floated the Moby Dick, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Shirakawa, eager to witness the legendary figure known as the world's strongest man, followed Roger to the forefront of the pirate ship. There stood Whitebeard in the prime of his youth, brandishing his iconic weapon, the supreme greatsword, Kangunkiri. Behind him, his fleet captains were present, with the exception of the 2nd Division captain, who bore the appearance of a samurai. "Long time no see, Whitebeard," Roger called out, greeting him warmly. "I've been waiting for you, Roger," Whitebeard replied, equally spirited. "Is this truly the renowned Whitebeard, Newgate?" Shirakawa mused, feeling the formidable aura emanating from Whitebeard, whose shout had conjured considerable waves. "Indeed? I too wish to see him," Roger remarked, and immediately the atmosphere between the two pirate crews grew tense, as if battle was imminent. "Are we about to commence?" Shirakawa thought, just then feeling Rayleigh's hand on his shoulder. "Do not be anxious. We share a long-standing friendship with Whitebeard. However, when the time for battle comes, we must show no mercy," Rayleigh advised. "I understand," Shirakawa nodded earnestly, absorbing Rayleigh's counsel. The Roger pirates continued their advance until they halted just before colliding with the Moby Dick. Both crews disembarked and set foot on the island where they would not risk damaging their ships in combat. "Long time no see, Odin," Roger greeted another pirate beside Whitebeard, who was none other than Kazuki Odin, the head of the Kazuki clan from Wano and the current 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Roger held a particular admiration for him, often entertaining the notion of recruiting him for his own crew. "Hey, Roger, I'm still here," Whitebeard interjected, his expression darkening at Roger's overtures to his crew member. "Newgate, you wouldn't be waiting here for no reason, would you? Speak your mind," Roger challenged. "Do you not already know?" Whitebeard retorted, suddenly raising his naginata to strike at Roger, who swiftly drew his sword to parry the blow. As their weapons clashed, a tremendous wave of Conqueror-S hockey erupted, darkening the previously clear sky, hinting at an impending storm. And thus, the clash between the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates ignited, each choosing their familiar adversaries, Rayleigh against Odin, Jabba against Marco, and others matched accordingly. Meanwhile, the Navy received word of the conflict from their watch on Whitebeard. "Roger and Whitebeard are clashing again? Sengoku, you and Garp go, and bring those 3 young prodigies along," the fleet admiral ordered. Garp had already set out upon hearing of Roger's involvement. The 3 prodigies referred to were none other than the future admirals, Akiji, Akaino, and Kizaru. In Chapter 49, the immortal bird Marco, Shirakawa faced off against some lesser foes from the Whitebeard pirates, nameless adversaries whose defeat bore little significance to him. Perhaps sensing Shirakawa's fierce demeanor, a captain appeared before him, blocking his assault. "You seem unfamiliar. You must be a new recruit of the Roger pirates?" the captain inquired amidst their skirmish. "Indeed, I am Shirakawa." "And you are?" he replied. "I am Blenheim, captain of the 9th Division of the Whitebeard pirates. Remember my name," he declared, suddenly channeling a surge of power into his blade, pushing Shirakawa back a step. "The 9th Division captain, is it? A worthy opponent indeed," Shirakawa thought, recognizing that while he might struggle against the captains of the 1st to 5th Divisions, he was confident he could hold his own against those from the 6th Division onward. With a steely gaze, Shirakawa emanated an intense aura, the metaphorical sword of Damocles appearing above him. "What is that?" The Whitebeard pirates gasped in astonishment at the sight of the sword, fearing the calamity it could bring if it were to fall. Instantly, all eyes were drawn to Shirakawa, including Whitebeard's. "Roger, I didn't expect such an intriguing young lad on your crew," Whitebeard remarked, momentarily halting his engagement with Roger. "Haha. He is one of my most promising recruits," Roger exclaimed with delight. But alas, he remains an unrefined youth. Upon hearing Roger's praise, Whitebeard's interest in Shirakawa intensified. Such commendation from Roger was a rarity. "Is that so? I am quite eager to see how he develops," Whitebeard replied. "Rest assured, he shall not fall short of our standards," Roger affirmed. And with that, the two resumed their fierce battle, prompting the Whitebeard pirates to join in, now that their captain had engaged. Nevertheless, they still diverted a portion of their attention to observe the sword suspended in the air. "A user of a devil fruit, perhaps?" Blenheim remarked with a certain gravity, for this was his first encounter with such a devil fruit, and he felt compelled to exercise caution. "It could be," came the response. "But you need not concern yourself. It holds little significance." "Is that so?" Blenheim retorted, his tone laced with skepticism. For a sword of such grand stature could not possibly be deemed insignificant. The clash between Roger and Whitebeard was nothing short of monumental, creating a formidable spectacle that left no one in their vicinity, as the tremors from Whitebeard's trimmer fruit indiscriminately affected friend and foe alike. Each strike birthed fissures in the ground, and the island itself was cleaved in two by their ferocity. One half became the exclusive battleground for Whitebeard and Roger, while the other was left for the rest. "Father truly is mad," mused Marco amidst the chaos, his demeanor suggesting a lack of seriousness, even as Jabba, his adversary, merely feigned engagement, firing off a few shots without intent. The battlefield between Rayleigh and Kazuki Oden mirrored this sentiment, with both warriors engaging in tentative exchanges. In truth, the only individual truly committed to combat against Captain Whitebeard was Hikawa. "Not so simple, is it, young one?" Blenheim thought ruefully, regretting his choice of such a formidable opponent. Had he selected someone else, he might have been able to merely observe. Now, however, if he were not diligent, he risked being wounded by the very boy before him, who, infuriatingly, seemed either uninjured or possessed a regenerative ability akin to Marco's. After a prolonged stalemate, Blenheim could no longer tolerate the antics of the seemingly invincible youth. Recognizing that if he could not overpower him, the boy would simply outlast him. "What, do you no longer wish to fight?" Hikawa inquired, noting Blenheim's retreat, his enthusiasm unperturbed as he relished the duel. "Marco, let us switch places. I believe you would find this young man quite intriguing," Blenheim suggested to the nonchalant Marco. Although he could not contend with Jabba, he anticipated that fighting Hikawa would not be as arduous. "Very well," Marco replied, casting a glance at Hikawa, now piqued with interest. "Are you planning to engage Hikawa?" "Perfect. I could use a respite. His abilities bear a striking resemblance to yours," Jabba interjected, adjusting his sunglasses. "Is that so?" Marco mused, his intrigue deepening. "Are you not concerned for him?" queried Blenheim, standing before Jabba, who showed no inclination to strike. Blenheim, aware of his own shortcomings against Jabba, was reluctant to provoke a confrontation, and he relished the opportunity to keep a key member of Roger's crew occupied. His capabilities far exceed what you might imagine. "Should this continue, you will find yourself outmatched," Jabba stated, retrieving a flask from his waist, taking a swig, and emitting a satisfied sigh. "Is that so?" Blenheim replied, somewhat defiant. The battle was far from over, and the outcome remained uncertain. "Just watch and you shall see," Jabba retorted. "I hear your abilities are quite similar to mine." Marco approached Hikawa, his gaze flat and his tone indifferent. "The Phoenix Marco, our powers indeed share similarities, yet I sense mine may possess a slight edge." "Is that so?" With that, Marco swiftly closed the distance to Hikawa, delivering a powerful kick that sent Hikawa sprawling back several meters. "Are you not worried?" Blenheim observed with a mix of concern and envy as he witnessed Hikawa, seemingly unfazed, and Jabba leisurely sipping his drink. He regretted not having brought a barrel of alcohol from the ship. "Not at all. He will be just fine." As the smoke cleared, Hikawa reappeared unscathed before the onlookers. "Wow, that truly resembles Captain Marco's ability," marveled one of Whitebeard's crew, for any normal individual would have undoubtedly sustained injuries from Marco's kick. Indeed, it was strikingly akin to the Phoenix's power, though when Marco healed, unique flames exclusive to the Phoenix would erupt from his wounds, which Hikawa did not exhibit. Suddenly, Marco felt an unexpected heaviness, as if the ground beneath him was lower than the surrounding terrain. "Gravity?" he exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that Hikawa possessed the ability to manipulate gravity, which impeded his speed. This is bad, Marco thought, just as Hikawa appeared before him, aware of Marco's regenerative abilities. Hikawa saw no reason to hold back. However, just as Shirakawa was about to strike Marco, he instantaneously transformed into his Phoenix form, breaking free from the grip of gravity and soaring into the air, causing Shirakawa's attack to miss. In Chapter 50, Ceasefire, Captain Marco astonishingly assumed the form of a phoenix. The Whitebeard pirates expressed their astonishment, completely unprepared for the revelation that the seemingly innocuous young man possessed such formidable strength. "It appears I may have overestimated you," Shirakawa remarked. "What do you mean?" Marco reverted to his human form, clearly perceiving Shirakawa's words as somewhat derogatory, implying that he was not as formidable as initially presumed. "It is quite literal. I originally thought that being the captain of Whitebeard's first crew signified considerable strength, but it seems that your prowess is largely due to your devil fruit ability." Prior to the battle, Shirakawa genuinely believed Marco possessed considerable strength, having kept his impression of him from the time of the Marineford War 20 years prior. Yet, the current Marco was merely a lad in his early 20s, not significantly older than Shirakawa. If Shirakawa were to train for another 2 or 3 months, he was confident his strength would rival that of the present Marco. "Is that so?" "Underestimating me will come at a cost," Marco replied, his eyes glinting with a newfound emotion anger. Then allow me to witness what that cost entails. Suddenly, an astonishing aura erupted from Shirakawa, causing the very ground beneath him to fracture like a spider's web. Oh, are you prepared to unleash your full power? Rayleigh, who had been engaged in combat with Kazuki Odin, paused his assault, while Jabba watched the unfolding battle with keen interest. Among the Roger pirates, there was no one more attuned to Shirakawa's capabilities than Jabba. Due to Shirakawa's recent training in Kinbunchika Haki, he had been spending a lot of time with Jabba, who served as his sparring partner, leading to a remarkable enhancement in his abilities. He had been aboard the ship for less than half a year, and it was hard to believe that he had once been on par with Buggy. Now, it seemed he had surpassed all expectations. It's as if we have witnessed the growth of our own child, reflected a pirate from the Roger crew, lamenting how swiftly this child had matured, feeling as though they had missed witnessing his development. Shanks, however, has progressed at a more acceptable pace. While he is undoubtedly talented, he has not reached the same monstrous level as Shirakawa. Most of the crew could still best him. Why not mention Buggy, then? He remains unchanged. Indeed, haha. At the mention of Buggy, the crew erupted into laughter, not mockery, but rather a heartfelt amusement, as Buggy belonged to none of the prodigious ranks. Merely having consumed a devil fruit, Buggy was akin to a jester aboard the Roger pirates, often entertaining the crew with his performances, especially after acquiring the Chop Chop fruit, which only enhanced his repertoire. Marco once again transformed into his phoenix form. For most Zoan devil fruit users, assuming their devil fruit form allows them to unleash greater power. And Marco was no exception. Do you believe you can strike me now? Marco soared into the sky, looking down upon Shirakawa. You underestimate me, Marco, Shirakawa retorted, also taking to the air and wielding his blade to unleash a slashing attack. The sharp blade of air swiftly cut through Marco's wings. However, it bore no lasting effect, as Marco's wings reverted to their original state. Indeed, without Busashoka Haki, my offensive capabilities seem insufficient against such foes, Shirakawa mused, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet Marco posed no threat to him either. The two exchanged blows several times, yet neither sustained any injuries. I find that I might be developing a dislike for you. Marco's voice darkened as they hovered in the air. Likewise, Shirakawa admitted, feeling an aversion towards Marco, likely stemming from his inability to defeat him. Had he possessed the strength to overcome Marco, he might not have felt such disdain. Eventually, both descended to the ground, signaling a temporary ceasefire. Aside from Roger and Whitebeard, the other members of their respective crews had already begun to relax, even retrieving food and drink from their ships. This has always been the case between our pirate crews, Shirakawa remarked, puzzled by the lively scene unfolding before him. Yes, you'll get used to it in due time. Cherish this moment of respite, for it may soon come to an end, Marco advised. What do you mean? Shirakawa inquired, puzzled by the notion of further conflict, as the two crews reveled together despite the distant rumblings of commotion on the neighboring island. If I am not mistaken, the Navy has likely received word and is en route. A fierce battle with them is inevitable, Marco explained. Is that so? I find myself quite eager for it, Shirakawa exclaimed, brimming with excitement. You truly are a warlike individual. Marco cast a sidelong glance at Shirakawa. Suddenly, a cacophony of falling trees echoed behind them. Father's devil fruit is indeed perilous, Marco remarked as blue flames enveloped him, while a shield appeared before Shirakawa to absorb the residual force. Is this the spectacle of battle between Whitebeard and the captain? It is truly exhilarating, Shirakawa thought. Despite Marco being a pirate, he did not relish combat, likely due to his quasi-medical devil fruit abilities. Marco's phoenix fruit not only allowed him to heal himself but also to mend the wounds of others, occasionally serving as the ship's doctor for Whitebeard's crew. The scene among the Roger and Whitebeard pirates was now one of camaraderie, with former adversaries now sitting together, sharing drinks and laughter, some even engaging in song and dance. Even Buggy, who had been lurking in the shadows during the skirmish, boldly emerged, disassembling his upper body to soar above the two crews. Hey, isn't that the red-nosed guy, the one who ate a devil fruit? A member of the Whitebeard pirates called out, recognizing Buggy. You scoundrel, who are you calling red-nosed? Buggy retorted, promptly grabbing the collar of the pirate who had spoken. You still refuse to accept your red nose, huh? Ha. The pirate continued to mock, unperturbed by Buggy's scornful words. The crew had grown so accustomed to Buggy that such banter had become commonplace, with both crews often exchanging jests. Chapter 51. The Navy approaches. Vice Captain, the Navy is here. When the Roger pirates received the news, the Whitebeard pirates were equally informed. All the pirates, previously resting, stood up, bracing themselves for the imminent clash. Ready and poised, a grand battle was about to unfold. Rayleigh stretched his limbs, having not engaged in such a fierce confrontation for a long time. The warrior within him could no longer contain itself. The group approached the edge of the island, where 3 colossal warships came into view, old acquaintances indeed. Garp and Sengoku positioned themselves prominently on the ships. Garp, having shed his coat, clearly could no longer restrain his excitement. Whitebeard also noticed the future admirals of the Navy, Akiji alongside Garp on one ship, Kizaru with Sengoku on another, and Akaina commanding his own vessel. All evil must be eradicated, Akaina declared, arms crossed and a serious demeanor, emanating an intense heat that enveloped those nearby. The atmosphere was palpable, causing the sailors aboard his ship to wipe the sweat from their brows. Satisfied with Akainu's fervor, Sengoku nodded appreciatively, recognizing that although he was not yet fleet admiral, his elevation was inevitable. Akainu was the one he regarded most highly among the 3 formidable candidates. Truly formidable, Akainu, Kizaru remarked in a rather infuriating tone. If you possessed even half his diligence, I would be content, Sengoku retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Kizaru. With a resigned shrug, Kizaru acknowledged his nature. Long time no see, Rayleigh. Where's Roger? Garp inquired, though he was already aware that Roger was locked in battle with Whitebeard. Garp, I won't allow you to disturb Roger. Rayleigh replied, asserting that whether Garp could intervene was not within his purview. With that, Garp leapt from the warship, charging toward Rayleigh. Garp, Sengoku shouted, clearly disapproving of Garp's impulsiveness. All units, advance. With Garp's action, the rest of the Navy could not remain idle, and Sengoku issued the order to attack. Kazan. Understood. Kazan leapt onto the sea, extending his hand to the water's surface, proclaiming, Ice Age. Instantly, a thick layer of solid ice enveloped the ocean. Charge. As the battlefield erupted, the pirates surged forward, undeterred by the Navy, for they were no ordinary brigands. Sengoku also engaged, but he was met by Kazuki Oden. Sengoku, transformed into a colossal Buddha, became a radiant focal point on the battlefield. Marco faced Kizaru. Kazan contended with Whitebeard's 3rd Division commander, Diamond Jozu, while Akaina confronted the Roger pirates Jabba. Thus, the formidable might of the Navy was evenly distributed, with the remaining vice admirals and rear admirals assigned to contend with other officers from the pirate crews. Garp and Sengoku had arrived, and Roger and Whitebeard could sense the presence of these Navy forces. However, the 2 individuals merely paused for a moment before once again engaging in combat, for they both held unwavering faith in their respective crews. Shiraikawa's adversary was a rear admiral, a figure whom Shiraikawa had deliberately sought out, as such high-ranking officers would typically not engage him unless they were deemed worthy opponents. I hadn't anticipated your prowess to be quite formidable, the rear admiral remarked, commending Shiraikawa after a series of exchanges. Why do you perceive me as weak? Shiraikawa mused, recognizing the rear admiral as a familiar face, likely the future General Flying Squirrel, clad in a light purple striped suit, with a punk hairstyle and a beard. Both his hair and beard bore a deep violet hue, marking him as a principal force in the future Navy. Indeed, to express my apologies, I shall unleash my full strength to vanquish you. A most welcome challenge, Shiraikawa replied, exuding a palpable fighting spirit. He had felt a sense of frustration during his previous bout with Marco, an unshakable feeling of dissatisfaction lingering in the air. Suddenly, an intense aura emanated from the flying squirrel, one that could only be exuded by a true swordsman. A swordsman, you say? How fortuitous, for I am one as well. For reasons unknown, Shirakawa possesses an extraordinary talent for kendo, achieving the level of a sword master in a mere few months. Perhaps it is related to the sword of Damocles that looms above him, or it could simply be a manifestation of his innate brilliance. Whenever Shirakawa immerses himself in his practice, the sword of Damocles reappears, inevitably capturing the attention of everyone present. What is that? Many of the Navy murmured, their voices tinged with trepidation. Even Sengoku gazed solemnly at the sword, for it is the unknown that instills the deepest fear. Did that brat conjure it? Sengoku pondered as he observed Shirakawa, sensing a similar aura emanating from him. The glint of light reflecting off Sengoku's glasses marked Shirakawa as a figure of significant danger. At that moment, a massive fireball of molten lava hurtled towards the great sword, likely an assault from Sakazuki. This is bad, Jabba thought, for he was unaware if Shirakawa's sword could withstand Sakazuki's onslaught. Nonetheless, it was too late to intervene. He had not anticipated Sakazuki's resorting to such a stealthy approach. However, when the fireball was over 2 meters away from the sword, it was obstructed by a transparent protective shield that enveloped the sword entirely, rendering Sakazuki's assault ineffective against the defense. Observing the fireball being thwarted, Jabba exhaled in relief and redirected his full attention towards Sakazuki. The naval officer, engaged in combat with him, audaciously dared to strike at others, which was a blatant disregard for his presence, though Jabba was not one to relish in competition. Nonetheless, such neglect would inevitably lead to mockery from Rayleigh for several days, especially considering that Rayleigh was currently dutifully occupied in thwarting Garp. While Garp was also taken aback by the enormous sword, he quickly regained his composure, contemplating it as a rare type of devil fruit. However, the battle for Akainu was indeed disastrous. Although he possesses the abilities of a Logia-type devil fruit, he has yet to fully mature, rendering him insufficient in the presence of Jabba. What could have been a balanced confrontation has now devolved into an outright one-sided assault. After several exchanges, Akainu's body bore numerous wounds, and the cherry blossoms adorning his chest were stained crimson with blood, despite the formidable offensive prowess of his devil fruit. If he fails to land a hit on his adversary, he can only endure the onslaught. In contrast, Jabba, a master marksman, need not engage in close combat. Chapter 52. Defeating the Navy at present. The conflict between the Navy and the pirates can be described as evenly matched. Sengoku and Kazuki Oden find themselves in a stalemate. While Sengoku's shockwaves pose a considerable challenge, Oden's slashing strikes inflict significant damage upon Sengoku. Likewise, the confrontation between Garp and Rayleigh is similarly intense. Garp's iron fist proves somewhat overwhelming for Rayleigh, yet relying solely on his fists to counter Rayleigh's swordsmanship proves to be a strenuous endeavor. The battle between Marco and Borsellino is also evenly contested. Neither can gain the upper hand, and the skies have become their arena. In the clash between Kazan and Jozu, Jozu appears to be subtly at a disadvantage, though the disparity in their strengths is not substantial. The influence of their respective devil fruits places Jozu in a weaker position, suggesting that their conflict will likely evolve into a drawn-out struggle. As for Sakazuki and Jabba, they are poised to conclude their battle more swiftly than the others. Though Sakazuki is not without strength, his youth and unfortunate choice of opponent weigh heavily against him. In a serious state, Jabba compels Sakazuki to remain vigilant, striving to anticipate the next strike from Jabba and preemptively elementalize. However, while his intentions are commendable, reality delivers a harsh blow. He manages to evade the first and second bullets, yet cannot escape the third and fourth. The battlegrounds of these formidable warriors have been vacated by others. Otherwise, collateral damage would be inevitable. Should any one of these elite fighters falter first, the scales of victory would undoubtedly tip towards the opposing side. The encounter between Shirakawa and the Weasel is equally fierce. Shirakawa's swordsmanship, inherited from Rayleigh, is wildly aggressive, while the Weasel's technique is its antithesis, characterized by a serene and defensive approach. In this dynamic of offense and defense, Shirakawa's attacks are fervently aggressive, whereas the Weasel's defenses are impeccably executed. Both are in pursuit of each other's vulnerabilities, aiming for a decisive blow. However, Shirakawa exhibits more openings, likely due to his relative inexperience and less refined skills. Nonetheless, Shirakawa's remarkable recuperative abilities undoubtedly vex the Weasel. Even when utilizing Haki, the damage inflicted is swiftly reversed, allowing him to continue the fight. "You too are a phoenix?" the Weasel remarked, glancing at Marco, who had been struck multiple times by Borsellino yet returned to his original state, his frustration palpable. "Phoenix? I do not fancy that moniker." The Weasel now feels quite constrained, likening himself to a sparring partner devoid of compensation. Despite exerting his full effort, he finds that his opponent suffers no tangible harm. However, Shirakawa truly relished the encounter, as he had long anticipated such an opponent, one who could compel him to exert his utmost effort. Someone whose strength was either comparable to his own or only slightly inferior. The current adversary, the Weasel, fell into the latter category. Shirakawa had gained a clear understanding of his own capabilities, which could be likened to that of an elite rear admiral in the Navy. He felt confident in his ability to defeat ordinary rear admirals or those stationed elsewhere. At the age of 20, possessing the strength of a rear admiral was not unreasonable. After all, at 18, Barrett had clashed with vice admirals and even held his ground against Roger. Similarly, at 17, Luffy had already vanquished several vice admirals during the Marineford War, and 2 years later, he had surpassed them, standing toe-to-toe with admirals. Sabo, also 17, had risen to the rank of second in command of the Revolutionary Army, showcasing formidable strength by engaging with Admiral Fujitora and CP0, decisively overpowering the officers of the Blackbeard pirates. In light of such comparisons, Shirakawa felt rather inadequate at 20. However, he had made rapid progress, having attained his current strength in merely a few months of training. As for Shirakawa's innate talent, the Weasel was likely the most aware of it at that moment, as he sensed Shiraikawa's noticeable improvement during their skirmish. This was astonishing to him, as his own strength had been cultivated through prolonged and diligent training, whereas Shiraikawa's growth stemmed from their combat. Truly, it was a case of human comparison that left one envious. "What is your name?" the weasel inquired of Shiraikawa, recognizing the necessity for the Navy to take this mission seriously and to place him on the wanted list. "I am Adolf K. Shiraikawa, remember my name. For this shall be our final confrontation." "Why?" the weasel retorted, "if they still have a mission to pursue the Roger pirates. There will be ample opportunities for us to clash again, because the next time we meet, you will not stand a chance against me." "Humph, arrogance. Perhaps this time you shall accompany me to impel down for a proper reflection." Although Shiraikawa possessed great talent, such words lacked the decorum befitting a rear admiral. "That will not happen. The outcome of this battle is already determined." Shiraikawa gestured towards the weasel's rear. The weasel turned, trusting that Shiraikawa would not resort to a sneak attack. What he witnessed was the gravely wounded Admiral Akainu, with Admiral Akiji providing support. Yet, even with Akiji's assistance, he could not hope to contend against Jozu and Marco. Just as the weasel intended to assist, Shiraikawa intercepted him. "Have you forgotten about me? Get lost," the weasel shouted, unleashing a fierce blade of air towards Shiraikawa. It was the first time Shiraikawa witnessed the weasel's serious attack. But he was not one to shy away and retaliated in kind. Their strikes collided, gradually dissipating until they vanished entirely. The situation on the battlefield between Akainu and Akiji did not go unnoticed by others. "Sengoku, it appears your navy is on the verge of defeat," Kazuki Oden remarked to the radiant Buddha Sengoku, who, despite his disheveled state, was not faring much better. The golden aura surrounding him had dimmed considerably. "Damn it." Sengoku gritted his teeth, contemplating a retreat, for continuing the fight could result in the loss of 2 future admirals. With that, Sengoku unleashed a shockwave that propelled Kazuki Oden back, then bellowed, "All forces retreat. Garp and Palusolino will remain to cover our departure." Upon hearing the order for retreat, not only did the pirates breathe a sigh of relief, but the Navy did as well. Both sides instinctively ceased hostilities. Although Garp yearned to continue the fight, he was a man who understood the gravity of the situation. Persisting would lead to the annihilation of their forces. Garp, planning to leave so soon? Rayleigh, having been thoroughly bested by Garp, could not quell his tongue. "Tell Roger to wait. The next time we meet, I will personally send him to impel down." "Very well. I shall convey your message to the captain." "Haha. Damn it." Akainu slammed his fist onto the icy surface, instantly creating a large hole in the several-meter-thick ice. He recognized that the failure of this battle rested upon his shoulders. Had Akiji defeated Jozu first, the outcome might have been reversed. Once the Navy retreated, Rayleigh finally felt a sense of relief, kneeling slightly. It was indeed a daunting task to stand alone against Garp, and his body bore several of Garp's fist marks. "This guy's fists are becoming increasingly powerful," Rayleigh thought to himself. The same could be said for Kazuki Oden, who bore the marks of shockwaves upon his body. Yet, the Navy did not escape unscathed. Garp had sustained minor injuries, Sengoku moderate ones, and Akainu was gravely wounded. Only Palusolino remained unscathed, raising suspicions about his involvement in the battle. Chapter 53. 2 serious individuals with the Navy's withdrawal. The pirates rejoiced. It was now time for the ship's doctors to spring into action, tending to the wounded pirates, wrapping their injuries, while the bodies of the fallen were buried by their able comrades, providing them with a semblance of closure. By the time these matters were attended to, night was fast approaching. The 2 crews gathered around a bonfire, singing, dancing, drinking, and feasting. Even Shiraikawa, typically reserved, found himself swept up in the ambience, joining his crewmates in song and dance. He even sang a tune from his past life, though they could not comprehend the lyrics. Yet, music transcends worlds, and they could appreciate its beauty or lack thereof. "Shiraikawa, while I haven't heard the song you sang, I am certain it was not in tune." "Your singing is utterly off-key," Shanks teased, unable to contain his amusement as he observed Shiraikawa's earnest attempt to continue. Upon hearing Shanks' words, Shiraikawa's face flushed. Whether from embarrassment or the flickering flames, he could not tell. However, he soon regained his composure. "Very well, I shall cease singing. You take over." Shiraikawa, possessing self-awareness, acknowledged his lack of musical talent. One's innate abilities do not alter as long as the soul remains unchanged. Recognizing his shortcomings was essential. There was no need to argue. This revelation allowed the crew to understand that Shiraikawa was not flawless. While he might excel in training, he was no match for them in song. Even 10 Shiraikawas would only serve to further discord the melody. With singing off the table, Shiraikawa returned to drinking, observing his comrades as they engaged in boastful exchanges. "I never imagined someone like you would lack talent in singing," Marco remarked, approaching Shiraikawa and raising a toast. "Why must I possess talent in song?" Baichuan posed a rhetorical question, acknowledging that despite the current discord between the two individuals, since Marco had taken the initiative to greet him, Baichuan decided to overlook past grievances and engage in conversation. After all, Baichuan aspired to align himself with the Whitebeard crew in the future, and thus could not afford to be petty. Baichuan's inquiry left Marco momentarily stunned. Why did he assume that Baichuan possessed a talent for singing? What could have prompted such a belief? Was it not customary for nobles to be trained in such arts from a young age? Had he ever witnessed a celestial dragon engaging in such pursuits? Marco had never seen one, and he pondered, could Baichuan possibly be a celestial dragon? Marco's mouth fell agape, his expression one of disbelief. What? Do I not resemble one? Baichuan teased, wanting to toy with Marco's mind. Not at all. You are entirely different from any celestial dragon I have encountered. Marco replied, recalling his encounters with celestial dragons, all of whom bore an air of arrogance. Perpetually encased in a bubble, viewing everyone else as mere slaves. Should they cross paths with a celestial dragon, if the latter desired peace, all would be well. But if they sought to bully them, they could only be cast into the depths of the sea. You can't possibly be a celestial dragon? Marco questioned Baichuan once more, his tone laced with incredulity. How could that be? I would be deceiving you, Baichuan responded. Even if your captain were to accept that you are a celestial dragon, most of your crew would not. No pirate crew wishes to have a celestial dragon among their ranks. Enough of this nonsense, lad. You speak without conviction. Haha. Yet you ought to refrain from calling me lad. Do not presume that your age grants you any advantage. I am aware that you are merely a year or two older than I, perhaps even my age. I look old? How old are you? I am 20. Upon hearing this, Marco was taken aback, calculating in his mind that they indeed seemed to be of similar age. 20? I had thought you were merely 16 or 17. Huh. I only appear youthful, unlike you, who resembles a pineapple. A pineapple? Me? I believe you are the one in need of a lesson. Come then, who is afraid? With that, both prepared to roll up their sleeves for a brawl. Hey, look. Baichuan is about to fight Marco, exclaimed a member of the Roger Pirates. Quickly, look. Captain Marco is about to clash with that fellow, called out a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. They were unaware of Baichuan's name. Yet he had left a profound impression on them. You Whitebeard Pirates truly have no shame, remarked a crew member from the Roger Pirates. What is it? You dare to send your captain against our apprentice? How shameless. Apprentice? Him? A Whitebeard crew member exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the Roger Pirates crew member declared proudly. Then you are indeed worthless. I reckon you are even weaker than your apprentice. What did you say? I said you were worthless. Say that again if you dare. Worthless? The Whitebeard crew member retorted, raising an eyebrow, having never encountered someone so audacious. How infuriating. I will kill you. With that, the two crew members clashed, igniting a battle between the Roger and Whitebeard Pirates, initially sparked by Baichuan and Marco, having just concluded their gathering. The two pirate crews could not draw their swords immediately. Instead, they resorted to fists and feet, engaging in hand-to-hand combat, rolling on the ground. Some even fought fiercely, biting one another, resulting in bloodshed. At that moment, from the neighboring island, a series of thunderous sounds erupted, followed by the sudden release of two extraordinarily potent conquerors' haki. The ordinary crew members, lacking resolve and strength, immediately fell unconscious, while those who remained standing halted their battles. Look at the sky, it is split, exclaimed Jozu, feeling a heavy oppression in the air. Lightning frequently struck from the fissure in the sky, which had not cleared since the duel between Whitebeard and Roger began, remaining shrouded in ominous clouds. Are they finally going to get serious? Rayleigh mused as he took a sip of his drink, gazing at the torn sky. Father is about to become serious. Tonight will not be easy, Marco remarked, ceasing his actions to look up at the heavens. Our captain has also unleashed his full power. Baichuan clenched his fists, yearning for the opportunity to engage in such a battle himself. Chapter 54. The choice of Kazuki Oden, you did not faint? Marco exclaimed, astonished. The first impression of a person holds immense significance. Baichuan's initial impression on Marco was that of a frail, sickly individual, despite their several exchanges. Baichuan smiled mysteriously. And then an overwhelming conqueror's haki surged through Marco's being, only to dissipate in an instant, as though it had never occurred. You possess conqueror's haki? Marco gasped, his heart racing as if a great earthquake had struck. What is there to be surprised about? Why could I not have conqueror's haki? Nothing, just a moment of shock. Marco felt an acute sense of imbalance within. He had yet to awaken his own conqueror's haki, if he even possessed it. Suddenly, he felt overshadowed by Chuan. "That kid on your ship is truly astonishing," remarked Kazuki Odin, who was drinking with Rayleigh and Jabba, equally surprised. Although Chuan's display of Conqueror's haki was fleeting, those still conscious were keenly aware and perceptive. "If he continues to grow, your ship may soon boast an extraordinary individual," Kazuki Odin lamented. Noting that within the Whitebeard pirates' top-tier strength, only Captain Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and 2nd Division Commander Kazuki Odin remained formidable, while others, like Marco and Jozu, had yet to fully mature. However, in just 2 days, the formidable strength of the Whitebeard pirates may dwindle to a solitary figure, Whitebeard himself. Presently, Roger's ambition is to entice Kazuki Odin aboard his ship, a task entrusted to Rayleigh and Jabba. Otherwise, the three would not be so inseparably entwined. After another 2 days and nights, the clamor from a neighboring island finally subsided, marking the end of a relentless battle that had persisted for 3 days and nights. "Bring me some wine." A robust voice resonated across the island, unmistakably that of Whitebeard. "Odin, come over here as well," Roger called out. Unaware of how Rayleigh and Jabba had fared in persuading Odin, thus he felt compelled to make his own attempt to sway Whitebeard's ally. Kazuki Odin, with a resigned smile, recognized Roger's intentions, which were apparent to all, and he then bounded over, carrying 2 large wine jugs. Upon his arrival, Odin beheld 2 figures seated cross-legged, their garments tattered and stained, blood having congealed upon their bodies, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. "Father, are you all right?" Despite Odin's own considerable strength, he held deep respect for Whitebeard, who had served as a guiding figure for him. "I am fine, just a minor injury, nothing to worry about." Whitebeard replied with a hearty laugh, his spirits evidently high. Could it be that this battle had ended in victory for father? Odin mused silently. "Odin, what do you think? Would you care to join me on my ship?" Roger extended an invitation to Kazuki Odin. However, it was not Yutian who spoke first, but rather Whitebeard, who sat opposite Roger. "What do you mean, Roger?" Whitebeard's gaze sharpened, exuding the aura of impending confrontation. "It is quite straightforward. I hope Yutian will join my crew." Ignoring Whitebeard's imposing demeanor, Roger replied with a smile. "That is impossible. Yutian is my family, and the entire Whitebeard pirates are my family. I will not allow them to leave me." "That is not solely your decision, Whitebeard. You ought to inquire about Yutian's own perspective, don't you think, Yutian?" Both Roger and Whitebeard turned their attention to Kazuki Yutian, who could only manage a bitter smile. After a prolonged silence, noticing Yutian's continued silence, Whitebeard pressed, "Do you wish to join his ship as well?" The anger in Whitebeard's tone was unmistakable, though he was making a valiant effort to restrain himself. Suddenly, Kazuki Yutian bowed deeply to Whitebeard, kneeling on the ground, his head touching the earth, and his hands clasped before his forehead. Seeing this, Whitebeard immediately understood Yutian's decision. Abruptly, the previously clear sky darkened ominously, waves crashing upon the sea with increasing ferocity. The heavens grew darker, thick clouds seeming to threaten to descend. What on earth has transpired? Why is father so enraged? Marco gazed gravely at another island, eager to ascertain the situation there, yet he held back, realizing that in such circumstances, father likely wished to remain undisturbed. It appeared that Whitebeard's fury stemmed from matters concerning Yutian. Rayleigh idly tossed a die in his hand, which eventually landed on the ground, revealing a 6. Fortune seemed to favor him. "It's over. It's the end of the world." In stark contrast to Rayleigh's calm, Buggy was in a state of panic, frantically running about with his hands on his head. It was the first time in his years of sailing that he had encountered such chaos. The pressure of the situation left him feeling breathless. "Fear not, Buggy. The captain is here." Shanks grasped Buggy by his clothing, but to his surprise, Buggy's head and feet had already dashed off, leaving only his upper body in Shanks's grip. After a lengthy period of frantic running, Buggy finally realized something was amiss. "Hey, Shanks, what are you doing with my body?" Eventually, amidst the astonished gazes of others, Buggy recognized the truth. Shanks was holding onto his body. "Oh, you got caught on me while you were running. I was merely keeping an eye on it." "Is that so?" "Thank you, Shanks." Buggy reattached his body, playfully smacking Shanks on the head with considerable force. "You trickster." The scene returned to the trio with Whitebeard, where Kazuki Yutian remained resolutely kneeling. "Father, I will only stay on Roger's ship for a year. After a year, regardless of whether Roger has conquered the New World, I will return." "Very well." After a long pause, Whitebeard finally uttered this single word. "Father, you agree?" Yutian was somewhat astonished, as was Roger, who had anticipated a more contentious response from Whitebeard. "Well, the child has his own dreams. I ought to support him." As a parental figure, Whitebeard was undoubtedly commendable. "Roger, I entrust Utian to you. If anything untoward befalls him in a year's time, I will not let you off easily." Whitebeard directed this warning at Roger. For if anything were to happen to Utian aboard Roger's ship, Whitebeard would indeed confront him fiercely. "Rest assured, I shall take good care of him." "Thank you, Father." Utian, overwhelmed with emotion, bent down once more. Eventually, the three emerged from the other island, though Whitebeard's expression remained grim while Roger wore a broad smile. As they departed, neither exchanged farewells. "Hey, Utian, you're on the wrong ship," Marco called out, noticing Utian had boarded the wrong vessel. "Set sail," came Whitebeard's voice. "But, Father, Utian, set sail." Whitebeard reiterated, his tone heavy with restraint. "Very well, set sail." Though Marco was puzzled, he obeyed Whitebeard's command. On Roger's ship, Utian gazed at the increasingly distant Moby Dick, tears brimming in his eyes. "All right, I would like to introduce a new member, the former captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Kazuki Utian. Let us welcome him warmly." With that, all the crew members erupted into applause. "I can hardly believe it succeeded. It seems my instincts were quite accurate," Rayleigh mused, recalling the 6 he had just rolled. Chapter 55, The Battle of Ightwall commences. The arrival of Kazuki Utian elicited mixed reactions. Some greeted him with smiles, while others remained less than welcoming. Despite the cordial relations between the two pirate crews, even the best of relationships are not immune to occasional rifts. However, Shirakawa found himself deeply intrigued by him, particularly upon learning that he hailed from Wano country. It is well known that Wano is a land of samurai, where nearly every inhabitant is a warrior, thus their swordsmanship must be exceptionally refined, especially for someone as formidable as Kazuki Oden. Consequently, Shirakawa promptly abandoned Rayleigh and beseeched Kazuki Oden to impart his knowledge of swordsmanship and haki. Naturally, Kazuki Oden was delighted to acquiesce to Shirakawa's request, as having someone to facilitate his swift integration into the pirate crew was a welcome development. Rayleigh, too, was relieved to be rid of a burden. Though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, did he truly fall short of Oden? Such is human nature, one often fails to cherish what they possess until it is lost, only to feel a twinge of regret thereafter. However, Shanks felt a sense of joy. With this arrangement, Mr. Rayleigh could dedicate his teaching solely to him. However, Kazuki Oden's training regimen far surpasses that of Rayleigh, particularly in the realm of swordsmanship. Much of Rayleigh's expertise was cultivated through personal exploration, whereas Oden's techniques have been meticulously passed down through generations, refined over time to distill their essence. Each day, Shirakawa experiences a marked enhancement in his understanding of the sword path. 2 months have elapsed, and Kazuki Oden has become well acquainted with the crew aboard Roger's pirate ship, gaining the acceptance of his fellow sailors, thanks in part to his amiable disposition. He is exuberant and mischievous, occasionally displaying a childlike innocence. Accompanying him on this journey are 2 peculiar companions from the furry tribe, a cat named Cat Viper and a dog known as Dogstorm. Their arrival aboard the ship initially left Shirakawa astonished. He had not anticipated encountering such anthropomorphic beings in the world of the Pirate King. However, considering the existence of fishmen and merfolk, it seemed less surprising in retrospect. Both of these creatures possess commendable abilities, ranking above average within the Roger Pirates. Among them, Shirakawa has undergone the most significant transformation over the past 2 months, exuding an aura of remarkable prowess. Oden has advised him that once he can fully conceal this presence within himself, he will reach the level of a great swordsman. Consequently, Shirakawa has recently devoted his time to meditation, focusing on refining his internal energy rather than practicing sword techniques. The chasm between a swordsman and a grand swordsman is indeed immense. Some swordsmen may spend their entire lives only to attain the rank of a skilled swordsman. Although Shirakawa is confident in his ability to reach the level of a grand swordsman, it requires ample time to lay the groundwork. In terms of haki, Shirakawa has made commendable progress, having already managed to imbue his sword with haki, albeit it remains somewhat fragile. Nevertheless, it has proven effective against those possessing devil fruit abilities. Days drift by in monotony. They have reached the latter half of the New World, nearing Fishman Island, where they encounter scarcely any pirates capable of matching them. Not even those who can last a few exchanges. Yet, some audacious newcomers dare to challenge them, typically falling into one of 3 categories. The first, meeting their demise in the depths of the sea. The second, being pirates that Roger admires, who might be spared. And the third, potentially becoming affiliates of Roger's crew. As for the possibility of adding new members, that is no longer feasible. The Roger Pirates are at saturation point, and aside from the Navy headquarters, nearly no force can contend with their high-tier combat power. After all, we are the Roger Pirates. They take pride in being members of Roger's crew. Rest assured, War is never lacking upon the seas. Roger has heard the complaints of his crew, yet there is little he can do. He cannot instigate battles, as that does not align with his nature. At that moment, dozens of pirate ships descended from the sky, creating a cacophony of splashes. Among them, right before the Oro Jackson, stood Roger's formidable rival, the Golden Lion, Shiki. Only someone like Shiki could achieve such a feat. Long time no see, Roger, Shiki boasted. Laughing heartily, he had come prepared, believing this battle would be akin to catching fish in a barrel. Despite the formidable strength of their crew, they could not withstand a strategy of sheer numbers. With dozens of pirate ships, a single cannonball from each would be enough to overwhelm them. Shiki, you have indeed come well prepared. Although Roger appeared relaxed, his heart raced with tension. In such a situation, escape was not an option, especially with the troublesome abilities of the Golden Lion, which could easily track them down. This marked Shirakawa's first encounter with the Golden Lion, yet he felt no anxiety. If he was not mistaken, this battle would be dubbed the Battle of Et Wall, where the Roger pirates would emerge victorious without a fight. Impressive, Shirakawa thought. Relying on his instincts as a swordsman, he perceived Shiki as one of the foremost figures in the realm of swordsmanship. Join me, Roger? That is out of the question. Shiki, we have a considerable history of grievances. Ouch! Buggy exclaimed in terror, realizing the dire situation, knowing victory was beyond reach. Let us concede to the Golden Lion for now. I say, you've become so cowardly, how can you still be so afraid? Shanks remarked to Buggy. But there are still many weaknesses, you fool. Buggy retorted in exasperation. By the way, Dr. Karukas, how's the captain's health? Is he still unfit for battle? You must stop him. Unfortunately, he is in excellent condition, Karukas replied, preparing his weapon. Buggy sought help from Rayleigh but was pulled back by Jabra. Give it up. We've known Roger long enough to know we cannot persuade him. How could this be? Buggy lamented. Trust in Tom's Oro Jackson. Roger doesn't have much time left. Rayleigh said calmly. At that moment, the Golden Lion spoke again. I've repeated this countless times, Roger, though we've had our share of grievances in our youth. Let us forget them. If you possess knowledge of the world-destroying weapons, combined with my forces and the perfect plan I've crafted over years, we can dominate this world together. Become my right-hand man, Roger. I have no interest in dominion, Shiki, if I cannot pursue my desires. What is the purpose of being a pirate? No matter the pressure you exert, I shall refuse your offer. Then, you wish for me to kill you here? Shiki's tone shifted abruptly, brimming with malice. When two pirate crews meet, the sea becomes tumultuous, waves crashing as ships intertwine. I intend to crush you all, Roger retorted defiantly. The Roger pirates initiated the first cannon fire, striking a rival ship adjacent to the Golden Lion's flagship. Chapter 56, A Successful Escape with the Cannon Blast from the Oro Jackson. The clash between the two pirate crews commenced. At Shiki's command, the surrounding fleet of pirate ships launched an assault, unleashing a barrage of cannonballs like a rain of projectiles. Friends, prepare to counterattack. Roger drew his sword, his spirit resolute. Even if they were to perish in these waters, they would do so without regret. In the face of the overwhelming cannon fire, the members of the Roger pirates held their ground. Jabra fired several bullets, precisely detonating a few cannonballs mid-flight. Swordsmen like Rayleigh executed precise slashes, severing numerous cannonballs before they could reach the Oro Jackson, ensuring no projectile landed on their ship. Shiki was not surprised by this outcome. If the Roger pirates had been sunk by such an attack, he would have been astonished. They were well aware of each other's strength. Shiki refrained from intervening personally, hoping to give Roger more time to consider that joining him would be a wise choice. Still unwilling to join me? Cannonballs continued to rain down. Yet the Roger pirates fought valiantly, even sinking an enemy ship in their spare moments. However, they were outnumbered, and defeating one ship did little to shift the tide of battle. As time progressed, Shiki resolved to take matters into his own hands. If he could not recruit them, he would destroy them. Utilizing his devil fruit abilities, Shiki soared into the air, drawing his blade to strike at the Roger pirates with a powerful slash. The sword's energy was formidable. Had it struck the Oro Jackson, the ship would be cleaved in two. In that instant, Rayleigh surged forward, unleashing a slash that rivaled Shiki's. The two energies colliding mid-air, each gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. Rayleigh, is it? I hold great admiration for you. Would you consider joining my crew? The Golden Lion extended an invitation to Rayleigh. Despite the numerous members of the Golden Lion pirates, he stood alone as the sole formidable fighter. Among the elite crews, he could arguably be considered the weakest, a reality that had long plagued him. He yearned to enhance his prowess, yet found himself thwarted at every turn. The capable individuals had been lured away by rival pirate crews, and those with potential yet to achieve fame eluded him. He once issued a recruitment call, only to be met with a motley crew of inept underlings and naval spies, ultimately leading to their demise at his hands. This incited a fierce confrontation with the Navy. Yet the cunning Golden Lion, bolstered by the powers of his float fruit, remained invincible in battle. Roger, do you still refuse to surrender? After several rounds of cannon fire, the ordinary members of the Roger pirates were utterly fatigued, leaving only the mid-tier fighters to stubbornly resist. I have said it before, if one cannot sail according to their own will, what meaning does piracy hold? Since you are so obstinate, let your crew sink to the depths of the sea. Lion's Cut Valley. The Golden Lion unleashed a flurry of slashes within mere seconds. Each strike as formidable as the last. Have you truly given it your all, Golden Lion? Lion's Cut Valley is the signature move of the Golden Lion, a technique that few can withstand. At that moment, Kazuki Oden surged forth, wielding his self-created two-sword style, Dancing Cross, a technique akin to the Lion's Cut Valley, capable of unleashing dozens of sword energies in an instant. The two attacks collided, negating each other's force. I recall you as Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, Kazuki Oden. Recognizing the figure who had thwarted his assault, the Golden Lion recalled Oden's identity. How is it that you find yourself aboard Roger's ship? Have you betrayed Whitebeard? I remember he despised traitors. How about joining my crew? I assure you, Whitebeard will not lay a finger on you. Your concern is unwarranted. I have already received approval from Pops. Is that so? What a pity. Whitebeard may never anticipate that his most cherished son would perish at my hands. If Whitebeard were cornered by the Golden Lion, he would easily handle the situation. His tremor fruit abilities were akin to a natural disaster. Not even dozens or hundreds of pirate ships could withstand a full-force strike from him. Yet, Roger found himself lacking in individuals capable of widespread attack. Suddenly, the wind picked up, and rain began to pour heavily. In the distance, the silhouettes of warships became discernible. The Navy arrived rather swiftly. Roger, surrender your resistance. The Golden Lion reveled in the tempestuous weather, which seemed tailor-made for him, allowing him to assert his dominance amidst the storm. He descended onto the bow of his ship. But then Roger wore a mysterious smile, his demeanor betraying no hint of panic. What are you smiling about, Roger? The Golden Lion felt a twinge of anxiety at Roger's grin. Could Roger possess a hidden card? He had come prepared to catch his adversary off guard. I laugh because your entire fleet is about to be annihilated. What do you mean? The Golden Lion's expression shifted to one of gravity. For he knew Roger never spoke without reason. Just wait and see. As the winds intensified, the waves surged higher, creating a chaotic sea that ebbed and flowed like a staircase. What is happening? The Golden Lion sensed the weather turning ominous, yet it was too late. Several pirate crews had already been swept into the sea by the surging waves. Everyone, prepare to flee. Roger shouted to his crew, unbeknownst to the crew. As the Roger pirates sailed forth, the waves seemed to diminish in their ferocity, and the winds appeared to conspire favorably, hastening their journey. Damn it, pursue them! Roared the notorious Captain Shiki, unable to bear the thought of Roger escaping his grasp. He commanded his fleet to chase, yet it was already a futile endeavor. The waves enveloped Shiki's fleet as if to ensnare them, crashing relentlessly, and in an instant, numerous pirate ships were obliterated. Shiki himself was struck in the head by a rudder that had been flung from a nearby vessel, yet his gaze remained fixated on the receding silhouette of Roger's ship. Cursed fate, he bellowed in frustration. Once the tumultuous sea calmed, the Roger pirates had vanished without a trace. Even if Shiki attempted to pursue them now, utilizing the powers of the float fruit, they would no longer be a match for Roger's crew. Captain, naval ships have been spotted behind us, one of his subordinates reported. We must depart, Shiki declared, casting one last glance towards Roger's direction before ascending with the remaining ships, drifting into the distance. Once again, Shiki had escaped, but this time, he bore significant losses. The preceding chaos had been witnessed entirely by the Navy. Chapter 57. Bounty notice following the successful evasion of the Roger pirates, the skies cleared. The rain ceased, and the sun emerged, basking in its own glory. That was perilously close, Buggy sighed, exhausted on the deck. Though he had not directly engaged in battle, he felt mentally drained. Many others shared in Buggy's fatigue, as the deck was filled with weary figures resting together. Hikawa exhaled a sigh of relief, recognizing that the storyline had not shifted due to his arrival. Had he confronted Shiki at that moment, escape would have been impossible. Despite his ability to fly, Shiki possessed the same capability. Suddenly, Roger erupted into laughter, his mirth infectious as his crew joined in unison. Their escape had been a stroke of fortune. Had luck not favored them, they would have been engulfed by the monstrous tsunami, potentially meeting their demise. Presently, the once vibrant Roger pirates lay subdued, resting and recuperating. As day turned to night, time passed, and the crew gradually regained their typical demeanor, as if the previous day's events had never transpired. Approaching the waters surrounding Fishman Island, the weather had become remarkably mild. In fact, the preceding tsunami had saved them considerable distance and time. The skies filled with seagulls of various species, gracefully soaring above the pirate ship, occasionally alighting to rest. At that moment, a news bird landed aboard, prompting Hikawa to pay for a newspaper. Over the course of time, he had become somewhat acquainted with the written language of the Pirate King world. The newspaper was a hefty stack, chronicling significant events of late, including the duel between Roger and Whitebeard 2 months prior, as well as the clash with Shiki just yesterday in the waters of Itwal. The news was startlingly outdated. The report on the battle between Whitebeard and Roger had only just surfaced. The details of their confrontation were scant, as few were privy to the event. It was merely noted due to their status as titans, hastily summarized. The two had battled for 3 days and nights on a remote island in the New World, with the outcome remaining uncertain. The Navy had dispatched the likes of Sengoku the Buddha, the legendary Garp, and several elite vice-admirals in a failed attempt to capture them. In contrast, the report on the encounter with Shiki was far more detailed, even featuring a photograph of Shiki with a rudder protruding from his head, resembling an irate rooster. Upon seeing this image, Hikawa couldn't help but chuckle. "What is amusing you?" Rayleigh inquired, noticing Hikawa's grin. "Yesterday's battle with Shiki has made the papers. Take a look at his appearance after we left," Hikawa replied, handing the newspaper to Rayleigh. The image captured was of Shiki, his eyes wide with fury, resembling a furious rooster. "Huh, he deserves it." Rayleigh laughed heartily, his boisterous mirth drawing the attention of those around them, who inquired about the source of his amusement. "Is it being dubbed the Battle of Itwal?" one remarked, noting the fitting geographical reference. The members of the Roger Pirates passed the newspaper amongst themselves, each erupting in laughter upon seeing Shiki's portrayal, their spirits lifted with a sense of vindication. "Even in such a state, he still lives. What a resilient fellow," mused one pirate, lamenting that had Shiki perished, the threat to their crew would have been extinguished. At least Whitebeard would not resort to such despicable acts. The rudder lodged in Shiki's head may very well accompany him for the rest of his days. If removed, he could face grave danger, the ship's doctor, Kurokus, interjected with a sage observation. "Indeed, who knows, he may even earn the title of Rooster from this incident," another pirate chimed in. After the newspaper was circulated, Hikawa discovered another stack of papers in his possession. As he opened the first page, he was taken aback. The initial bounty was of someone he knew all too well, himself. Gazing down, he recognized the photo from a moment 2 months prior when he had witnessed the Navy's retreat. To his surprise, he looked rather dashing, with the image capturing his essence splendidly. "Great sword, Adolph K. Hikawa, bounty of 50 million berries, dead or alive." So it read. Only 50 million berries? Not too shabby. Hikawa mused, somewhat satisfied. At least Luffy's first bounty had been 30 million berries, yet he still felt his own was rather modest. Was he worth only 50 million against a vice-admiral of the Navy? Perhaps the Navy refrained from assigning too high a bounty on an individual's first appearance. He speculated that with any minor incident in the future, his bounty might double. Moreover, his strength had notably progressed. He was no longer the same as 2 months prior. His swordsmanship had improved significantly, and he had mastered the armament haki. Now, he had attained mastery over all 3 types of haki, making the bounty of 50 million berries seem rather low. What is this great sword nonsense? Hikawa frowned, pondering if it was due to the Damocles sword hanging over him during battle. That title sounded rather unappealing. Surely, the likes of red-haired and beast pirates had far more dignified names. "What have you seen to warrant such a grim expression?" "You seem utterly engrossed," Rayleigh remarked, leaning in to glimpse the bounty notice in Hikawa's hand. "Lo and behold, that SU. Impressive, making it onto the government's wanted list," he exclaimed. Rayleigh expressed his surprise, exclaiming, "What? Let me see." Shanks and Buggy immediately gathered around, eagerly peering at the bounty notice in Baichuan's hands. "Incredible. A bounty of 50 million berries," Buggy exclaimed in his distinctive high-pitched voice. "What? There is actually a bounty of 50 million? Other crew members also displayed their astonishment. Although their own bounties were considerable, they were individual, as most ordinary pirates aboard the ship had no bounty at all. How unfair. Why does Baichuan have a bounty while I do not? Buggy lamented, his envy palpable. A bounty was indeed a testament to one's strength. Shanks, too, felt a twinge of jealousy, pondering why the gap between them as fellow trainees was so vast. Baichuan had undeniably become a thorn in the side of the ordinary crew members, with an array of emotions, envy, jealousy, and resentment pervading the ship. In Chapter 58, The Secret of the First Mate, Baichuan had gained a modicum of fame in the world. Those familiar with him were not particularly surprised by the news, as such a bounty seemed well-deserved. However, those unfamiliar with him would undoubtedly be taken aback upon seeing the bounty notice for the first time. Their initial reaction likely being, "Wow, who is this handsome fellow?" Their second reaction would probably be the astonishment at the remarkably high bounty, assuming he must be a newcomer. "Old man, look quickly. That kid has a bounty now." On Whitebeard's ship, Marco gestured to Whitebeard while holding a newspaper. "That kid?" Whitebeard's recollection of him was not particularly vivid. He merely regarded him as a talented young man with a long journey ahead. Even the boy wielding a large sword had been granted the title of Great Sword by the Navy. "Oh, you mean him, that flashy kid?" Upon the mention of the sword, Whitebeard recalled his initial shock upon seeing it. However, he ultimately realized that the sword was of little practical use, relegating it to the realm of mere decoration. Flashy indeed. Haha, you're right, old man, Marco thought to himself, feeling a surge of joy at Whitebeard's assessment, knowing that his own standing in Whitebeard's eyes far surpassed that of Baichuan. The Golden Lion, too, had seen this bounty notice but had no recollection of Baichuan. His attention was drawn solely to the small print on the bounty notice, which stated that this individual was a member of the Roger Pirates and extremely dangerous. Many at sea shared his focus, primarily concerning themselves with the identity of the Roger Pirates member. Roger, without a doubt, was the individual closest to achieving his ultimate goal. And after his recent battle with Roger that had decimated his forces, the Golden Lion knew he would require considerable time to reclaim his former glory. During this interval, Roger might very well accomplish the seemingly impossible. However, Baichuan, that title of Great Sword truly suits you, Shanks remarked, raising an eyebrow, evidently agreeing that the title was rather pedestrian. "Humph. One day I will compel the Navy to change my title," Baichuan declared stubbornly, though he had yet to decide what title he desired. "Only that it should possess a certain grandeur, akin to that of the First Mate or the Dark King Rayleigh. I wish you the best of luck with that," Shanks replied. "It seems there's also news of Barrett in this newspaper," a pirate with a newspaper declared loudly. "What? Where? Let me see." Those former comrades of Barrett, who had once sailed with the Roger Pirates, were intensely curious about him. The article detailed how the newcomer Barrett had engaged in a fierce battle with fellow newcomer Crocodile, with the outcome remaining undecided. "Crocodile? I believe I recall him. He is the user of the sand fruit," one pirate mused. "Are the new recruits truly this formidable? To fight Barrett to a standstill?" Most pirates from the Roger Pirates would have found it exceedingly difficult to defeat Barrett, making victory against Crocodile seem improbable. Perhaps Barrett was not fighting at full strength, or the battle took place in a desert, which would have favored Crocodile, one pirate rationally analyzed. Noting that Barrett had already mastered formidable armament hockey, which should serve him well against a Logia-type user. Crocodile? Baichuan had some recollection of this pirate, as he was the first warlord defeated by Luffy, who had ingeniously discovered the peculiarities of the sand fruit encountered with water, despite not yet mastering hockey. However, Shirakawa believes that Luffy's ability to defeat Crocodile 2 years ago was largely due to the protagonist's halo, which rendered Crocodile as nothing more than a mere waste, skilled only in the powers granted by his devil fruit. It is essential to remember that Crocodile had previously launched multiple assaults against Whitebeard. Had he been so easily vanquished, he would have long since met his demise in the depths of the sea. Nonetheless, as long as Barrett remains unharmed, that is what truly matters. Frankly speaking, had Roger been aware of Barrett's predicament, he would likely have rallied his entire crew to rescue him, even though Barrett was no longer a member of the Roger Pirates. Roger is the kind of person who values deep bonds and loyalty. Let us hold a feast to celebrate our successful escape from the clutches of the Golden Lion and to honor Shirakawa's bounty of 50 million, exclaimed the crew. Everyone chimed in with enthusiastic agreement, for the Roger Pirates relished such festivities where they could indulge in food and drink, momentarily forgetting their worries. "He has matured," Rayleigh remarked, watching Shirakawa surrounded by the jubilant crew. "Indeed, but your contributions to his growth cannot be understated. You must know him better than anyone else," Roger chimed in, having overheard Rayleigh's observation. "My familiarity with him is superficial. He harbors many secrets. I often sense that his abilities are innate rather than derived from a devil fruit." Rayleigh replied, "Isn't it normal for everyone to have secrets?" "Surely you have your own," Roger countered, prompting Rayleigh to reveal a wry smile. "Is my secret truly a secret anymore? I feel that most of you are already aware of it." "Haha, indeed. After all, many have yet to discover it." Roger laughed heartily, clapping Rayleigh on the shoulder. "Do you possess any secrets that I do not know?" Rayleigh inquired of Roger. Since a secret is only a secret if it is known solely by oneself, how could I disclose it to you? Thus, my affairs are no longer secrets, are they? Rayleigh shouted, exasperated by Roger's attempts to tease him. Tell me, is it not you who has divulged my matters? Rayleigh inquired sternly, eyeing Roger. Roger remained unperturbed, refusing to admit to anything, his eyes darting away and lips curling dismissively. Come on, could you be any more transparent? This charade is hardly convincing. Even a child could see through it. Even Shirakawa is in on it. Indeed, Rayleigh's secret was the woman who ran a bar on Sabaody Archipelago. Stop making baseless accusations. I have not told Shirakawa. Then it follows that you have informed others, Rayleigh retorted with a devilish grin. What has the captain done to incite such ire from the first mate? Who knows? Perhaps the captain has shared the first mate's secret with others, was the response. What secret? A nearby pirate asked eagerly, eyeing Shanks. I'll let you in on it, Shanks whispered conspiratorially. Oh, I see now, the pirate nodded, his expression shifting to one of surprise as he regarded Rayleigh with newfound scrutiny. Who would have thought the first mate was such a character, keeping a mistress? TSK. What a scoundrel. Chapter 59. Shirakawa departs before long. 6 months had passed, and Shirakawa had spent over a year in this world and with the Roger pirates. During the past half-year, they first arrived at Fishman Island, where they encountered the newly crowned king, Neptune. They received a warm welcome on Fishman Island, indicating that the relationship between Roger and Neptune was quite amicable. Admittedly, Shirakawa felt a twinge of fear during their journey to Fishman Island. The depths of the ocean often evoke a primal fear in humans, and he was no exception, constantly worrying about the durability of the coating. Consequently, Shanks and Buggy seized the opportunity to tease him, finally uncovering a flaw in Shirakawa. After reminiscing on Fishman Island, they recoated and proceeded to the Sabaody Archipelago, the endpoint of the first half of the Grand Line, often referred to as the Paradise. Upon arriving at Sabaody, Rayleigh mysteriously vanished. Those privy to his secret understood his whereabouts, while others speculated that he had succumbed to his gambling addiction once more. While at Sabaody Archipelago, Shirakawa undoubtedly encountered the celestial dragons but chose to avoid confrontation, as their intention was not to stir trouble, although they were soon targeted by the Navy upon resurfacing. The Navy refrained from taking any drastic actions, and the members of the Roger pirates remained vigilant. However, other pirate crews were less composed. How could a dominant force from the New World suddenly appear in Paradise? The increasing presence of the Navy at Sabaody led to the capture of several unfortunate pirate crews, who were swiftly imprisoned in the underwater facility. After a brief stay at Sabaody Archipelago, they departed, aware of the significant dangers posed by the world's elite and the proximity to Marine headquarters. The Navy would not idly tolerate the presence of such a notorious crew in a perilous location. As they left, Rayleigh experienced a lingering sense of unfulfillment. Mature men understood his actions, contrasting sharply with the attitude he would adopt 20 years later. In 2 decades, Rayleigh would be a figure wholly detached from home, either in casinos, bars, or auction houses, with only a slim chance of being found at a coating factory. Frankly, Shirakawa could hardly fathom the notion that the imposing Rayleigh of today would one day be reduced to working for others, perhaps harboring secrets of his own while covertly pilfering from other pirate crews during coating sessions, especially considering Rayleigh's impoverished state 2 decades hence. After departing from Sabaody Archipelago, 3 warships began to tail them, presumably monitoring their movements. Without a doubt, all of these vessels were subsequently sunk by the Roger pirates. While they had no intention of instigating trouble, they were equally averse to living under constant scrutiny. In an unexpected turn of events, Shirakawa's bounty inexplicably rose again, now reaching 150 million berries, leading many to speculate that he had committed some heinous crime. Confused by the sudden escalation in his bounty, Shirakawa pondered whether someone had leveraged his identity for some grandiose misdeed. This development inevitably sparked envy and admiration among other crew members. However, the animosity some harbored had dissipated, as they recognized their inability to contend with Shirakawa. After several months of sailing, the Roger pirates arrived at Gaia Island, where Shirakawa decided it was time to part ways with the crew, having gleaned all he needed to learn. Not claiming to be the strongest in the world, yet, should Shirakawa wish to flee, he could evade all but Kizaru and the Golden Line. Moreover, he did not believe in the misfortune of encountering these 2 adversaries. Even should he face them, he felt no compulsion to run. He no longer feared them. He was now prepared to engage anyone in combat. Are you truly leaving? Roger inquired with a serious tone. Indeed, I have resolved to venture out on my own, Shirakawa replied with unwavering determination. Very well. But remember this, you are leaving as a member of the Roger pirates, Do not bring shame upon me. Rest assured, Captain, I will never disgrace you. You must remember. The Roger pirates will always stand as your steadfast support. I will remember. After imparting his words, Roger departed, needing to allow time for others. Aren't you going to bid him farewell? Roger approached Rayleigh, asking. No, it's not as if we won't meet again. There will be future opportunities. True. But whether I will see him again is uncertain. Roger chuckled heartily, seemingly trying to dispel the somber mood. Shirakawa, I shall miss you dearly. As Roger departed, Buggy rushed forward, crying out as he embraced Shirakawa. Shirakawa was indeed one of Buggy's closest friends in the Roger Pirates, second only to Shanks. Do not worry. As long as you refrain from wandering aimlessly, we shall meet again. The vastness of this sea may seem immense, yet it is surprisingly small. You may search your whole life for someone, and that very person might be right before you. Shirakawa had great trust in Buggy, who, prior to encountering Luffy, had caused quite a stir in the East Blue, effectively becoming its ruler, even after reaching the Grand Line and becoming a warlord of the sea. The greatest hardship for Buggy was likely his time in the underwater prison. However, the outcome was favorable, as he escaped alongside Luffy. Shirakawa, we will surely meet again. Won't we? Shanks spoke up. Of course, as long as you avoid wandering too far. Shirakawa expressed similar concerns to Shanks, who, with his current disposition, was much like Luffy, extremely curious and prone to adventure. It was nearly impossible to prevent him from roaming, yet Shirakawa felt compelled to offer a warning. Rest assured. Shanks flashed a reassuring smile. However, it remained uncertain whether Shirakawa could truly feel at ease, as those who roamed often faced dire consequences. I shall take my leave now. Shirakawa waved goodbye to the two, departing without looking back. Farewell, Shirakawa. As they watched his retreating figure, Shanks and Buggy called out in unison. Shirakawa raised his hand in farewell, not glancing back. I wish you all the best, Roger Pirates. He silently prayed for them. Goodbye, Shanks, Buggy, Rayleigh. I anticipate our next encounter. Chapter 60. By Salia Island. Shortly after Shirakawa's departure, the Roger pirates navigated the treacherous currents known as the Path of Life or Death, successfully reaching the White Sea. However, their spirits lacked the usual exuberance, for their closest companion was not with them and would not partake in their future voyages. Unlike Barrett, who felt like an outsider aboard the ship, Shirakawa shared amicable relationships with everyone. Thus, the departure of Shirakawa cast a pall over most of the crew for several days. What a pity that such a beautiful and extraordinary sight was missed by Shirakawa. Fear not, given Shirakawa's prowess, reaching this place is merely a matter of time. If you wish to see him, you could accompany him. I think not. While most of them longed for Shirakawa, it did not mean they would forsake their identities as members of the Roger Pirates for his sake. Shirakawa felt a unique emotion upon leaving the crew, akin to a child growing up and breaking free from parental guidance. After his departure, he suddenly felt a weight lifted from his heart, though he could not quite understand why. Following the departure of the Roger Pirates, Shirakawa also prepared to leave, as Sky Island was merely a small stopover on the way to Sky Island and lacked vibrancy. After spending a bit of money, he purchased a small fishing boat on the island, reminiscent of the vessel Luffy sailed when he first set out to sea, accommodating only 2 people. Due to Shirakawa's physical constitution, he had no need to stock up on provisions. This modest fishing boat was perfectly suited to him. However, it seems that Shirakawa's fortune was rather unfortunate. Just as he set sail, he encountered an immense tempest. The weather, which had been exceptionally clear moments ago, suddenly turned ominous. Shrouded in thick clouds, the fierce wind swirled the darkened skies, accompanied by torrential rain. Shirakawa's small fishing vessel bobbed on the ocean like a mere leaf, teetering on the brink of destruction. Could it be that I am so ill-fated? Such a diminutive craft stands no chance against such a ferocious storm, especially since he was not a seasoned navigator. Even the world's most illustrious sailors would find themselves powerless against the wrath of nature in such dire circumstances. Gazing upon the towering waves that loomed like 6-story buildings, Shirakawa made a swift decision to abandon ship and take flight. In the air, he watched his vessel succumb to the merciless waves, a pang of sorrow gripping his heart. That was a boat he had purchased at great expense, a significant investment now lost in an instant. While soaring through the stormy skies, Shirakawa maintained his shield in an active state. Otherwise, being struck by lightning would spell disaster. Having flown for quite some time, he still had not escaped the tempest's grasp. It appeared that he had encountered a once-in-a-century storm. Was it truly this formidable? At that moment, Shirakawa felt a newfound respect for Hawkeye, the future world's greatest swordsman, who could traverse the Grand Line fearlessly with merely a coffin lid. Could it be that Hawkeye was simply more fortunate, never facing such treacherous weather? If that were the case, Shirakawa felt a twinge of injustice. Why should his luck be so wretched, encountering storms and tsunamis at the very outset of his journey? Finally, after flying for a while longer, Shirakawa spotted an island, a floating island, no less. Could it be Sky Island? Surely, he wouldn't encounter Roger and his crew there, would he? However, the Sky Island before Baichuan appeared rather small. It likely was not the same island that the Roger pirates had visited. Where is this place? After flying around the island, Baichuan discovered numerous houses, suggesting that it was inhabited. The weather on this Sky Island was quite harsh, yet as Baichuan descended to the ground to knock on a door, the weather unexpectedly began to clear. What could be the reason for this? Baichuan felt somewhat bewildered by the rapid change in weather, almost as if the heavens were playing tricks on him. At that moment, the door in front of him suddenly swung open, followed by a shriek. Baichuan saw a small old man in a blue wizard's robe, staring at him in horror, as if he had encountered something terrifying. Baichuan turned around to see nothing amiss. "What is the matter?" he inquired, offering a friendly smile, as he did not believe he had frightened the old man so. "Who are you?" After a considerable pause, the old man finally regained his composure, retreated into his house, and closed the door, leaving a small gap through which Baichuan could see the old man's frightened eyes still fixed on him. "I am Adolph K. Baichuan from the Qinghai region. And how did you arrive here?" "Of course, I flew here. By the way, what is this place, that it is a sky island?" "This island is called Visalia Island. A small sky island. Is that so?" Baichuan curiously surveyed the surroundings of the island, noticing windmills and hot air balloons, while in the distance, a large cloud loomed, adorned with a rainbow. Suddenly, Baichuan recalled something. Was this not the place where Nami trained for 2 years? It was a mobile sky island, its speed and direction entirely dictated by the wind. As the wind blew in a certain direction, the island would follow suit. With stronger winds, their speed increased, and with gentler breezes, their pace slowed. "What is your name?" Baichuan asked the little man again. "Harita." "Oh." With that, Baichuan pushed the door open and entered the house, finding Harita's strength quite negligible. "What are you doing?" Harita immediately questioned upon Baichuan's abrupt entrance, but as Baichuan's gaze met his tone softened. "Coward." Baichuan muttered under his breath. "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing much, just having a look around." Baichuan walked straight to the bed and sat down. It was quite soft, indeed made of clouds. How peculiar. "Once you're done looking, can you leave?" "Not a chance. I quite like the ambience here. I think I shall settle down right next to you." "No, fear not. I shall build my own house." Baichuan contemplated constructing his own little haven here, a flying sky island. How wonderfully secretive. Just imagining it was thrilling. "No, this is not something I can decide," Harita replied. "No worries. Just summon those who can make decisions, and I will persuade them." "So, you plan to settle here and not leave?" "Of course not. I still need to return to Qinghai." Upon hearing this, Harita sighed in relief. As long as Baichuan returned to Qinghai, the chances of encountering this island again were almost non-existent, considering they drifted across the world. Noticing Harita's expression, Baichuan understood his thoughts. However, little did he know about the existence of a life card. As long as Baichuan had one made for Harita, he could find his way back here at any time. Chapter 61. The Cost of Living. Before long, Harita summoned several residents who, like him, inhabited this island. Although they varied in appearance, their attire was uniform, albeit in different hues, and they were notably diminutive. In a world dominated by pirates, where the average height soared around 1.90 meters, it would not be an exaggeration to label them as little people. Even Baichuan fell short of this world's average stature. Did this fellow truly wish to settle here? A few relatively youthful old men encircled Baichuan, scrutinizing him intently. Some even brandished magnifying glasses to examine his face more closely. "Hey, have you all finished your inspection?" Baichuan's mouth twitched slightly, feeling like a rare specimen under their gaze. "No," one voice declared with remarkable conviction. "Why not?" "Because everyone here is a meteorological scientist, and you are not, thus you cannot reside here." "Is that so?" "But I have money," Baichuan nonchalantly emphasized, deliberately placing weight on the word money. "Money?" The scientist's eyes sparkled with avarice at the mention. "If you have funds, negotiations may be possible," one individual conceded, recognizing the necessity of research financing. "However, the cost of settling here is not insignificant, and you will need to pay annually." "Not a problem. How much is required?" "Wait a moment. We shall confer," replied the scientists. They then distanced themselves from Baichuan, whispering amongst themselves. Although Baichuan desired to eavesdrop, he refrained from doing so. Before long, the group of scientists returned, and the tallest among them addressed Shirakawa. We require an annual payment of 100,000 berries. 100,000 berries? That is not an excessive sum. Shirakawa had anticipated they would negotiate a particularly high price, but it seemed he had overestimated their intentions, harboring a rather sinister view of humanity. Following this, Shirakawa retrieved a stack of cash from his pocket, with each note boasting a denomination of 10,000 berries, amounting to approximately 100 million berries. The 10,000 berry note is the highest denomination in the pirate world, and this money was a parting gift from Buggy before Shirakawa's departure. To this day, he vividly recalled Buggy's pained expression upon gifting such a sum. The scientists watched in astonishment as Shirakawa began to slowly count out 10 notes. No. We must renegotiate, the tallest scientist interjected once more. Indeed, the others concurred with nods, realizing how much this money could facilitate their endeavors. Shirakawa was acutely aware of their thoughts. There is no need for such complications. I can provide you with all this money, but I have one request. What is that request? The scientists, their noses flaring with anticipation, were eager for the funds. As long as it is within our capabilities, we will certainly comply. What is dignity in the face of wealth? It is quite simple. I initially intended to build a house for myself, but upon reflection, I would prefer to leave that task to you, especially since I plan to depart shortly. No problem, the scientists quickly nodded in agreement. Constructing a house was hardly a significant issue. Just ensure the house is built adjacent to Halida's residence. Absolutely, we shall make it happen. Why must it be beside my house? Halida inquired. If it is to be beside your house, then so be it. Why question it? The tall scientist interjected again, with the others chiming in to rebuke Halida. They were keen to avoid losing such a lucrative opportunity due to Halida's objections. Very well, Halida relented. Recognizing that the majority would prevail, a mere handful of words from him could not outweigh the collective will. Shirakawa wore a smile of cunning triumph. If all went according to plan, Nami would ultimately arrive here. Although Shirakawa held little interest in Luffy's crew, his curiosity regarding the original characters might compel him to visit. Moreover, the island of Visalia was indeed a splendid locale, drifting with the winds, its movements elusive. As the Silver King, a watcher of the skies, how could he not possess a dwelling among the clouds? Shall we receive your funds now? The scientists rubbed their hands together, donning sycophantic smiles, their eyes fixed on the money in Shirakawa's possession. Certainly. Shirakawa casually tossed the money into the air, and instantly, the scientists descended upon it like madmen, with even Halida joining in the fray. Having made such significant sacrifices, Halida thought to himself, there was no reason he should not claim his share of the wealth. Soon after, the pile of money was divided among them. When they saw the torn bills scattered on the ground, their faces twisted into expressions of bitter regret. If only they hadn't acted so impulsively. Harada received the smallest share due to his diminutive stature, and he sulked in silent frustration. Don't be disheartened. I still have money, Shirakawa said, draping an arm over Harada's shoulders and whispering into his ear. Really? Harada's eyes gleamed with sudden hope. Of course. Why would I lie? That's wonderful. So, does that mean? Harada rubbed his hands together, his meaning unmistakable. Naturally. At Shirakawa's assurance. The wrinkles on Harada's face bunched together in delight. Excellent, excellent. The two then walked off arm in arm, though from behind. The sight was rather comical. Harada was so short that when Shirakawa straightened up, Harada's feet left the ground, dangling midair as they moved. Once they were alone, Shirakawa produced another stack of bills for Harada, though this time the amount was far less, only about 10 million berries. Money meant little to Shirakawa. He could easily plunder a pirate ship for a fortune, or if necessary, hunt down a few wanted criminals, disguise himself, and claim their bounties at a marine base. Far better to spend it fostering goodwill with his neighbors, even if he rarely needed their help. Then, Shirakawa plucked a single hair from Harada's head, eliciting a sharp hiss of pain. What was that for? Consider this 10 million berries payment for one strand of your hair. Fair? Absolutely. I've got plenty more. Want to take a few extra? Harada grinned cheekily. Enough. One is all I need. Shirakawa tucked the strand away. This will be my compass back to this island. He intended to craft a Weaver card from Harada's hair, though such cards were typically made from fingernails. Hair should suffice. Both carried the same genetic imprint. Chapter 62. The Leap. I'll take my leave now. Until we meet again. Shirakawa had no intention of staying the night. As beautiful as the island was, it was the place for him, not now. How will you go? Harada asked, puzzled. The same way I arrived. Shirakawa strode to the island's edge and peered down, but the sheer height obscured everything below. You're not planning to jump, are you? Harada's voice wavered with alarm. Precisely. That's madness. If you wanted to send, we have flying apparatuses. Harada's concern was palpable. If anything happened to Shirakawa, their research funding would vanish. Relax. With that, Shirakawa leaned backward and plummeted straight down. Harada lunged forward, gripping the edge in panic, but Shirakawa had already vanished into the abyss. Where is that boy? The other climatologists arrived belatedly, glancing around in confusion. He fell, Harada muttered, his voice thick with dread. To him, Shirakawa's fate was sealed, a leap like that promised no survival. Fell? But I wanted to ask about his house plans. Wait, fell? The realization struck the others. You didn't push him over because he shortchanged you, did you? Idiot. Of course not. Harada snapped. He said he'd be fine, he flew up here. After all, that doesn't mean he won splatter on the way down. So, do we still build his house? Absolutely. He funded our research generously. Even if he is dead, we honor his wishes. Right. We'll construct it as a memorial. And make it lavish. And so, the scientists deliberated. As if arranging Shirakawa's posthumous affairs, unaware that their patron was far from finished. However, Shirakawa encountered no issues and, as usual, savored the sensation of flight. It is unclear when he began to relish the sensation of free fall. It is worth noting that he was once a remarkably timid individual, scarcely daring to engage with the various attractions found in amusement parks. However, now, when he finds himself in the air, a sense of tranquility envelopes him. Yet, every flight must eventually touch down, and beneath him lies an island that appears to be quite substantial. From above, it becomes evident that this island is dotted with numerous towns, both large and small. Furthermore, it is home to a naval division. This island, indeed, captures Baichuan's resolve. If he is to venture out to sea, acquiring a sizable vessel is imperative. Surely, there must be commendable ships on this island, and if all else fails, he could commandeer one from the Navy. Typically, such naval divisions lack formidable combat prowess, and Baichuan is confident that with his current abilities, he can easily penetrate this naval base, provided no unforeseen circumstances arise. Baichuan descends upon the shore as the evening descends. When most people are likely gathered at home for supper, the coastline is nearly deserted, and his arrival goes unnoticed by anyone. Sensing the nearest town, Baichuan makes his way there, relieved that he retains some funds instead of spending it all on those meteorologists. Otherwise, he would find himself without money for dinner or lodging this evening. As he enters the town, though it lacks the opulence of royal capitals he has visited, it is nevertheless brightly lit, bustling with people, presumably out for a leisurely stroll after dinner, and the Navy patrols in a regular cadence. It seems the law and order in this town is quite commendable. Perhaps due to Baichuan's anonymity, the naval officers do not recognize him, which he cannot help but consider a slight blow to his pride. They may subconsciously believe that no pirate would dare to wander brazenly through the streets, unaware that Baichuan is precisely that kind of individual. He soon finds a tavern that appears lively and enters. Previously, Baichuan had little affinity for alcohol. Yet after spending considerable time with Shanks, he has been led astray. It is a peculiar law of nature. A virtuous individual finds it exceedingly difficult to reform a rogue, while a rogue can easily corrupt a virtuous soul. Thus, Baichuan has become the latter. Hello, welcome. What can I get for you, young man? Inquires the tavern owner. A bald man whose demeanor, far from menacing, radiates warmth when he smiles. I would like a serving of fried rice, a piece of grilled meat, and a bottle of beer. Baichuan responds, perusing the menu, pleased to find the prices reasonable. Certainly, please hold on. It will be ready shortly. Baichuan nods and takes a seat at the bar, feeling no need to occupy an entire table for himself. In roughly 10 minutes, his meal arrives, while the owner polishes a gleaming beer glass in front of him. Perhaps this is a common habit among tavern owners in this world. Some prefer to polish glasses, while others focus on plates, yet both are kept impeccably clean. You're not from this island, are you? The owner asks as Baichuan dines. Yes, I have just arrived on this island, Baichuan replies. I thought so. A person like you is hard to forget. Yet I feel as if I have seen you somewhere before. The owner falls into contemplation. Perhaps you are mistaken. Or you might have encountered someone who bears a striking resemblance to me. No, I am certain I have seen you somewhere, the owner insists, becoming increasingly absorbed in his thoughts, pondering where he might have encountered Baichuan. Even as customers come to settle their bills, he merely glances at them, distracted by his musings. After finishing his meal, Baichuan pays and prepares to leave, yet the owner remains lost in thought about where he might have seen him. What could it be? Watching Baichuan's retreating figure, the owner tilts his head in deep contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of realization strikes him, and he hurriedly sifts through a stack of wanted posters resting on the corner of the table. After a rapid search, he finally locates the individual that aligns with his memory. Indeed, it is he, the owner confirms, gazing at the wanted poster. The bounty of 150 million berries makes him feel as though he narrowly escaped a calamity, for those with such exorbitant bounties are typically the most heinous of criminals. While Bai Chuan presents himself as cultured and genteel, who can truly fathom the depths of his soul, this is precisely the conundrum that occupies the owner's mind. However, he did not directly approach the Navy, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, what if that pirate discovered he was the one who had reported him and decided to take his life? However, he etched the visage of Bai Chuan deeply into his memory. After all, that pirate still roamed this town. What would happen if he returned to their establishment? Chapter 63. The provocateur. After securing a room at an inn for the night, he was awakened the following day by the incessant chatter of the crowd outside. Ever since arriving in this world, it seemed he had never once awakened naturally, as if such a phenomenon were a lamentable rarity. The clamor outside only intensified, prompting Bai Chuan to abandon any further attempts at slumber. Peering through the window, he beheld a bustling street teeming with people, a veritable sea of humanity. What is going on? Bai Chuan mused, perplexed. Ordinarily, a small town should not be so densely populated, and he sensed several formidable individuals among the throngs. What could have transpired? Descending the stairs, he posed his query to the innkeeper, who wore an infatuated expression. Are you not aware? I assumed you had come for the finals, she remarked. Recognizing Bai Chuan as an outsider, otherwise, who would seek lodging here? I happened to arrive here by chance, unaware of the happenings, he replied. Oh, how fortuitous. Today, there are several duels among swordsmen. If you were interested, you might consider attending, especially since I see you carry a blade. Swordsman? A curious smile graced Bai Chuan's face. His encounters with swordsmen thus far had been of two extremes, towering figures such as Rayleigh, Odin, and the Golden Lion, and petty pirates or naval lackeys who merely flailed their swords aimlessly. Now, standing on the precipice of greatness, Bai Chuan had relentlessly pursued the path of the grand swordsman over the past 6 months. Yet, even for a prodigy like him, transcending this threshold was no effortless feat. However, Shirakawa sensed that he was not far from reaching that realm. Perhaps he required a battle, one that would allow him to fight with fervor. A contest that could unleash his full potential, and his opponent ought to be a swordsman. While such competitive encounters may not necessarily lead to facing a great swordsman, one could always hope for the best. Although Shirakawa was unaware of the location of the tournament, following the crowd seemed a prudent choice. For people from any world possess an innate curiosity for gatherings, and this place was no exception. Gradually, he made his way to the outskirts of the competition venue. Observing numerous individuals akin to himself, swords sheathed at their waists, yet, most appeared to be of little merit. Hey, you there. Stop. At that moment, a rather arrogant voice rang out behind him. However, Shirakawa did not perceive the summons as directed at him, for since his arrival on this island, he had remained exceptionally low-key, never provoking anyone. Thus, it was unlikely he was the target of trouble. Ignoring the voice behind him, he continued on his path. Hey, I'm talking to you. The voice resounded once more. However, Shirakawa remained indifferent to him. At that moment, a hand suddenly rested on Shirakawa's shoulder, accompanied by an irate tone. Hey, did you not hear me when I spoke to you just now? I did, Shirakawa replied. Then why did you not stop? Why should I stop? Besides, we are not acquainted, so I had no notion that you were addressing me. Now you do know? I do. Now, what is it that you want? Kid, I have taken a liking to your sword. Among a throng of mediocre swordsmen, your blade stands out as a rarity. Oh, and then what? Shirakawa noticed that the crowd around him had dispersed, leaving him alone. Then, you will hand over your sword to me, and we shall consider our debt settled. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. Consequences? What consequences? I truly do not know. You ought not to provoke me. Do you know who I am? The other party snarled. Who are you? I am the son of the colonel in charge of this naval base. I have authority on this island. Ah, so that explains your arrogance. You are merely a local tyrant. However, I am afraid I have no intention of surrendering this sword to you. With that, Shirakawa pushed his hand away and continued walking forward. The onlookers cast various glances at Shirakawa. Some expressed pity while others were merely spectators. Only one person gazed at the colonel's son with a look of sympathy, tinged with ridicule. This individual appeared to be of a similar age to Shirakawa. A lad of 17 or 18, yet those around him instinctively kept their distance, perhaps due to the sharp aura he exuded. Then do not blame me for my rudeness. Come at him. The colonel's son seemed to issue a command to no one in particular, and several swordsmen emerged from the crowd. Although he was the colonel's son, he dared not command the navy directly. Instead, he leveraged his status to rally a band of idle ruffians. Kid, I will give you one last chance. Will you hand over your sword? No, Shirakawa replied succinctly. Very well, then, attack him. Do not kill him, just break his limbs. Understood, boss, the ruffians responded. You see, it would have been better to hand your sword over to our boss and avoid this physical punishment. Soon enough, you may find yourself reduced to begging for your livelihood. One of the thugs offered a friendly reminder. Rest assured, I shall never resort to begging. Ah, you are quite confident. Then let us cease this idle chatter. The group brandished their weapons, their stances betraying a lack of formal training. They seemed only capable of slashing and stabbing, likely unable even to execute a basic upward thrust. Glancing at them, Shirakawa felt a sense of resignation. He had intended to remain low-key. But it appeared that trouble was unavoidable, as one or two individuals always sought to instigate conflict. As they charged at him, a formidable aura emanated from Shirakawa's being. And in an instant, all those thugs, along with the colonel's son, collapsed to the ground. At that moment, a woman's scream pierced the air, likely believing that all those men had perished. However, Shirakawa's approach was measured. Those who regained consciousness would likely be rendered foolish, and merely causing them to faint once seemed too lenient. Individuals of their ilk had undoubtedly caused untold suffering to many. A boy of 17 or 18 observed this scene with a grave expression, particularly when he cast his gaze upon Shirakawa. This seems reminiscent of my master's abilities, he pondered. Unaware of the concept of conqueror's haki, it appeared that his master was indeed a formidable figure. Chapter 64. The dual-wielding prodigy. The incident involving Shirakawa was merely a prelude to the competition, known only to those who had witnessed it. Among the thousands gathered, such individuals were few, yet every person who had observed the event harbored a sense of dread towards Shirakawa, as none could fathom how those individuals had lost consciousness. While there were several powerful figures within the crowd, they were primarily accustomed to the first half of the Grand Line. Someone like Shirakawa, capable of safeguarding himself even in the New World, was on an entirely different echelon. As Shirakawa mingled with the crowd entering the arena, it was the final day of the swordsman's tournament, and everyone was eager to discover who would claim the champion's throne, resulting in an exceptionally large turnout. He glanced over the rules. 10 finalists were divided into 5 pairs for simultaneous matches, with the victors of 5 proceeding, one of whom would receive a bye. The remaining 4 would then compete in pairs, continuing this pattern until 3 contenders remained. In the first round of 5 matches, Shirakawa swiftly eliminated all of his comparatively weaker opponents. After a brief respite, he participated in the second round, where a rather fortunate middle-aged man received a bye. However, what left the deepest impression on Shirakawa was a young lad wielding dual swords. None of his 2 adversaries could withstand even 5 moves against him. Mastering the art of dual wielding is inherently more challenging than the single sword technique. It demands not only time but also innate talent. Without the latter, no amount of effort would suffice. Yet, this young man's visage suggested he was no older than 17 or 18, making him the youngest among the competitors. Yet he appeared to be the most formidable. At this juncture, Shirakawa could already discern who the eventual champion would be. Although the middle-aged man received another bye, one could not deny his remarkable fortune in reaching the finals. However, he would inevitably place second. The first position would naturally belong to the young man whose name Shirakawa did not know. During the final battle, the youth did not take a moment's rest, immediately requesting the commencement of the decisive match, indicating that he had yet to unleash his true prowess. For spectators, the tournament was merely a spectacle, while those with expertise assessed the strength displayed. For someone of Shirakawa's caliber, it was akin to witnessing a farce. For that young man, this fight was undoubtedly child's play. Upon the conclusion of the tournament, the organizers presented the trophy and prize money to the champion. It was only when the prize was placed in his hands that the youth's expression shifted. He likely participated for the monetary reward. The competition lasted approximately an hour, after which everyone dispersed to their respective homes. Although Shirakawa found the young man intriguing, he refrained from initiating a conversation. After all, mere interest does not equate to fondness. Perhaps in the future, Shirakawa might extend an invitation for him to join his ship. However, Shirakawa did not take the initiative to confront him. Instead, the young man stealthily followed. Shirakawa naturally sensed the presence of a pursuer. He led the individual towards the coast, a place relatively devoid of people, a convenient location for any treachery. Come out. I am aware someone is tracking me. Shirakawa turned his head, only to be surprised that the individual was openly following him. "It's you. What do you want?" Shirakawa recognized the person trailing him as the champion of the Kendo tournament, a skilled swordsman. "Let us have a match," the challenger declared, drawing a blade and pointing it at Shirakawa. "You are not my equal," Shirakawa replied with calm assurance. "How would you know without a try?" The young man frowned, perhaps irked by Shirakawa's dismissal. "Very well, but before we begin, we should introduce ourselves. Ural Kora, dual-wielding swordsman. Adolf K. Shirakawa, single-blade swordsman." After Shirakawa spoke, Kora unsheathed his second sword, assuming a dual-wielding stance, yet he hesitated to strike. "Are you not going to make a move? You cannot defeat me with such hesitation." Although Shirakawa adopted the stance of a novice, Kora discerned no flaws. It seemed every potential maneuver would be effortlessly countered. He contemplated various techniques, yet none appeared feasible. "If you do not attack soon, I shall charge at you." Despite Kora's formidable talent, it was contingent upon his opponent. With that, Shirakawa lunged forward, executing the simplest yet rarest technique of the single-blade style, the draw slash, the swallowtail flash. Any swordsman could perform a draw slash, but few could master its essence. Shirakawa was among that rare few. Different swordsmen had distinct methods of employing the draw slash. Some quickly sheathed their blades post-strike, while others did not. Shirakawa belonged to the latter category. After all, what was a draw slash if one did not draw the sword? How swift! Kora could only glimpse a fleeting shadow. Unable to fend off the assault, Shirakawa's speed surpassed his limits. Yet, he did not concede, mustering all his strength to defend and fortifying his abdomen with armament haki. Armament haki? At such a young age, impressive. At that moment, Shirakawa found himself behind Kora, feeling his strike meet an unseen force, armament haki, a sensation he was well acquainted with. Though rare for one so young to wield armament haki, it was not unheard of. Sabo had mastered it at 17. However, your haki is still too weak. Although Shirakawa's recent strike lacked haki, it pierced through Kora's defenses. Albeit the wound was not grievously deep. Blood flowed from Kora's abdomen, staining his garments. "I am not your opponent," he admitted, disheartened. Shirakawa appeared nearly his age. Yet Kora's long-held pride lay in ruins, unable to withstand even a single blow from him. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps reached their ears, if Shirakawa's intuition was correct. The source was the Navy. After all, the son of that Navy colonel must have awakened, and the colonel likely sought retribution for his son's disgrace. Chapter 65. The cowardly Navy colonel indeed. Upon turning, Shirakawa and Kora saw a contingent of Navy personnel approaching, seemingly summoned en masse. The leading officer exuded an intimidating presence. Adorned with a high-ranking insignia, he might be the base commander or the colonel himself. "Are you the one who harmed my son?" the commanding officer inquired, strikingly affirming Shirakawa's suspicions regarding the colonel's abuse of power, commanding such a multitude of sailors. "If you refer to that fool, yes, it was I," Shirakawa asserted, embodying the courage of a true man. "So you are aware he is my son?" "Indeed, which is why I suspect you are not a virtuous individual. Otherwise, you would not have raised such a disobedient child." The colonel, enraged, forced a laugh, as if mocking Shirakawa's lack of awareness regarding the gravity of the situation. "And the person beside you, are they your accomplice?" he inquired, turning his gaze to Kora. Indeed, Shirakawa candidly acknowledged, aware that without the use of Conqueror's haki, these sailors could pose a challenge. Having an ally like Kora, possessing considerable strength, was fortuitous. Upon hearing Shirakawa's words, Kora cast a bewildered glance at him, as if questioning when he had become an ally. "Do not mind. You've delayed me long enough. You owe me compensation. These sailors will serve as your practice." Kora shot Shirakawa a sidelong glance. He had not yet contemplated opposing the Navy. "Very well. Neither of you shall leave here." Just as the colonel prepared to command his men, his aide whispered something discreetly in his ear, prompting the colonel to scrutinize Shirakawa more closely. "Surprisingly, you are a pirate, which provides justification for your imprisonment." "You are a pirate?" Kora exclaimed in disbelief, for Shirakawa bore none of the menacing aura typically associated with pirates. "Indeed. A notorious pirate with a bounty of 150 million berries. After this commotion, expect that bounty to rise." Shirakawa's tone grew somber, as if lamenting the impending increase in his notoriety. Upon hearing this, Kora stepped back, wary of entangling himself in the conflict between pirates and the Navy. However, it is evidently impossible, as the Navy has already regarded Jola as an accomplice of Shirakawa. "Capture them alive," commanded the naval colonel to his soldiers. Immediately, some sailors who were prepared to fire their weapons withdrew their guns, for capturing alive necessitated the avoidance of lethal arms. Dozens of sailors charged towards Shirakawa, prompting Jola to retreat a few steps, yet the Navy would not relent in their pursuit. A dozen sailors surged towards him as well. Now, he found himself regretting whether seeking out Shirakawa had indeed been a wise choice. Not only had he sustained injuries, but he was also being besieged by the Navy. Aside from securing first place, today had truly been fraught with misfortune. The ordinary naval soldiers were no match for even two people. Jola, despite his wounds, remained formidable. Moreover, his injury was merely superficial, inconsequential for an adept swordsman. Countless ants, after all, could not uphold the stature of an elephant. As the Navy advanced, Shirakawa deftly evaded left and right, occasionally striking with his blade. Every sailor who came within close proximity of him found themselves on the ground. However, they did not suffer any mortal wounds, as Shirakawa bore no deep-seated animosity towards them, despite their opposing standings. Even if Shirakawa were to be captured, he would not face the death penalty. At most, he would endure some torment before being imprisoned and impelled down, a matter that could be perceived as a mutual transaction. Reflecting on this, even Shirakawa himself felt that his musings were somewhat far-fetched. Nevertheless, he refrained from inflicting severe harm upon the Navy, for they were merely following orders. And Shirakawa was not a ruthless villain. However, the naval forces besieging Jola were far less fortunate. Jola was oblivious to the notion of mercy. To show leniency would only invite harm upon himself. After all, these sailors were accustomed to rigorous training, their prowess surpassing that of the average individual. To exhibit mercy would render one sluggish in their strikes, their attacks lacking fluidity, especially when the adversary showed no such restraint. Thus, for an ordinary person, exercising mercy often culminates in injury. Yet, for Bai Chuan, such concerns were utterly unfounded. None among those present were worthy adversaries. As long as Bai Chuan desired it, he could effortlessly dispatch them in an instant. However, Shirakawa is now striving to minimize the frequency of his use of Conqueror's Haki. Even without deliberate training, his Conqueror's Haki will continue to grow stronger. It would be more beneficial to practice a bit, as every little effort contributes to experience. Soon after, all the Navy personnel lay on the ground, groaning in agony, having lost the ability to act, while the naval colonel was left in a state of shock. Observing this spectacle, Shirakawa deduced that this colonel must have gained his position through unscrupulous means, for he could not possibly exhibit such incompetence otherwise. "You cannot approach me," he stammered. "I must inform you that my brother is a rear admiral at the naval headquarters. If you dare to lay a hand on me, he will not let you go." As Shirakawa advanced towards him, the colonel was so terrified that he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face and snot dripping from his nose, looking utterly wretched. Yet, even in this pitiful state, he clung to his connections, attempting to intimidate Shirakawa. "An admiral at the naval headquarters, you say? It is quite curious how someone of your caliber could rise to the rank of colonel. It appears your brother has exerted considerable influence on your behalf. One must assume he has paid a hefty price for your comfortable position. It is worth noting that the rank of colonel precedes that of rear admiral. Thus, allowing such a worthless individual to attain the rank of colonel must have required significant sacrifices. However, you seem to be a disappointment to your brother's efforts. Should he discover your tyrannical behavior here, his disappointment would be immeasurable. Or perhaps, he is no better than you?" Shirakawa expounded on the principles of morality to the colonel. "I am sorry. I will never do it again." The colonel wept, begging for mercy. "Apologies? The ones you owe are not to me, but to those you have once tormented." Yes, I apologize to them." In his eyes, whatever Shirakawa said was right. "Very well, go to hell and apologize to them. I believe they have long awaited your arrival." "No, please, spare me," begged the naval colonel, but his pleas were in vain. Shirakawa, with his righteous disposition, would not let such scum go unpunished. Indeed, this was a reflection of his noble virtues. Chapter 66. Do you have a partner? You killed him? Upon witnessing Shirakawa slay the naval colonel, Jola was momentarily taken aback. Though he had acted rather forcefully, he had not killed anyone himself. Yet, the Navy had not only killed, but had slain the highest-ranking officer at the naval base, the colonel. Infuriating. "The colonel has been slain. We must not let them escape. All personnel, prepare to fire," commanded the remaining officer to his still functional soldiers. "This is bad," Jola thought to himself. If it were merely a dozen or so bullets, he would have no issue. However, the number of operational Navy personnel far exceeded 20. This was primarily Shirakawa's fault. His earlier strike had been too lenient. Although the Navy had lost most of their combat capabilities, they could still move their arms and fire a weapon. "Ah, seeking vengeance for your commander, are you? How commendable of you, but I fear you shall be disappointed. You will not be able to detain us." How audacious. Fire. Jola braced himself for defense. Yet in that instant, he felt an overwhelming force sweep over him, and one by one, the surrounding Navy personnel collapsed. What is this power? Jola inquired of Shirakawa. Do you not recognize it? This is the Conqueror's Haki. The Conqueror's Haki? Surely you jest. How could you not know that? How did you cultivate your armament Haki? Of course, my master taught me. Did your master not enlighten you on the Conqueror's Haki? No, I only know about the observation Haki. Jola was also familiar with observation Haki, but he had only just begun to grasp it, rendering him somewhat inexperienced. Very well, allow me to explain. Haki is divided into 3 types: Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. Since you are aware of the latter 2, let me elucidate the Conqueror's Haki. Yes, please. Jola nodded earnestly. The Conqueror's Haki is exceedingly rare, manifesting in only 1 among a million. It is innate, not something that can be learned or inherited. It is solely determined by one's destiny, understand? Jola nodded, albeit uncertainly, yet you have not mentioned the purpose of the Conqueror's Haki. Is that so? Look around you. That is the essence of the Conqueror's Haki. Jola seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting to one of understanding. He then turned away, heading towards the sea. What are you doing? Going home, Jola replied, sitting in a small fishing boat reminiscent of the one Shirakawa had abandoned during the storm. Shortly thereafter, Shirakawa joined him aboard the vessel, enveloped in familiar scents and sensations. Hey, why did you come aboard? To return home with you. Jola said nothing. Nor did he inquire further. Instead, Shirakawa continued, where is your home? On a nearby island, where a village resides, and in that village is my home. And where did this boat come from? I found it at sea. I thought so, it is identical to the one I discarded. So, this is my boat. How can you be sure this is yours? Countless boats are lost at sea daily. I just feel it belongs to me. Feel it? How amusing, Jola scoffed. Dismissing the notion, Shirakawa, uninterested in further debate, reclined on the boat, propping his legs up, basking in the sun, listening to the seagulls, and feeling the gentle rocking of the boat like a cradle. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually drifted into a comfortable slumber. After all, Jola was at the helm, observing Shirakawa. Now fast asleep, Jola's eyelids twitched. How could he trust him so completely? However, upon witnessing the serene visage of Shirakawa in slumber, an inexplicable sensation welled up within him. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly enveloped in an extraordinary tranquility, which may very well be a unique enchantment emanating from Shirakawa. When Shirakawa experiences anxiety, those around him inevitably succumb to a similar panic. Conversely, when he radiates profound calmness, his companions too are imbued with that same sense of peace. As if it were contagious. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Bai Chuan was awakened by the gentle call of wake up, we are home. Rubbing his eyes and shaking his head to dispel the remnants of slumber, he glanced at the sun's position in the sky. Noting that not much time seemed to have passed, Jorah had returned. As Bai Chuan and Jorah disembarked, the villagers greeted Jorah warmly. Well, did you secure first place? A cheerful elder woman inquired, beaming at Jorah. Of course, Jorah replied confidently. Indeed, you 2 brothers are equally impressive, she praised with a smile. And who might this be? At that moment, the elder woman's attention turned to Bai Chuan, who had been overlooked until now. To be honest, he felt a twinge of discomfort. After spending so much time in this world, it was the first time he had been disregarded by an ordinary person. Oh, this is my friend, Bai Chuan, Jorah introduced. Friend? The elder woman exclaimed, circling around Bai Chuan with keen scrutiny. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Bai Chuan asked, feeling somewhat uneasy under her intense gaze. I never imagined that little Jorah would have a friend, truly a reason to celebrate. Upon hearing this, Bai Chuan realized that Jorah had not formed friendships before. Actually, we met during the competition and hit it off, so we naturally became friends, Bai Chuan explained. I see, so you also practice swordsmanship. No wonder you and little Jorah became friends, she remarked with a knowing smile. Young man, you have a lovely smile. Do you have a partner? If not, I can introduce you to someone, the elder woman suggested. No, that won't be necessary, Bai Chuan replied. A bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead at the thought of being set up. Subtly tugging on Jorah's sleeve, he signaled his discomfort. Jorah understood and, wishing to escape the elder woman's attention, said, Andy, I must return to share the good news with my master, so I want to keep you. Ah, yes, go quickly. And young man, if you ever need a partner, do let me know. I will surely find someone suitable for you. Bai Chuan managed a strained smile. Once they had walked a distance away, Bai Chuan let out a sigh of relief. That woman was truly formidable, yet it appeared Jorah was well liked in the village. Indeed. We assist them whenever they are in need, Jorah remarked. By the way, I heard you mention you have a senior brother. Is he your elder or younger brother? Bai Chuan inquired. He is my elder brother, Jorah replied. What is his name? Jorakir Mihawk. Mihawk? Bai Chuan's voice rose with surprise. What's the matter? Do you know my elder brother? Jorah asked, puzzled by Bai Chuan's tone. I don't know him, but the name sounds somewhat familiar. How could it not? Mihawk is one of the most memorable characters from the tale of the Pirate King, the world's greatest swordsman, an aspiration for all sword fighters. Bai Chuan mused, wondering if Jorah's Mihawk was indeed the same person he knew. Is your elder brother still around? Jorah shook his head, saying he left over a month ago, stating he aimed to pursue a stronger swordsmanship and challenge all capable swordsmen across the world. Is that so? With Jorah's words, Bai Chuan became increasingly convinced that his elder brother Mihawk was destined to become the legendary Hawkeye Mihawk. As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Chuan gazed at Jorah with a peculiar expression. His elder brother Mihawk had risen to the pinnacle of swordsmanship, while Jorah seemed to remain obscure in the vastness of the sea. Why are you looking at me like that? Jorah asked, feeling somewhat uneasy under Bai Chuan's scrutiny. Nothing. How strange, Jorah muttered, dismissing the matter as he continued on the path homeward. It must be said that Jorah's home is an exceedingly secluded location within this village, nestled upon a mountainside. Jorah remarked that it was the chosen site of his master. Is your master particularly formidable? Indeed, all my swordsmanship has been imparted by him. I have never encountered anyone stronger than my master. Is that so? Bai Chuan felt a surge of excitement, relishing the thought of battling a powerful swordsman, which has become his utmost desire. Master, I have returned. With that, Jorah pushed open the door to reveal an elderly gentleman basking in the sunlight, fanning himself with a handheld fan. Judging by appearance, the old man stood approximately 1 meter 23, remarkably diminutive, devoid of any semblance of a powerful presence. Reminiscent of Rayleigh 2 decades hence, residing in the Sabaody archipelago. Shallah, you're back. How was it? Jorah's master, without opening his eyes, inquired while shaking his small legs. As expected, I returned with first place. Splendid. You have not brought me shame. At this, his master opened one eye, casting a glance towards Jorah. What are those injuries on you? Was there someone capable of wounding you in the swordsmanship competition? Logically, a truly powerful swordsman would scorn participation in such contests. Given Jorah's prowess, he should have effortlessly overwhelmed his opponents. No, master. The injuries on me were inflicted by this individual beside me. Oh. Jorah's master opened both eyes, his gaze towards Bai Chuan now tinged with curiosity. However, Shirakawa felt somewhat embarrassed to admit in front of his master that it was I who had injured his disciple. Before Bai Chuan could ponder further, Master Jorah's figure vanished from the rocking chair. Sensing something amiss, Bai Chuan instinctively drew his blade, positioning it defensively before him. As anticipated, Master Jorah appeared before Bai Chuan, wielding a fan that had transformed into a deep shade of black, indicative of the use of armament haki. Unyielding, Bai Chuan enveloped his sword in armament haki, resulting in a clash that led to a stalemate. Finding himself at an impasse with Bai Chuan, Master Jorah took a step back, remarking, "Not bad, young man." With his hands clasped behind his back, he praised Bai Chuan. "Please show some mercy, esteemed elder," Bai Chuan replied with a slight bow. Despite the seemingly ordinary exchange, Bai Chuan had exerted over 50% of his strength, while it appeared that his opponent had not even reached 3 layers of power. However, the debt for injuring my disciple cannot simply be overlooked. "Master, it's unnecessary," Jorah interjected quickly, unwilling for his master to seek vengeance on his behalf. He believed that one must settle their own scores. "Stay out of this. Your voice bears no weight here," Master Jorah retorted, prompting a look of grievance from Jorah. He realized that his master's primary objective was not to avenge him. "Then, esteemed elder, what do you suggest we do? Engage me in combat." Master Jorah replied with a smile that seemed to betray a cunning scheme. "Very well, I accept," Bai Chuan responded, eliciting a broader smile from Master Jorah. Master Jorah, known as OL, was once a formidable swordsman who had retreated to seclusion. Over time, he yearned for a worthy battle. However, after waiting long without encountering anyone to spar with, he redirected his focus to mentoring his disciples. He selected 2 particularly gifted apprentices, Jorakir Mihawk and Ural Jorah. Yet, he recognized that both of his disciples required time to mature into their full potential. However, when he beheld the figure of Shirakawa behind him, a flicker of ambition ignited within his heart, for Shirakawa appeared to be an exceptionally skilled swordsman, capable of proving his worth. AOL stepped into the room and emerged wielding a blade, its length exceeding 100 centimeters, yet it felt perfectly balanced in his grasp. The disparity between his stature and the blade was less than 30 centimeters. "Master is serious now," Jorah murmured, witnessing for the first time his mentor unsheathing a weapon for combat. It seemed he had underestimated Shirakawa's prowess. The sword, known as Burial Sea, was a formidable dictate of the 21st craftsmanship, a steadfast companion he had battled alongside for many years. He had never anticipated a day would arise for its use once more. Dictate? Shirakawa pondered internally, acknowledging that the weapon's caliber surpassed his own, though he felt undaunted. Aol gazed at the sword with a reminiscent expression, as if recalling the grand battles he had fought upon the sea, where one stroke could cleave mountains and another could part oceans. Shirakawa refrained from urging him onward, instead centering himself. Without a doubt, Aol was a master swordsman, and this marked Shirakawa's inaugural formal duel against such a formidable opponent. A blend of nerves and exhilaration coursed through him. "Are you trembling out of fear, boy?" Aol remarked, noting the pronounced quaking of Shirakawa's hands. "Impossible. This is merely excitement. I have faced adversaries far stronger than you. How could I possibly fear you? Then that is splendid. Are you prepared?" "Of course." Chapter 68, Shirakawa versus Aol. When battling an opponent of superior strength, one must seize the initiative, otherwise the chance to retaliate becomes exceedingly slim once they strike. One sword style, draw and cut, swallowtail flash. Shirakawa's speed was remarkable, yet Aol surpassed him. As Shirakawa executed his swallowtail flash, Aol effortlessly deflected it with his blade. "Not bad, boy. Your strength and speed have reached a commendable level, but that alone is insufficient," Aol commented, his tone reminiscent of the cocky demeanor of Kizaru. "Humph." In the midst of their standoff, Shirakawa suddenly augmented his force, transitioning into a new technique, one sword style, Mountain Splitter. Though the name was simple, the technique demanded an extraordinary weight of sword intent, striking the opponent with such force that they would feel as if confronting a colossal mountain. This swordsmanship was a signature move he had learned from Rayleigh, a technique that had vanquished countless self-proclaimed swordmasters. As Shirakawa's blade descended, a wave of oppressive sword energy manifested, causing Aol to retreat several meters as he withstood the onslaught, leaving deep fissures in the ground. "Young one, this place is unsuitable for our duel. Let us ascend the mountain." "Very well." Aol acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated Shirakawa, surprised by the unexpected strength he exhibited. The two swiftly made their way to the mountain summit, with Jorah trailing behind, eager to witness such a confrontation, certain it would provide him with invaluable insights. However, Jorah was unable to match the pace of the two. By the time he reached the summit, they had already exchanged several rounds of combat. The ground was marred by fissures created by the sword energy, each crack exhibiting an astonishingly smooth surface. From an initial exertion of 50% of his strength, Baichuan had gradually escalated to 70%, inching closer to his full potential. Yet, or remained seemingly at ease, effortlessly navigating the fray. Truly, he was a master swordsman. Baichuan could not help but marvel. Or's prowess was undoubtedly among the upper echelons of great swordsmen. It is not that Shirakawa is boasting. Rather, he is indeed a formidable opponent, capable of standing toe-to-toe with even the stronger swordsmen. If Shirakawa were to exert himself fully, those of that caliber would be no match for him. However, individuals like Aur present a different challenge. Among the ranks of great swordsmen, Aur is a powerful contender. While he may not dominate Shirakawa, the latter has yet to gain the upper hand. Regardless of how many layers of strength Shirakawa employs, Aur matches him, as if they are merely playing a game. "Kid, I know you haven't unleashed your full power yet. Give it your all, or you'll miss your chance," Aur taunted. "All right." A silvery aura enveloped Shirakawa, and the sword of Damocles manifested in the sky. His aura surged, presenting a stark contrast to the previous atmosphere. Had his expression not remained unchanged, one might have believed he was an entirely different person. "Interesting," Aur chuckled, as this newfound intensity ignited his fighting spirit, which had begun to wane. Shirakawa, unwilling to engage in further banter, vanished from Aur's sight. When he reappeared, it was at Aur's side, his blade, imbued with armed color hockey, slicing down fiercely towards him. "Quite the ferocity, young one." Aur too infused his weapon with armed color hockey, pivoting to meet the attack. An invisible shockwave radiated from the point of their blades' collision, accompanied by violet-black lightning. What on earth is happening? The villagers below sensed the shockwave and, upon seeing the sword of Damocles above, felt an overwhelming sense of oppression and panic, unsure of the unfolding events. "Fear not. With Mr. Aur here, we shall remain unharmed," reassured a woman, the same one who had previously sought to introduce a match for Shirakawa. "Indeed, Mr. Aur is our savior." as long as he stands with us. We are safe, added an elder. To the villagers, Hour was their deliverer. His first arrival coincided with their village's existential crisis as they faced a pirate assault. It was Hour who saved them, driving off their attackers. Since that moment, all villagers regarded him as their benefactor. Moreover, since his retreat to the mountains nearby, Hour had repeatedly rescued the villagers. They wished for him to settle among them and even offered to build him a home, yet Hour, being of a reclusive nature, declined their generous offers, choosing instead to seclude himself in the mountains. This also contributed to Jorah's popularity in the village, as it was due to his master's reputation. The clash between Shirakawa and Hour persisted. In fact, their battle had only just begun. With the emergence of the Sword of Damocles, Shirakawa unleashed his full might. The tempo of their exchanges accelerated, rendering Jorah unable to discern their movements, catching only fleeting glimpses of their blades. I didn't expect you to wield Conqueror's Haki. Hour's ghostly figure appeared behind Shirakawa. Likewise, who would have thought a diminutive old man possessed such power? Shirakawa sensed danger, and his shield materialized instantaneously, blocking a potentially injurious strike. This already signified Shirakawa's disadvantage in their swordsmanship duel. However, the battle continued. Hour exerted immense pressure, and under this duress, Shirakawa felt the barrier of the great swordsman slowly wearing thin. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Hour retreated a short distance, sensing that Shirakawa had regained his composure. Though Hour's strength was not overwhelming, his speed troubled Shirakawa, his elusive movements and unexpected strikes proving to be a formidable challenge. As the battle progressed, Shirakawa's breath grew labored, yet his excitement swelled, a smile creeping across his lips. Only under pressure can one find motivation, he mused, resonating with his current state. Often it is in adversity that an individual uncovers their true potential. Hour recognized Shirakawa's precarious position, neither at the top nor the bottom. Should Shirakawa manage to break through, Hour would gladly assist, for a newly empowered Shirakawa would provide him with greater amusement. In Hour's eyes, Shirakawa was but an appetizer, not yet the main course. Chapter 69. Defeat in moments of fervor. One strikes may lack coherence. Shirakawa found himself in such a state, perceiving Hour as prey, albeit one far superior to the hunter. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a swift blue sword energy towards Hour. In response, Hour summoned a deep green blade of energy, countering the oncoming assault. The two energies clashed, rubbing against each other and dissipating, yet Hour's deep green energy ultimately prevailed, extinguishing the blue wave and surging directly towards Shirakawa. Though the green energy moved slowly, Shirakawa did not evade. Instead, he positioned his sword defensively. The energy collided with his blade, and due to its force and momentum, Shirakawa skidded backwards several meters, barely neutralizing the blow. However, he bore several minor lacerations from the splintering energy. Though his skin healed swiftly, the effort drained him significantly. Each injury inflicted by a powerful swordsman required far more stamina to recover than ordinary wounds. Perhaps the essence of the sword itself rendered such injuries more arduous to mend. This is the essence of combat among swordsmen, Shirakawa exclaimed, exhilarated despite his fatigue, his spirit ablaze with the prospect of transcending his limits. His body and mind stood in stark contrast. Not enough, still not enough, he murmured, before charging once more at Hour. To ascend to the ranks of great swordsmen, mere enlightenment was insufficient. One must engage in battle. Shirakawa knew he must seize this opportunity, for he did not know when such a moment would arise again. Facing Shirakawa's frenzied onslaught, Hour transitioned from offense to defense. To him, it appeared that Shirakawa was fighting recklessly, a strategy Hour found difficult to withstand. Yet, the more chaotic Shirakawa's attacks became, the more openings emerged. Hour's mind remained remarkably calm, skillfully dodging each of Shirakawa's strikes and parrying those he could not evade. Should Hour discern a weakness in Shirakawa, he would show no mercy, delivering a heavy blow, fully aware of Shirakawa's ability to recover. Thus, he saw no reason to hold back. In this clash, Shirakawa had sustained multiple injuries. His arms bore several cuts, his abdomen 2 stabs, and his thighs bore scrapes. Yet, Hour emerged unscathed, with only a few superficial scratches on his clothing, devoid of any substantial wounds. Not enough, still not enough. Shirakawa spoke, his words seemingly directed at both himself and Hour, yearning for Hour to exert greater pressure upon him. He was acutely aware that Hour had not yet unleashed his full potential, only reaching perhaps 70% of his capabilities. Yet he had managed to push Shirakawa to the brink. A promising talent in the art of the sword, Hour complimented Shirakawa. Yet he understood that Shirakawa was already under the tutelage of 2 masters. This was evident in the distinct styles of swordsmanship he observed in Shirakawa's technique, one focused on lethal aggression, characterized by direct and ruthless strikes, while the other emphasized finesse, showcasing agility and adaptability. The harmonious amalgamation of these two styles within Shirakawa seemed to give birth to a new form of swordsmanship, one that transcended the two original styles, exhibiting less overt malice and evading detection by adversaries. It appeared that Shirakawa had diligently honed these skills over an extended period. Had he been without a master, Auer would have earnestly considered taking him as his disciple. However, recalling his two existing students, he felt a sense of contentment in this regard. Both of his students possessed exceptional talent, unmatched by any other in the realm of swordsmanship. This had been Auer's conviction prior to encountering Shirakawa. But now his perspective had shifted, as he recognized Shirakawa as a swordsman whose innate talent could rival that of his own disciples, perhaps even surpassing them. However, Auer did not choose to directly eliminate Shirakawa. Perhaps he believed that he could not retain Shirakawa. Or perhaps he thought that having an equally matched rival would propel both disciples further along the path of swordsmanship. Regardless of his reasoning, Auer now recognized that Shirakawa's presence was not a disadvantage. It is possible that in the future, when both disciples encounter difficulties, Shirakawa may be able to offer assistance. Unbeknownst to him, he perceived an infinite potential within Baichuan, a sensation he had never experienced with anyone else. If you desire more, then I shall fulfill your wish. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Aoer, not of the Conqueror's Haki, yet for certain individuals, this intimidation surpassed that of the Conqueror's Haki. The master is serious now. Sensing this overwhelming presence, Jola instinctively retreated a distance, perceiving a dark green aura emanating from Aoer, his eyes seemingly transforming to match the hue. Whether this was mere illusion, he could not ascertain. It was the first time Jola had witnessed such a state in his master. He silently wished for Baichuan's fortune. While Baichuan was unperturbed by the oppression of the Conqueror's Haki, this was an entirely different kind of force, specifically targeted at swordsmen. In Baichuan's eyes, Aoa appeared as a razor-sharp blade, the aura emanating from him prickling against his skin. The sensation he felt in the face of Aoa was akin to that of confronting the Conqueror's Haki. However, the more he encountered such circumstances, the more exhilarated Shirakawa became, which led him to realize that the world was far more complex than he had ever imagined. Simply discovering an island and encountering a reclusive old man with such formidable prowess was truly astonishing. Perhaps this elder had once been a figure of great renown, a person of considerable influence who had traversed the vast seas, and the navy might still possess a bounty on his head. Old man, this is my final strike. If you can withstand it, I will concede defeat, Shirakawa declared to, or concede defeat? He felt he had no choice but to submit, as he intended to expend every last ounce of his strength in a single, decisive blow. After that, he anticipated that he would likely succumb to unconsciousness. Very well. Or responded in agreement. Shirakawa closed his eyes, standing resolutely as he slowly raised his blade above his head. The aura emanating from him had reached its zenith. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and forcefully swung the sword downward. What appeared to be an ordinary attack unleashed an incredibly powerful sword energy, a massive blue arc trailing behind it as it cleaved towards Or. Now this is interesting, Or remarked as he met the attack head-on. The two waves of sword energy clashed, locked in a stalemate, before ultimately dissipating into the air. As the sword energy gradually faded, Shirakawa descended to the ground. Master? Upon witnessing the cessation of battle, Jorah approached. You should carry him back. Both understood he was referring to Shirakawa, who lay prone on the ground. And you? Do not concern yourself with me. I shall return on my own shortly. Very well. Jorah did not press further and hoisted Shirakawa onto his back, departing. Observing Shirakawa's retreating figure, Or's hands trembled slightly behind his back, blood trickling from his fingertips onto the ground. He had sustained injuries, or perhaps, in the end, he had shown restraint. Otherwise, the two waves of sword energy would not have mutually dissipated. How many years has it been? Or silently lamented, his thoughts drifting in an untraceable direction. Chapter 70. The impact on or once Or's wounds ceased to bleed, he slowly made his way homeward. In that final moment, during the last strike, he sensed that Shirakawa had transcended the realm coveted by all swordsmen. It must be said that Shirakawa's progress in swordsmanship is nothing short of miraculous. Merely a few days after departing from the Roger Pirates, he has ascended to the rank of a master swordsman, a feat he had anticipated would take at least 3 months. Yet, it appears that it has only taken him approximately 3 days. Indeed, to attain strength, one must not solely rely on relentless training. Serendipity plays an essential role. While there were many individuals within the Roger Pirates capable of exerting considerable pressure on Shirakawa, few possessed the ability to aid him in his breakthrough. The crew was largely unversed in the art of teaching, focusing merely on imparting experience. In contrast, Hour stands out as a mentor who not only shares wisdom but has also trained two exceptional swordsmen. He understands the importance of moderation and instruction. However, just a moment ago, he would have assumed that Bai Chuan would fail to break through, yet in the end, both sides were pleasantly surprised. There is a vast chasm between a swordsman and a grand swordsman, especially when it comes to the outstanding figures among swordsmen. By the time Bai Chuan awakens, his strength will have undergone a remarkable transformation. Upon returning home, Hour wrapped a bandage around his hand, a bandage he had originally purchased for his disciples, never expecting that he would one day find it useful for himself. Master, what happened to your hand? Jorah, who had just settled Bai Chuan, emerged from the room and noticed Hour's bandaged hand. It's nothing, just a little scrape on the way back, Hour replied. Really? It's hard to believe that you could scrape your hand, Jorah said, half doubtful, as he had never heard of such a thing in their years of living together. Enough talking, hurry up and get to work. Have you made dinner? If not, go make it quickly. We're starving, Hour snapped, feeling a sense of embarrassment at being caught in a lie and quickly shifting the topic. Yes, master. By the way, how is Bai Chuan? Don't worry, master. He just fell asleep. It's strange, though. He doesn't have a single wound on him. I see. Well, you go ahead and do what you need to. Hour said. Yes, master. Hour reclined back in his rocking chair, basking in the sunlight. His old bones had rarely moved so much, so he deserved a good rest. It must be said that the battle with Bai Chuan had indeed exhausted him. He had to control his strength to avoid completely incapacitating Bai Chuan. Perhaps that statement was a bit exaggerated. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed with the sun rising and setting thrice. Yet Bai Chuan showed no signs of awakening. Master, is something wrong? Why has he woken up yet? Hour, sitting beside Bai Chuan, extended his hand to check Bai Chuan's pulse. Adopting an air of mystique. There is nothing to worry about. His pulse is steady. He will wake up shortly, Hour reassured. Can you really practice medicine? How is that possible? Jorah thought, as Hour was merely pretending, sensing that his disciple cared deeply for Bai Chuan. He had a feeling that this disciple would soon leave him. Just as Hour's mind was in turmoil, Bai Chuan's eyes suddenly fluttered open. He gazed at the two figures beside him, blinking several times, appearing somewhat dazed. You're finally awake. Jorah felt a surge of joy at seeing Bai Chuan's eyes open, deepening his admiration for his master, who had indeed proven to have medical skills. Hour, on the other hand, felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. Truly, heaven was aiding him. Kid, you can really sleep. It's been 3 days already. 3 days? Bai Chuan murmured to himself, realizing that his final effort had ended in failure, which left him feeling somewhat dejected. Kid, how do you feel now? I want to eat something. All right, I'll go prepare it for you, Jorah replied, immediately exiting the room to head to the kitchen. Bai Chuan was particularly hungry. He merely believed that eating would help him recover his strength and return to normalcy faster. It was disappointing to realize he had ultimately failed. After Jorah left, Bai Chuan sat up, speaking either to himself or to Hour. Is that so? Carefully assess your situation. What? Evaluate whether you truly failed. Upon hearing Hour's words, Bai Chuan felt as if he was regaining control over his body. An inexplicable sensation surged from within him, as if all his meridians were flowing freely. What is this? Bai Chuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looked at Hour. Indeed, you have attained a realm that all swordsmen yearn for. Wonderful. After a year of practice, I've finally reached this level. Hour smiled and nodded, acknowledging that he had a hand in Bai Chuan's breakthrough. Indeed. Achieving this level after just a year of swordsmanship is no small feat. Hour repeated Bai Chuan's words, suddenly recalling something. What did you say? A year? You've only practiced swordsmanship for a year? Hour grasped Bai Chuan's shoulders, his eyes widening as he gasped for breath, loudly questioning him. Yes. I've only been training for about a year. Upon hearing this, Hour felt a crushing blow to his spirit, his gaze towards Bai Chuan filled with envy. It took him nearly 30 years to reach the level of Grand Swordsman, back when he was hailed as a genius. Yet compared to Bai Chuan, he felt like nothing. Bai Chuan was a prodigy, a veritable monster. Are you certain you're not deceiving me? Hour asked once more. Why would I lie to you? A year ago, I could hardly defeat an ordinary person. Bai Chuan did not intend to boast. He merely wanted to see Hour's astonished expression. Sure enough, the short old man with a comical expression was quite amusing. Could such a person truly exist in this world? Hour remained skeptical, yet the evidence lay before him. Dinner's ready. Just then, Hour entered with a meal, observing his master muttering in the corner, and asked Bai Chuan, "What's wrong with my master?" Perhaps he has suffered some sort of blow. What kind of blow? Don't tell him. Just as Baichuan was about to speak, Hour, sitting in the corner, suddenly snapped back to reality, loudly interrupting Baichuan. It's enough for him to suffer. Don't drag his disciple into it. Though aware of his master's good intentions, he could not suppress the itchiness within. Observing the predatory gaze of Hour, Baichuan conceded, "Fine, I shall remain silent and eat." He obediently lifted his chopsticks and began to dine, prompting a satisfied nod from Hour at his compliance. "Master, what is it that you wish to convey?" "Leave it be." "All right then." Sensing Hour's displeasure, he chose to yield. Chapter 71. The bounty of two. After indulging in a hearty meal, Baichuan let out a comfortable burp. His body instantly revitalized, and his expression reflected an eagerness to test his newfound strength as a great swordmaster. "Don't look at me. I have no desire to spar with you." Hour read the intent on Baichuan's face and promptly refused, having just endured a blow from this formidable being. He was reluctant to face another. After all, he felt his life had not yet reached its full span. Is that so? Baichuan felt a twinge of regret at not being able to directly experience the extent of his current prowess. Grasping the knife beside him, he sensed a difference. It felt as if the blade had melded seamlessly with his being, making it far more intuitive to wield. Before his ascension to great swordmaster, he had never encountered such a sensation, nor had he felt any discomfort while handling a sword. Yet now, it was as if they were perfectly attuned. Baichuan drew forth the blade, swinging it casually, and an invisible sword energy erupted forth, carving a smooth incision into the wall. The sunlight streamed through the gap, illuminating Baichuan. "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to demolish my home?" "My apologies." Baichuan offered an embarrassed smile, astonished by the power of his casual strike. "Hurry and fix that wall. Otherwise, we shall not be finished here." Yes. Baichuan hastily agreed, acknowledging his error in damaging another's property. Jola gaped in astonishment. The sword energy had barely missed him. Had he shifted his position just slightly, he might have been severed. "Are you attempting to murder me?" After a moment, Jola swallowed hard, his voice strained. "Who told you to sit there?" Facing someone weaker than himself, he found it absurd to apologize. Such a notion was indeed a delusion. "You," Jola sputtered, pointing at Baichuan, at a loss for words. "What are you waiting for? Go fix the wall," Baichuan commanded Jola. "Humph." Jola let out a scoff. Rising to head outside, feeling slighted after 3 days of concern from Baichuan. "Mr. Hour, I've sent Jola to repair the wall." "You too?" Hour barked at Baichuan. "You destroyed the wall, yet you expect my apprentice to fix it?" Yes, I shall assist as well." Baichuan, sensing Hour's rising ire, quickly joined Jola in the task. After a morning's toil, the wall was finally restored, appearing as good as new. At that moment, a newsbird circled above, and Baichuan waved, offering a coin, which prompted the bird to retrieve a stack of newspapers from its pouch. What news do we have today? In this world, where entertainment was scarce, people often turned to news from across the globe to pass the time. Baichuan quickly skimmed the headlines and, with a mysterious smile directed at Jola, announced, "There is news about you." "What?" Jola snatched the newspaper, swiftly reading its contents, soon discovering the section detailing his exploits. Swordsmanship tournament champion, Jola, assisted the notorious pirate Adolf K. Baichuan in attacking the Navy, suspected accomplice of Baichuan, now deemed a wanted criminal with a bounty of 55 million berries. "I've been put on a bounty? No way." He immediately flipped through the accompanying wanted posters, confirming his own, dual-wielding swordsman, Jola, bounty of 55 million berries. "Dead or alive? And what of you?" Jola inquired of Baichuan. "My bounty has certainly increased." Jola soon found the section pertaining to Baichuan, former member of the Roger Pirates. Notorious pirate Adolf K. Baichuan attacked the local Navy headquarters on Polia Island, resulting in the death of a Navy colonel. The circumstances are exceedingly grave. Bounty increased by 80 million berries, totaling 230 million berries. "Why is yours so much higher than mine?" Jola protested, feeling a twinge of envy. Even Baichuan's spare change surpassed his total. "Simply because my strength surpasses yours, 10 of you would not be my match." "Must you phrase it so harshly?" "But I speak the truth." Having spent ample time with Jola, Baichuan noted a significant change in him. He had once been a stoic figure, aloof and silent. Yet now he found himself venting frustrations to Baichuan. "Master, trouble arises. I have been placed on a bounty." Jola rushed to inform his master of this remarkable news. "What is the fuss?" In a distant ocean, far from the village, Roger's crew, having just descended from the Sky Island, also caught wind of this report. The first to notice was Rayleigh. "I can hardly believe this lad has stirred such a commotion so soon after setting out." "Rayleigh? seated atop a barrel with the newspaper in hand, drew Roger's attention. "What is it?" Roger leaned in closer. "You'll see for yourself," Rayleigh replied, handing over the paper. Roger, ever the curious soul, gravitated toward any newsworthy event. "Isn't this Baichuan? He has actually attacked the Navy headquarters," Roger exclaimed, astonished, his voice booming, as if he feared no one would hear of this news. "What? Baichuan has assaulted a Navy base?" Shanks and Buggy, overhearing, rushed to Roger's side to peruse the contents of the paper. They were astonished that Baichuan had achieved such a feat in such a brief time. "Damn. The gap between Baichuan and myself is widening." The first statement came from Shanks, followed by Buggy's lamentation. Indeed, Baichuan had embraced a life of freedom, seizing opportunities and encountering companions suited to his journey. Roger also noted the article about Jola, having already assumed him to be one of Baichuan's crew members. Meanwhile, in another sea, a figure perched atop a coffin-like board observed the report with hawkish eyes. "Undoubtedly, this was my hawk, Jola's master. Are you also setting sail? Very well. Pursue your own path." My hawk's focus remained solely on Jola, giving Baichuan's bounty a cursory glance. He then gazed solemnly at the approaching waves, pondering whether embarking on this journey was indeed too reckless. At this moment, Hawkeye was not yet the world's foremost swordsman, but merely an inexperienced youth, his strength far inferior to what it would later become. Faced with such colossal waves, he had to exercise utmost caution. Otherwise, the risk of disaster loomed large. Chapter 72. The Navy's actions. This young rogue was exceedingly audacious. At this time, a meeting concerning Shirakawa was being held at the Navy headquarters. The current fleet admiral, Sora, sat at the head of the table. Behind him displayed a wanted poster of Shirakawa. It had been many years since anyone dared to attack a naval branch, and this young scoundrel had the audacity to be so brazen, truly a fitting descendant of that scoundrel Roger. A vice admiral slammed his hand on the table, expressing his profound anger. "I have some recollection of this fellow. I once crossed blades with him," remarked a major general at the end of the conference table, recalling the young Shirakawa with vivid clarity. "Ah, I remember now. He possesses that peculiar ability to summon swords from the sky," chimed in another naval officer who had previously clashed with Roger's crew. "That's him," exclaimed Carp, seated at the head of the table, suddenly enlightened. "Rayleigh seems to hold this lad in high regard. I never imagined Roger would let him escape." "Are you just realizing this now, Carp?" roared Sengoku, seated opposite Carp, visibly irritated. "Who is this person with such a poor memory? We absolutely cannot allow such a dangerous individual to roam freely. Who is willing to go and capture him for impel down?" Upon hearing Admiral Sora's words, the commanders fell into an immediate silence. The vice admirals dismissed Shirakawa as a mere petty pirate, considering him a waste of time. Even someone as relentless as Akainu preferred to target formidable adversaries, particularly those of the caliber of Whitebeard or Roger. Borsellino, the fastest among the Navy, simply shrugged, displaying a disinterest in the matter. Kazan was even less inclined. He would only consider such a venture if it involved someone of particular significance to him. Clearly, Shirakawa did not fit that criterion. His standing among pirates was neither high nor low, and even the lower-tier naval forces feared engaging him. "Perhaps I should take the initiative," suggested the Major General, Weasel, after a lengthy pause, rising to address Sara. "Very well, but this must not be half-hearted. We must capture him decisively to deliver a heavy blow to Roger's crew. Even though he is a former member. Originally, the Navy's target was Barrett, but his current strength posed a significant challenge, necessitating considerable sacrifices. Then Shirakawa entered their line of sight, becoming a substitute target for Barrett. "If no one is willing to step forward, I shall assign someone," Sora announced, scanning the room for volunteers. "Since that is the case, I will send someone," he said, fixing his gaze on Kazan. "What do you want from me?" "You can't possibly mean to send me," Kazan retorted as all eyes in the meeting room turned toward him. "Indeed, it is you I require," Sora affirmed. "Why not just send another Major General? Besides, Major General Weasel is quite capable. I believe he can handle this task himself." "That will not suffice. To ensure the mission's success, you must go. It is essential to inflict a painful blow to Roger's crew." Kazan wished to voice his objections, but he was interrupted. "You should take on this task, Kazan," Carp declared. "Very well," Kazan relented, recognizing Carp's influence and the respect he held for him. He generally adhered to Carp's wishes. "All right. The meeting is adjourned." With that declaration, the commanders gradually departed, leaving only Carp, Sengoku, and Sara seated at the table. "Are we truly preparing to strike against Roger's crew?" Carp inquired once everyone had exited. "No, this is my personal decision," Sora replied. "I see." Carp then took his leave. "That Carp," Sengoku sighed, feeling exasperated. Everyone present was astute enough to grasp the implications of Carp's earlier question. All right, you should also take your leave and prepare. I expect to retire soon, Sengoku instructed. Understood. Sengoku was already earmarked as the next fleet admiral, with few contenders for his position within the Navy. Vice Admiral Kazan, I must trouble you this time. At the Navy headquarters port, Vice Admiral Kazan and Major General Weasel boarded the same warship. Typically, any officer of their rank could command a vessel independently. But considering the small size of the opposing group, there was no need to squander military resources. A complement of soldiers aboard the ship should suffice. Even in the event of an unforeseen incident. At this moment, Shirakawa remained oblivious to the circumstances of the Navy. Even if he were aware, he would remain indifferent. Having just surpassed the great swordsman level, he was filled with hubris and eager to test the limits of his prowess. Meanwhile, Jorah and Ender sat in the room, deep in discussion. Since the revelation of Jorah's bounty, had grown somewhat taciturn. As for Shirakawa, he practiced diligently in the courtyard. The villagers below had also noticed Jorah's wanted poster, but rather than harboring disdain, they continued to greet him and Shirakawa with warmth, as was customary. Observing the villagers, Shirakawa was reminded of Luffy's village, Windmill Village, where the locals had celebrated with joy upon learning of Luffy's bounty, reveling in a shared sense of pride. Have you made your decision? Or inquired, kneeling across from Jorah with a serious tone. Indeed, I wish to set sail and seek my own path in swordsmanship. Just as my senior did. Jorah had begun his journey many years later than Mihawk, who had started his sword training at the tender age of 5 or 6. While Jorah had begun at 10. Though younger than Mihawk by a few years, Jorah was determined not to remain perpetually in his shadow. He aspired to surpass him. Yet, remaining by his master's side, while beneficial for steady growth, deprived him of certain opportunities. Very well, I shall not hinder you. I merely hope you will not let me down and that you will honor our school. Rest assured, Master, I will elevate our swordsmanship to new heights. Have you considered how you will embark on this journey? I wish to leave with Shirakawa. He inspires in me a unique sense of confidence. And I believe that with him, my strength will advance more rapidly. That is acceptable. It will provide you with greater safety. However, before you depart, allow me to teach you one final secret technique. What technique? Jorah exclaimed eagerly. The shadow step. The shadow step? Is that the elusive technique you employed against Shirakawa? Jorah's voice brimmed with excitement. That technique was a formidable asset for both evasion and combat. Indeed, though it may prove less effective against those of the great swordsman caliber. It should suffice for your needs for the time being. Once you reach that level, however, it will no longer serve you. How long will it take me to master it? That depends on your innate talent. A gifted individual might grasp it in about half a month, while one less so could take a year or 2. Is that so? Then I believe I can master it in 10 days. Jorah was not boasting. His talent was indeed remarkable. Humph. Or seemed displeased with Jorah's arrogance. You may leave now. How you approach Shirakawa is your own concern. Whether he accepts you is up to him. I understand, Master. Jorah exited the room and settled in the courtyard, observing Shirakawa as he honed his strength. Have you finished your conversation with your master? Shirakawa, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel draped around his neck, paused his training upon noticing Jorah. Yes. I wish to set sail with you. What did you just say? Shirakawa exclaimed, spraying water as he was taken aback by such a direct request. I said I want to embark on a journey with you, Jorah reiterated with firm resolve. All right. Shirakawa acquiesced with surprising ease. You agreed. Jorah was momentarily stunned, not expecting Shirakawa to respond so readily. Why not? A solitary voyage can be quite lonely, and having a companion alleviates that solitude. However, with the two of us sailing together, we will inevitably be seen as a pirate crew. We need a name and a flag. What shall we call our crew? Shirakawa pondered deeply. How about the Great Sword Pirates? After all, your title is the Great Sword, Jorah suggested. Upon hearing Great Sword, Shirakawa's expression darkened. Do not ever mention those 2 words in my presence again. The title of Great Sword was a stain upon his life, far too crude and lacking in sophistication. What about the swordsman pirates? After all, we are both swordsmen, Jorah proposed again. No, we will surely gather more companions, and they cannot all be swordsmen. Then what do you propose? You dismiss every suggestion I make. Jorah replied, exasperated that all his ideas had been shot down. I dismiss them because the name of a pirate crew reflects its reputation for all eternity. It cannot be chosen lightly, Shirakawa asserted. Then let us simply call it the Shirakawa Pirates, just like Roger's crew, named directly after the captain, Jorah suggested. That idea is decent, but still not suitable. How about the Silver Pirates instead? Silver Pirates? Why that name? It's a secret. Fine, as long as you're happy, but generally, pirate crews are named by the Navy. Aren't they? Not a problem. As long as we shout, "We are the Silver Pirates," before clashing with the Navy, they will naturally know our title, Shirakawa replied. All right. Jorah felt somewhat resigned, sensing that such behavior seemed rather juvenile and foolish. It will suffice if we shout at once, Shirakawa remarked, sensing Jorah's discomfort. He too envisioned the scene, finding it indeed quite ridiculous. Well, that's acceptable. However, unbeknownst to Jorah, this proclamation would ultimately be uttered solely by him, leaving only him in an awkward silence as Shirakawa remained silent. What about our pirate flag? Fear not, I have already designed the flag. As a symbol of a pirate crew, the flag represented its very essence. Shirakawa drew on the ground, crafting an image of a classic pirate skull. With a sword resembling the one above his own head, the sword of Damocles, pierced through the skull. What do you think? Isn't it quite imposing? Shirakawa asked, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Why does this pirate flag seem somewhat ominous? Jorah observed, scrutinizing the design closely. The skull is a pirate emblem. Yet you've inserted a sword above it. Are you inviting doom upon yourself? Now that you mention it, it does evoke that sentiment. Shirakawa began to find the design increasingly unappealing. Perhaps you could replace the two bones at the bottom with two swords instead. Shirakawa's eyes lit up. This suggestion was splendid. I hadn't anticipated your artistic talent would surpass your naming skills. This isn't merely artistic talent. It's a testament to my quick wit. Now that we have a flag, we shall create a few once we have time at the village workshop. However, we still lack a ship. The small fishing vessel could by no means serve as Bai Chuan's inaugural pirate ship. It ought to resemble a petite sailing craft akin to the Going Merry. This indeed poses a dilemma, as the village lacks such large sailing vessels. If all else fails, one might resort to commandeering a ship from another pirate. This approach is pragmatic, straightforward, and efficient, yet it appears this task may rest solely upon your shoulders, Jorah remarked to Bai Chuan. What do you intend to do? I shall devote this time to learning the shadow step from my master. The shadow step? Is that the technique your master employed against me? Precisely. Indeed. That technique is remarkably formidable. Bai Chuan reflected upon his battle with all. In retrospect, the technique seemed less daunting, yet it rendered opponents of swordsman caliber utterly helpless. How long will it take for you to master it? If it requires too much time, I may not be able to wait. Approximately 10 days, Jorah responded. 10 days? Bai Chuan pondered this carefully. It seemed a reasonable time frame, yet finding a pirate ship that truly suited his desires might demand additional time. Vanquishing pirates is not the challenge. The real difficulty lies in discovering a ship that resonates with one's aspirations. However, finding a pirate ship is merely a temporary measure. He must journey to Water 7 to construct a vessel uniquely his own, capable of navigating the diverse weather conditions of the New World. Then go train with your master. I shall head to the village to create the pirate flag. Chapter 74. The arrival of the Navy. The following day, Bai Chuan departed. And scarcely had he left when Kazan and the Weasel arrived at the small town where Bai Chuan had caused a disturbance with Korra. They appointed a commendable naval officer as the commander of the naval base. Subsequently, they followed the leads provided by the Navy and arrived at the village where Korra was located. May I inquire if anyone from your village has seen this person? One of the Navy officers held up Bai Chuan's wanted poster and questioned the villagers. No, we haven't seen him, the villagers replied with wide eyes, blatantly lying. Despite the fact that Bai Chuan had entrusted them to craft a pirate flag just the day prior. Very well, thank you. We shall search elsewhere. As the Navy personnel departed, the villagers secretly exhaled in relief. Phew, that was terrifying. It was my first time lying, especially to the Navy, one villager complained to his companion. A sense of trepidation washing over him. Come now, I know your skill in lying. You've likely spun countless tales throughout your life, his companion retorted with disdain. Kazan. They were undeniably lying. Why must we leave? A little pressure would surely compel them to speak the truth, a Navy lieutenant grumbled beside Kazan. Upon hearing this, Kazan shot him a glare. I do not wish to hear the word coerce used regarding the citizens. Remember, we are the Navy, not pirates. Yes, Kazan, the lieutenant shivered slightly, feeling as if he had been frozen in that moment. The formidable presence of Kazan instilled a sense of fear within him. What shall we do next, Kazan? Let us ascend the mountain. We have already determined that there are no suspicious individuals in the village, and this island is not vast. If they are not in the village, they must be in the mountains. Understood, Commander. The Navy then split into several small teams, gradually making their way up the mountain. It's over. The Navy has gone up the mountain. At that moment, A villager who had been observing the Navy suddenly dashed back to the village, shouting to his companions. What shall we do? Mr. Or and Cora are up in the mountains. Cora is a wanted criminal. What if the Navy captures him? A concerned villager exclaimed. Perhaps I should deliver the message. I run swiftly and can surely inform them before the Navy finds them. Very well, it is entrusted to you, Peter. The village chief emerged, patting Peter on the shoulder with a look of earnest responsibility. Rest assured, Chief, I shall accomplish the task. Peter stood tall, saluting. Enough with the formalities. Hurry along. Someone urged, nudging him forward. Yes. With that, Peter dashed towards the mountains. Demonstrating a speed surpassing that of the average individual, perhaps it was indeed a gift. Unbeknownst to him, he had already attracted attention upon ascending the mountain. Follow him. Kazan instructed the naval officers trailing behind him, casting a glance at Peter's retreating figure. Indeed, Vice Admiral, your approach is commendable. At that moment, the weasel approached Kazan and remarked, in truth, the naval officers searching the mountain consist of only a small contingent. Their primary role is to mislead the villagers' judgment. Should they find him, it would be fortuitous. Otherwise, they must rely on the villagers for guidance. Mr. Jorah, we are in trouble. Peter exclaimed breathlessly before even reaching the gate. What is it, Peter? Jorah, training in the courtyard, swiftly opened the gate upon hearing Peter's voice. You must run quickly. The Navy is here to capture you. Peter's words were fragmented, evidently indicative of his exhaustion. The Navy? Indeed, a large contingent has arrived. Seemingly targeting the young man who accompanied you. It is too late. At this moment, All turned his gaze toward the woods beyond the gate, where the silhouettes of the Navy began to emerge. I am sorry, it is all my fault. Upon seeing the Navy, Peter realized they had been trailing him. If only I had been more vigilant, they would not have followed me. His tone was laced with self-reproach, guilt, and concern for all and Jorah. Futile. No matter how cautious you are, you cannot escape their watchful eyes. This time, they have come with a dangerous individual. All's expression darkened as he beheld a man adorned with a headscarf, sunglasses, and a black trench coat. Kazan also regarded him with gravity. Sensing a foreboding aura emanating from All, yet fortunately, he was not the intended target. Otherwise, he too might find himself in peril. What business does the Navy have in this humble place? All, as the host, was the first to speak. We are here to find a certain individual. Have you seen him? A Navy officer brandished a wanted poster featuring Shirakawa before All. I have seen him. Where is he? The officer inquired tensely. Regrettably. Had you arrived yesterday, you might have found him. However, he has since departed. All replied, feigning disappointment, as if lamenting his inability to assist the Navy. Departed? Where has he gone? I do not know. He mentioned seeking a suitable vessel and then flew away. Old man, do not provoke me. Quickly tell me where he is, or you shall experience our wrath. Oh dear, you have wronged me. I truly do not know where he is. It must be said that All's acting is remarkably lifelike. His words resonating with an authenticity that is hard to dismiss. However, the crux of the matter is that he genuinely does not know the whereabouts of Shirakawa. And it is perplexing that no one believes his honesty. Just then, a naval officer attempted to speak again but was interrupted by Kazan. My apologies for the intrusion. We shall take our leave now, Kazan addressed ORL. Yes, let us depart swiftly. Having so many naval officers blocking my doorway is rather intimidating. Yet, Kazan, the admiral, remarked. But Shirakawa has yet to be located. He spoke the truth. Shirakawa was not present there. Following this exchange, Kazan exited first. Isn't Shirakawa's companion, Hoya, still around? If we capture him, I cannot believe that Shirakawa would not emerge, one officer suggested. Our objective is not him, and that old man is a formidable opponent. Even I cannot guarantee victory against him, Kazan replied solemnly, astonished that such a character could be concealed within such a humble village. What? That old man is so powerful? The nearby naval officers were taken aback, including the weasel, who could sense the old man's immense strength but had not anticipated that even Kazan would be unable to contend with him. It is worth noting that Kazan is a user of a natural-type devil fruit ability, a truly formidable one at that. Finally, they departed, upon witnessing the Navy's retreat. ORL sighed in relief. Being an old man, he had no desire to engage in a confrontation with so many individuals. Moreover, he had to look after his apprentice. Had it been Kazan alone, perhaps he would have acted sooner, for this little old man was not one to be trifled with. Chapter 75. The Tyrant Pirate crew deploy a team here to monitor them, the communications officer reported to Admiral Kong, while the rest boarded the warship to patrol the nearby seas. Yes, Admiral. As the highest authority present, Kazan merely issued commands while delegating the execution of these orders to his subordinates. Admiral, We have received word that the villagers seem to be crafting a pirate flag. Crafting a pirate flag? That indicates he must be returning soon. Arrange a team to monitor those villagers for any unusual activities, and remember, do not resort to violence. Understood. Admiral. Meanwhile, Shirakawa was scanning for pirate ships, aware that while there were many pirates, the vastness of the sea made it quite a challenge to find a suitable vessel. Flying above the ocean, although swifter, drew the attention of many, particularly the Navy, whose higher-ups were well aware that Shirakawa was their target, leading to reports being sent back to the naval headquarters. Just as news of Shirakawa's disappearance arrived, reports of his sudden reappearance followed closely behind. However, by the time the Navy arrived, Shirakawa had vanished once more. Infuriatingly elusive, akin to a golden lion, he indeed possessed a troublesome ability. Admiral Kong slammed his fist upon the table, lamenting that he should have dispatched Paul Usolino instead. Shirakawa's speed would surely not surpass his. Rest assured. We have received word that he will return to that village. Kazan has already prepared an ambush there, stated Sengoku, the admiral. I hope Kazan brings me good news. Sighed Kong, who had not anticipated that dealing with a minor figure could be so troublesome. While soaring through the skies, some unruly pirates attempted to bring him down. Yet Shirakawa had never shown mercy towards such brigands. Thus, it was not uncommon for some to encounter pirate ships cleaved in two upon the sea, devoid of any crew or nearby survivors. This pirate ship appears quite decent. After 3 days of searching, he finally located a vessel of his liking, a not overly large sailing ship, yet more than sufficient for the current silver pirates. At this moment, the pirates aboard remained blissfully ignorant of Shirakawa's presence, merrily engaged in a celebration, perhaps in honor of a momentous occasion. Descending onto the ship, Shirakawa greeted the crew with a casual, "Hello there." The members of this pirate crew, seemingly oblivious to the unfamiliar face addressing them, responded, "Hello." However, it did not take long for them to realize something was amiss. "Who are you? How did you get aboard our ship?" One pirate, regaining his wits, questioned Shirakawa, prompting the others to snap out of their stupor. "Who I am is inconsequential, and how I came aboard is of little importance. I merely wish for you to grant me one thing." "What is it?" Shirakawa pointed his toe at the ship and stated, "Would you kindly disembark? I have taken a liking to your vessel." Ha 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 ha. The initially tense pirates erupted into laughter upon hearing Shirakawa's words. You wish to take our ship? Do you have any idea who we are? And who might you be?" "We are the Tyrant Pirate Crew, led by the infamous Tyrant Riddle, whose bounty stands at a staggering 70 million. 70 million, you say? Quite impressive. In the first half of the Grand Line, a bounty exceeding 100 million was indeed formidable. Venturing into the New World, even one under the thumb of a certain overlord could secure a respectable position. However, alas, a mere 70 million? My bounty surpasses your Captain by a significant margin." "What?" The crew members exchanged incredulous glances, perceiving Shirakawa as nothing more than a pretty boy. "Kid, don't think for a moment that we are easily intimidated. We consume more salt than you've had rice." At that moment, one pirate began to sift through the bounty posters in his hands, eventually stumbling upon one that featured the visage of the man before him. Indeed, there was a bounty poster bearing his likeness. "Oh, then read aloud the bounty. Let us see just how much higher it is than our Captain S." "Let me see." "Haha, what was it again?" It's a mere 23 million. 23 million? With such a pittance, you dare claim superiority over our Captain S bounty?" The crew launched into merciless laughter. "Brother, are your eyes failing you? I'd be happy to get you a pair of glasses. Or is it your math that S lacking, unable to comprehend the numbers? What did you say? Why don't you count the zeros out loud? I feel embarrassed for you." He pointed a finger at Shirakawa, then returned his gaze to the bounty poster. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. 10 million gradually, he faltered, unable to continue. "What's wrong? Continue." His comrades urged him on, worried for him. 23 billion. The pirate stammered out the words. "What? 23 billion? The entire crew erupted in astonished exclamations. Upon hearing this, Shirakawa placed a hand on his forehead in resignation, appearing quite exasperated. "Gentlemen, it's 230 million. Unable to bear the absurdity any longer, he revealed his bounty. "Oh, so it's 230 million. The pirates collectively sighed in relief. 23 billion would have rendered them devoid of the courage to resist. Nevertheless, that is still higher than our Captain S bounty. 230 million, you say? The previously silent captain of the Tyrant Pirate Crew spoke up, snatching the wanted poster from his subordinate. The earlier mention of 23 billion had startled him, nearly prompting him to prepare for a hasty retreat. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. Does this mean that if I were to kill you, my bounty could rise to over 200 million? His tone was assertive, bordering on arrogant. Indeed. Should you manage to kill me, it's likely to reach 300 million. However, do you truly believe you can achieve that? Bounty. Being a measure of a pirate's strength, naturally led some to desire exceedingly high bounties. Even those of lesser skill, upon acquiring an impressive bounty, would undoubtedly become quite inflated in their sense of self-worth. Huh, kid, let me show you the might of your tyrant grandfather. Riddle let out a boisterous laugh. As if already assured of his victory, with his crew rallying behind him, it was evident that this pirate crew relied entirely on their captain's prowess. Brothers, charge. Dismember him, and let him witness the might of our tyrant pirate crew. Captain Riddle commanded his subordinates. Understood, Captain. How dare this little brat attempt to steal our ship? He is utterly oblivious to his own demise. The crew responded, their spirits high and voices brimming with arrogance, even though Shirakawa's bounty exceeded that of their captain. In their eyes, he was still inferior. In Riddle's perception, his crew were nothing more than expendable pawns. He had no hesitation in sending them forth against an unknown foe. The pirates drew their swords, cackling madly as they charged toward Shirakawa, viewing him as mere prey. Ripe for the slaughter. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, such was Shirakawa's assessment of them, as they remained blissfully unaware of their impending doom. To Shirakawa, their movements appeared sluggish, a testament to his sharpening dynamic vision and increasing speed. They unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet none found their mark. What is this witchcraft? One bewildered pirate exclaimed, perplexed as his strike seemingly passed through Shirakawa's form. This phenomenon was merely a result of Shirakawa's incredible speed, and the instant an attack was aimed at him, he would deftly evade, only to return to his original position, creating the illusion that the attack had sailed right through him. Well then, shall we continue? In a fit of frustration, one individual brandished a firearm and discharged several rounds towards Bai Chuan. However, in an instant, the pirate was sent flying, plummeting into the sea. What transpired? The other pirates had barely grasped the situation. Their comrade had been hurled away, while Shirakawa appeared in the very spot that the pirate had occupied moments before. Yet, it was merely a straightforward attack. Fear not, your turn shall come soon. Shirakawa's tone was remarkably even, yet to the ears of the pirates, it resonated like the voice of a demon. They had employed every conceivable tactic, yet none had managed to land a blow on Shirakawa. Is this the prowess of one with a bounty exceeding 200 million? One pirate swallowed hard, his voice slightly choked. One should not judge by appearances. At that moment, his thoughts mirrored those of every crew member aboard the ship. Very well, I tire of this game. You all may disembark. What? In an instant, the pirates lost sight of Shirakawa. One by one they were cast into the sea, as this vessel was to serve as his temporary means of navigation. His attacks were measured, carefully restrained to avoid damaging the ship, for he had yet to secure the assistance of a shipwright. In a short while, all the pirates aboard the ship were vanquished by Bai Chuan. But where was the captain? After eliminating these ordinary pirate crew members, Bai Chuan discovered that their captain, Riddle, was nowhere to be found. The ship was adrift in the vast ocean, surrounded by no islands, making it impossible for Riddle to escape. However, after searching the vessel thoroughly, Bai Chuan could not locate Riddle's whereabouts. Was this fellow a rat, adept at hiding? With no other options, Bai Chuan resorted to utilizing his observation hotkey, meticulously scanning every nook and cranny of the ship. Eventually, he focused on a particular spot, a smile gracing his lips. Was this truly the so-called Tyrannosaurus Rex? Hidden in a corner of the ship, Riddle suddenly felt a chill, sensing that something ominous was about to befall him. Impossible. I am concealed so well. He cannot possibly find me. While observing Bai Chuan battle his crew, Riddle contemplated retreat, as his crew could not land a blow on Bai Chuan, and he himself lacked the strength to comprehend how Bai Chuan evaded their attacks. Hey, come out. Stop hiding. A voice called from above Riddle. It must be a coincidence. He is merely jesting. There is no way he has discovered my hiding place, Riddle thought to himself. Look up. I am right above you. Slowly, Riddle raised his gaze and indeed beheld Bai Chuan's fearsome visage. How did you find me? Riddle exclaimed in terror. For it was only logical that Bai Chuan should not have been able to detect him. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Now, you have two choices. The first, come up. The second, jump down. I choose to come up. Riddle replied hastily. As a devil fruit user, jumping into the sea would be tantamount to suicide, and ascending might still offer a glimmer of hope. TSK, the Tyrannosaurus is merely a lizard. How dare you take such a name? Indeed. Riddle was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, possessing the power of the lizard fruit. Camouflaging himself against the ship's wall, He blended in seamlessly, without careful observation. One could easily overlook him. Perhaps he could have escaped after all. Hey, isn't Tyrannosaurus a bit more imposing? Baichuan remarked. Now, transform back into your human form. I can hardly resist the urge to devour you in this state. I have never tasted lizard meat before. All right, I will transform now. Upon hearing that Baichuan desired to eat him, Riddle promptly reverted to his human form. Although he had consumed the lizard fruit, he was fundamentally still a human. In Baichuan's presence, he felt exceedingly meek, fully aware that he was no match for Baichuan. To ensure his survival, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Now, I shall present you with two options, Baichuan declared, holding up two fingers. First, join me. Second, jump off the ship. I choose the first option, Riddle exclaimed, desperate to cling to life. He had not yet lived enough and did not wish for death. Baichuan's reasoning for inviting Riddle to join him stemmed from the fact that the ship lacked any crew members. Without Riddle, he and Jorah would have to handle all the cooking and navigation on their own. With Riddle's addition, at least some of the menial tasks could be delegated to him. Very well, the Silver Pirates welcome you aboard, Baichuan said with a smile, extending his hand toward Riddle. Riddle grasped it with both hands, tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, several pirate ships suddenly appeared in the nearby waters, seemingly targeting them. What is happening? Baichuan inquired of Riddle. These are pirate crews I have previously bullied. They must be seeking revenge, Riddle replied. Is that so? Then they are our enemies. With Riddle now allied with him, his foes naturally became Baichuan's foes as well. It seemed there were quite a number of adversaries approaching, a total of 7 ships. It appears you were quite the tyrant in the past, Baichuan remarked. Without a captain, who would dare to challenge me? Riddle retorted. You make a valid point. In that case, allow me to demonstrate my prowess, Baichuan offered. Riddle was eager to witness Baichuan's strength. Subsequently, Baichuan leapt to the bow of the ship, unsheathing his sword with one hand. With a swift downward motion, a silvery sword aura sliced across the surface of the sea toward the approaching pirate vessels. As the sword aura reached one of the pirate ships, it split into 2, expanding outward to form a T-shape. The pirate ships were instantaneously cleaved in half, the ocean beneath them remaining agitated for an extended time. Riddle gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging out. Any thoughts of escaping vanished in an instant. Just how far would he need to flee to evade the reach of that sword aura? Chapter 77. Encounter with the Navy. After witnessing Baichuan's formidable strength, Riddle became increasingly obedient, responding to Baichuan's every beck and call without a hint of dissent. To return to Jorah's village, they would need to sail for approximately 8 or 9 days. During this time, Riddle dutifully followed Baichuan's commands, cooking, cleaning, and handling all the arduous tasks, while Baichuan lounged on the deck, basking in the sun, sipping juice, and enjoying meat. Occasionally, when confronted by pirate crews obstructing their path, Baichuan would step in to deal with them. As for the flag of the Tyrannosaurus pirates that once adorned the ship, it had long since been discarded into the sea by Baichuan. Initially, Riddle felt a twinge of regret, but he was powerless against Baichuan's authority. Meanwhile, Kazan and his crew had been patrolling the waters near the village, attempting to locate Baichuan's whereabouts. Admiral Kazan, we have been waiting here for over 10 days without a sighting of Baichuan. Could it be that he is aware of our ambush and has fled? A young Navy officer complained to Kazan, feeling the weight of the monotony aboard the ship. Among the 3 monstrous admirals, he felt most comfortable venting to Kazan, who was known for his amiable nature. Indeed, lingering here indefinitely is not a viable strategy. Let us report back to headquarters. If we do not observe Baichuan's presence within the next 5 days, we shall return, Kazan responded. Understood, Admiral Kazan. The young officer's voice tinged with excitement. Having hope was certainly better than despair. Just as this officer completed his report to headquarters, another Navy officer approached Kazan, stating, Admiral Kazan, we have spotted an unfamiliar ship. It is not flying a pirate flag, yet it does not resemble a merchant or fishing vessel. Oh, lead me to it, Kazan commanded. Fueled by a strong intuition that the individuals aboard this vessel were the ones they had been seeking for days. Captain, we have spotted a warship ahead, Riddle noted, his gaze fixated on the approaching naval vessel. A warship? Baichuan paused, then rose to his feet, striding toward the front of the ship. In an instant, their eyes met. At last, I have found you, Kazan remarked, observing Baichuan's silhouette in the distance. This could prove troublesome, Baichuan mused upon recognizing Kazan. Signal to the ship to advance at full speed. Adolph K. Baichuan is aboard, Kazan commanded his men. At long last, had they finally caught up to him? These are the words spoken by Major Weasel. Captain, That warship is drawing closer to us. What should we do? Riddle said somewhat anxiously. Given that there were only 2 of them, and considering the size of the enemy warship, the naval personnel aboard must be numerous. Engage them head-on. Engage them? Aren't we supposed to flee? Riddle exclaimed loudly. With that fellow around, escape is not an option. That fellow? Following Baichuan's gaze, Riddle noticed the man in a black trench coat leading the enemy. Captain, do you know that man? Of course, he is a rear admiral from the naval headquarters. If nothing unexpected occurs, he will undoubtedly become a general in the future. A general? Upon hearing Baichuan's words, Riddle became even more agitated. After all, a general represents the pinnacle of naval power. Do not fret. His ascension to general is a matter for the future. For now, he is merely a rear admiral. A mere rear admiral? Captain, that is still formidable. Indeed, he is powerful, but I am not lacking either. Baichuan smiled confidently, reflecting that had he not attained the realm of the great swordsman, he would have been forced to flee upon encountering Kazan. However, the situation was different now. The question of who would run away remained uncertain. Swordsmen differ from ordinary martial artists. Martial artists lack distinct boundaries, their strength built over years of accumulation. In contrast, each realm a swordsman breaks through results in a qualitative leap in power. Baichuan, I have finally found you. At that moment, the distance between the 2 ships was less than 100 meters, and Weasel, standing behind Kazan, suddenly addressed Baichuan. Oh, is that not Weasel? It has been a while. How have you been? Do not try to be friendly with me, Adolphe K. Baichuan. This time, I am here to take you into Impel Down. Is that so? It seems you have come specifically for me. As he spoke, Baichuan's tone shifted to one of frigid coldness. Indeed. Fortunately, you are not alone in this endeavor. Otherwise, you would be left here. What? Weasel said, somewhat irritated, realizing that Baichuan's words implied that had he come alone, he would have met his demise, indicating that he was no match for Baichuan. Then, Baichuan swung his sword, unleashing a massive wave of silver sword energy toward the warship. How is that possible? Faced with the sword energy, Weasel felt a sense of threat. If he were to confront it head-on, he would surely be injured. At that moment, Kazan intervened. Catching the sword energy with his hands, layers of ice gradually enveloping it. Subsequently, the ice shattered, and the sword energy vanished. A great swordsman? Kazan spoke, his tone somewhat grave. The presence of a great swordsman was indeed beyond his expectations. Fortunately, he had come, or else Weasel might have perished here. Indeed, I did not expect you to reach this realm at such a young age. Weasel felt a mix of frustration and fear, realizing that he had initially rejected the idea of sending Kazan along. He believed he could handle Baichuan alone, but now he recognized the folly of that thought. Fire. Sink his pirate ship. Since direct confrontation proved unfeasible, alternative methods had to be employed. Kazan silently endorsed Weasel's plan, although he doubted that these cannonballs would inflict any harm on Baichuan. Captain, what should we do? At this distance, we will surely be sunk. Do not worry. Suddenly, an overwhelming conqueror's haki erupted from Baichuan, causing all the ordinary naval soldiers preparing to attack to immediately faint. Moreover, this haki even caused some cracks to appear on the warship. What? Both Kazan and Weasel were taken aback, as the intelligence reports had not indicated that Baichuan possessed conqueror's haki, let alone such formidable strength. Today, they had both been astonished by Baichuan multiple times. What kind of power is this? Witnessing the naval soldiers collapsing one after another, Riddle was also dumbfounded. If he possessed such power, he could achieve victory without fighting. This is known as haki. While you may not be able to master it, I will teach you other skills. Thank you, Captain. Riddle immediately expressed his gratitude to Baichuan. There is no need for thanks, provided you survive this battle. With the minor soldiers dispatched, the true battle was about to commence. Baichuan's opponent was undoubtedly Kazan, while Riddle faced Weasel and the remaining conscious naval elites. Chapter 78, Confrontation with Kazan. Kazan leaped into the air, unleashing his devil fruit ability, Ice Spear. Suddenly, 2 ice spears appeared in midair and shot towards Baichuan. With a swift motion of his sword, Baichuan sent forth a wave of sword energy, shattering the 2 ice spears. However, the sword energy did not diminish, instantly cleaving Kazan in half. Kazan! A few remaining alert naval soldiers exclaimed in panic, having executed numerous missions with Kazan. They were witnessing him sustain injury for the first time. The cleaved Kazan transformed into a mound of ice and fell onto the sea, reforming as he extended his hand towards the water, declaring, Ice Age. A massive wave of cold air erupted from Kazan, and the previously choppy water surface rapidly solidified into ice. Even the warship and Baichuan's vessel became trapped in the ice, unable to navigate. What is happening? Riddle observed the ocean around him freezing over. Even on the ship, he could feel the biting cold beneath his feet. That man is truly terrifying. Riddle mentally etched Kazan's image into his memory, knowing that in future encounters, he would not hesitate. The only response would be to flee. Kazan, hold Baichuan back. We will capture the other crew member. Major Weasel commanded the still-conscious naval soldiers. Understood. The battle had commenced. At that moment, all, lying in the courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes. What battle? The battle between the Navy and Baichuan. What? Baichuan has returned? Jorah exclaimed in surprise. Yes. I must help him. Now that he was a member of the Silver Pirate crew, knowing that his captain was in peril, he could not remain idle. Without waiting for all to speak, he hurried towards the port. Upon arriving, he discovered a crowd of villagers gathered. What happened? Jorah inquired of one villager. It's Jorah. We don't know how it happened. But the sea suddenly froze, and we can't even go into the water. The sea has frozen? Jorah pushed through to the front to get a clearer view, and indeed, a thick layer of solid ice covered the ocean, with several strong young villagers shoveling the ice while a few children slid and played on top. What on earth is happening? Jorah pondered, knowing that the sea could not freeze without reason. Something significant must have occurred. Suddenly, a figure emerged in Jorah's mind, Kazan. He had felt the bone-chilling cold emanating from Kazan before. Could it be him? Hey, where is that naval warship now? Jorah inquired with a nearby villager about the naval warships that had been patrolling their island daily, following a predetermined route. The vigilant villagers had meticulously noted the Navy's positions and timings along the coastline. The villager pointed towards the right front, indicating the direction. Expressing gratitude, Jorah then dashed towards the direction indicated by the villager. Fortunately, the sea had frozen over. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain when he could reach the warship. As Jorah hurried towards the battlefield, the combat had escalated significantly. Baichuan and Kazan engaged in a fierce exchange. With Baichuan having mastered armament hockey, Kazan was exceedingly cautious, always elementalizing before Baichuan's strikes could land. Thus far, neither had sustained significant injuries. In contrast, Riddle found himself in a dire situation. Dealing with a single weasel was already overwhelming, compounded by the presence of several other naval officers. Even utilizing his devil fruit abilities proved insufficient against them. And he had lost count of how many times his lizard tail had been severed. While he was not immediately subdued, it was clear that, given time, his defeat was inevitable. He desperately hoped for Baichuan to swiftly conclude his battle and assist him, but such hopes were destined to be dashed. If Kazan were so easily defeated, he would not have risen to the rank of admiral. Baichuan's sword aura could be evaded or elementalized by Kazan, while Baichuan could cleave through Kazan's attacks with a mere stroke of his sword aura. However, remaining in a stalemate was not a viable option. A solution needed to be found to resolve the conflict promptly, for Baichuan had recognized Riddle's perilous predicament. Ice blade. Kazan exhaled a chilling breath from the air, gradually manifesting a blade in his hand. Given that long-range attacks had little effect on Baichuan, Kazan opted to engage in close combat to expedite the conclusion of the fight. However, Kazan is not particularly skilled in swordsmanship. During close combat, he cannot continuously utilize his elemental powers, which places him at a disadvantage in this encounter. He has already sustained wounds on his arm and chest from a strike by Shirakawa. Vice Admiral Kazan. A junior officer engaged with Riddle noticed Kazan's predicament and called out anxiously. Don't come over. Just keep pursuing that lizard, Kazan urged. Recognizing the inclination of several officers to assist him, their intervention would only serve to jeopardize their lives without alleviating his burden, instead adding to it. I can handle this. Yes, Vice Admiral. You can handle it? Kazan, have you also learned to boast? The two are currently evenly matched, yet it is evident that Shirakawa holds the upper hand. I shall take this seriously. Kazan exhaled a breath of icy air, and in an instant, he vanished from Shirakawa's sight. Suddenly, Shirakawa felt a hand land upon his shoulder, accompanied by a fierce chill. However, Shirakawa's speed was not to be underestimated. He had long since employed armament hockey for defense and swiftly broke free from Kazan's grasp. With a swift turn, Shirakawa struck back with a reverse slash, while Kazan also activated his armament hockey to defend. As Shirakawa observed his shoulder, which had been enshrouded in cold, gradually returning to its normal state, he shook it slightly and directed his gaze back at Kazan. Indeed. Was this the prowess of a future Marine admiral? Shirakawa mused internally as a sword resembling Damocles appeared in the sky. Was it time to get serious? Although Kazan had encountered that sword before, each sighting was profoundly shocking. What was that? Riddle, seeing the sword for the first time, was clearly unaware of its significance. Is this your captain's ability? Do you not even know what your captain is capable of? I just boarded the ship. So I truly do not know. Do you know? The Navy officer, taken aback by Riddle's retort, found himself at a loss, as he too was oblivious to Shirakawa's abilities. The Marine Devil Fruit Encyclopedia contained no information regarding such a fruit. Chapter 79, The Conclusion of Battle. I truly cannot write battle scenes. So please bear with it. If Shirakawa had not misjudged, Kazan had employed the Sara technique from the Marine 6 styles. A speed that appeared almost like teleportation to the eyes of an ordinary person at mid-range. Shirakawa, capable of similar high-speed movement at close range, lacked the finesse of Kazan's Saru, relying solely on his physical strength and explosive muscle power. Kazan glanced at Shirakawa's shoulder, now fully healed, and his eyelids involuntarily twitched. Indeed. As per the intelligence reports, was he the possessor of a regenerative devil fruit? Shirakawa did not respond to Kazan's inquiry. He was currently in a state of full power. And Kazan was likewise. With armament hockey enveloping his blade, the sword's edge gleamed a deep black. A streak of silvery sword energy erupted from Shirakawa's blade, exhibiting both incredible speed and sharpness. The incoming sword energy seemed to catch Kazan off guard. He had not anticipated such swiftness, given the short distance between them. The sword energy nearly reached Kazan in an instant. There was no evading it. This was Kazan's immediate thought, and he activated his armament hockey for full-body defense. Yet, he had underestimated the sharpness of Shirakawa's sword energy. Though he had fortified himself with armament hockey, Shirakawa was also attacking with it. At this juncture, even if Kazan wished to evade using elemental transformation, he could not, for doing so would nullify his armament hockey, resulting in far more grievous injuries. The sword energy sliced past Kazan. At the crucial moment, he shifted his body, causing the energy to graze his shoulder and sail behind him, cutting a significant distance. Is this great swordsman truly so formidable? This was the first time Kazan faced a swordsman utilizing his full strength, and he felt the pressure of a great swordsman for the first time. Blood flowed profusely from Kazan's right arm, nearly rendering it immobile. With a fierce expression, Kazan extended his left hand, and a colossal ice spurt erupted from his arm. Shirakawa retaliated with a burst of sword energy. Yet it did not cleave the ice spurt in two. Instead, they entered a deadlock. At that moment, two ice spikes suddenly shot up from the ice beneath, aiming directly for Shirakawa. He attempted to evade, only to realize his legs had become ensnared by the ice on the sea. The ice spikes pierced through Shirakawa's chest, and the sword energy that had countered the ice spurt dissipated, leaving the ice spurt to charge toward Shirakawa. He felt a chilling sensation before he was encased in ice. Wonderful! Admiral Kazan has won! Exclaimed an officer who had been closely observing the battlefield, his excitement palpable. Although Riddle's strength was lacking, his tenacity was undeniable. What? The captain has lost? Riddle turned to face Shirakawa, only to find him frozen in ice, two ice spikes protruding from his chest. It was over. He was doomed. Riddle's heart raced with panic. Shirakawa had been defeated, and he was no match for that monster. However, Kazan's expression remained unyieldingly serious. He did not believe that Shirakawa could be easily dealt with. Indeed, under Kazan's gaze, the ice that had immobilized Shirakawa began to show signs of cracking, eventually shattering into crystalline fragments that dissipated into the air. Shirakawa slowly extracted the two ice spikes embedded in his chest and freed his feet from the icy confinement. Remarkably, the two gaping wounds on his chest began to heal. Kazan felt a renewed sense of astonishment. How devious, Kazan thought, to resort to a sneak attack. Shirakawa flexed his arms, stood on tiptoe, and moved to shake off the stiffness of his recently restored body, regarding Kazan with a distinctly unfriendly demeanor. He had indeed fallen for Kazan's stratagem. Initially, he believed Kazan's primary assault came from the ice bird, which Kazan had been infusing with copious amounts of cold energy to counter Shirakawa's sword intent. Yet, Kazan had engaged in underhanded tactics, first immobilizing Shirakawa's feet with ice and then launching two ice spikes from the ground. This was strategy. Kazan would not concede to having employed a sneak attack. He attributed Shirakawa's predicament to his lack of combat experience. Meanwhile, Riddle felt a wave of relief upon seeing Shirakawa unscathed. At least the battle would not conclude so swiftly. However, when he glanced at the officers eyeing him with predatory intent, his expression darkened. He was nearing his limit. At that moment, a voice resonated through the ears of everyone present. Shirakawa, I have come to assist you. A figure darted into the fray, stopping beside Shirakawa. It was Jorah. Just in time, go assist that lizard, Shirakawa instructed. Jorah's arrival alleviated some of Shirakawa's burdens, allowing him to focus less on Riddle. Lizard? No. That lizard is our new ally. Assist him instead. As for this fellow, you are not yet his match. All right, Jorah replied. somewhat reluctant but aware of the reality of their disparity in strength. Thanks, brother. With Jorah's assistance, Riedel felt considerably more at ease. Yet they still found themselves at a disadvantage. Ice orbs shot forth from Kazan's palm, aimed at Shirakawa, utilizing his observation haki. Shirakawa deftly evaded Kazan's attacks while gradually closing the distance. In ranged combat, Shirakawa was undeniably inferior. Nonetheless, Kazan was relentless. For every attack Shirakawa dodged, another followed in quick succession. Kazan denied Shirakawa any opportunity to close in. Each time Shirakawa attempted to approach, Kazan would unleash a blast of cold air to repel him. Truly, a troublesome ability. Kazan's cold aura functioned like a controlling skill, proving to be quite a nuisance for Shirakawa. No, your abilities are the real hassle. One sword style. Dance of blades. Shirakawa swiftly unleashed a flurry of strikes, each accompanied by a wave of sword intent, forcing Kazan to defend with his elemental form. This was precisely the effect Shirakawa desired. While in elemental form, Kazan could not launch a counterattack indefinitely. Following the sword intent assault, Shirakawa executed a rapid movement, instantly positioning himself behind Kazan, and unleashed a powerful strike imbued with haki towards Kazan's back. Kazan attempted to roll forward but could not evade the attack. Shirakawa pressed his advantage, refusing to grant Kazan a moment to retaliate. With Kazan half-kneeling, Shirakawa struck downwards, and Kazan raised his left hand to block while preparing to unleash cold air from his right. However, Shirakawa suddenly vanished from his sight. In the next instant, Kazan felt an overwhelming force of gravity pressing down upon him. What was happening? As Shirakawa's strength increased, so too did his capacity to manipulate gravity. Suddenly, Kazan felt a bone-chilling sensation as a blade pierced through his body from behind. Severely wounded, Kazan found himself in dire straits, while Shirakawa was not faring much better. His stamina had been severely depleted. You have been defeated, Kazan. Shirakawa's voice echoed from behind Kazan. Kazan did not respond. Instead, he grasped Shirakawa's blade with both hands, unleashing a ferocious wave of cold energy. Shirakawa struggled to withdraw his weapon, but to no avail. Ice began to form from Shirakawa's hands, slowly creeping up his body, and this time with far greater intensity than before. It's futile, Kazan. Shirakawa's hands, imbued with a significant amount of armament haki, broke free from Kazan's ice, and with explosive force, he extracted his blade from Kazan's body. Recovering from the frostbite on his hands drained a considerable amount of energy. Kazan had intended to incapacitate Shirakawa's hands with that last strike. Jorah and Riedel also ceased their skirmish with the Navy, having realized that the battle between their leaders had entered its final phase. Shirakawa and Kazan distanced themselves from one another, and Jorah, Riedel, and the remaining Navy personnel gathered behind their respective leaders. Admiral Kazan, what shall we do now? An officer inquired. Kazan rose, clutching his wounded abdomen, casting a somber gaze toward Shirakawa. His complexion revealed his deteriorating condition. Although he had managed to stem the bleeding with cold energy, this was not a sustainable solution. Prolonged neglect would exacerbate his injuries. Conversely, Shirakawa appeared untroubled, his abilities allowing him to maintain an outward appearance of vigor regardless of fatigue. We must retreat, Kazan declared. A hint of resignation in his tone. He was gambling that Shirakawa would not pursue them. I will take responsibility for holding them off, a weasel-like figure offered. No need. They should not engage us, Kazan replied. The Navy personnel, having heard Kazan's words, offered no objections, though they remained wary of Shirakawa's potential ambush. Captain, should we not pursue? The Admiral is injured. We could surely capture them all, Riedel insisted. Support me, he said to Shirakawa. What? Shirakawa's voice was barely audible, and Riedel did not catch it. I said support me. Oh. Feeling Riedel's support, Shirakawa's body immediately slumped. Let us board the ship. All right. The two understood the gravity of their situation. Shirakawa was out of resources, and had they pursued, it was uncertain who would end up captured. Chapter 80. Departure preparations as Kazan boarded the warship. The ice that had frozen the sea began to melt away. Watching the vessel grow distant, Shirakawa's tense demeanor gradually relaxed. Although Kazan had sustained severe injuries, it was evident he still possessed the strength to act, should he return and encase Shirakawa in ice again. The latter might lack the strength to break free and risk being eternally sealed. On the warship, the Navy personnel promptly summoned a doctor to tend to Kazan's wounds. Admiral Kazan, how did you sustain such serious injuries? Kazan shed his upper garments, revealing a ghastly wound, while the other injuries appeared to be less severe, merely superficial. The most critical was the gaping hole in his abdomen. The ship's doctor could be said to have witnessed such grave injuries inflicted upon Kazan for the very first time. Previously, he had only tended to the minor wounds of ordinary sailors aboard Kazan's warship. Enough chatter, quickly attend to Rear Admiral Kazan's injuries, barked a short-tempered officer at the doctor. Understood. The physician proceeded with utmost caution. Yet it must be noted that a doctor serving on a Rear Admiral's ship possessed commendable skills. Before long, Kazan's torso was completely wrapped in bandages. Although the bleeding had temporarily ceased, the extent of the Rear Admiral's injuries necessitated further treatment at the headquarters, as the ship lacked adequate facilities for his care. You may leave now, Kazan spoke, sensing that if he delayed any longer, the irate officer would unleash another tirade upon the medic. Yes, sir. The doctor retreated, granting space to the officers. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Upon their arrival, none had anticipated the mission would culminate in failure. No one had foreseen that Shirakawa would wield Conqueror's Haki, thus crippling their combat effectiveness, nor had anyone imagined that Shirakawa was a formidable swordsman, evenly matched with Rear Admiral Kazan. I shall bear the consequences of this failed mission alone. You need not blame yourselves, Kazan finally spoke, breaking the silence. Each failure in executing missions incurred punishment, a steadfast rule within the Navy. No, had it not been for Rear Admiral Kazan, we might not have returned alive. We shall share in the responsibility, another officer asserted. Indeed, echoed the others in agreement. Very well, Kazan replied, touched by their solidarity. Let us report to headquarters regarding this mission. I shall take it upon myself. If others were to report to Marshal Kong, they would surely face reprimand. Understood, sir. One of the officers approached Kazan with a din-din mushy in hand. Brew, 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 brew. The device connected. This is Kong. Who is this? Came the voice from the other end. This is Kazan. Ah, Kazan. How did the mission go? The mission failed. What? How could your mission fail? Did you not encounter Shirakawa, or did he escape? Kong's tone was laced with disbelief. No, we did encounter him, but his power was astonishingly formidable, beyond our expectations. What transpired? Elaborate, please. He has mastered 3 forms of Haki and possesses strength on par with a great swordsman. Conqueror's Haki and a great swordsman? Kong exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, and during the battle, I sustained severe injuries, compelling me to issue the retreat order. Well, as long as you are unharmed, return to headquarters to recuperate. We shall discuss Shirakawa upon your return. Understood. The call was promptly disconnected, and the officers surrounding Kazan exhaled in relief, having feared a reprimand from Marshal Kong. Meanwhile, aboard Shirakawa's ship, he slumped onto a chair, grateful that he had not lost consciousness. However, he felt utterly drained, lacking even the slightest bit of strength. Fortunately, we can still dine. Captain, are you all right? Riddle inquired with concern, observing the captain slumped against the side. It's nothing. Go prepare me some more food. Once I've eaten, I shall feel better. Oh, very well. Just wait. I shall attend to it promptly. What is his condition? Jola asked, casting a glance at Riddle's retreating figure. This vessel belongs to him, so in order to legitimately acquire it, I had no choice but to subdue the captain. But you are a pirate. Do you truly require justification to seize another's possessions? Haha, I merely seek a capable ally. For it would be rather solitary with just the 2 of us aboard. Wouldn't you agree? That is a valid point. Yet do not be deceived by his demeanor. His bounty surpasses yours. Him? Humph, it's merely because he debuted earlier. Riddle's strength, after utilizing the devil fruit, is likely comparable to his. Yet Jola has shown remarkable improvement in a short span, while Riddle seems unable to do the same. Perhaps it will take several years for Riddle's abilities to exhibit a significant enhancement. Before long, Riddle entered bearing a large platter of food. Although the flavors were rather unremarkable, it was more than sufficient for Shirakawa at that moment. Sensing his strength gradually returning, Shirakawa's spirits lifted considerably, while it appeared that he had merely drawn with Kazan. Deep down, he was aware that he had indeed lost, albeit by a narrow margin. Nevertheless, he is quite content. For this individual is destined to become a formidable admiral in the Navy. Yet, his contentment is confined solely to his present self. Should he find himself evenly matched with Kazan 5 or 10 years hence, he would have ample reason to engage in profound self-reflection. Before long, Shirakawa arrived at the port of Jora village. Your enigmatic steps have been perfected, haven't they? Well, then bid farewell to your fellow villagers and your master. We shall prepare for departure. Are you not inclined to linger here a while longer? Jora has not yet readied itself for our sudden exit. No. The Navy may arrive at any moment, having repelled a vice admiral this time. What if 2 should come next? That would spell our doom. Very well, Jora contemplated. Remaining here could jeopardize their safety and potentially endanger the villagers who had sheltered them. I shall first bid farewell to my master. Go ahead. What should I do? Riddle inquired of Shirakawa. You should procure some water, food, and supplies from the village, and also retrieve our pirate flag. Remember, be sure to pay. We must not steal. As our relationship with the villagers is exceedingly amicable. Rest assured, I understand. As Shirakawa found himself alone on the ship, he lifted his gaze towards the sky. His true pirate crew and personal journey were finally about to commence. Chapter 81. The official departure. Before long, Jorah returned. Carrying a small backpack likely filled with a change of clothes, and 2 swords strapped at his waist, items he had always used, albeit of questionable quality. You returned quite swiftly. Shirakawa was taken aback by Jorah's promptness, having anticipated a more poignant farewell, perhaps accompanied by drinks and heartfelt confessions. Yet, it seemed he had merely exchanged brief pleasantries before returning. Yet you have remained motionless in that chair. Perhaps it was the farewell to his master that had soured Jorah's tone, which was somewhat brusque. However, as Jorah noted, Shirakawa had not shifted since Jorah's departure. Remaining in the same seated position. Comfortable, I can hardly muster the energy to move. How delightful it is to bask in the sun. Shirakawa was relishing the warmth of the sun on his face, a pleasant sensation that contrasted sharply with the chill he felt after his recent battle with Khazan. He was aware of Jorah's discontent, but chose not to retaliate. After all, they would be comrades on the same ship, figuratively speaking, 2 grasshoppers on a single rope. Besides, as captain, Shirakawa deemed it essential to exhibit magnanimity. And Riddle? What is he up to? Has he not returned yet? Oh. He has gone to procure supplies and retrieve the pirate flag. Riddle responded with a simple acknowledgement, leaving the matter at that. However, shortly thereafter, they heard a commotion emanating from beneath the ship. The 2 of them peered down and discovered a throng of villagers following Riddle, all making their way toward their vessel. What is the meaning of this? Baichuan inquired of Riddle, questioning whether he had committed some heinous act that had drawn the ire of the locals. Captain, this is not my fault. They all came out to see off Jorah after hearing he was leaving, and each one is bearing gifts. I couldn't stop them. Riddle lamented to Baichuan. Yet, he found himself relishing this attention. For once, he was the one surrounded by admirers. In his days as a pirate, departing from a village had often meant facing the wrathful gazes of the townsfolk. This newfound adulation was a refreshing experience for him. One that he found more pleasurable than enduring their scorn. Hey, these people have come for you. You should handle it. Despite Jorah's current mood being less than cheerful, he felt unable to resist the villagers' enthusiastic welcome. He leapt from the ship, and in an instant, the villagers who had encircled Riddle abandoned him, flocking toward Jorah instead, leaving Riddle momentarily bewildered. Enough standing around. Quickly board and attend to your duties, Baichuan called out to Riddle, who appeared dazed at the turn of events. As Riddle climbed aboard, he cast a glance at Jorah, tinged with envy. What is this? Feeling envious? Baichuan detected Riddle's emotions and queried him. Yes, when I set sail. I did not receive such a send-off. The villagers would have preferred my departure. I distinctly recall their hearty laughter as I left, Riddle replied. Baichuan patted his shoulder in a comforting manner, recognizing the stark contrast between Riddle's experience and Jorah's, which undoubtedly stung Riddle deeply. Enough of these sorrowful thoughts. Go and get to work. Baichuan believed that labor could bring joy, induce fatigue, and help one forget their sorrows. Yes, Captain. Riddle's task was simple, to hoist the pirate flag upon the ship. It was a straightforward endeavor, easily accomplished. Baichuan observed as Riddle ascended the mast, eventually securing the pirate flag at the top. Throughout the process, Baichuan refrained from offering assistance, instead casting Riddle approving glances, watching the flag billow in the wind. Baichuan nodded in satisfaction, a smile of contentment gracing his face. His pirate crew was finally beginning to take shape. From this day forth, the Silver Pirate crew would make its debut, and the Silver Pirate ship would set sail. Before long, Jorah ascended with a plethora of bags, and his countenance had transformed. No longer bearing the somber expression it once did. Has his mood improved? Indeed. What is he holding? Baichuan inquired knowingly. Gifts from the villagers. It seems the villagers are quite reluctant to part with you. Indeed. Perhaps you should stay, and not venture out to sea. Upon hearing this, Jorah shot Baichuan a sidelong glance, then silently began to sort through the assorted gifts bestowed upon him by the villagers, though Jorah had boarded the ship. The villagers lingered at the harbor, watching as the pirate vessel receded into the distance. ORL also stood at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the diminishing ship with a heavy heart. From this day forth, he would be alone, uncertain if he would live to see the return of his 2 disciples. Go forth and explore, young ones. The vast ocean belongs to you. ORL silently wished Jorah, unsure if his blessing would reach him. Should I also consider residing in the village? ORL slowly descended from the cliff, contemplating pleasant thoughts. After all, several women in the village have been thinking of me. Perhaps I ought to give them a chance. At last, they set sail. Baichuan sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, gazing into the boundless sea. His heart ignited with boundless ambition. Starting today, there shall undoubtedly be a legend upon the ocean that belongs to me, Baichuan proclaimed dramatically to the sea. I shall surpass my senior brother, surpass my master, and become the world's mightiest swordsman. These were Jorah's words, brimming with vigor. I shall eternally follow in the captain's wake, becoming his loyal underling. Upon hearing Ritter's dream, the momentum that Baichuan and Jorah had built together instantly crumbled. Hey, can't you aspire to something greater? Do you desire to merely linger behind me? Baichuan reprimanded Ritter. Though Ritter had been aboard for a brief time, any rebellious thoughts had dissipated. For his strength did not permit it. He had witnessed Baichuan's prowess and did not believe he would ever surpass him, despite Baichuan's admirable behavior during this time. Ritter could sense his ruthless nature. Should he betray, death would surely follow. Isn't this the valor of our captain? I have completely surrendered to his charisma, Ritter chuckled. Chapter 82. The villainous Baichuan 5 days had elapsed since they embarked on their voyage, navigating without a predetermined course. Unlike Roger, who possessed a clear objective, their aim was to sail freely upon the sea. However, to avoid losing their way, they had procured a recording compass. During these 5 days, news of the clash between Baichuan and Kazan had spread across the globe. Captain Adolph K. Baichuan of the Silver Pirates engaged in a fierce battle with Vice Admiral Kazan, a user of the ice fruit, in a segment of the Grand Line. The confrontation was intense, with neither side emerging victorious, ultimately concluding with the Navy's retreat. Following this encounter, Baichuan's bounty soared to 400 million berries, and even his crew's bounties increased accordingly. The dual-wielding swordsman, Earl Jorah, had a bounty of 170 million berries. The Zoan-type lizard fruit user, Ritter, boasted a bounty of 180 million berries. Why is your bounty higher than mine? Upon first seeing the bounty notice, Jorah was indignant, questioning why his bounty was lower than Ritter's. Perhaps it's because his strength surpasses yours, Ritter retorted smugly. Although he respected Baichuan, his admiration was limited to the captain alone. He regarded himself and Jorah as peers. In Baichuan's presence, Ritter dared not reveal his true nature, proceeding cautiously in all matters. However, he was quite different with Jorah, as they often engaged in playful banter. Observing the raucous duo, Baichuan wore a fatherly smile. The atmosphere would be unimaginable if only he and Jorah were aboard the ship. Neither of them was particularly loquacious. Perhaps if they were alone, they might not exchange more than 10 words in an entire day. Jorah's life now revolved solely around training. He yearned to grow stronger. But such progress required time. While Baichuan acknowledged Jorah's considerable talent, he estimated that it would take at least 5 years for Jorah to become a great swordsman. For not everyone possessed Baichuan's innate gifts. Naturally, Baichuan's latest bounty, like the previous one, caught the attention of those familiar with him. This child has truly matured, Roger remarked upon seeing Baichuan's 400 million bounty, astonished by the rapidity of his development. It was noted that he had already risen to the rank of a great swordsman, a status that placed him among the notable figures in Roger's crew. However, he did not expect Baichuan to achieve a stalemate with Kazan, a formidable foe. That's what happens when you frequently engage with the Navy, Rayleigh commented. Well acquainted with Kazan from their encounters, their crew had crossed paths with Kazan on several occasions. Shanks was elated upon seeing Baichuan's bounty, having been worried due to the silence surrounding him for some time. When Shanks learned of Baichuan's 400 million bounty, he was ecstatic, as if the bounty were his own. What's the matter, Buggy? Aren't you pleased? Shanks inquired of the sullen Buggy nearby. Humph. I just missed the time when Baichuan first boarded the ship, Buggy lamented, his thoughts drifting back to their inaugural battle, where they were evenly matched. Yet now, even as a devil fruit user, he would likely find himself swiftly defeated by Baichuan. Indeed, I could defeat him back then. But now I can only watch from a distance, Shanks sighed, recognizing Baichuan's astonishing growth. However, it was not long before Shanks regained his composure, for he had faith in his ability to reach or even surpass the level of Shirakawa. He believed in his own talent and his diligent efforts. The scientists on the small sky island of Visalia had naturally taken note of the sensationalized newspaper reports. They were astonished that he had survived the fall from the island. One of the tallest scientists remarked while holding the newspaper, as they all had presumed Shirakawa was dead, with the exception of Harlida. Although he was unaware of how Shirakawa had survived the fall, he also did not know how Shirakawa had managed to ascend to the island. If Shirakawa had a means of reaching the island, it was reasonable to assume he possessed a method of descending as well. Thus, The construction of a house for him must be prioritized. Initially, they had believed Shirakawa was deceased, which resulted in a sluggish pace in the building process. However, that could no longer be the case. Shirakawa was alive, and what if he suddenly returned one day? It was worth noting that Shirakawa was currently a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million. One scientist proposed, "What if we were to hand him over to the Navy upon his next arrival? We could thereby secure the research funding." This suggestion was rather foolish. Harlita retorted, "If you wish to test your fate, by all means, do so, but count me out. I have yet to live my life fully." Although Shirakawa had been amiable during his last visit, generously providing them with funds, the brevity of their acquaintance left them uncertain of his true nature. If he were indeed a villain, they would be in peril. While they could deploy certain climatic tools to confront Shirakawa, what if those proved ineffective? After all, his bounty was a staggering 400 million, not easily attainable by ordinary means. "I was merely speaking hypothetically," the scientist conceded, seemingly aware of the gravity of his previous words, which could potentially endanger the entire island. "What would become of his house?" Another scientist inquired. "We must construct the finest dwelling to ensure his satisfaction, otherwise, who knows what he might do." The others nodded in agreement. "Had we known better than to accept his money, we would not be embroiled in such complications," one scientist lamented. "Alas, the deed is done, and we have no choice but to hope he is not the person we fear him to be." They had envisioned Shirakawa as a nefarious figure. Otherwise, why would his bounty be so exorbitant? This group of scientists had lived in the Sky Island for so long that their minds were rather naive, leading them to believe that such a high bounty must stem from some malevolent act. Even Harlita, who had previously placed his trust in Shirakawa, began to harbor doubts. He glanced at his house and shuddered, aware that Shirakawa's future residence would be adjacent to his own. If calamity were to strike, he would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. However, Baichuan, situated in Qinghai, remained oblivious to the fanciful musings of the scientists on the floating islands. Even if he were aware, he would not care, for his bounty had become a matter of fact and would only continue to rise, never to diminish. Chapter 83. Assassination attempt. A massive sailing ship traversed the vast ocean, where one individual practiced diligently, another toiled away, and a third lay dormant in slumber. This encapsulated the current state of the Silver Pirate crew, consisting of 3 members. Jorah, hindered by his inadequate strength, devoted himself tirelessly to training, while Riddle, a non-combatant aboard the vessel, required no formidable powers. As for Baichuan, the captain, his strength would not burgeon in the short term, so he resolved to embrace a tranquil enjoyment of life. "Oh, how delightful!" Baichuan reclined in his chair, stretching languidly and emitting a soft, languorous sigh. He cast a sidelong glance at Jorah, who was engrossed in his exercises, and Riddle, who was busy in the kitchen, revealing a hint of boredom. "TSK, how dull." Initially, Baichuan savored the oceanic vistas, yet prolonged exposure rendered every view monotonous, with even the marine creatures becoming repetitive, failing to pique his interest. "Is there anything to amuse me?" Baichuan abruptly sprang to his feet and shouted towards the sea. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and his shield materialized instinctively, revealing a bullet lodged within it. What on earth? Hearing the commotion, both Riddle and Jorah rushed towards Baichuan, particularly Riddle, whose face was a canvas of concern. "I've been ambushed." Baichuan removed the bullet, his gaze fixed ahead, though he could not discern the shooter's location. "This sniper is remarkably skilled," Riddle remarked. Recalling a marksman from his previous ship who paled in comparison to this one, they had not even caught a glimpse of the assailant. Furthermore, the fact that Baichuan's observation hockey failed to sense the individual suggested a considerable distance between them. At that moment, Riddle retrieved a telescope, scanning their surroundings. "Captain, I see someone. There is an individual aiming at us." As soon as Riddle finished speaking, another bang reverberated, and Baichuan once more dislodged a bullet from his shield. It appeared that while the adversary's marksmanship was precise, their firepower was lacking. They might not have mastered the armament hockey, but undoubtedly possessed considerable skill in observation hockey. For even Baichuan's own senses could not detect the opponent, indicating that they were beyond visual range, relying instead on their hockey. Baichuan seized the telescope from Riddle and peered through it. "TSK, this fellow is quite the pretender. What do you think?" Jorah inquired of Riddle. "He dares to snipe at us from a small fishing boat? If a wave were to strike, wouldn't he be washed away?" The adversary, seemingly undeterred, fired another shot at Baichuan, but the outcome remained unchanged. "Hey, do you think he bears a grudge against me? Why does he keep targeting me? I don't even know him." Baichuan expressed his confusion, noting that each shot was aimed squarely at his head, intent on delivering a fatal blow. "Perhaps, Captain, you've stolen his woman," leading him to harbor resentment towards you, Riddle confidently speculated, considering Bai Chuan's striking appearance in the pirate world. Nonsense. Bai Chuan recalled only having entangled himself with one woman, Catherine, who resided in the New World and had never ventured into the first half of the seas. So it could not possibly be related to her. Could it be that you've taken the life of his family member, inciting his wrath? Jorah proposed a more plausible theory. Bai Chuan had indeed claimed many lives, perhaps this was a vendetta. There is a possibility, but the specifics warrant inquiry. Let us accelerate the ship. Captain, the distance between our ships is considerable. We may not catch up. No worries, just pursue ahead. Whether we catch him is left to fate. Understood, Captain. The ship surged forward, its speed markedly increasing, yet the enemy seemed to sense Bai Chuan's intentions. Swiftly altering course to escape. Captain, he is making a run for it. Riddle exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the fleeing vessel. No matter, keep pursuing. If we encounter a large wave, that small boat will surely capsize. As soon as Bai Chuan uttered these words, the weather gradually darkened, and a light rain began to fall, the sky growing increasingly ominous, with wind whipping the ocean into a frenzy. Captain, your words are remarkably prophetic. As if blessed by fate, Riddle praised. I assure you, I am no ordinary captain. Bai Chuan was taken aback by the uncanny accuracy of his statement, however. Since fate had granted him such an opportunity, he could not resist embellishing it. In response to Riddle's admiring gaze, Jorah muttered two words, fool. Though Jorah too was puzzled by the sudden change in weather, this was the grand line, where anything could transpire, leaving only coincidence as an explanation for this phenomenon. Bai Chuan held no expectation of Jorah's admiration. After all, one such character aboard was sufficient, more would only be a burden. Riddle remained focused, acutely aware of the adversary's movements. Should the enemy vanish from sight, the primary responsibility would fall on him. He could not afford to disgrace the captain or bring disappointment. Captain, I sense their boat is on the verge of capsizing. From Riddle's perspective, the enemy was indeed in peril. They had navigated previous small waves with relative ease, but as the swells grew larger, their vessel began to falter. Increase the ship's speed. We must rescue him before he sinks. Bai Chuan was greatly intrigued, for few dared to make an assassination attempt on him anymore. It was Jorah who accelerated the ship, but his driving skills were less than commendable. Bai Chuan contemplated whether it was time to offer him some lessons. As his recent acceleration nearly capsized their own vessel, Bai Chuan quickly instructed Riddle to take over from Jorah. As time passed, Bai Chuan could see the struggling fishing boat on the ocean without the need for a telescope. It's over. It's about to capsize. A massive wave brewed directly ahead, ready to crash down upon the fishing boat without hesitation, sending it plummeting to the depths. Surely, he cannot perish so easily? Just as that thought crossed his mind, he spotted the individual clinging to the shattered remains of the boat, drifting upon the surface of the sea. Truly, he is fortunate. The distance between the two parties had narrowed significantly, and soon, Bai Chuan and his companions had hoisted the adversary aboard. The weather had once again returned to a clear state. Chapter 84. The Gunfighter Urishton. After rescuing the opponent, he broke free from Riddle's grasp and swung his sniper rifle at Bai Chuan with a fierce intent. Indeed, it was a swing, an attack reminiscent of a blade. The adversary no longer regarded his weapon merely as a firearm. Faced with this impending assault, Bai Chuan did not flinch but instead stood resolutely, believing that someone would surely intervene. For what purpose would his recruited crew serve otherwise? At the very moment the assailant targeted Bai Chuan, Jola reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Bai Chuan, drawing his knife to deflect the attack. Hey, what are you doing? Had we not brought you aboard, you would have long since perished in the depths of the sea. How dare you strike our captain? Such ingratitude, Riddle shouted, having just disembarked with him. The opponent remained silent, instead engaging Jola in combat, and the two found themselves locked in a fierce struggle, neither gaining the upper hand. Ah, quite impressive, Bai Chuan remarked, not hesitating to offer his praise. Undoubtedly, the adversary was an exceptionally skilled marksman, yet his prowess in hand-to-hand combat was equally formidable. Capable of holding his ground against Jola for an extended period. Is this the legendary gunfighter? A master of both ranged and close-quarters combat. Throughout the brawl, the opponent frequently fired shots at Jola. Had it not been for Jola's mastery of armed hockey, he would likely have sustained numerous bullet wounds by now. Riddle, you too. Subdue this fellow. Although Jola gradually began to gain the upper hand as time passed, Bai Chuan was particularly eager to discern the opponent's motives. Hence his instruction for Riddle to join the fray. After all, two assailants would surely be more effective than one. Bothersome. Jola did not express gratitude for Riddle's assistance, opting instead for derision. Typical of swordsmen, they often preferred to act independently, eschewing any external interference even in battle. Yet, under Bai Chuan's command, Jola refrained from further comment. Bothersome? Do you think I wish to aid you? Were it not for the captain, I would stand by and watch you get defeated, Riddle retorted, feeling as though his goodwill was being taken for granted. Despite having spent considerable time together on the ship, mutual disdain lingered between them. Humph. Jola let out a scoff, choosing not to elaborate further. Although the two individuals were at odds with each other, they had nevertheless cultivated a tacit understanding. Their collaboration was far more complex than a mere sum of 1 plus 1. Faced with their combined assault, the opponent's resistance waned. Ultimately, mere fists could not contend with 4 hands. Soon, the adversary was captured, and to ensure their security, Riddle produced a chain to confine him. Indeed, everything aboard this vessel was familiar to Riddle. Bai Chuan had yet to even enter the treasure chamber of the ship and was unaware of the vast riches Riddle had plundered in the past. Speak quickly. Who are you, and why did you attempt to assassinate our captain? At that moment, Riddle embraced the role of a sycophant, addressing the captive with an air of arrogance. Humph. Since you failed, if you wish to kill me, then do so without further ado, the captive retorted defiantly. Hey, you insolent brat, you're just asking for trouble. Let me show you what I can do, Riddle declared, rolling up his sleeves in preparation to deliver a harsh lesson, but Bai Chuan intervened. All right, step aside. I will speak with him, Bai Chuan commanded. Understood, Captain. Bai Chuan approached the captive, locking eyes with him. Now, tell me, why did you seek to kill me? I see no hatred in your eyes, indicating that there is no personal vendetta between us. Yet, since you came to assassinate me, you must provide a reason. Even in death, I deserve clarity. Though aware that he had fallen into a trap, the captive remained unflinching, meeting Bai Chuan's gaze without the demeanor of a typical captive. Fine, since you refuse to answer, we shall proceed with questions one by one. First, what is your name? Yuli Sting. Yuli Sting, Riddle murmured, as if the name resonated with him. What is your profession? Someone of your caliber cannot possibly be ordinary. I am a bounty hunter. Ah, I see who you are now. Upon hearing the term bounty hunter, Riddle instantly recognized the individual. Do you know him? Bai Chuan inquired, surprised by Riddle's unexpected usefulness. Indeed, he is a renowned bounty hunter in the Grand Line. Once he sets his sights on a target, no one survives his aim. They call him the Phantom Sniper. For you would be dead before you even realize where your demise came from. I see. Your title is quite fitting. Were it a common person, such as Riddle, he would have perished under those recent shots. Even Jorah might have met the same fate had she been careless. The opponent's range was simply too formidable. So, you have targeted me due to my substantial bounty, then? Precisely. With his identity unveiled, there was no need for further concealment. I never expected our captain to capture you. That is truly impressive, Riddle remarked, filled with admiration for Bai Chuan. Humph. Had it not been for the sudden inclement weather, would you have apprehended me? Yuli Sting challenged, acknowledging that he had miscalculated the abrupt shift in weather conditions. Indeed, had it not been for the storm, we likely would not have succeeded in capturing you. However, outcomes often diverge from expectations. You are now my captive, and your life rests in my hands. Humph. Do as you will. I am unfazed. I shall neither kill you nor torture you. Then what do you intend to do? Yuli Sting asked, perplexed. I wish to recruit you. I value your abilities. Humph. Dream on. I will not join a pirate crew. My profession is that of a pirate hunter, one who slays pirates to collect bounties from the Navy. Who says a pirate hunter cannot join pirates? Joining us would be advantageous. You could still hunt other pirates if you wished, and I would not obstruct you. Of course, if you prefer to collect bounties from the Navy, I would not hinder that either. Do you take me for a fool? If I become a pirate, how could I still collect bounties? That would be akin to walking into a trap. Huh. You are not easily deceived. It appears you possess a keen intellect. The more clever you are, the more I desire to keep you aboard my ship. I cannot afford to lose someone of your caliber. Chapter 85. Yuli Sting joins the crew. Humph. No matter what you say, I will not yield. Even if you possess my body, you shall never have my heart. Yuli Sting proclaimed defiantly, his words reminiscent of a dramatic romance narrative. You are a wise individual. You must understand what choices would serve your interests best. Your life is just beginning to find its path. I doubt you wish for it to end so prematurely. Yuli Sting appeared to be in his 20s. Older than Bai Chuan but younger than Riddle, yet his prowess surpassed Riddle's. Bai Chuan sensed that Yuli Sting must have only recently set sail, as attaining such strength required time. One could not possess such abilities from a young age. After a moment of contemplation, Yuli Sting looked earnestly at Bai Chuan and asked, Is there a salary? At this query, Bai Chuan and the others were taken aback. He was indeed a person who prioritized wealth. This reminded Bai Chuan of Buggy, realizing he had inadvertently found a kindred spirit. Yes, whatever amount you desire shall be yours. Is that true? How splendid. If that is the case, I will join you, Yu Listing exclaimed excitedly, nearly leaping to embrace Bai Chuan had he not been bound. So your motive as a pirate hunter is merely for money? Bai Chuan asked. As he began to unchain Yu Listing, what else would it be for? Who would pursue this profession without the lure of wealth? Yu Listing countered, his tone matter-of-fact. Very well. You have a point. I assumed you harbored some animosity towards pirates, hence your pursuit of the pirate hunter career. Not at all. That was merely your overthinking. Being a pirate hunter is far more lucrative. Each bounty can be worth several million, faster than robbing a bank. That makes sense. Initially, the Navy sought to recruit me. But I declined. Why? Being a member of the Navy is a prestigious endeavor. It may be prestigious, but their pay is far too low. It does not suit me. Yu Listing stated matter-of-factly. Bai Chuan could only admire his perspective. This man was truly a slave to wealth. Bai Chuan was eager to bring Buggy here so the two could introduce themselves, realizing that he was not the only one with such a mindset in this world. Why are you so fixated on money? Is your family impoverished? Riddle inquired. Is that even a question? If I weren't poor, would I be chasing after money? Euriston remarked to Riddle, this fellow has bound himself with iron chains. In my youth, I was a beggar, perpetually troubled by the struggle for basic sustenance, often facing the uncertainty of my next meal. Each time I gazed longingly at the exquisite delicacies displayed in shop windows, I felt an insatiable yearning. Yet my means were insufficient. Thus, from an early age, I vowed to accumulate great wealth. Oh, I see. So, from whom did you acquire your skills? Surely, you cannot claim to be self-taught, Riddle inquired. Of course not. I learned from my master. Your master? Did he teach you everything you know? Bai Chuan asked him. Indeed. But my master left before he could impart all his knowledge. Where did he go? He passed away. Oh, I see. Given your formidable abilities, your master must have been quite extraordinary. Certainly, Euriston said, his expression swelling with pride as he spoke of his mentor. I once witnessed my master obliterate a warship. The grandeur of that explosion is etched in my memory. Obliterate a warship? It seems your master harbored a grudge against the Navy, Riddle mused. I cannot say. My master never spoke of his past. From Euriston's recounting, Bai Chuan discerned that his master was no ordinary individual. To destroy a warship with a mere gun is no trivial feat, while a top marksman might pierce a ship's hull. To cause an explosion is an entirely different matter. Perhaps it was a stroke of luck that his master struck the ship's ammunition chamber, igniting the blast. Did your master not teach you armament hockey? He hadn't the chance before he departed. I see. However, your ability to cultivate observation hockey to such a level is already impressive. Indeed. My master remarked on my innate talent for observation hockey. He believed that eventually seeing the future would pose no challenge for me. If you truly reach that level, you will become a formidable figure aboard our ship. Your arrival serendipitously resolves a dilemma I faced. What dilemma? I was concerned about finding someone to teach Jola observation hockey. Your presence is fortuitous, as you can also learn armament hockey from Jola. That sounds like a splendid suggestion. Jola and Euriston exchanged glances, nodding in mutual acknowledgement of each other's presence. As for Riddle, he was to accompany them, striving to master both forms of hockey as soon as possible. Not a problem. Riddle replied, having already witnessed the prowess of observation hockey and armament hockey. The ability to predict an opponent's movements and position, especially through observation hockey, is an incredibly convenient skill. However, this is precisely why Riddle has never encountered a Logia-type devil fruit user. Had he done so, he would comprehend the immense significance of hockey. Otherwise, no matter how fiercely one attacks, they would be unable to land even a single hair on their opponent. However, when Riddle beheld the malevolent gaze of Euriston, a twinge of regret washed over him. In recent days, he had not only provoked Shirakawa but had also drawn the ire of Euriston, who had just uploaded her presence. Reflecting on this, he realized that he had been the architect of his own mischief all along. He was not a fool. He understood his role aboard the vessel, namely, to bear the brunt of blame. However, in order to live up to the captain's expectations, Riddle resolved to persevere through any hardship that lay ahead. His gaze returned to Jola and Euriston, whose images in Riddle's eyes had become distorted, now resembling those of a person destined for death. Do not be anxious. We shall treat you well, they assured, though their faces bore no smiles. Yet, to Riddle, it seemed as if he could perceive the essence of these two individuals through his eyes. Chapter 86. The Devil Fruit. From that moment on, Riddle was plunged into a life of relentless struggle. Surprisingly, Under the inhuman training regimen, Riddle managed to keep pace with his two companions, gradually aligning himself with their rigorous training. It appeared that this crew member was not entirely devoid of merit. White River felt a profound sense of relief at Riddle's perseverance, as it demonstrated that he possessed a willpower surpassing that of ordinary individuals. A strong will signified that his potential for growth would be immense. As long as he continued to endure, White River was confident that Riddle could eventually contend with an ordinary vice admiral of the Navy, especially considering he had consumed a devil fruit that enhanced his strength and speed. Consequently, Jola and Euriston approached Riddle's training with newfound seriousness, recognizing his ambition, which stemmed not from coercion but from his own intrinsic motivation. 10 days had passed since Euriston boarded the ship, and finally, they glimpsed the next island. This island was named Legal Island, part of the second route of the Grand Line, indicating that they had gradually drifted into this new path. Amidst the ship, Euriston, who possessed some maritime knowledge, spoke to White River. Although ordinary pirates cannot change their chosen route upon entering the Grand Line due to the log post, which only records the magnetic fields of the next island on that route, we are not bound by such constraints. We are not in a hurry to reach the Sabaody Archipelago or the New World. Our primary objective now is to gather more companions and enhance the crew's abilities. Otherwise, upon reaching the New World, I would be the sole powerhouse on board, which would be quite daunting. While Jola and Euriston are formidable in the New World, such strength is as common as weeds. One could easily find someone to challenge them. Let us prepare to disembark. I can hardly bear being cooped up on this ship any longer. This feeling of restlessness was not one of discomfort, but rather a result of prolonged boredom. I need to find a good sword on the island. Jola's current blade was merely an ordinary weapon forged by a blacksmith, hardly worthy of his prowess. White River felt similarly. Having reached the level of a great swordsman, a mere good sword would not suffice. He required at least a superb blade. Yet, he doubted that such a weapon could be found on this island. Once I find a fine sword, I shall gift you my own, Jola remarked. The existence of good swords was exceedingly rare, with only about 50 in the world, and if Jola were to acquire White River's sword, it would be quite an accomplishment. Perhaps I shall find a sword more suited to me before you do, Jola teased. In that case, I shall consider my sword a reward for a future capable crew member. By the way, you keep talking about buying swords. Do you even have the money to do so? Euriston inquired, puzzled. They had not plundered any pirate ships or merchant vessels, so how could they possess funds? Are you unaware? I recall mentioning that Riddle was once a notorious pirate. This ship was his, and it contains a treasure chamber filled with gold and silver, White River explained. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Euriston exclaimed, filled with urgency upon realizing the ship held a significant treasure, without asking for its location. He utilized his observation hotkey and dashed towards a part of the ship. I'll join you. I've yet to see what treasures Riddle possesses, Jola added. Are you not coming to check on your treasure? White River asked Riddle. Let us go, Riddle replied. Although he was already familiar with what lay within, he could guide them, especially since it appeared that his storeroom had been discovered. Confronted with the locked door, Euriston opted for brute force, having caught the scent of riches. Wow, I had no idea you had amassed such wealth. You must be the richest person on this ship, he remarked. Any wealth I possess is merely the captain's. Riddle chuckled as they opened the door to reveal a dazzling sight, a mountain of gold coins gleaming in the light. Among the treasures, there were 2 sabers. Jola picked one up, examined it, and disdainfully cast it aside, deeming it a mere decorative piece. I should not have expected anything more. Hey, what's with that look? You're being overly critical. How can you blame me for the quality of my possessions? Riddle retorted. In contrast to Jola's disappointment, Euriston was ecstatic, nearly reclining in the pile of coins. It seems you only have money and jewels here. White River also felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed that ordinary pirates were indeed enamored with gold and silver. Who said I lack valuable items? Captain, I possess something worth 100 million berries. Oh, what is it? Show me, White River urged. All right, Riddle replied, leading them to a hidden door in the wall of the storeroom. He opened it to reveal a small box, which he carefully presented to White River. Captain, this is the item worth 100 million berries. Riddle displayed it like a prized treasure, and White River immediately surmised its contents. Euriston's eyes were fixed on the box, for the visible treasure did not amount to 100 million berries. With utmost caution, Riddle opened the box, revealing its contents. White River's expression conveyed his expectations were met. Indeed, it is a devil fruit. He was taken aback to discover that Riddle, aside from having consumed one himself, possessed another. Euriston's eyes glimmered with avarice at the sight of the devil fruit, not out of desire to consume it, but rather to speculate its market value. Upon witnessing the fruit, Jola lost interest. For a true swordsman, no fruit was necessary, and should he consume a subpar one, it would be a regretful choice. Captain, do you know? This devil fruit has been meticulously preserved. Even his former crew was unaware of its existence. I can only surmise that such a small object, valued at 100 million berries, must be a devil fruit. The captain is truly wise. Chapter 87. The Hidden Observer by Chuan displayed little interest in this devil fruit, noting from its appearance that it did not seem particularly formidable, likely belonging to either the Zoan or Paramecia category. What should be done with this devil fruit? There are only 4 individuals on the ship. 3 are disinterested in consuming it, and 1 is already partaken. This devil fruit seems somewhat superfluous aboard the vessel. Perhaps we should retain it until new crew members arrive. If someone desires it, we can offer it to them, Riddle suggested, asserting that he, having obtained the devil fruit through considerable effort, should have the most say in its disposition. I believe we should sell it. After all, in this world, everything can be acquired with money, Ulyston remarked. His assertion held merit, as it encapsulated the essence of this world. Money grants the power to fulfill one's desires. If one wishes to grow stronger, one can simply purchase a powerful devil fruit. If one seeks companionship, few women are beyond the reach of wealth. And for those desiring authority, a noble title can be easily procured with the right amount of coin. Sell it? I find that notion rather unappealing. They are pirates. Money holds little value for them, as they can acquire it swiftly through their exploits. Thus, it was decided to keep the devil fruit, for it is a treasure that is both fortuitous and elusive. But Chuan eventually concurred with Riddle, contemplating that this devil fruit might yield unexpected benefits in the future. Very well, Ulyston conceded, albeit reluctantly, as he committed the devil fruit's location to memory, his demeanor tinged with avarice. I warn you, do not entertain any dubious thoughts. Bai Chuan cautioned him. Rest assured, while I am indeed greedy, I am not so desperate as to lose my discernment regarding what should and should not be taken. Ulyston replied, assuaging Bai Chuan's concerns. Look, a pirate ship. The inhabitants of Rhaegar Island promptly recognized Bai Chuan's ship, yet their expressions bore no trace of panic. As a requisite stop along the Grand Line's second route, this island frequently welcomed pirate visits. It appears there are few individuals aboard that vessel. One resident observed through binoculars, noting the absence of movement on the ship. Perhaps they recently suffered a fierce battle, leaving no survivors, another remarked disdainfully. As they harbored no fondness for pirates. I have no recollection of this pirate flag. They must either be inexperienced or lacking in prowess, he surmised. Their unease diminished. For if the pirates were weak, they would possess the means to defend themselves should the need arise. Let us see who they are when they set foot on the island. If they stir trouble, we shall ensure they do not return. As the ship approached, the islanders concealed themselves, observing the 4 individuals disembarking, with no lookout remaining aboard. Could it be that only 4 crew members remained? What calamity must they have endured to be reduced to such numbers? One resident lamented, feeling a pang of sympathy as they watched the 4 descend, the ship yielding no further souls. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed in the ears of one villager, a chill brushing past his head. Upon focusing, he noticed one of the 4 men aiming a gun in his direction. Who goes there, lurking in the shadows? Come forth, Ulyston shouted, demanding an answer. And no. Don't shoot. I am a resident of this island. I mean no harm. The man, realizing the peril of the situation, raised his hands and emerged from the foliage. Lower your weapon, Bai Chuan instructed Ulyston, recognizing that the individual posed no threat. And have the others show themselves. You need not hide any longer. We are aware of your presence. Bai Chuan's voice rose, coaxing the concealed villagers to reveal themselves. After a moment of silence, the first villager, previously frightened into submission, stammered, It's just me. Is that so? Bai Chuan bent down to pick up a few pebbles, launching them toward various concealed positions, resulting in a chorus of pained yelps. Gradually, the hidden villagers emerged, nursing their injuries, some clutching their backsides, having been struck while crouching, others nursing arms or faces. Fortunate that Bai Chuan had shown restraint, otherwise, one face might have been irreparably marred. As his companions revealed themselves one by one, the first villager felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, having previously insisted that he was alone. These individuals did not come with me, he stuttered, uncertain if anyone heard his feeble claim. Now, tell us, what is the purpose of your surveillance? Bai Chuan inquired, addressing the gathering villagers. The group exchanged glances, and it was the armed man who stepped forward to explain, This is a standard procedure. Any pirates landing on our island are monitored for a period. If we determine you pose no threat to our island, we shall leave you be. However, should you intend to cause harm, we will retaliate. Ah, I see. It is indeed a miracle that you have managed to survive thus far. Few pirates possess a temperament conducive to such scrutiny. Most would object to being watched by strangers. Very well, you may observe us. We have nothing to hide, Bai Chuan responded with understanding, acknowledging their duty. Thank you for your understanding, the armed man expressed gratitude. Recognizing that encounters with accommodating pirates were rare, which explained his readiness to bear arms. Oh, and if you have a moment, could you assist us in watching the ship? We are but 4 and cannot afford to leave one behind. I would gladly compensate you for your assistance. Of course, that is no problem. If Shirakawa were to commit nefarious deeds on this island, they could easily set fire to his ship. I seem to have discerned the identity of this individual. After Shirakawa's departure, a resident gazed at his silver hair and suddenly spoke. Who is it? The response came, the notorious pirate, Adolphe K. Shirakawa, whose bounty amounts to a staggering 400 million. What? At the utterance of that name, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Chapter 88, The Bustling Tavern Hurry. Take a shortcut back and warn the townsfolk. They must not provoke this band of pirates. The resident with the firearm urgently instructed the short, slender individual beside him, known to be the swiftest among them. No problem. With that, he dashed off in a direction distinct from where Shirakawa and his companions had gone. Why would such a person come here? Yet, no one responded to his query. Ever since they learned of Shirakawa's true identity, the atmosphere among the group had grown exceedingly tense. They could not fathom why someone of his caliber would return to their humble island instead of venturing into the new world, lingering in the first half for what purpose. It seems that piracy is indeed a profession that garners little respect. Euriston, experiencing this sentiment for the first time, expressed his discomfort. Previously, as a bounty hunter, his reputation was well known among pirates, yet among ordinary folk, he was merely another nameless face. You'll get used to it, Shirakawa reassured him, acknowledging that he had not often encountered such scenarios. Captain, look, ahead lies the town. Riddle suddenly pointed forward, excitement radiating from his expression as he spoke to Shirakawa. Are we finally seeing the town? For reasons unbeknownst to him, upon hearing these words, Shirakawa's spirits suddenly lifted considerably, and he even felt a sense of lightness in his body, though he was aware that it was merely an illusion. He also sensed a notable change in the moods of Jorah and Ulystan. Once we enter the town, let us engage in our own pursuits, Shirakawa proposed to them. Agreed. Shirakawa's sentiment resonated with the other three. Having spent ample time together on the ship, it was only natural that they would wish to part ways on the island, lest their prolonged company lead to ennui. I must say, this town is indeed quite lively, perhaps owing to the presence of the self-defense forces. From the moment Shirakawa and his companions entered the town, they were closely observed by these self-defense personnel. Look. That fellow must be the notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 400 million, one self-defense member remarked to his companion. Indeed, among the 3 individuals accompanying him, 2 were also notorious figures with bounties over 100 million, while the other appeared to be a newcomer, lacking any notable reputation. Who would have thought that we would witness the simultaneous presence of 3 pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million in our town? Enough chatter. Let us keep them in sight, another member urged. Following closely behind Shirakawa and the others, the self-defense forces felt a twinge of anxiety. They were a group spontaneously organized by the island's residents, with virtually no formal training. Their primary objective was to deter the arriving pirates, signaling that they were not to be trifled with, as they possessed a measure of strength. However, they were unaware of the effectiveness of their intimidation against pirates of such high bounties, for it had been years since any pirate of that caliber had graced the island. What a treatment, Shirakawa mused, sensing 2 individuals trailing him after they had separated. This was a privilege reserved for leaders, it seemed. As Shirakawa wandered the island, he encountered other pirates, not through their own claims, but by their attire, bearing either the insignia of their pirate crew or tattoos of their nefarious affiliations. Should we not also have a symbol? He pondered, yet dismissed the thought. He could not bear the idea of being marked with tattoos. What if it rained during a battle and washed them away? That would surely diminish his presence. At that moment, a cacophony of lively sounds erupted from a nearby establishment, unmistakably a bustling tavern. After spending prolonged periods in the tranquility of the ship, he felt an irresistible urge to experience the exuberance of such a place. He ventured into that very tavern. The 2 self-defense members who had been following him exchanged troubled glances, for the bar was a den of iniquity, rife with local ruffians who often clashed with their forces. Moreover, some external pirates, aware of the self-defense team's indifference to such establishments, congregated there. Upon entering the tavern, he was greeted by a dazzling spectacle, radiant lights, enchanting music, scantily clad waitresses, and a throng of gamblers and drinkers. Welcome, sir. What can I get for you? A waitress approached, her voice dripping with allure. A bottle of beer, please. Certainly, sir. Please hold on. Shirakawa settled into a booth, surveying the crowd. Almost every patron bore tattoos, a clear indication of their societal affliction. The air was thick with smoke, with barely a hint of ventilation. Your drink, sir. Soon. The waitress returned with a beer, flashing him a flirtatious smile. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. As Shirakawa took a sip. The two self-defense members who had been monitoring him entered, instantly drawing the attention of the entire tavern. They had hesitated outside, weighing whether to enter. But the knowledge that Shirakawa was an exceedingly dangerous individual, potentially pivotal to the island's fate, propelled them to step inside. Yet, upon entering, regret washed over them. Although they occasionally visited such places for relaxation, they never donned their self-defense uniforms. Now, they had become the focal point of the room. Akin to sheep in a den of wolves. A tense silence enveloped the tavern before a brash individual with yellow hair stood, clutching 2 drinks, and approached the self-defense members. Well, if it isn't the self-defense forces. Come, have a drink and unwind. Protecting our island must be quite taxing. I'm afraid, during official duties, we cannot partake in alcohol. Oh, you're getting serious with me. However, you simply must drink this. No need for so much formality. I'm afraid, during official duties, we cannot partake in alcohol, they reiterated firmly. Are you sure you want to grant me a favor? The yellow-haired man's expression darkened, his indignation palpable. He felt humiliated. As he had been publicly disregarded in front of his peers, his companions began to rise, clearly intent on teaching these self-defense members a lesson. The pirates in the tavern appeared eager for the spectacle. Since their arrival on the island, they had been strictly governed by the self-defense forces. Were it not for their overwhelming numbers, they would have acted long ago. I'm afraid, during official duties, we cannot partake in alcohol. Well, there's a first and a second, but no third or fourth. Since you have now refused me 3 times, do not be surprised if I respond unkindly. Take them down. Make an example of these 2. If this confrontation had occurred outside, the yellow-haired man might have shown restraint. But within the confines of the tavern, his territory, he felt emboldened. It cannot be that they are all drawn to him while he remains silent in the corner. Although the 2 self-defense personnel wielded weapons, their adversaries were numerous, and with bottles readily available, any one of them could serve as a makeshift weapon. Under such circumstances, those 2 self-defense members were bound to suffer. Just as they were about to act, Shirakawa spoke up, for these 2 had come here for his sake. If anything were to happen to them, would it not be somewhat unethical? Shirakawa stepped between the 2 factions. Who do you think you are to meddle in our affairs? The brash yellow-haired man, perceiving Shirakawa as a stranger and not from the island, began to assert his dominance. The 2 self-defense personnel were taken aback and moved by this unexpected intervention from the very individual they had been tailing. I am no one of significance. Merely an ordinary pirate, Shirakawa replied with a smile, attempting to soften his demeanor. Ah, pirate, do you think I fear you just because you claim to be one? I have taken down more than 800 pirates under my command, the yellow-haired man boasted, though the truth of his words was uncertain. While he failed to recognize Shirakawa, other pirates within the bar did, especially a towering captain of another pirate crew, who trembled upon seeing Shirakawa's face. What manner of individual is this? This captain's confusion mirrored that of others familiar with Shirakawa's reputation, questioning whether they could relish the moment of showing off their prowess against lesser foes. Captain, what is the matter? One of his crew members inquired, noticing the captain's shaking legs. The captain gestured toward the bar, where a stack of wanted posters was displayed, with Shirakawa's poster prominently placed at the top. Shirakawa had noticed the poster upon entering, yet was astonished that no one had cast fearful glances in his direction. He initially believed these individuals were unafraid of him. However, the captain's reaction revealed his misjudgment. They were not unafraid, merely caught off guard. Unable to fathom that someone of Shirakawa's notoriety would venture into their midst, the captain's subordinate followed his gaze, first glancing at the wanted poster, then at Shirakawa, and back again. Captain, he looks exactly like the person on the wanted poster. The crew member exclaimed, causing the bar to fall into a hushed silence. The captain wished to silence his subordinate for drawing attention to this revelation. All eyes turned towards them, and it dawned on the patrons what had been said. As they looked from Shirakawa to the poster, instantly, the previously arrogant yellow-haired man wilted under the newfound tension. You are the one from the wanted poster? He stammered, pointing shakily at the document. Shirakawa glanced at the poster, donning an expression identical to the one depicted, and replied, What, do I not resemble it? You do. The yellow-haired man replied stiffly, as if on autopilot. Then do you believe I lack the right to intervene in your affairs? Why, yes, he stuttered, but then reconsidered. Recognizing that this was his territory, filled with his men, while Shirakawa stood alone. What was there to fear? Not at all, you little brat. I advise you to leave quietly and not meddle where you do not belong. Do not think that just because you resemble that individual, I am afraid of you. Even if you were him, I could take you down with ease, he retorted. Shirakawa could hardly contain his laughter at the yellow-haired man's ignorance. This was the epitome of a frog at the bottom of a well. Meanwhile, the captain of the bar silently commended the yellow-haired man. Aware that bounties were typically assigned to two types of pirates, those of immense power and those guilty of heinous acts. However, he was uncertain which category Shirakawa fell into. For his appearance was misleading. He seemed neither particularly strong nor malicious. What are you laughing at, you fool? Are you looking down on me? The yellow-haired man, enraged by Shirakawa's smile, had shed all traces of fear. What do you think? Shirakawa countered, tossing the question back at him. Brothers, attack. Those with weapons, draw them. Let us take this brat down and collect his head for a bounty. His comrades, filled with blind confidence, surged forth. The pirate captain watched intently, eager to witness the might of a pirate with a bounty of 400 million, especially since his own was merely in the tens of millions. Wait. Just as the mob was about to pounce, Shirakawa shouted again. What is it, brat? Having second thoughts? Know this. Even if you regret it, there is no turning back. I will take your head today. No, I simply wish to pose a question to the other pirates over there. Are you allied with them? Upon hearing Shirakawa's inquiry directed at him, the pirate captain panicked, hastily shaking his head. We are not affiliated. We do not even know them. Very well. The yellow-haired man scoffed at the cowardice of the other pirates, thinking that had he known of their timidity, he would have recruited them long ago. Have you finished your questions? Yes, you may proceed to attack. This time, there was no need for the yellow-haired man to issue commands. His men charged forward on their own. The pirate captain remained focused, eager to gauge the strength of a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million. A stark contrast to his own modest sum. However, he noticed that Shirakawa had not made a move, and all those individuals had succumbed to unconsciousness. A formidable aura swept over him. Was it too swift a strike? Did I fail to observe? Soon, the captain dismissed this notion. For he saw that Shirakawa's stance remained unchanged, identical to before. He had not shifted at all. What on earth is happening, Captain? One of his subordinates inquired, eager to understand what had transpired moments ago. I have no idea, the captain replied, shaking his head, his gaze towards Shirakawa filled with trepidation. Indeed, those who carry bounties are not to be trifled with. Yet the matter was far from concluded. Shirakawa had no intention of allowing the blonde to survive. The details of the process need not be elaborated, but the brutality was sufficient to leave a mark. This blonde was clearly a nefarious individual in this town, and Shirakawa deemed it his duty to rid the community of such a menace, allowing the others to escape unscathed. Chapter 90. Misfortunes never come alone. Thank you for saving us, the two self-defense members expressed as they departed the bar alongside Shirakawa. On the street, they conveyed their gratitude. No need for thanks. Had it not been for my intervention, you would not have returned to that place, Shirakawa replied. Upon hearing his words, warmth enveloped the hearts of the two self-defense members. It was the first time they had received assistance from a pirate. You seem different from the other pirates we know, one remarked. Oh, in what way do I differ? Shirakawa inquired, intrigued. The pirates we've encountered previously were mostly ruthless, regardless of their strength. They acted with reckless abandon in our territory. However, you are a notorious pirate yet exude an aura of benevolence. Benevolent, you say? Shirakawa chuckled wryly at the term. From the moment he took his first life, he could no longer be considered a good person, regardless of whether his victims were villains or innocents. The impression of benevolence he projected was likely due to his adeptness at disguise, to elicit a decrease in enmity from adversaries. Much like these two self-defense members who initially hesitated to converse with him but now spoke freely. May I inquire about your true purpose for visiting our island? One of the self-defense members could no longer contain his curiosity. There's no issue. I merely passed through your island and wish to take a respite here, Shirakawa responded. Ah, I see. That's a relief. The two self-defense members sighed in relief, convinced that Shirakawa spoke the truth. Observing their reaction, Shirakawa smiled. Their response was entirely human. By the way, although my warning may seem superfluous, I must advise you to exercise caution. What do you mean? Behind the blonde. There are others, individuals who have been restraining our self-defense squad. Otherwise, we would not have been so lenient with him. Who is behind the blonde? His brother, named Grell, is the most prominent crime lord in our area. Oh, I understand now. Thank you. Though Shirakawa did not believe Growl posed any real threat to him, he appreciated the warning. Meanwhile, in a lavish estate elsewhere in the town, a figure hurriedly entered, gasping for breath before collapsing to the ground. Boss, something terrible has happened. What is it? Why the panic? A man lounging on a sofa with a glass of red wine in hand asked nonchalantly. Why, your brother is dead. What? At these words, the man crushed the wine glass in his grip, the crimson liquid spilling onto the floor. Repeat that. His voice was laced with fury and disbelief. He could not fathom that his brother was gone. Your brother is truly dead. Who did it? Did they not realize they were killing my brother? It was an outsider. An outsider? An outsider dares to cross me? Do they think Growl is easy prey? Tell me, who is he, and where is he now? He is a pirate. After the subordinate spoke, he presented a wanted poster to Growl. It's him. Growl exclaimed in surprise. He recognized Shirakawa, though Shirakawa did not know him. However, within Growl's heart, there was no trace of fear. Much like his brother, he was brimming with confidence in his own abilities. At that moment, another subordinate rushed in, flustered, and knelt before him, exclaiming, Boss, it's bad. One of our weapon shops has been smashed. Who? How audacious, to dare attack my weapon shop. Growl thought to himself that today was indeed unfortunate. First, he had lost his blood-related brother, and now his weapon shop had been vandalized. It was a pirate. After stating this, the subordinate presented a wanted poster to him. Pirates, pirates, why are there so many pirates today? Upon glancing at the poster, he tore it to shreds in a fit of rage. I won't let this slide. The perpetrator who had vandalized his weapon shop was none other than Yurokora, a crew member of the Baichuan pirate crew. The reason behind his destruction? He felt cheated, as a single knife had cost him an exorbitant price, nearly depleting his entire fortune. Where is he now? He is cornered in the weapon shop by our men. Well done. Since he was unaware of Baichuan's whereabouts, Growl decided to unleash his wrath upon his subordinates, for both these individuals had provoked him simultaneously. Let us go. Lead the way. Yes, boss. Seeing their leader ready to take action, their hearts settled, for in their minds, their boss was invincible. No one could rival him. Yet, this blind confidence often does not yield favorable outcomes. Are you the one who smashed my shop? Soon, Growl arrived at the vandalized weapon shop, and his eyes fell upon a group of groaning subordinates sprawled on the ground, with Yurokora standing amongst them. If this shop belongs to you, then you're not mistaken. I did indeed smash it, Korra replied calmly, as if the act held no significance for him. Why did you smash my shop? I believe I haven't wronged you in any way. Because your shop is a den of vice, and it has wronged me. Growl, upon hearing this, felt neither surprise nor the urge to refute, for his shop was indeed a den of iniquity, having cheated countless visitors. So you smashed my shop for that reason? Precisely. Should your shop not be smashed? Growl was infuriated yet amused. It was the first time he had encountered someone justifying their actions with such boldness. I was just about to deal with your captain. Consider this a welcoming gift for him. Deal with me? And our captain? Who gives you such confidence? Korra found his words amusing, as if he had just heard the greatest joke of the year. Let me tell you, kid, our captain is invincible. At that moment, one of Growl's subordinates shouted in defiance. Invincible? Very well. Today I shall shatter this myth of your captain's invincibility. Korra had never believed in such notions of invincibility. He simply had yet to encounter anyone stronger than himself, but today, that was about to change. Chapter 91. The adorable self-defense force adhering to a principle of swift resolution. Korra drew his knife and swiftly closed the distance to Growl, bringing the blade down with ferocity. However, to Korra's astonishment, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Instead, his bisected body transformed into flour, collapsing to the ground before reassembling into human form. Behold, the invincible ability of the boss. Growl's subordinates cheered for him. Witnessing such a spectacle, a natural type devil fruit, perhaps? Korra muttered under his breath, too softly for anyone else to hear. What do you think, kid? I am invincible, ha 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 ha. Growl erupted into a boisterous laugh. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, two self-defense team members were briefing Baichuan on Growl's situation. Growl was merely an obscure thug in our town, but at some point, he acquired the power of invincibility, subsequently becoming the most formidable gang leader in this area. Even our captain is at a loss against him, one of the self-defense members lamented. Invincible power? What does that entail? Baichuan inquired with curiosity. It means no attack can harm him, be it a knife, a gun, or a cannon. Even if it strikes him, it inflicts no damage. Why doesn't he just eliminate all of you then, if he possesses such invincibility? That's because our captain seems to have found a method to counter him, which has kept Growl in check. I see, Baijuan acknowledged, though he remained indifferent to their concerns, unaware that his subordinates had already engaged Glao in confrontation. No matter how you strike me, I shall remain unscathed, Glao boasted arrogantly to Cora. Is that so? Do you dare to let me strike you once more? Of course. Strike as many times as you wish, as long as you can inflict any injury upon me, Glao replied with unwavering confidence. Yet, upon hearing this, Cora couldn't help but smile mysteriously. Perhaps this would be the easiest battle he had faced since setting sail. Cora enveloped his blade in armament haki, causing the weapon to gleam black with a reflective sheen. What is happening? Why is his blade turning black? I don't know. The onlookers were filled with confusion. At that instant, as Cora swung his knife, Glao suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of danger, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. However, Cora's speed was too swift. He could not evade in time. Cora's knife cleaved from Glao's shoulder to his abdomen, and a surge of hot blood gushed forth. Ah! It hurts. Glao fell to the ground, clutching the wound, rolling in agony. This was the first severe injury he had sustained since consuming the devil fruit. How is this possible? The boss is actually injured? Glao's subordinates were dumbfounded, having not witnessed their leader bleed in ages, let alone in such a dire state. How did he manage that? I have no idea. Their minds swirled with questions. Damn it, this hurts like hell. In the world of pirates, such injuries, though not fatal, could still result in significant blood loss. After a while, Glao gradually acclimated to the pain, slowly rising to his feet, casting a dark gaze at Cora. What have you done? After consuming the devil fruit, he conducted numerous experiments, discovering that only when doused in water would he sustain damage from attacks. When exposed to water, his body would solidify, rendering his abilities utterly ineffective. However, just moments ago, he witnessed Jola attack him despite his weapon not being wet. This phenomenon was known as armament haki, a concept too complex for him to grasp, yet it was capable of harming users of natural-type devil fruits. Frustrated, Glao felt regret for his oversight and acknowledged his short-sightedness in not recognizing such a power. Under these circumstances, Glao had lost a significant portion of his combat prowess, too greatly hindered by his injuries to maintain any advantage in battle. His immediate desire was to find a physician to tend to his wounds. Otherwise, our grudges shall be settled here. Choose any weapon from my store. I will gladly gift it to you. Don't you think it's too late to back down? It is not too late, he thought. Although Glao harbored intense hatred for Baijuan, he realized he was at a disadvantage and resolved to seek revenge only once he had healed. He believed that by being cautious of the armament haki, he could ultimately overpower him. I recall you mentioned wanting to capture me as a gift for your captain. It seems you have some history with him. No. It's all a misunderstanding. Glao regretted speaking such nonsensical words during battle. Is that so? Indeed. However, I do not intend to let you go. Dare you mock me? Upon hearing these words, Glao realized he had been played. How have I deceived you? I never claimed I would let you go. What is happening? Why are so many people surrounding us? Coincidentally, Baijuan and 2 members of the self-defense force arrived at the scene. As members of the self-defense force tasked with maintaining order, they could not ignore such a situation. Make way, the 2 officers squeezed through the crowd, with Baijuan following closely behind them. The self-defense force has arrived. Someone whispered. What is going on? How did Glao get so seriously injured? Once they reached the front, the 2 officers were stunned by the sight before them. They had never imagined the invincible Glao could sustain such grave injuries. Is this Glao? He doesn't seem so formidable after all. The injuries Glao had incurred were terrifying, and if left untreated, he would undoubtedly bleed to death. Baijuan also noticed Jola using armament haki and understood the situation. Glao was a devil fruit user, either of the natural type or some unique form of the superhuman type. Self-defense force, you arrived just in time. This man intends to harm me. Seeing the self-defense force, Glao felt a sense of relief, for the first time viewing them as his saviors. Captain, you've arrived. Baijuan approached Jola. Chapter 92. The elimination of Glao. The onlookers heard Glao's words and inwardly scorned him, thinking, what a shameless person, he typically opposes the self-defense force, yet now seeks their aid in times of trouble. Glao, too, had abandoned all semblance of pride. What value did pride hold against the sanctity of life? One could lose their face and regain it, but losing one's life was irrevocable. The 2 officers were conflicted, uncertain whether to assist Glao after all. He had committed numerous wrongs. Yet, as a resident of the island, he was entitled to the protection of the self-defense force. However, they were reluctant to extend a helping hand to such a person. What are you waiting for? Hurry and save me. Can't you see these pirates are about to attack? Glao shouted desperately at the still hesitant officers. But it was only Glar who noticed their hesitation. Baichuan did as well. Since you were struggling to make a decision, allow me to assist you. With that, Baichuan swiftly moved behind the two officers and struck them at the nape of their necks, causing them to collapse without resistance. Mission accomplished, Baichuan clapped his hands. How about that? No one is coming to your rescue now. Jola glared menacingly at Glar. Captain, I was uncertain how to deal with this man. But now that you are here, the decision is yours. Kill him. After all, his brother has already perished at my hands. No wonder he sought to gift me to you. It turns out you are the cause of it all. Jola had entirely forgotten his earlier destruction of Glar's weapon store. Is that so? Not particularly impressive, yet your tone is quite audacious. Upon hearing the exchange between Jola and Baichuan, Glar was filled with panic. The two had made a decision regarding his fate. No, I cannot remain here any longer. I must escape. With this thought, he began to act, his body starting to elementalize into powder as he attempted to flee. Just then, a woman accidentally spilled a basin of dirty water, drenching Glar. This unexpected event thwarted the sword Aura Jola had just intended to release. Is my intervention unnecessary now? Jola sighed, bemused that someone could act more swiftly than him. I apologize. I didn't realize you were fighting here. The woman, noticing the attention on her, panicked. Realizing she had merely spilled water, she fled into her home, locking the door and drawing the curtains, peering through the gaps to observe the unfolding events. Drenched in filthy water, Glar was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? 3 large question marks loomed in his mind, as he never anticipated being halted by an ordinary person. Goodness, what kind of enmity must you harbor to provoke even the ordinary? Baichuan recognized the water incident as purely accidental, yet he sought to deliver a psychological blow to Glar before his demise. Curse it! Glar suddenly erupted, charging toward the woman's home, only to be intercepted by Jola. I knew you had ill intentions. Soaked and transformed into a non-threatening mass, Glar could no longer elementalize, leaving Jola capable of inflicting harm without employing armament hockey. Impossible. Our leader is no longer invincible. We must flee. Upon witnessing their leader's torment, Glar's subordinates instantaneously turned traitorous. In that fleeting moment, only Baichuan, Xiaola, and the unconscious self-defense forces member remained in the arena. Xiaola seized the opportunity to strike Glar once more, landing a blow upon his arm devoid of any finesse or artistry. Had he employed skill, Glar's arm would surely have been severed. Please, spare my life, Glar implored, kneeling before Xiaola, fully aware of his inability to contend with him. Your pleas are futile, Xiaola replied, casting a glance at Baichuan, signaling that the true authority lay with him. I beg you, I implore you, please grant me mercy. Glar, comprehending Xiaola's intent, crawled toward Baichuan, beseeching him. While you may appear pitiable in your current state, Baichuan remarked as he crouched beside Glar, dreaming of my clemency is futile. With that, Baichuan pressed his hand against Glar's head, forcefully embedding it into the ground. Baichuan had just engaged in a mental exercise of perspective. Had he been the one to plead for mercy, Glar would have shown him no mercy. Thus, he approached the situation from Glar's viewpoint. Captain, when did you become so violent and sanguinary? Xiaola questioned. With that strike, Glar, if not dead, was certainly on the brink. Having lost consciousness and sustained a head injury, compounded by the incessant bleeding. Is that so? I have always been this way. You simply failed to notice. You will grow accustomed to it in time, Baichuan replied, surprised at how quickly he had become desensitized to such brutality. It was indeed a waste that the Logia-type devil fruit had been bestowed upon him. True, while this Logia-type may lack potency, one cannot entirely blame Glar for its underutilization, he continued. He is merely a victim of his own limited vision, becoming complacent after deeming himself invincible, thus inflating his ego. Had he chosen the path of piracy, the outcome might have been entirely different. They lamented Glar's shortcomings, regretting that he had not yet unleashed his true potential before seeking a new master for the devil fruit, hoping that the next wielder could unlock its greater power. As the saying goes, there are no inherently weak devil fruits, only the frailty of their users. Not long after, the 2 self-defense team members awoke, shaking their heads and surveying the scene around them. What had transpired? Their gaze fell upon only Shirakawa and Jora, with no one else in sight. Do not worry. Glar has been dealt with. When you return, simply say you fainted. It will suffice, Shirakawa reassured them. Upon hearing his words, they expressed their gratitude. Despite the irony of the situation, they were knocked out by him yet felt compelled to thank him. However, I have no desire to continue being followed by you. Should fate allow, we may meet again. With that, Shirakawa vanished completely from their sight. The two were left bewildered, exchanging glances, uncertain of what to do next. What should we do now? They pondered, concluding that they could only return and report back, trusting that their captain would not hold it against them. And what of Glar? We should carry him back as well. He cannot remain here to taint the environment. Very well. Chapter 93, The Choice of Chef, by the way. Where have Riedel and Uriston gone? Shirakawa and Jorah strolled down the street, relishing the delightful sensation of being unmonitored, indulging in a sense of ease and freedom. I do not know. I have not seen them since we parted ways, but I suspect Uriston might be cautious, while Riedel is likely off indulging somewhere. Haha. If that is the case, Riedel should tread carefully. After all, we have just eliminated their leader. Are you hungry? Shirakawa noticed a restaurant nearby, realizing that evening was approaching. And Jorah must be feeling peckish. I am fine, but if the captain is hungry, we could dine inside. All right. Though Shirakawa did not feel hunger. He understood that eating was a primary means of replenishing energy. If he neglected to eat for too long, he would not starve. But he would surely fall into a deep slumber. Shirakawa led Jorah into the quaint eatery. The establishment was modest yet exuded warmth, with decor reminiscent of dining at home. I truly adore places like this, he remarked upon entering. It had been quite some time since he had experienced the comfort of home-cooked meals. As he usually dined aboard the ship, gazing at the unchanging sea view. So do I, Jorah replied, taking in the surroundings. Although the restaurant was small, it was bustling with patrons, filled to capacity yet not overwhelmingly crowded. Most diners were families of 3, parents accompanied by a child. Hello, welcome. Please, take a seat. A gentle voice greeted them, radiating warmth and suggesting that the speaker was particularly cheerful. Shirakawa and Jorah exchanged startled glances upon seeing the source of the voice. Shirakawa had not anticipated encountering such an attractive individual here, though perhaps he was slightly less so than himself. Jorah, however, sensed something extraordinary about this person. If pressed to articulate what set him apart, it was the serene aura he shared with Shirakawa. However, he was quite different from Bai Chuan, whose serene aura only emerged when he chose to reveal it. Typically, he maintained a demeanor of aloofness, while this individual seemed to exude a constant, captivating presence. Although he noticed the expressions of Bai Chuan and Xiao La, he paid them no mind, for every newcomer was invariably struck by his striking allure. Wow, he's incredibly handsome. Bai Chuan whispered to Xiao La after the man turned away. Indeed, but you are still a notch below him. As expected from my crew. You possess a way with words, Bai Chuan replied with a smile, patting Xiao La on the shoulder in approval. The two followed him to a somewhat secluded spot. Fortunate to find that this was the last available table. Hello, here's the menu. What would you like to order? The enigmatic voice echoed in their ears once more. And Bai Chuan realized that nearly all the women dining here had their gazes fixed upon him. Even the children were not exceptions. The expressions of the men appeared relaxed, though it was unclear whether they were at ease with their wives and daughters or with the striking man. Bai Chuan glanced over the menu, which featured only a few simple dishes, suggesting that the chef here was likely not a professional, perhaps merely a family member. I'll have one of everything on the menu. Bai Chuan stated nonchalantly, as finishing an entire menu was no challenge for him. Are you certain? The man inquired, though his tone lacked any astonishment. As if nothing could disturb his calm demeanor. May I inquire your name? Of course, my name is Salal. He replied with a smile before turning to head into the kitchen. Salal? A fine name, Bai Chuan remarked, admiring his retreating figure, uncertain what made it so commendable. Are you interested in this fellow? Xiaola asked, noticing Bai Chuan's curiosity. Not particularly. I merely feel it's a pity for someone like him to be working as a server here. Bai Chuan sensed that the man's true self was hidden behind a facade. Everything he displayed was merely a guise. While waiting for their food, Bai Chuan and Xiaola listened to the conversations around them, which predominantly revolved around Salal. The remarks were largely complimentary, praising his good looks and charm. It was surprising to discover that Salal was quite popular. It seemed that more than half of the patrons were drawn here by his presence. Indeed, soon after, the dishes were gradually brought to the table by Salah. Bai Chuan took a bite, his eyes widening in astonishment. What's wrong? You're not poisoned, are you? Jorah asked with concern, noticing Bai Chuan's expression. I think you should retract your earlier statement. They are not just here for Salah, but also for the exquisite flavors of this cuisine. Is it really that remarkable? Jorah, skeptical, took a bite and mirrored Bai Chuan's astonished expression. Salah, did you prepare all these dishes? Bai Chuan speculated, as Salah had been in the kitchen the entire time. Indeed. All right, understood. Captain, you must bring him aboard our ship, even if it means binding him. After Sala left, Jorah declared resolutely. After tasting Sala's cooking, Jorah couldn't help but compare it to the meals prepared by Riddle, which now seemed utterly unpalatable. I share this sentiment. Since I savored these dishes, my admiration for Sala has only grown. Riddle should really come and taste these dishes to understand the vast difference between a novice and a professional chef. By the way, your culinary skills are not far behind his, right? Upon hearing this, Jorah's pride instantly deflated. Didn't Tevis insinuate that his cooking was equally subpar? Aren't we talking about Riddle? Why drag me into this? Haha, my apologies. Let us continue enjoying the meal. However, as Jorah gazed at the tantalizing dishes, he inexplicably lost his appetite. Chapter 94. Sala passed after finishing their meal. Chuan and Jorah did not depart but remained to observe Sala. Captain, are you mistaken? How could someone like him harbor a particularly dark heart? Jorah noted that Sala greeted every patron with a radiant smile, warming their spirits. No, this must be a well-crafted facade. Although Chuan was unaware of Sala's past, the existence of a troubled soul was undeniable. Yet after observing him for so long, they found no cracks in his demeanor. Once the customers gradually departed, Chuan and Jorah rose to leave. Recruiting companions was not an urgent matter. It required patience to win them over. Wait. As Chuan and Jorah walked down the path, a voice, tinged with weariness, called out to them. Old man, is there something you need? Chuan turned to see a bent-over, white-haired elder, not a hidden master of great power. I noticed you both were intently watching Sala. Do you have some ulterior motive? You're overthinking it, old man. We simply believe Sala's culinary skills are exceptional, and we wish to invite him to join our ship as our chef. Oh, I see. The elder seemed reassured by Chuan's words. However, you may be disappointed. He will not be leaving this place. Why not? Chuan inquired, puzzled, wondering if there was something here that bound Sala. Let us find a place to sit and talk. Standing is not kind to an old man like me. All right. I should have considered that. The three settled onto a bench beside a flower bed, with Chuan and Jorah flanking the elder. Old man, could you share with me the story of Sala? Of course. Sala is a very unfortunate child. With that, the elder fell into reminiscence. It turned out that Sala's mother was the most beautiful woman in their town, captivating countless young men. However, when a noble visited their town, it was inevitable that romance blossomed. Yet the noble was not genuinely enamored with Sala's mother. He merely desired her physically. The relationship between nobility and commoners was strictly forbidden, especially concerning marriage. When the noble learned of Sala's mother's pregnancy, he abandoned her without a word, leaving her despondent. After giving birth to Sala, she fell gravely ill. After hearing this tale, Chuan turned to the elder and asked, So, Sala's mother has been bettered at that restaurant? Indeed, he must care for his ill mother. He cannot leave this place. Besides, we would want him to leave. Where else could we find such delicious meals? Indeed, Sala's cooking is truly delightful. After sharing his story, the elder took his leave. As elderly folk require ample rest, it seemed that Sala's childhood was indeed quite tragic. Born without a father and burdened with the care of his ailing mother, it was remarkable that he could maintain such a cheerful disposition. What intrigues me is that the elder mentioned he has a sick mother. Yet we saw no sign of her there. Perhaps she is resting inside. After all, when one is ill, they cannot be expected to constantly move about. No. There were no other presences in the restaurant aside from Sala and the customers. That implies his mother is not present, and the elder's information may be erroneous. Another possibility is that his mother may have already passed away. Your deduction holds merit. Jorah conceded to Chuan's reasoning. Shall we infiltrate and investigate further? Jorah proposed. Let us refrain for now. We have no immediate plans to leave. There will be ample time for that later. For now, let us find an inn to rest. After being on the ship for so long, even sleep is a challenge. Agreed. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Chuan and Jorah stepped out together and soon encountered Riddle passing by. Riddle, Chuan called out, as Riddle appeared oblivious to their presence. Captain, what brings you here? What do you think? We're here to rest. I must ask you, where have you been? We didn't see you at all yesterday. Hee. It's my first time on an island, so I indulged in food and leisure. At least you're honest. Though I suspect you primarily engaged in the latter two activities. By the way, Captain, do you have any plans for today? Perfect timing. I'll take you somewhere to experience just how dreadful your cooking truly is. Just as Riddle finished speaking, Jorah playfully grabbed him by the neck, leading him toward the restaurant they visited yesterday. Reluctantly, Chuan followed, for he too longed for those delightful dishes. After just one night, he was already craving them. and he couldn't help but wonder if Salah had bewitched them. "Hello. Welcome. Please, find any seat you like." The familiar voice echoed once more in the ears of Baichuan and Jorah, while Reed, encountering Salah for the first time, displayed the same expression as the two from the previous night. "Are you a man or a woman?" Reed inquired as he laid eyes upon Salah. Upon hearing this question, both Baichuan and Jorah struggled to contain their laughter. Despite Salah's striking handsomeness, it was evident he was a man. "Of course I am a man," Salah replied, appearing unperturbed and maintaining a genial demeanor. "If you're a man, how come you look even better than our captain?" After uttering this rather thoughtless remark, Reed immediately regretted it, having forgotten that the captain was right behind him. "Reed, what did you just say? Repeat that." Baichuan's voice was calm but reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption. "I meant to say that you look better than the captain," Reed stammered, his voice shaking. Too late." Baichuan promptly thumped Reed on the head, fortunately with enough restraint to spare the restaurant's floor from damage. "And that's not called good-looking. It's called handsome," Baichuan huffed, proudly lifting his chin. "Your camaraderie is truly commendable," Salah remarked. "Of course, we are comrades aboard the same ship," Baichuan replied matter-of-factly. Though the three crew members often bickered among themselves, they would undoubtedly rush to assist one another in times of peril. In the ensuing days, Baichuan and his companions frequented the restaurant for nearly every meal, drawn not only by its exquisite cuisine but also by Salah's presence. Notably, during this period, they encountered Eulistina. As the entire Silver Pirate crew reconvened, after savoring Salah's culinary creations, Reed felt as though he had squandered decades of his life. Having lingered for an extended duration, Baichuan concluded it was time to depart, as their interest in the locale had waned. Therefore, he resolved to recruit Salah, believing that after sharing so many meals together, they had grown familiar enough. "Salah, could you come here for a moment?" It was the afternoon, a lull between lunch and dinner, and the restaurant was nearly empty. "What is it?" Salah asked as he took a seat beside Baichuan. "You must have discerned who we are by now," Baichuan said, gazing intently into Salah's eyes. "Of course. The renowned Silver Pirate crew. I recognized you from the moment you arrived," Salah responded with his characteristic smile. "I must commend your composure," Baichuan continued. The fact that Salah had identified him without a hint of disturbance indicated a steadfast mind or a profound depth of character. "Are you aware of the purpose behind my visit?" Baichuan inquired. "I am all ears. We intend to leave shortly, and I hope you will join us. Our ship requires someone of your caliber." "Absolutely," Salah replied without hesitation, leaving Baichuan and his companions momentarily stunned by the unexpected decisiveness of his answer. They had prepared for a series of persuasive arguments, which ultimately proved unnecessary, akin to striking cotton, yielding little satisfaction and leaving them feeling quite frustrated. "I will join you. But I have one condition." "What is it?" Baichuan sensed that matters were not so straightforward. "I need your assistance in killing someone." As Salah uttered this, his eyes, previously warm, suddenly glinted with cold resolve. "Who do you need to kill? Tell me. We will aid you." "No, I will kill him myself. I only require your help to escape safely." "Just you? Do you think you can manage that?" Reed questioned, skeptical of Salah's ability to commit murder. Instead of responding verbally, Salah demonstrated his prowess. A kitchen knife slid from the sleeve of his chef's coat and, in an instant, was poised against Reed's throat. If Salah wished, he could silence Reed with a single stroke. Despite the suddenness of the act, it confirmed Salah's lethal capability and suggested he possessed formidable strength. Had Baichuan sensed the murderous intent earlier, he would have intervened. "All right, I believe in your capabilities. Please lower the knife," Reed said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, his gaze fixed on the blade at his throat. "Fine, as long as you are willing to become our companion. We will assist you. That is agreeable. Now you may disclose the identity of your target." "His name is Ryle, a noble." "A noble? Is he your father?" Upon mentioning a noble connected to Salah, Baichuan recalled the conversation he had with the elder that night. "He is not my father." Salah's voice turned sharp, revealing an anger Baichuan had never witnessed in him before. This outburst confirmed Baichuan's earlier suspicions. Salah harbored deep-seated resentment. He is a despicable man. Though Salah's mother had urged him to let go of his animosity towards his father, it had proven futile. He knew that his mother's prolonged illness was a direct consequence of the man named Ryle. To spare his mother further worry, he had maintained a facade of gentleness, which ultimately became his defining trait. "When do you plan to act?" "We are ready whenever you are. The sooner, the better. If you are prepared, we can proceed now. Do you not wish to bid farewell to the townsfolk?" Salah paused, realizing that indeed, a farewell was in order. He has already boarded the pirate ship, and the next time he returns remains uncertain. The townsfolk have always treated him with great kindness since childhood. When they dined at his home, they would sometimes pay extra, ensuring he had sufficient funds to purchase medicine for his mother. The pharmacy owner occasionally offered him discounts, and whenever he shopped for other items, he would receive various concessions. Salal has always been deeply grateful to the residents of this place. Thus, he proposed, let us host a banquet for the townspeople this evening, as my final meal for them. After a moment's contemplation, Salal spoke. Very well. Upon hearing Salal's resolution, Bai Chuan and the others nodded in agreement. Although they could not leave behind material possessions, they could at least create cherished memories that would likely be etched in Salal's mind forever. Soon after, news of Salar's upcoming banquet spread throughout the entire town, igniting excitement among the townsfolk. However, only a few of the elder residents appeared contemplative, pondering the reasons behind Salar's extravagant celebration. Surely, hosting such a grand feast must be costly. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Self-Defense Force, they had been keeping a close watch on the happenings surrounding Shirakawa. Are they still with Salar? The captain inquired, receiving confirmation that Salar would indeed host a banquet that evening, though the reasons remained undisclosed. Shall we attend tonight? Of course we shall. This may very well be our last opportunity to savor Salar's culinary creations. The captain of the Self-Defense Force was one of the few who truly understood Salar's inner self. After all, Salar had sought him out for martial training at a tender age, and he had obliged. Chapter 96, Captain Ryan. The time for the banquet soon arrived. A bonfire blazed in the town square, with residents gradually flocking in, families in tow. Salar looked exceptionally dashing today. Several ladies approached him, their eyes filled with flirtation as they complimented his culinary skills. Thank you, Salar replied, graciously accepting their praise while deliberately ignoring the deeper implications in their gazes. Although the ladies felt a twinge of disappointment, they quickly reconciled themselves to it, for they had grown accustomed to such reactions. To put it plainly, they were rather vulgar, lusting after his physique. As the crowd swelled, Salar's dishes were laid out, an array of poultry, fish, meats, pastries, and beverages, all crafted by his own hands, with no assistance. At that moment, a contingent of the Self-Defense Force approached, appearing less like enforcers and more like eager guests seeking to indulge. The leader, holding a cup of wine, strolled over to Shirakawa. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ryan, the captain of the town's Self-Defense Force. Ryan? Like a lion? Shirakawa scrutinized him closely, noting how fittingly the name matched his appearance, his hair and beard intertwined, blurring the lines of distinction. I am Shirakawa. I am aware. I've been observing you these past few days, Ryan remarked. Your stealth techniques leave much to be desired. Shirakawa, confident in his abilities, could easily detect any pursuit, perhaps due to his formidable strength. Indeed, our members are merely ordinary individuals, untrained in the art of subterfuge. Ryan continued, is Salar preparing for his endeavor? You know? Shirakawa replied, surprised to discover Ryan's awareness of the situation. Indeed, few understand Salar better than I. Ryan's gaze shifted to Salar, revealing a depth of reminiscence as he reflected on their shared past. Salar's skills were honed under my guidance, yet he has surpassed me in prowess, reaching heights I can only admire from afar. Is that so? Shirakawa regarded Ryan with astonishment, then glanced at Salar. Although size does not dictate strength among pirates, the notion that Salar could best Ryan seemed implausible. Certainly, do not let his demeanor deceive you. He is indeed formidable. Ryan's expression softened with a hint of pride. After all, he had mentored Salar, and though he fell short in comparison to his pupil's capabilities, few knew of this dynamic, perhaps only Shirakawa, an outsider. Knowing Salar's intentions, why continue to teach him martial arts? Are you not pushing him towards peril? Shirakawa questioned. In this world, the fate of commoners who oppose nobility is grim. Death is the only certainty. I understand, yet every time I behold the unwavering determination in Salar's eyes, I abandon my attempts to dissuade him. Even if I do not instruct him, he will seek out others for guidance. It is far better that I teach him myself. It seems your bond with Salar runs deep. Indeed, I regard him as my own child. Ryan had once harbored feelings for Salar's mother, yet after the tragic event, his affection transformed into a protective paternal regard for Salar. Such a man exemplifies remarkable magnanimity and greatness, harboring unspoken love for a woman throughout his life while nurturing her child. Had Ryan not been so devoted to his team and the townspeople, he might have confronted the noble himself. Do you believe success is assured? Can you guarantee Salar's safety? In response, Shirakawa smiled confidently. Do you not know who I am? A mere noble, no more. Even if they were celestial beings, we would not cower in fear. Moreover, Salar is now a valued member of our crew. I will ensure his safety. That is reassuring. Ryan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He may not fully comprehend the danger posed by a pirate with a bounty of 400 million, yet he recognized the inherent risks involved. Well then, I shall not keep you further. I must check on Salar. Observing Salar diligently preparing the feast, Ryan understood this would be the last time he would witness his culinary prowess. Go ahead. Captain, what did he say to you? Riddle approached, dressed smartly, though his demeanor betrayed a less dignified essence. Nothing of consequence, merely some discourse regarding Salar. Oh, did he share any embarrassing tales about Salar? Riddle harbored resentment over the incident where Salar had placed a knife to his throat, eagerly hoping to learn of any misadventures to tease him about. None. Disheartened by the response, Riddle departed in search of gossip among the other banquet attendees. After the festivities concluded, both Salar and Ryan vanished without a trace. In a secluded area atop a hill, the two stood before a grave. When was this? Ryan's voice trembled as tears cascaded down his cheeks upon seeing the tombstone. Just a few days ago, Salar replied, his own eyes glistening. Indeed, the soul resting here was none other than his mother. Why did you not inform me? I did not wish to burden outsiders. But I am not an outsider. Salar fell silent at Ryan's words, although Ryan had never regarded them as outsiders. He ultimately was not Salar's father. My mother urged me on her deathbed not to harbor resentment towards that scoundrel, yet I fear I shall disappoint her. If she were to learn of my intentions, she would undoubtedly be disillusioned. That shall not be the case. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Saul's expression momentarily faltered as he inquired. Why? Although your mother once held a fondness for that scoundrel, you are her son. She can only offer you counsel, but the ultimate decision rests with you. Regardless of the choices you make, your mother will never cast blame upon you, for you are but a piece of her heart. At these words, Saul, who had been striving to contain his tears, could no longer hold them back, succumbing to silent weeping that often accompanies profound sadness. After a considerable time had passed, Saul gradually regained his composure. His mother also mentioned that she had always understood your sentiments and hoped that after her departure, you would find a woman who cherishes you to share your life with. Ryan, rarely blushing, replied with a hint of resignation, I will. However, one could discern from his tone that he was merely going through the motions. As the night elapsed, the sun gradually ascended. Its rays illuminated the face of Ryan, who sat before the grave, and cast a gentle glow upon the silhouette of Sarl as he descended the path. Everything appeared imbued with hope. Chapter 97. Devouring the devil fruit before Sarl made his descent, Shirakawa and the others had long been awaiting him aboard the pirate ship. The quartet bore no grievances regarding Sarl's tardiness, for they understood the multitude of responsibilities he had to attend to. Before long, they observed a figure gradually approaching them, bearing a box upon his back. This individual was none other than Salar, and if by Chuan's intuition served him correctly, the contents of the box were likely his culinary tools. I recall you have a mother, do you not? What will become of her in your absence? Bai Chuan inquired. Noting Salar's solitary presence on the vessel, despite his instinctive belief that Salar's mother had already passed away, Rain will take good care of her, Salar replied. Displaying no trace of sorrow, instead, he turned to gaze at the distant mountain peaks with a smile upon his face. For reasons unknown. Despite the smile being as familiar as ever, it evoked two entirely different sensations within Shirakawa. Since you are prepared, let us embark. Do you know where that person resides? Of course. Now that we had returned to the matter at hand, Salar's expression grew exceedingly grave, his countenance chilling. Subsequently, Salar retrieved a permanent compass from the box behind him, its needle indicating the direction of the noble's island. Now that we have a direction, our task becomes simpler. Although the time required to reach the indicated island remained uncertain, it could be presumed that the noble's arrival here was not too distant. Salar, since you have boarded the ship, I must convey a matter of utmost seriousness. Speak. That you were recruited as my chef. You may also be required to act as a combatant when necessary. Should your strength fall short, you risk peril at every turn. Understand that our adversaries are not merely ordinary nobles. I will strive to train diligently. Salar, too, feared death. Otherwise, he would have ventured alone to assassinate that scoundrel long ago. However, such an action bore significant risks, and he might never return. Which is why he made this request to board the ship. By the way, do we not possess a devil fruit aboard? Perhaps it could enhance his abilities. At that moment, Jorah interjected, directing his gaze towards Riddle, who held the fruit in his possession. Devil fruit? What is that? The term was still novel to Salar. Shirakawa explained, the devil fruit is a wondrous fruit, known as a miraculous treasure of the sea. Consuming it grants extraordinary abilities, classified into 3 categories: Paramecia, Logia, and Zoan. On our ship, we have a Zoan-type user, Riddle. Please demonstrate. Certainly, Captain. As Salar observed in astonishment, Riddle transformed into a large lizard, capable of standing upright as a lizard man. This is the ability of the lizard fruit, a zoan-type devil fruit. Gazing at Riddle in his lizard form, Salar brandished a chef's knife, meticulously contemplating how to prepare the lizard for a delectable dish. Alarmed, Riddle swiftly reverted to his human form. Though transformed into an animal, I remain fundamentally human. I cannot bring myself to consume you. At that moment, Jorah, standing nearby, quipped, "You scoundrel, you still intend to eat me, do you not?" Hearing Jorah's words, Riddle retorted angrily, "Haha, merely jesting, merely jesting." Jorah waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was all in good fun. Meanwhile, Salar remained profoundly astonished. After all, he had witnessed a person seamlessly transition between animal and human forms. And as for Logia, you should be more familiar with it. Upon hearing Shirakawa's words, Salar exhibited a look of curiosity. The notorious villain in your town, Glar, was a Logia-type devil fruit user, specifically the flower fruit. Ah, I know. No attack could harm him. Precisely. This is a manifestation of Logia-type powers. Ordinary attacks cannot inflict damage upon the user unless one discovers a counter to their abilities or employs Haki. For Glar, water was his weakness. Upon contact, he would transform into dough, making him vulnerable to all attacks. Haki, too, is something we shall teach you in due course. And as for Paramecia, the abilities are diverse, encompassing a myriad of powers. In essence, that is the nature of the devil fruit. However, they share a common flaw. What flaw? They are all susceptible to seawater. Regardless of the type, any user submerged in seawater becomes utterly powerless. I see. So what kind of ability does the devil fruit aboard our ship possess? Uncertain. I suspect it to be a Paramecia type. What say you? Are you willing to take the plunge? At that moment, Salar fell into deep contemplation, and Shirakawa refrained from interrupting him. For a select few, the decision to consume a devil fruit indeed posed a significant dilemma, particularly when the nature of the fruit remained unknown. Soon after, Sulla raised his head, revealing a resolute gaze, and responded with unwavering conviction, "I shall eat." Upon hearing these words, Bai Chuan exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his face. "Very well, Riddle, go and retrieve the devil fruit." "Understood, Captain." Although Riddle felt a twinge of reluctance, he realized that keeping it would only lead to waste. Bai Chuan, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. Having an unknown devil fruit aboard his ship had always felt peculiar, and since he had no desire to consume it himself, encountering someone eager to partake in it brought him a delightful sense of revelation. Not long after, Riddle casually produced the devil fruit, no longer treating it like a precious treasure, and tossed it in front of Sulla. "Go on, eat it, but I advise you to swallow it whole without chewing." Riddle offered a well-meaning warning. However, Sulla paid little heed. Observing the bizarre fruit in his hand, he hesitated not a moment before taking a small bite and chewing slowly. Soon, his complexion changed dramatically, turning a shade of bluish-purple. Ignoring the elder's advice proved to be a costly mistake. Seeing Sulla's altered visage, Riddle couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy, though inwardly he was bursting with amusement. What happened to him? Jorah and Euriston, who had never tasted a devil fruit, inquired anxiously. "Oh, it's nothing serious. The devil fruit is simply horrendous in taste. Anyone who has tasted it will wear such a grimace." "How bad can it be?" White River chimed in. "It's said to taste like excrement, regarded as the most repugnant food in the world, bar none." Despite his words, when he glanced at the other half of the fruit that Sulla had discarded, he secretly swallowed, eager to discover just how vile the world's most unpalatable food could truly be. Chapter 98. The speed fruit. How does it feel? Do you sense anything peculiar within your body? White River queried, but Sulla remained unresponsive, muttering to himself, how can such a revolting food exist in this world? For a chef like him, it was utterly unimaginable. Even with his culinary skills, he doubted he could render the devil fruit palatable. Then, he directed a penetrating gaze at Riddle, as if silently demanding, "Why didn't you give me any hints? Why didn't you tell me this thing would taste so ghastly? I did warn you not to chew. You chose to ignore me, so don't blame me." Riddle feigned innocence, asserting that it was truly not his fault. The more he listened, the angrier Sulla became. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing behind Riddle, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. What incredible speed! The other three, aside from the battered Riddle, were utterly astonished. Surely, this isn't how Sulla typically moves? Jorah turned to White River for confirmation. Yes, this must be the ability of the devil fruit. It enhances his speed. Is it the speed fruit? I'm not sure, but it's highly likely. It wasn't until Riddle's face was bruised and battered that Sulla finally ceased his assault. He recognized he was in the wrong, yet his frustration remained palpable. All right, Sulla. Do you understand what your ability is now? White River inquired. Though I'm not entirely certain, it seems to relate to speed. Indeed, I feel you can accelerate your movements, but just how much remains unclear. Should we conduct an experiment? How do we experiment? Sulla asked White River. You could have a spar with Jorah to test your limits. That works, Sulla nodded, turning to Jorah, who would ultimately decide the matter. No problem, Jorah replied, eager to gauge Sulla's true strength. Then let the duel commence. With that, White River stepped aside, keenly observing the contest. Sulla wielded a chef's knife, making him somewhat of a swordsman, utilizing a dual-wielding technique akin to Jorah. Their clash was devoid of unnecessary flourishes, a straightforward exchange of offense and defense, the sound of their blades colliding growing increasingly rapid. Gradually, Jorah found himself outpaced by Sulla. Although Jorah excelled in technique, he lagged far behind in speed. All right, that's enough, White River interjected, stepping between the two as their tempers flared. Blocking their strikes with both hands, the two combatants retracted their weapons, yet Jorah's eyes sparkled with battle intent. He felt unfulfilled from the earlier skirmish. I've observed that Sulla's speed seems to be 8 times his normal capacity, but I suspect this isn't the limit of the speed fruit or Sulla's abilities. I can not only accelerate but also decelerate, Sulla interjected. Deceleration? What purpose does that serve? Riddle, still nursing his wounds, retorted. Who says it serves no purpose? Sulla shot back, playfully slapping Riddle, yet nothing occurred. See, it's useless, Riddle scoffed, moving his arm slightly. But White River and the others suddenly noticed that Riddle's movements had slowed. Riddle, jump again. Oh, all right. Though Riddle was confused, he recognized the seriousness of White River's tone. He obediently leaped into the air. If he could control the speed of his arm movements, jumping seemed far more challenging, or so White River thought. However, it was evident that both Riddle's ascent and descent had noticeably decelerated. What a remarkable ability! White River realized the significance of Sulla's powers. However, the ability to alter another's speed required physical contact, and the degree of acceleration corresponded directly to stamina expenditure. That's more than sufficient. Your ability is truly impressive. Now, Sulla could not only serve as a support but also as an assassin. In future confrontations with Kizaru, he could potentially hinder Kizaru's speed. Initially, White River had planned for Euristan to engage Kizaru in battle, but now it seemed Sulla might be more suitable. They could collaborate, with Sulla restraining Kizaru's speed while Euristan launched attacks. Euristan, hand a bullet to Sulla. Oh, Sulla, see if you can apply your acceleration to the bullet. All right. I'll give it a try. Sulla touched the bullet and then returned it to Euristan. Euristan, test this bullet to see if its speed has increased. Okay. Euristan aimed at a distant seagull and fired. The bird was struck. To an untrained eye, the bullet's speed might not have been discernible, but for Euristan, a marksman, it was akin to an earthquake. The bullet's speed had increased at least 4-fold compared to what he was accustomed to. The fixed speed of a sniper's bullet had always been a significant limitation, but now they had discovered a novel method. How was that, Euristan? Did it work? Yes, it certainly did, Euristan replied, his face alight with joy. He then placed all his bullets before Sulla and said 3 words. I'm counting on you. This is a trivial matter. Leave it to me. It appears that if the speed fruit of Saral is thoroughly developed, there remains significant potential. As the bullets are accelerated one by one, Eulistan becomes invigorated. Due to the increased velocity of the bullets, he must readjust his marksmanship. Otherwise, he risks the possibility of premature firing. I have quadrupled the speed for you, and should you require it in the future, I can amplify it to 8-fold. 4-fold is sufficient. The bullets are already swift, and with an additional 4-fold acceleration, they become even swifter. This prompts Bai Chuan to recall the doubling fruit mentioned in the original work, which not only enhances speed but also augments strength, size, and weight. Its drawback, however, is that it cannot be applied to living beings. In contrast, while Saral's speed fruit can merely increase or decrease velocity, it is applicable to both living and non-living entities. Is Chapter 99 not about a single person? As time progresses, they had already set sail in the morning, yet now it is afternoon. And there is still no sign of any islands along their course. Is your compass faulty? Logically, if that noble has arrived at Legal Island, he should not be far from it, Riddle inquires, puzzled. On this vessel, Riddle typically bears the brunt of any offenses. Impossible. This compass was bequeathed to me by my mother. It cannot be wrong, Saral asserts with unwavering conviction. Very well, let us continue onward. It matters not where we go now, Bai Chuan states, noting that the noble named Ryle has become Saral's inner demon, as long as he remains unvanquished. Salal's torment shall persist. Fortunately, Salal's persistence bore fruit. After sailing for about an hour, they finally spotted an island, and the compass in Salal's hand pointed directly to it. It appeared that was their destination. With a sigh of relief, Salal felt the weight of his journey lift. Here. He intended to conclude everything and embark on a new chapter of his life. Let us approach the island, he declared. As they reached the harbor of the island, the residents did not display any fear or panic, nor any negative emotions. Were the inhabitants of this island truly unafraid of pirates? Witnessing their demeanor, Riddell felt a twinge of confusion. During his time as captain, even when local residents did not flee, they would keep their distance, steering clear of them. Yet, the people here were entirely different, perhaps emboldened by some assurance. Although Shirakawa was also taken aback by the residents' reactions, he quickly deduced the reason. Just ahead lay the capital, and it seemed they had anchored in a favorable position, allowing them to enter the city before nightfall. Jola inquired about the location of the capital from a passerby. Typically, nobility resided within the capital, and it was likely that Count Rill was no exception. Should we find someone to keep an eye on the ship? Salal asked Shirakawa, concerned about what they would do if the ship were to go missing. No need, Shirakawa replied confidently. If anyone dares to steal my ship, I will ensure they regret ever setting foot in this world. Perhaps I should stay behind to guard the ship, Riddell interjected suddenly. He held a deep affection for his vessel and would feel its loss acutely. Very well, you can stay and watch over it. Shirakawa conceded after reflecting on the imprudence of leaving the ship unguarded. As they proceeded along the path, they chanced upon a carriage heading towards the capital. A few of them struck up a rapport with the driver, who soon agreed to give Shirakawa and his companions a ride, sharing tales along the way. The driver's name was John, a seemingly unpretentious young man. By the way, John, are you familiar with a noble named Rill? Shirakawa inquired, steering the conversation back to their main interest after some idle chatter. Upon hearing the name, Salal clenched his fists, and Shirakawa subtly signaled him to remain composed. Count Rill? Of course, I know him. Who are you, and why are you inquiring about him? John's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Oh, we are distant relatives of Count Rill. We heard he has prospered here and came to seek his favor. However, we are unsure of his character, so we hope to gather some insights from you, Shirakawa replied. Ah, well, rest assured, the entire nation knows of Count Rill's character. He will surely welcome you, John responded, seemingly oblivious to the darker undercurrents in human nature. Is Count Rill truly as benevolent as you say? Salal interrupted, his skepticism evident. Indeed, Count Rill is the only noble willing to assist the impoverished. He not only provides them with food and clothing, but also offers opportunities for those who show promise to work in his household, allowing them to escape their plight. John explained. Enough. Do not speak further, Salal erupted, feeling a stark contrast between John's portrayal and his own expectations. John appeared taken aback by Salal's outburst. My companion feels uneasy about seeking Count Rill's assistance, Shirakawa quickly interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. He had hoped that upon arrival, Count Rill would refuse him. But your words seem to shatter that hope. Your friend is rather peculiar, wishing to avoid a better life, John remarked with a hint of amusement. A silence fell over the carriage, as Ulysses and Jolo were not particularly loquacious, and Salal's outburst had dampened any inclination to converse. Luckily, they were nearing the capital, and the awkwardness would soon dissipate. Shall I not take you to the doorstep of Count Rill's estate? John asked as they approached the city gates. No need. We plan to have a meal first, and then seek out Count Rill. I trust that locating his residence will be a straightforward endeavor, Shirakawa replied. Very well. Shirakawa's primary concern was not to implicate John in their affairs. Count Rill had already made it onto Salal's list of targets, and he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Following the Count's death, an investigation would ensue. Should they trace it back to John, he too would face dire consequences. Could it be that the Count Rill you speak of is not the same as the one Salal seeks? Jola proposed, voicing a suspicion. It is a possibility. We should inquire further, Shirakawa agreed. However, their inquiries yielded disappointing results. They learned that there was indeed only one noble named Rill on the island, and all spoke highly of his character, labeling him an exemplary noble. Noting Salal's increasingly grim expression, Shirakawa suggested, let us dine first, and after nightfall. We shall investigate Count Rill's estate. If this Rill is indeed Salal's father, there should be a resemblance worth noting. We can act thereafter. Shirakawa had intended to convey that regardless of whether this Rill was the same individual they sought, as pirates, they needed no justification for taking a life. However, if this Rill was not Salal's father, it would be an act of irresponsibility. Salal's primary objective was to eliminate his father. And should he wrongfully take the life of an innocent, the shackles of guilt would forever bind him. As night fell, Shirakawa and his companions stealthily infiltrated Count Ril's estate. Though heavily guarded, the security posed no challenge to them. Within the fortress of guards, a middle-aged man with golden hair lounged in a chair, a glass of red wine easily within reach. From his vantage point by the window, he observed the cityscape illuminated by night. His conspicuous position allowed Shirakawa and his companions to scrutinize Ril's features. Indeed, this Ril was the man Salal sought. Shirakawa noted the striking resemblance between Ril and Salal, particularly in their eyes, noses, and the warmth of their smiles. As he gazed at the man, Shirakawa sensed an unmistakable aura of murderous intent emanating from Salal, who fixated on Ril, his weapon poised and ready for action. "Are we prepared to strike now?" Shirakawa inquired, having established the identity of his adversary. The timing of the attack now rested solely upon Salar, whether he was a virtuous soul or a nefarious one. He had already earned a place on the Silver Pirate Crew's hit list. The enemy stood before him. It would be peculiar for Salar to refrain from action. In the blink of an eye, Salar vanished from their sight, reappearing before Ryle in less than a second. "Who are you?" Ryle exclaimed, a hint of fear evident in his voice upon witnessing Salar's sudden appearance. "It is time for us to act," Salar declared. The task assigned to Baichuan and his companions was to thwart anyone attempting to assist Ryle. The bodyguards stationed at Ryle's door, having heard his cry, moved to open it for rescue, only to be halted by Baichuan and his crew. Inside the room, Salar glared at Ryle with a menacing expression that seemed incongruous on his face, as if such a visage were unbefitting of him. "Are you Ryle?" Although Salar had confirmed his identity, he still inquired. "Indeed. Who are you? Why have you come to kill me?" Ryle noticed the kitchen knife clutched in Salar's hand. "I am Salar." "Salar? I do not recall having wronged you. Perhaps you have mistaken me for someone else?" Ryle searched his memory, finding no trace of Salar. "As long as your name is Ryle, I have not erred." With that, a flash of the blade was all it took for Ryle to feel an excruciating pain in his hand. Turning to look, he realized one of his fingers had fallen to the ground, blood steadily oozing onto the floor. "Ah!" Ryle, in agony, cried out, sweat beading on his forehead. As a noble, he had never endured such suffering. "My lord!" The bodyguards outside, alarmed by Ryle's cries, were desperate to intervene. But the three individuals blocking the door stood like an unyielding mountain, impervious to their attempts. "Who are you? Why are you harming our lord, Ryle?" One of the bodyguards shouted angrily at Baichuan and his crew. "We are pirates. As for the reason behind harming your lord, it is merely a personal vendetta against him. You audacious pirates dare to cause a ruckus within a noble's residence? Are you not afraid of the Navy's wrath? Fear? Why should we? As pirates, we are destined to oppose the Navy." How infuriating. Baichuan and his companions had become impenetrable in the eyes of the bodyguards. "Do not kill me. I can offer you anything you desire. I possess wealth, women, and power. Just spare my life." Ryle was unaware that his desperate plea would backfire. Upon hearing the word women, Salar's murderous intent intensified, veins bulging on his forehead. In a swift motion, another finger was severed. "I ask you, do you know of a woman named Sarah?" Indeed, Salar's mother was named Sarah. "Sarah? I do not know her," Ryle quickly denied, having no recollection of the name. "Do you not know her?" Salar's anger flared at the denial. He had initially considered offering Ryle a chance for redemption, but that notion was swiftly extinguished. "I truly do not know," Ryle whimpered, tears streaming down his face, trembling uncontrollably. "Then did you visit Lagarl Island 20 years ago?" "Lagarl Island?" Ryle pondered the events of 2 decades past, believing this to be his glimmer of hope for survival. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as a memory surfaced. "Yes. I went there. 20 years ago, our family engaged in trade with the inhabitants of Lagarl Island. I was present during that occasion. Do you recall a woman on Lagarl Island?" "I do remember," Ryle replied, the image of the woman vividly etched in his mind. "Her name was indeed Sarah. And my name is Salar. Now you should comprehend the nature of my connection to her." "You are her son? Then does that not make me your father?" Ryle, though not dull-witted, grasped the implications of Salar's words, recognizing a semblance of similarity between them. "I do not acknowledge you as my father," Salar bellowed with fury. "The moment you abandoned my mother while she was pregnant, our ties were severed. If we are no longer connected, then why are you here? Why? It is for vengeance." Salar's expression morphed into one of wild insanity. "After you forsook my mother, she fell gravely ill, and following my birth, her instances of rising from bed became scarce. You are the root of her suffering." Salar pointed the knife menacingly at Ryle. Realizing the cause of his predicament, Ryle pleaded, "What do you want? I can give you anything." "Very well, what I desire is your life. Do not kill me. You will not escape." "Who says so? Have you not noticed that your bodyguards have yet to arrive? Could it be Ryle's eyes widened in realization. Indeed. I have companions, powerful allies, who will ensure my protection as I exact my revenge upon you. Please, do not kill me. Ryle was now thoroughly panicked. He did not wish for his life to end so soon. He had yet to savor the pleasures of existence fully. Chapter 101. The demise of Ryle. At the door to the room, Baichuan could hear Ryle's agonizing screams echoing within. A chilling and haunting sound that persisted for an extended period. Solar is utterly ruthless, Jorah remarked. He is venting his fury. He does not wish for Ryle to perish so easily. Baichuan understood the depth of Solar's emotions. It is not that he has experienced the same circumstances, but rather that he now possesses a deeper understanding of the human heart. As for Ryle's bodyguards, despite their fervent desire to protect their master, they found themselves paralyzed by fear, for before them lay a grim tableau of over 20 lifeless bodies. The individuals across from them seemed utterly indifferent to the value of human life. The alarms of this residence had long since been triggered, linked to the city's gendarmerie and the local naval division. If Shirakawa and the others were not mistaken, the Navy should be en route. However, they did not pressure Sala, as a naval division's forces posed no significant threat to them. Soon after, Shirakawa and his companions could hear the synchronized sound of footsteps outside, unmistakably belonging to the Navy. In this world, only the Navy could boast such a well-trained army. At that moment, the anguished cries from within the room ceased, and Salal stepped outside, his expression one of serene composure. Is it over? Indeed, it has all come to an end. Salal let out a deep sigh, feeling an immense weight lift from his shoulders. From this moment onward, he would face a new chapter in his life. Let us prepare to break through, Shirakawa said with a hint of a mischievous smile. By now, the Navy had surged inside, and the leading officer paused momentarily upon seeing Shirakawa, before quickly regaining his composure. The Navy dispatched to protect the nobility were no mere amateurs. Although Shirakawa's presence surprised him, he remained steadfast in his duty as a naval officer, unwilling to retreat regardless of how formidable the opponent might be. What have you done with Count Rill? The commanding officer inquired sternly, his brow furrowed. Our purpose here is Count Rill. What do you think we would do with him? Shirakawa retorted, questioning whether they had come for nothing. Damn it, all naval personnel prepare. We must not let them leave. The officer drew his sword, issuing commands to the ordinary sailors, yet the bodyguards had long fled, and Count Rill was already dead, leaving them with no further purpose here. We leave them to you. I trust one need not intervene, Shirakawa remarked to his three companions. Of course, Captain. If you had to step in, it would render us of little value, Jorah said, drawing his twin blades, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he regarded the naval commander. From the insignia, he recognized the man as a rear admiral, a foe of comparable strength. Thus, the battle commenced. Jorah confronted the rear admiral, while Yliston dispatched the Navy with ease, ensuring no sailor could approach him. Salal, moving like a specter across the battlefield, left no survivors in his wake, showcasing the full extent of his speed fruit's capabilities. As for Shirakawa, he continued his path toward the Count's estate, seeming to traverse an uninhabited realm, with no one daring to approach within 2 meters of him. Shirakawa was immensely satisfied with his companion's performance. This was the essence of a pirate crew, where the captain need not engage in every conflict. Although the trio's strength was not particularly formidable in the New World, each possessed immense potential, being unparalleled geniuses in their respective domains. They would undoubtedly grow to possess the power of a fleet admiral in due time, perhaps within 2 or 3 years. Thus, Shirakawa had no intention of venturing into the New World during this period. Aside from the rear admiral, no one could withstand the assaults of the other two. And witnessing his subordinates fall one by one ignited a furious rage within the rear admiral. He had always regarded his soldiers as family, and now, seeing them perish at the hands of demons, filled him with profound grief. Rear Admiral, it is ill-advised to let your focus waver during battle, Jorah jested, seizing an opening to strike. The combination of his fury and the sting of pain only intensified his wrath, causing his attacks to come faster, almost overwhelming Jorah. At that moment, Salal noticed Jorah's predicament and quickly joined the fray, turning it into a 2-on-1 battle, alleviating some of Jorah's burdens. Did you kill Count Rill? The rear admiral demanded upon noticing Salal's entry into the battle. Indeed, Salal replied. Why did you kill him? The rear admiral's anger was palpable. Had it not been for Salal, they would not have come to provide support, and his men would not have suffered such losses. He is my father. You may consider this a family dispute. What? The rear admiral was taken aback, never imagining that the one who had slain Count Rill would be his own son. Rear Admiral, did I not warn you that losing focus in battle is unwise? Realization struck the rear admiral too late. as both Jorah and Salal, adept in their agility, seized the opportunity to deliver a crushing blow. As they struck, however, their blades met the rear admiral's body as if striking iron. What is this? The two swiftly retreated, puzzled by the unexpected resistance. Iron, the rear admiral finally managed to utter. Is this the 6 styles of the Navy? Salal remarked, recognizing that a rear admiral would naturally be familiar with such techniques. Salal, go assist Yulistan. I will handle things here, Jorah said excitedly, eager for action. Understood. Salal was unperturbed, knowing their captain had yet to reveal his prowess. Knowing I can utilize the 6 styles and still daring to face me alone, commendable, lad. I merely wish to ascertain the true might of the 6 styles. Is your iron more resilient, or are my blades sharper? As the rear admiral watched, Jorah's twin blades became enveloped in the color of Haki. Haki? Chapter 102, The Annihilation of the Navy. As a rear admiral trained at the naval headquarters, he was well aware of Haki, its applications, and its dangers. The realization sank his heart. If even a crew member could wield Haki, then the captain, who had yet to make his move, must possess unfathomable strength. However, he is no longer concerned with such matters. As a member of the Navy, to perish in battle against pirates is both their duty and their honor, as well as their ultimate fate. However, even though Jorah is well versed in the art of armament Haki, contending with this rear admiral proves to be a formidable challenge. The adversary is proficient in all 6 forms of the Navy's martial arts. Although none are mastered to perfection, each can be executed with precision. Particularly, the adversary's occasional thrust of the finger gun compelled Jorah to exercise utmost caution. The penetrating power of the finger gun is remarkably potent, rivaling that of a bullet. And even when Jorah anticipates the assault and employs his armament Haki for defense, the impact still inflicts considerable pain. Nonetheless, the damage Jorah inflicts upon the Navy rear admiral remains substantial. Despite the latter's formidable defenses, they cannot withstand the onslaught of armament Haki. Any strike that lands is sure to draw blood. As the battle rages on, Jorah sustains significant injuries, caught off guard by the swift shave technique, the fleeting moonwalk in midair, and the rapid gale kicks. This combination of techniques proves to be a daunting challenge for Jorah. Is this the Navy's 6 forms? Indeed. They possess quite the arsenal. Meanwhile, Ulysses, engaged with ordinary Navy personnel, can afford to leisurely observe Jorah's struggle, a luxury afforded by his exceptional observation Haki, which allows him to preemptively sense the enemy's attacks. Similarly, Salah, though not relying on observation Haki, effortlessly dispatches his foes with remarkable speed, thus affording him the opportunity to appreciate the unfolding confrontation. However, Shirakawa displayed little interest in such battles. During his time with the Roger Pirates, he had encountered Navy forces whose mastery of the 6 styles surpassed even his own. However, for the other 3 individuals, it was a rather peculiar affair. Baituan firmly believed in Jorah's capabilities. He was certain that Jorah could triumph over his opponent. This would also provide the other 2 an opportunity to learn from the experience of battling the Navy. If Baituan were to intervene and swiftly defeat the adversary, it would render the encounter rather uninteresting. Brigadier General, if you do not resolve this promptly, your soldiers will all perish, Jorah suddenly declared to the opposing officer. Upon hearing Jorah's words, the officer momentarily snapped back to reality. He had been so engrossed in the fight that he had forgotten about his own soldiers. A closer inspection revealed that fewer than 10 of them remained on the battlefield, their faces etched with fear as they glanced at Saral and the others. A few even cast desperate looks in his direction. Damn it, the naval brigadier gritted his teeth, seemingly resentful of his own weakness, unable to protect his subordinates. You need not concern yourselves with us. Continue your battle. Dying on the battlefield is the finest fate for a soldier, one particularly resolute soldier proclaimed. His words ignited the spirits of the others, who all bore expressions of unwavering determination. Were these individuals truly so easily swayed? Baituan, having never served in the military, remained oblivious to the emotions and resolve of soldiers. He merely considered them overly naive. The brigadier, upon hearing this declaration, felt tears well up in his eyes. Just moments ago, he had contemplated surrender, but the words of his subordinates extinguished that flicker of thought entirely. Baituan even considered attempting to persuade the soldier to defect, for it was rare to encounter someone who could maintain their fighting spirit in such dire circumstances. Yet, he understood that convincing this brave warrior to switch sides was an impossibility. I hold great admiration for you. Were you not my adversaries, I would genuinely wish to share a drink with you. Baituan suddenly spoke after a prolonged silence. Spare me the pleasantries. The Navy and pirates can never coexist. Today, it is either your demise or my oblivion. Such a pity. The re-energized brigadier's strength surged, placing greater pressure on Jorah, yet he managed to endure. As for the 10 naval soldiers, they were not even a match for Saral and Yuli Sting, and soon fell, their expressions rife with indignation. The brigadier, prepared for death, became increasingly frenzied in his assaults, fighting in a manner that was truly a life for a life. Jorah sustained numerous injuries, yet the brigadier's wounds were far graver. Before long, he was a mere shell of himself, bloodied and devoid of the strength to continue. His vision blurred from the loss of blood as he leaned on his sword to keep from collapsing. It's over. Jorah exhaled in relief, retracting his blade. Although the battle had been chaotic, he found immense satisfaction in it. His gaze towards the naval brigadier was filled with admiration. He was a true man. Ultimately, the brigadier closed his eyes, standing amidst the corpses of his soldiers. Thus, the battle concluded. Count Riddle was slain, and the naval reinforcements were entirely annihilated. The garrison had long since surrounded the estate, yet no one dared to enter. Let us depart, Baituan instructed his crew, having fully embraced the role of a villain. Their bounty would surely experience a significant increase. Previously, he had merely eliminated a naval colonel, but this time, he had slain a naval brigadier and nearly wiped out the local naval division. Saral staunched Jorah's bleeding, proving that Saral's fruit possessed the remarkable ability to accelerate wound healing. As Baituan and his companions departed, those blocking the entrance instinctively parted to create a path, none daring to hinder them. Even if someone were bold enough to step forward, they would be deterred by the aura exuding from Baituan and his crew. Particularly, when they passed by ordinary citizens, the latter cast them looks filled with loathing. Were they blaming them for killing the beloved Count Riddle? Baituan was uncertain, yet he recognized that this was perhaps the gaze that pirates ought to relish. However, he did not relish the feeling of being universally despised. We should exercise caution for a while. Having caused such a ruckus, the Navy will undoubtedly pursue us, Baituan remarked as they made their way back to the ship. Understood, they replied in unison. Aware that their actions were momentous and could incite the fury of the entire Navy, shaking the world to its core. After all, instances of pirates annihilating a naval division were exceedingly rare, as most pirates, even if victorious over the Navy, merely rendered them unconscious without inflicting significant casualties. The wrath of the Navy was not something a mere pirate crew could withstand. Chapter 103, All members under bounty captain, where shall we head now? As Baituan and his crew hastened their return, they swiftly reached the ship. Rydell, where is your hometown? Baituan inquired, as he had appeared in this world without prior knowledge. While Saral, Jorah, and Yuli Sting hailed from the Grand Line, only Rydell was from the Four Seas, and Baituan's purpose was indeed the Four Seas. Captain, my hometown lies in the West Sea. I also entered the Grand Line from there. Ah, then our destination shall be the West Sea, to escort you home, Baituan jested. Captain, what have I done wrong? Are you sending me home? Upon hearing those words, Rydell panicked, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Baituan. Haha. I was merely joking. How could you not discern a jest? Oh, is that so? Rydell sighed in relief. Then, Captain, could we not go to the West Sea? Although Rydell asked this, he still bore a hint of trepidation. Very well, we shall head to the North Sea. Baituan had long desired to venture to the North Sea. Regarded as the most formidable region among the Four Seas, possessing its unique and extraordinary qualities. There, some high-bounty criminals could rival even the pirates of the Grand Line. Captain, why are we going to the North Sea? Isn't the Grand Line quite splendid? Rydell questioned, though his actions did not pause as he turned the ship towards the Four Seas. Because we have accomplished something significant, we must temporarily evade the spotlight. Another reason Baituan chose the North Sea was that the Navy's strength there was comparatively weaker. As the most chaotic and powerful sea, the North Sea was rife with intertwined factions, leaving the local Navy at a disadvantage. What significant matter? Rydell asked with keen interest, feeling as though he had missed much during his brief absence. You'll find out in a few days. For now, we must accelerate our ship's speed to ensure we reach the North Sea in the shortest time possible. Understood, Captain. Leave it to me. Ryder patted his chest, exuding an air of confidence that suggested he could handle anything. Soon, 3 days had passed. Although Sherchuan and his crew sailed with remarkable speed, it was impossible for them to traverse the Grand Line and reach the Four Seas in such a brief time. Nevertheless, the exploits of Sherchuan and his companions spread across the globe, leaving Ryder astonished and a bit regretful for not partaking. Had he done so, his bounty would undoubtedly have risen. Sherchuan and Jorah's bounties had increased, and even the newcomer, who had no bounty prior, now possessed a substantial reward. Captain of the Silver Pirates, Adolph K. Sherchuan, boasted a bounty of 500 million berries. The dual-wielding swordsman, Ural Jorah, had a bounty of 250 million berries. The gunfighter, Euriston, received a first bounty of 70 million berries. The imposter, Solar, was awarded a first bounty of 80 million berries, likely due to his role as the perpetrator behind the Count's demise, which elevated his bounty above Euriston's by 10 million. However, both Solar's and Euriston's bounties seemed somewhat low given their capabilities. They were fully deserving of even higher rewards. Thus, the total bounty of the Silver Pirate crew amounted to 1.08 billion berries. Anyone who could annihilate the Silver Pirates would undoubtedly amass great wealth, perhaps even receiving a commendable reward from the world government. As anticipated by Shi Chuan, the Marines were enraged. An elite Marine division was swiftly eliminated, marking a significant loss for the Navy. Admiral Kong issued a direct order to capture every member of the Silver Pirates. It seemed that Shi Chuan had perhaps overstepped this time. This was a sentiment expressed by Roger upon seeing the news about Shi Chuan and his crew, although they were the rulers of the New World. They had never engaged in such audacious acts. Perhaps there was a reason behind their actions, Rayleigh explained to Roger after seeing the reports. He did not perceive Shi Chuan's actions as excessive. After all, his moniker, the Dark King, was not without merit. Roger, a pirate with a benevolent heart, tended to overlook certain matters, while others he would tolerate less. However, what Roger could sometimes endure, Rayleigh might not. Hence, when the moment called for action, Rayleigh would strike. Reflecting his character, matters that Roger was reluctant to address often fell to Rayleigh, who was responsible for eliminating any obstacles in Roger's path while Roger relished the freedom of the sea. Yet, Shi Chuan's recent actions were undeniably excessive, placing himself in grave danger, and it was likely the Marines had already issued a death warrant for him. Roger sighed, uncertain if Shi Chuan would weather this storm. Rest assured, he is one of us. He won't be so fragile, Rayleigh reassured Roger, though he too was deeply concerned, as Shi Chuan's actions had undoubtedly pricked the Marines' most sensitive nerve. The magnitude of Shi Chuan's disruption was shocking. In such a short span, he had accomplished so much, with his bounty skyrocketing to 500 million. Any pirate reaching a bounty of 500 million was on the brink of entering the ranks of the great pirates, becoming a formidable presence feared by many across the seas. Ha ha ha, Shi Chuan, I never anticipated you would take such bold steps. This truly aligns with my tastes, remarked Barrett upon seeing the reports about Shi Chuan. After departing from the Roger Pirates, Barrett had fully embraced his nature, stirring up trouble in the New World. It could be said that Barrett had turned the New World upside down during this time. He even dared to challenge Whitebeard. Although he ultimately failed, he gained worldwide notoriety, shedding the shadow of the Roger Pirates and establishing himself as a completely independent pirate. The Devil's heir, Douglas Barrett. Solar has become a pirate? The residents of Regal Island wore expressions of disbelief upon learning that Solar had joined the ranks of pirates. They could hardly fathom that the warm, smiling individual they knew could be the very one responsible for the Countess' murder. Meanwhile, the captain of the self-defense forces, Ryan, stood before Solar's mother's grave holding his bounty poster, stating, Solar's new life has begun, though it is fraught with challenges. May you watch over him and keep him safe. Chapter 104. I don't want this either. After the news of Shi Chuan's obliteration of the Marine Division spread across the world, any pirate crew encountering them in the Grand Line would take a detour. For in their minds, the Silver Pirates had become ruthless killers. What are your thoughts on your first bounty? Shi Chuan inquired of Solar, who gazed at his wanted poster. Perhaps a decade ago, he would never have imagined he would one day become a pirate. It's all right. It feels good, Solar replied. Ever since he joined the Silver Pirates, he had been prepared for this moment, though he hadn't anticipated such thrilling beginnings. Euriston, too, felt a peculiar sense of irony as a former pirate hunter. His primary duty had been to eliminate pirates, yet now he found himself as the very target he once pursued. Though Euriston's bounty was lower than Solar's, he did not believe his strength was inferior. In fact, he might even surpass Solar. Furthermore, the Marines had somehow discovered Solar's identity as the son of Count Rill, portraying him as a patricide. As a result, despite Solar not showcasing any formidable power, his bounty exceeded Euriston's. Currently, they were approximately a month's sailing distance from the upside-down mountain leading to the Four Seas. As long as they remained undetected by the Marines during this month, they were unlikely to encounter any untoward incidents. The Marines were also unaware of their precise sailing route or destination, making it quite difficult to track them down, provided no one reported them. Moreover, they did not plan to linger on any island during this month. Any stops would be on uninhabited islands for a brief respite. Fortunately, their ship now had 5 crew members, enough for a game of mahjong, along with someone to serve them tea. However, to Bai Chuan's disappointment, apart from Riddle, none showed any interest in his mahjong game. They were all fervently engaged in their training. It is likely that Riddle only mentioned it to spare his feelings. Ever since Jorah had engaged in combat with a naval rear admiral, he had become acutely aware of his own shortcomings and recognized the areas in which he needed improvement. Yu Sting, on the other hand, had been diligently practicing his gunfighting techniques. While his marksmanship was commendable, he still lagged behind in close-quarters combat. He did not wish to be a sniper who could be easily knocked out in melee situations. As for Saral, he was primarily focused on mastering his fruit abilities or experimenting with new dishes using exotic sea ingredients. Riddle's role was even more demanding, as he busied himself with logistical tasks, being the weakest among them. Although there were occasions when Yu Sting and Jorah would teach him the two-color hockey, it must be said that Riddle's talent was truly lacking. He seemed to make no progress at all, leaving one to wonder whether it was due to inadequate instruction from Jorah and Yu Sting or simply his own limitations. Soon, more than 20 days passed without any hindrances. Even merchant ships that could not navigate around them would willingly present offerings, although Bai Chuan and his crew had no such intentions. They adhered to the adage of not refusing a gift when offered, so they accepted the offerings. However, the gifts were rather mundane: gold, silver, jewels, and watches that held little interest for anyone on board apart from Yu Sting. Some weapon-carrying merchant vessels would offer them blades and firearms, but these were of poor quality and useless to Bai Chuan and his crew, leading them to store these items temporarily for future ordinary crew members. Bai Chuan's future plans were to pursue an elite path, yet he realized that a ship could not function without ordinary crew members. He intended to recruit a few dozen sailors for his vessel. Besides a handful of elite officers, he aimed to equip each with numerous subordinates. Furthermore, Bai Chuan contemplated recruiting powerful or promising pirate crews to serve as his affiliates, providing them protection in exchange for their assistance when needed. However, these aspirations would have to wait until they could gradually be realized. Currently, there were only 5 individuals aboard, including the captain, which rendered them insignificant in the presence of larger pirate crews. Bai Chuan had initially intended to expand his crew along the journey to bolster their reputation, but it was not due to a lack of desire on his part. Rather, pirates would flee upon seeing their Jolly Roger, especially when Bai Chuan waved at them. They seemed to see the Grim Reaper and would flee with even greater fervor. Every time this occurred, Bai Chuan would wear a forlorn expression and lament to his crew, as he had refrained from taking action that day. "Captain, you cannot say that. Although you did not act that day, you also did not stop us when we did. By that logic, you indirectly caused their demise, did you not?" Initially, they were left speechless by Bai Chuan's words, especially Saral, but as time passed, they began to formulate counterarguments. Strangely, Bai Chuan found himself unable to refute their claims. Had he intervened, such events would not have transpired, yet he did not. Why he acted thus, Bai Chuan could not say. Perhaps from the moment he boarded the Roger pirates, he no longer considered himself a champion of justice. He had chosen the life of a pirate and did not wish to play the role of a saint. Perhaps he might have spared ordinary citizens. But as enemies of the state, the Navy, he felt no need for mercy. As the saying goes, showing mercy to foes is an act of cruelty to oneself. The fate of former Admiral Zephyr was a cautionary tale within the Navy, a reminder that they must never show leniency toward pirates. Upon seeing the naval rear admiral for the first time, Bai Chuan sensed he was a formidable individual, one who would strictly adhere to naval regulations. Had they been defeated at that time, the Navy would undoubtedly have shown them no mercy. Of course, all the preceding statements were mere conjectures from Bai Chuan, who simply wished to embrace the persona of a pirate. There was no particular reasoning behind it. It was merely a spontaneous whim. Chapter 105. Wrong place. Wrong time. Approximately 10 more days passed with nothing out of the ordinary occurring. "Captain, ahead lies Reverse Mountain." As the only crew member who had traversed Reverse Mountain, Riddle was the most familiar with the area. Bai Chuan silently prayed that this final stretch would proceed without incident. However, according to Murphy's Law, the more one wishes to avoid something, the more likely it is to occur. Just moments after Riddle expressed his excitement, 3 warships appeared before them, evidently having awaited their arrival for some time. It seemed they were destined for a fierce battle before departing. While Bai Chuan was surprised that the Navy was aware of his intentions, it might simply have been a coincidence. The 3 warships lay in wait not far below Reverse Mountain, yet Bai Chuan showed no inclination to reduce their speed. "Captain, what shall we do?" Yu Sting inquired, polishing his firearm and aiming it at the distant warships. "Do not worry. Leave it to me. It just so happens that you two new crew members have yet to witness my strength, Baichuan replied. Having utilized his observation hockey, he sensed no threats among the individuals present, indicating that their encounter with the warships was purely coincidental. Had the Navy been targeting them, they would have surely dispatched at least a rear admiral from the headquarters, rather than the division's rear admiral currently in front of them. Rear Admiral, we have spotted a pirate ship, but it is not our target. As they discerned the warships, the observers aboard the 3 vessels also took note of them. Which pirate crew is it that cannot thrive in the Grand Line and has returned to the 4 seas? The Rear Admiral's thoughts were solely consumed by this notion. For each year, countless pirate crews return from the Grand Line to the 4 seas, most having experienced significant setbacks. If they do not hinder our operations, we might as well capture them to prevent their return to the 4 seas to continue their misdeeds. Rear Admiral, it's the Silver Pirates. As those 5 words escaped the observer's lips, an unmistakable tremor of anxiety and fear colored his tone. What? It could not possibly be the Silver Pirates. The Navy's memory of the Silver Pirates, who had stirred up trouble just a month prior, remained vivid. Damn it, how could it be them? The headquarters plan has completely faltered. Indeed, the Navy had long since devised a plan to capture the Silver Pirates, believing they would retreat to the New World to evade scrutiny, and had already formulated a capture strategy in the Sabaody archipelago. However, they were caught off guard when the Silver Pirates chose to return to the 4 seas, defying all expectations of the Navy. Rear Admiral, what shall we do? Clear the way and let them pass. The tone of the Rear Admiral was filled with reluctance. It was indeed a bitter irony for a dignified Rear Admiral to concede to pirates. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations against the formidable foes before him and could not bear the thought of his crew perishing needlessly. During his time at the Navy headquarters, he and Kazan were of equal rank, and he understood the extent of Kazan's prowess. Decimating their group would be a trivial task for him. Furthermore, he had recently heard that Kazan had undertaken the mission to capture the Silver Pirate crew, only to meet with failure and sustain severe injuries in the process. Thus, their captain, Adolphe K. Baichuan, was likely equally capable of annihilating them, and the Rear Admiral dared not risk his soldiers' lives. Rear Admiral? The officer responsible for relaying orders was taken aback. He had never anticipated that a Rear Admiral would issue a command to yield to pirates. He is not a foe we can contend with. Let us leave him to the headquarters. Our primary objective is to ensure that our target does not escape. Indeed, Rear Admiral, the pirates in question were notorious criminals, having previously massacred an entire village and sunk a naval vessel, inflicting significant casualties on the Navy. Consequently, the Navy had issued orders for a stringent crackdown and capture of this pirate crew. Thus, the beleaguered pirates resolved to retreat to the 4 seas, unaware that the Navy had long been lying in wait for them. Captain, the Navy has cleared the way for us. As Baichuan was preparing to showcase his might, he heard Riddle shout. What? Baichuan exclaimed in astonishment, witnessing the Navy actually parting the route to Reverse Mountain. The Navy's actions instilled a sense of helplessness in Baichuan, leaving him feeling impotent. Captain, could there be some scheme at play? Ulysses, a naturally cautious individual, perhaps due to his past as a beggar, pondered the situation carefully. His previous attempt to assassinate Baichuan had failed unexpectedly, as he had underestimated Baichuan's ability to deflect bullets. Fear not, even if there are schemes or conspiracies, all are rendered futile in the face of absolute strength. Shall we proceed, then? Riddle inquired of Baichuan. Of course, why would we not? The Navy has cleared the way. We have no reason to hesitate. Complying with Baichuan's orders, Riddle navigated the ship through the midst of the naval vessels. As they passed, Baichuan and his crew could see the expressions of despair and resentment etched on the faces of the Navy. These Navy officers truly are pathetic. Observing the furious gazes of the Navy, yet witnessing their inability to act, Riddle whispered to Baichuan. This is the mark of a commanding officer who possesses self-awareness and refrains from unnecessary sacrifices. Baichuan held a deep appreciation for such individuals. Although the previous Rear Admiral who had fought valiantly to his death was commendable, he exuded a sense of bravado devoid of strategy. In contrast, this Rear Admiral embodied the essence of restraint. This was the most formidable kind of adversary. Rear Admiral, are we to stand idly by and watch them pass with such arrogance? A naval soldier could no longer contain his frustration and spoke up. And what would you have us do? If you are unafraid of death, you are welcome to take action. Are we truly powerless? Who says so? The soldier's expression brightened at the Rear Admiral's words, sensing a glimmer of hope. We can report to headquarters. They will handle it. The naval soldier was momentarily stunned. having not anticipated that the Rear Admiral's suggestion involved relaying the Silver Pirate crew's information to headquarters. Summary: having traversed into the world of One Piece. Although he has become a pirate, his aspirations are not aligned with becoming the Pirate King. His singular goal is simply to live freely upon the vast ocean.